Chapter 851, The Victory. Checkmate. Currently, there was something about Ether that didn't make sense at all. From the moment the Archpriestess laid her eyes on Ether, she saw something different. It wasn't just about how he tried to help a stranger or even how he willingly gave up his life for Stella. No, it was something far beyond that, the way his soul flared around him, radiating in a way she had never witnessed before. It was so pure, and yet, it was drenched in sin. Something like that should not exist. Because even the smallest sin was enough to taint a person forever, there was no such thing as purity once a sin was committed, no matter how one tried to justify their actions. Purity was lost the moment sin took root, and yet Ether was both pure and sinned, something so utterly contradictory that it made her head spin. The Archpriestess couldn't understand it, no matter how hard she tried, but one thing was certain. Ether was the purest soul she had ever encountered, perhaps even on par with Snape himself, and that's when she saw it. Ether stepped forward, walking straight out of the roaring holy flames. "I knew it," she gasped, her voice trembling with shock and exhilaration. A stunned silence fell over the onlookers. No one moved, no one breathed. The impossible was happening right before their very eyes. Ether emerged, completely unscathed. The holy flames that should have burned him to ash didn't even leave a single mark on his body. His clothes remained untouched, his expression unreadable, and yet something about him was different. His eyes, pure white. No pupils, no irises. Just an eerie, unsettling void of white, brimming with an unknown force, and even the pulverized hand returned back. "What is the meaning of this, Mother?" Master's furious voice shattered the silence, his rage echoing through the air as he lifted his hand. The holy flames, still burning wildly, surged even more violently toward Ether, this time with unrestrained fury, but Ether didn't flinch, he didn't step back, instead, he moved forward. With slow, deliberate steps, he walked toward the flames, completely unfazed by their scorching intensity. "Burn, you fucking bastard!" Master roared, his face twisting with unrelenting fury as he thrust his hands forward, pouring everything he had into the flames. The heat intensified, roaring louder, engulfing everything in its path, but Ether just kept walking. Master's heart pounded violently in his chest, his mind refusing to accept what was unfolding before him. This wasn't possible. How dare he, a lowly sinner? A pathetic joke of a man. A filthy, immoral disgrace who had sinned more than anyone else here. How dare he defy the holy flames? No. No, it wasn't defiance. The holy flames accepted him. The realization made Master's blood run cold. What the fuck? His grip tightened, his body trembling with fury and disbelief. He knew better than anyone how the holy flames worked. They judged, they punished, they destroyed impurity without mercy. More than that, they carried the essence of the Mother herself. Even if the flames were somehow weakened, the Mother's energy alone should have burned Ether to dust. And yet, the fuck is this? Master's thoughts reeled as he pushed forward with everything he had, pouring an overwhelming surge of power into Ether, ignoring everyone else. Meanwhile, the Archpriestess seized the moment. Using the chaos as her cover, she swiftly moved to heal the injured, her hands glowing as she restored those who had been caught in the earlier onslaught. "What's going on here?" Dora muttered, her voice barely above a whisper as she clutched her aching hand, slowly feeling it return to normal. I don't know." The Archpriestess hesitated, her throat dry. "Maybe Ether is pure." Dora blinked at her in disbelief. "Pure? Him?" Her mind flashed back to every filthy thing Ether had ever done, the teasing, the touching, the endless women in his bed. Ether was many things, but pure? Nah, Dora scoffed, shaking her head. "He must be using some kind of trick. If that bastard is pure, then I'll be a saint." But despite her words, she couldn't help but grin. Whatever the reason, the fact that Ether could handle those flames meant he had an advantage. The Archpriestess let out an awkward chuckle, then quickly turned away to focus on the others. Meanwhile, Master's face contorted in sheer rage as he watched Ether walk through his flames like they were nothing. His frustration boiled over when he saw Ether casually stepping closer, his expression unreadable. "Enough," Ether said, his voice eerily calm, and in the next instant, he grabbed Master's wrist, the very hand that was unleashing the flames. Master's entire body tensed. His mind went blank for a second. How, he stuttered. His voice barely escaping his lips, Ether simply shrugged. Life is full of miracles, he said nonchalantly, then, without warning, boom, Ether's fist drove into Master's abdomen with full force. A violent shockwave erupted from the impact, shaking the very air around them. Master's eyes bulged as he choked on his own breath. Blood spewed from his lips as the sheer force sent his body convulsing backwards, but Ether didn't stop. He held on to Master's wrist, yanking him forward. Another devastating punch crashed into his ribs, then another, boom, then another, boom, then another, boom. Ether's blows rained down like a storm, relentless, merciless. Master barely had time to react before Ether's knee slammed into his gut. And then, boom, Ether delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending him soaring into the air like a ragdoll. Master's body twisted midair, gasping for breath, but before he could even register what was happening, Dora appeared above him, her figure cutting through the air with deadly precision. A smirk crossed her lips. "You look like you're having a rough day," she teased, and then she spun, her leg swung out, boom, her foot connected with Master's face with bone-shattering force. The ground cracked violently as his body slammed into it like a meteor. Dust exploded into the air, debris flying in every direction. Master groaned, barely able to move, but his fury refused to die. Gritting his teeth, he raised his trembling hand, attempting to summon flames to hold them back, but before he could, tch. "That's the only trick you've got left?" Ether mocked, amusement dancing in his eyes. He lazily waved his hand, and the flames vanished, just like that. Master's breath hitched. Gone, impossible, he struggled to understand, his mind spinning out of control. How? How was Ether doing this? Still, even Ether himself wasn't sure. He didn't know how he could do it, nor what exactly had changed within him, but did it really matter? He winning, that's all. Master clenched his fists, his entire body trembling. How dare why? Before he could finish, a voice cut him off. "Take this." The archpriestess suddenly appeared, her holy flames igniting in her palm. Without hesitation, she hurled them straight into Master's face. Puff, his cheek sizzled as the flames licked at his skin. "Ow," he yelped, recoiling in pain, though it wasn't nearly as devastating as it should have been. The archpriestess smirked. With a quick step forward, she raised her leg, and with all her strength, she kicked him just as he had kicked her before. "Yeah. I don't like owing people," she muttered under her breath as Master crashed into the ground once more. In midair, Master gritted his teeth, refusing to be taken down so easily despite the relentless attacks raining upon him. He swung his arms in a desperate attempt to regain control, summoning a burst of scorching flames to push his enemies away from him and regain the upper hand. But just as he steadied himself in the air, preparing for another strike, Sandra appeared out of nowhere with terrifying speed, her blade flashing with deadly intent as she aimed straight for his heart. Her expression was unwavering, her attack precise and ruthless, determined to land the killing blow before he could react. Just as the tip of her knife neared his chest, about to sink into his flesh, Master's sword materialized in his hand with a burst of dark energy. Without hesitation, he slashed toward her with full force. Aiming to cut her down before she could reach him, Sandra's eyes widened in shock, realizing too late that she had already committed to the attack with no way to pull back in time. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears as the blade came dangerously close, ready to tear through her body before she could even blink. But then, a blinding flash of red tore through the battlefield, moving faster than the eye could track, and Mary appeared in an instant. Her crimson sword cut through the air with deadly precision, slicing down with all her might before Master's strike could land on Sandra. Chuck! Master's scream tore through the battlefield as blood sprayed into the air in a violent arc, his expression twisting in sheer agony. His hand, severed at the wrist, fell uselessly to the ground, the dull blade slipping from his grip and clattering against the stone below. "Ah!" Master groaned, his face contorted with unbearable pain, his body jerking violently from the shock. But before he could react or summon another counterattack, something far stronger took hold of him, wrapping around his body in an unseen grip. Thin, invisible threads coiled tightly around his limbs, restricting his every movement before he could even attempt to recover. No matter how much he struggled, the threads only tightened further, holding him in place like an unbreakable trap, and then... Boom! He was yanked downward with terrifying force, his body pulled from the sky and slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. The sheer impact sent shockwaves across the battlefield, shaking the earth beneath them as dust and debris exploded into the air from the force. Arg! Master groaned in sheer agony, his entire form trembling from the violent impact, but even as his back cracked against the stone, he still struggled, his muscles strained, pushing his body to its absolute limits in a desperate attempt to break free from the invisible binds. The threads tightened further, refusing to let him move even an inch despite his efforts. Arg! Dora gritted her teeth. Her entire body trembling as she pulled against the invisible force, her fingers shaking under the sheer strain. It felt as if she were trying to hold down an entire empire on her own, her fingers strained, causing blood to seep from it. The others wasted no time as they took full advantage of the moment, their attacks coming in swift, merciless succession. They struck from every angle, each one aiming at the precise points that would weaken him further, refusing to give him a single moment of reprieve. The only thing that had held them back before was the relentless holy flames that had shielded him, keeping them from getting close. But Ether's sudden immunity had thrown Master off balance, making it harder for him to maintain control over the battlefield. Now, the group moved as a single unit, like a pack of predators circling their prey, ready to tear him apart from all sides, like a swarm of ants that had finally decided to take down the arrogant elephant that thought himself invincible for far too long. Will. Master groaned, his body trembling violently as he tried to push past the overwhelming force holding him down. He refused to accept defeat, his rage burning hotter than ever, his will refusing to break despite his situation. Nah, you're dying here, bastard. Mary snapped without hesitation, her voice laced with fury as she glared down at him with nothing but murderous intent. Her grip tightened around her crimson sword before she drove it straight into his knee, pinning him to the ground. Argh! Master howled in pain, his entire leg convulsing from the impact, but the blade kept him firmly locked in place. Sandra wasted no time as she moved in next, her water knife glowing with an eerie blue hue as she plunged it into his side. The moment it pierced his flesh, a violent burst of icy energy exploded from the wound, instantly freezing half of his body in thick layers of ice. Sharp icicles formed along his torso, locking him further in place as frost spread over his skin, making every movement agonizing. Cracks began to form as he struggled, his body instinctively fighting against the freezing effect. Desperate to break free before it was too late, but before he could even begin to escape, now. Dora shouted, her voice filled with sheer determination as she tightened her grip further, blood dripping from her hands. At that exact moment, Mary's crimson sword, Sandra's water knife, and the archpriestess's holy flames surged forward in unison. All of their attacks aimed directly at Master's neck, prepared to end him once and for all before he could do any more damage. Victory was within reach, but then, have bombs, a dark, chilling chuckle suddenly echoed across the battlefield. Everyone froze on instinct, their weapons halting just before impact, their gazes snapping toward him in confusion. Master's lips curled into a twisted grin, his eyes gleaming with something far more sinister than before. His expression was not one of a man who had accepted defeat, rather, it was one of someone who had been waiting for this exact moment. You fools, he rasped, his voice dripping with amusement, filled with nothing but sick pleasure. And then, I've placed bombs inside the maze prison. A sickening click echoed through the battlefield as a small, button-like stick device appeared in his remaining hand. Their movements halted completely. Go ahead, Master sneered, his voice laced with wicked satisfaction. Kill me. I dare you. His finger hovered barely an inch over the detonator, trembling just enough to make it clear he was willing to press it at any moment. Bombs? Sandra narrowed her eyes, though she hesitated for the first time, her blade pulling back slightly as uncertainty flickered across her face. Do you really think we're going to believe that so easily? Master chuckled darkly, his head tilting ever so slightly as he met her gaze with an expression of pure malice. Oh, dear. You still don't understand me, do you? His voice was mocking, his tone dripping with venomous confidence as he watched their reactions unfold. Those children. They are my creations. Either I take them back with me, or, his smile widened into something truly monstrous as his fingers twitched ever so slightly over the button. Everything dies. A heavy silence fell over the battlefield. They knew, he was the man who did literally anything for his gain. Master exhaled slowly, letting the moment drag out, savoring the hesitation in their expressions. Let me go. And I won't do anything. Ether's frown deepened as he immediately reached out through his connection. Helena's voice echoed back in his mind, urgent and tense. No, Ether. No one has entered the building yet. The monsters are still keeping everyone occupied. However, I sense something else inside those buildings. Something wrong. Master's eyes flickered toward the archpriestess. She was hesitating, and that was exactly what he wanted. Even if the others didn't care, she would, even if it was a fucking lie. After all, she is archpriestess, and... Of course, it was a lie, but that didn't matter, because at this moment, everyone knew one undeniable truth: Master always had a backup plan, and if they pushed him any further, he wouldn't hesitate to use it. He would make sure they believe him fucking lie. Chapter 852. It was a smile of victory, yet wicked. Back in Academy, Helena blankly stared at the massive rectangular-shaped building trapped under her barrier. Something felt off about the higher floors, those very floors where Aquilina and Celestia had struggled before, when trapped, and they kept ascending. An unusual heaviness settled over their bodies, dragging them down as if unseen forces were pressing against them. Now, standing here, Helena sensed the same disturbance once again. I feel, it's Mother's energy. Ether. She replied to Ether's question, her brows furrowing in concern. She wasn't entirely sure, but the sensation was unmistakable. It felt too familiar. Someone in that building was using Mother's energy, on the upper floors, no less. That explained why Aquilina and Celestia had experienced that unnatural heaviness before. The energy wasn't just lingering, it was actively affecting the surroundings. And then, Helena's expression twisted into horror as a terrifying realization struck her. If that energy leaked from the building and reacted with the arcane energy outside, the consequences would be catastrophic. A single miscalculation could trigger an explosion powerful enough to obliterate several cities around the Academy. Ether, we need to act fast. If this is real, the explosion could wipe out everything in its radius. Her breath hitched, panic creeping into her voice. She wasn't sure if her barrier could withstand such a force. At least they had already set it up before things escalated, whether by luck or instinct. It was their only safeguard for now, but even with that advantage, she could feel the strain building. She wouldn't be able to hold it much longer. Just then, I will get those people out, open the path and, for the explosion. I have an idea, just hold them for now. Helena hesitated, her fingers twitching slightly. Are you sure? She asked, her voice carrying a trace of worry. Ether's silence was firm. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her fists. Fine. I'm opening a few gaps. She muttered, focusing her energy. A small section of the barrier behind the Academy began to shift. And then, 10 hooded figures slipped into the Academy like shadows. At the same time, Aquilina, Arya, and Leora suddenly flinched as if receiving an unseen command. Without hesitation, they turned and rushed toward the back of the Academy. Finian raised a brow at their abrupt movements. Where are they going? Running away? He scoffed, a smirk tugging at his lips, pathetic as he killed a monster before looking at one person who was actually enjoying this fight, Talia. Talia perched comfortably on the broad shoulder of the towering hooded figure known as One. With her sword still lodged in its eye, she gripped the hilt like a control stick, directing its movements with ease. Using its massive hands, the creature rampaged forward, smashing everything in its path. Monsters poured out from the single opening Helena had left exposed, but they barely had a chance to react before Talia's new toy reduced them to a pulp. KRYY, boom, splash, RRKK, boom, splash, NGGG, boom, splash. Talia's grin widened as she watched the monsters get crushed one after another. This thing is way more useful than I expected, she mused. Maybe I should keep it as a pet. The thought amused her as she continued steering the beast with expert precision. Meanwhile, the hooded figures wasted no time. Of course, Ether's puppets stationed outside were on the move. Moving swiftly, they worked to evacuate the trapped people. Aquilina, Leora, and Arya coordinated seamlessly, guiding the professors and children to safety as fast as possible. Time was running out. And if they didn't move quickly enough? The worst was yet to come. Back to the master. It is going to take some time, Ether muttered through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with frustration as his gaze remained fixed on Master. The ice that had once imprisoned Master's body had now shattered completely, yet, despite the overwhelming situation, Master simply smiled at everyone, his fingers barely resting on the button, as if he had already seized complete control. Master was merely bluffing, attempting to put on an act to intimidate others. On the other hand, Ether was equally convinced that Master was the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes, pulling unseen strings like a puppeteer, but in reality, both of them had completely misunderstood each other's intentions, neither realizing the truth. Yet, by sheer luck or perhaps twisted fate, the situation was still unfolding in a way that ultimately favored Master. Ether clenched his jaw tightly as his gaze flickered toward Dora, who was struggling desperately to maintain her grip on the invisible threads. Her fingers trembled violently, her breathing was ragged, and her body was on the verge of collapsing from the sheer strain of holding on. When she noticed Ether looking at her with that pained, almost defeated expression, her heart clenched in response, and a wave of realization struck her. She understood immediately that this was no longer something they could control on their own. Letting out a slow, shaky breath, Dora gritted her teeth, her fingers twitching slightly before she hesitated for just a brief moment. Then, finally, she made her decision and began to gradually loosen her grip on the threads, allowing them to slip through her grasp. The very instant she did so, Master smiled as his grin stretched even wider as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. A vein popped on the Archpriestess's forehead. I cannot believe you have fallen this low. Her voice carried disbelief, yet also something else, an underlying sense of fear. Master let out a low, amused chuckle as he reached down, his fingers curling tightly around the hilts of the swords that had been brutally impaled through his legs. With slow, excruciating movements, he yanked them out one by one. Chuck, even as the agony coursed through his body like fire, his grin never faltered, and his amusement never faded. Dear, you still don't understand, do you? His voice was smooth yet carried unmistakable exhaustion as if he had long accepted this painful reality. One day, no matter who you are, no matter how righteous you believe yourself to be, you will fall just as low as I have, if not lower. There are no exceptions to this rule, no one is safe, and that is simply the way this world works, cruel and merciless. His words carried both bitter amusement and an undeniable sorrow, as though he had spent years coming to terms with this truth. If Luna were to know the next time you so much as dare to utter her name. Master's expression darkened instantly, his grip on the button tightening with a visible twitch. I swear to God, I will fucking press this button right here and now. His voice erupted with a fury so raw and uncontained that the entire room seemed to tremble under the weight of his rage. Just the mere mention of Luna's name was enough to send his blood boiling beyond control, as if it struck something deeply personal within him. The Archpriestess visibly recoiled at the intensity of his anger, taking an instinctive step backwards as her breath hitched in her throat. Her heart pounded violently in her chest as she stared at the button. Master exhaled sharply, "That's better." But just as those words left his lips, an unexpected sensation overtook him, and without warning, his legs suddenly buckled beneath him. Thud, His expression twisted into a deep frown as confusion flickered across his features. A strange, dizzying fog clouded his mind, making it difficult to focus. Damn it. Maybe my wounds are finally taking their toll on me after all. He thought bitterly to himself, frustration gnawing at him, but in truth, his time was simply running out. Remaining time, midnight, 50. Ether's eyes remained fixated on the countdown timer. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug deep into his palms. Damn it, damn it, damn it, everything had become meaningless now, all of their efforts were reduced to nothing. The only option left, the only choice remaining, was to reset everything from the previous checkpoint. Ether's entire body trembled with frustration. Master, a voice suddenly appeared. Jack had finally reappeared, his breathing erratic as he stumbled forward. He had been flung away by Master earlier with immense force, but now, after all that struggle, he had finally managed to make his way back. The sight that greeted him sent a cold shiver down his spine. His breath hitched violently when he saw Master kneeling before the others, his form weakened, vulnerable in a way he had never witnessed before. Jack's eyes widened in unrestrained rage. How dare you? Do you even know who he is? Do you have any idea what you've done? His teeth grinding together as his hand instinctively reached for his gun, fingers twitching with the need to pull the trigger. You came at the right time. Master's voice, weak, come here. Help me. I need your strength. His body felt unbearably heavy. Jack hesitated for only a brief moment, his sharp gaze darting between Master and the enemies surrounding them. These people could slaughter him in an instant if they so wished, yet, despite his overwhelming wariness, he pushed those thoughts aside and quickly stepped forward, reaching Master's side without a second thought. With a deep breath, he carefully lifted him, supporting his weight. Master, are you all right? Jack's voice was laced with worry, his grip tightening as he struggled to hold him up properly. Master let out a weak, almost breathless chuckle at Jack's distressed expression. I am truly fine, Jack, he reassured, though his voice lacked its usual strength. His legs wobbled slightly, but with Jack's support, he forced himself to stand upright, however unsteady. Jack gave a hesitant nod, a small yet hopeful smile appearing on his face before he shifted to help Master move forward. Master swept his gaze over everyone one last time before exhaling heavily, a slow smirk creeping onto his lips. Believe me, this is far from over. This is not the end, not even close. His breathing grew heavier, more labored, his face strangely flushed, yet his eyes remained sharp and unwavering. Once I have fully recovered, I swear upon everything that I will personally kill each and every one of you with my own hands. His voice was laced with an undeniable certainty that sent a cold chill through the air, especially you. Master's gaze locked onto Ether. I never in my wildest thoughts, believed a mere joker could pull off something I have never even heard of. Holding my holy flames. Something that should have been impossible for someone like you. Master's fingers twitched as if barely holding back the urge to strike. A bug like you. Daring to stand in my way. I finally understand now why Alaric was always wary of you, why he never underestimated your presence. He let out a bitter chuckle, shaking his head in sheer annoyance. TSK. I should have crushed you before you ever had the chance to crawl this far. His voice dropped lower, turning eerily calm. Mark my words, Jock, no. Ether. His lips twisted into a vicious smirk. You will beg me to kill you by the time I'm done with you. That's how much I'm going to make you suffer. Jack, standing beside Master, grinned in pure satisfaction at those words, his excitement barely contained. He could already imagine the screams, the agony, the slow and inevitable destruction Ether would face in the future. Ether, however, did not respond. Instead, his shoulders trembled, his face lowering as his fingers slowly curled over his features, covering his expression from view. Dora narrowed her eyes. If you want to get to Ether, then you'll have to go through all of us first. Me too. Mary blinked. Master simply chuckled, a raspy, haha. Well, it has been entertaining fighting against all of you. But now, I believe it's time for me to take my leave. Chuck. Everyone's eyes widened in sheer horror. Master's eyes widened as an indescribable chill spread through his chest, his vision blurred for a brief moment before slowly, almost hesitantly, he lowered his gaze. His lips parted, but no words came out. A gaping hole, his blood, thick and warm, dripped down in slow, his fingers twitched weakly, his grip on the stick button faltering, only for his gaze to shift slightly and, his hand, was missing, the button he had held moments ago, gone. His breath hitched sharply as he turned his head to the side. Jack standing beside him, his eyes gleaming with cruel amusement, his grin twisted in pure, unfiltered delight. In one hand, he held a bloodied sword, the blade dripping with the evidence of his betrayal, in the other, Master's severed hand. Just then, he, a low, bone-chilling laugh echoed through the tense, suffocating atmosphere, creeping into the bones of everyone present like an invisible force. It was a laugh so unnerving, so unsettling, that it sent an immediate shiver down the spines of even the strongest individuals. Everyone instinctively flinched. Slowly, ever so slowly, their gazes turned toward the source of that haunting sound. Ether. His head remained low, his hands still covering his face, his body trembling. Not from fear, but from something else, something darker. Something twisted, and then, he lifted his head, then, with agonizing slowness, he lowered his hand revealing a smile. No. Not just smile, rather, a wicked, eerie smile stretched across his lips. Growing wider, checkmate, it was a smile not of a man victorious, it was a smile of something far worse, something, far more wicked than even Master himself. Everyone gulped with fear, except I, like it. The thought barely surfaced in Mary's mind before she immediately pushed it away, horrified at herself for even considering such a thing. Chapter 853. No one noticed. Damn, Dell is really good with her punches, Ether muttered in a slightly pained tone as he adjusted his jaw with a small wince. He could still feel the lingering sting from the impact, and he knew one thing for sure, he would definitely pay her back for that spanking later. She wouldn't get away with it so easily. It wasn't like he was only learning how to escape from her attack. Sure enough, she had improved. Her punch had landed cleanly on his jaw, something that wouldn't have happened before. For now, though, he had done something far more important. A seed had been planted inside her, a thought that would slowly take root. Sooner or later, she would begin to accept him for who he truly was, whether she realized it or not. It was only a matter of time. Anyway, Ether muttered inwardly before a grin spread across his lips as he put it on. Without wasting another moment, he pulled out a small orb, his fingers tightening around it as he activated it to contact Jack. I need to talk to you about something important, Victor said, his voice calm but firm. Come to the Zephyr Empire immediately. Jack, who had been relaxing with a content expression on his face, immediately perked up when he received the message. His lips curled into a wide smile, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. He didn't even need to think twice. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded, sensing that Victor was up to something interesting, something important. Huh? Jack mused as he rubbed his chin, his mind already spinning with possibilities. What could it be this time? It was that, right? His imagination ran wild as he thought about all the different scenarios. Should I bring a gift? Maybe some flowers? No, wait, Victor isn't really the type to like flowers. But I do. I wonder if he'll ever give me some. His thoughts drifted into a dreamy haze as he let out a small chuckle, already looking forward to whatever was coming next. Not wanting to waste another second, Jack hurriedly made his way to Zephyr through the teleportation station. His heart pounding with excitement, the moment he arrived, his eyes lit up when he saw Victor standing there, already waiting for him. A playful smirk formed on Jack's lips as he walked forward with a teasing glint in his eyes. Oh. You were waiting for me? How sweet of you, Jack muttered, his tone filled with amusement as he folded his arms. Victor gave him a small nod, his expression unreadable as he motioned for Jack to follow him. Without a word, he turned and started walking toward a quieter place. Since they were on the outskirts of the Empire, the surroundings were mostly empty. There weren't any towns or major settlements nearby, just thick forests and a few scattered inns. The air was cool, and the night sky stretched endlessly above them. Not many people were around, especially this late, making it the perfect secluded spot. Jack followed along, his curiosity growing with each step. As Victor led him deeper into the woods, Jack felt a small shiver of anticipation run down his spine. He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. Victor, where exactly are we going? Jack asked, his voice slightly unsteady. His eyes flickered with something between excitement and nervousness as he glanced around at their surroundings. His mind, of course, immediately jumped to a certain kind of fun. Oh. We're going to do something outside. Well. This just got a whole lot more exciting. Jack thought to himself, his steps faltering slightly as his legs wobbled ever so softly. After walking for a while, Victor finally stopped. He turned around, his gaze locking onto Jack's face with an intensity that made the latter swallow hard. Jack's heart pounded so fast he was sure Victor could hear it. He gulped, his throat dry, before shifting slightly on his feet. What is it?" he asked, his voice coming out quieter than he intended. His fingers twitched before he absent-mindedly tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, except, of course, there was no strand of hair. His hair was short, yet the habit remained, making him look oddly shy. Victor remained silent, his eyes scanning Jack's face before he took a slow step forward. Jack immediately stiffened, his breath hitching as Victor closed the distance between them. His body heat, his presence, it was overwhelming. "See, cool down, buddy," Jack stammered, barely managing to keep his voice steady. "First, you need to tell me what this important thing is." His words trailed off as he glanced down, his cheeks tinged with a soft pink hue. Victor didn't respond right away. Instead, he lifted his hand, his fingers brushing against Jack's chin. The simple touch sent an involuntary shiver through Jack's body. His breath hitched again as Victor slowly tilted his face upward. Jack's heart pounded even harder, his thoughts spiraling in all sorts of directions. But the moment he looked up and saw Victor's face without the mask, his entire world froze. Jack's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat as realization struck him like a lightning bolt. That wasn't Victor. It was Ether. Before Jack could even think about reacting, Ether's crimson eyes gleamed ominously. A dark, shimmering energy flickered within them as his skill, Crimson Veil, activated in an instant. "You." Jack barely had time to get a word out before his entire body went rigid. His mind dulled, his consciousness slipping into a numb, empty haze. His pupils lost their color, and his expression turned blank as he became nothing more than a lifeless, broken doll. Ether let out a satisfied hum, nodding slightly as he observed Jack's state. His voice was calm but commanding as he spoke. "Tell me, where is Aquilina?" Jack's body flinched slightly at the question before his lips parted, his voice eerily monotone. "She is in May's prison." Ether narrowed his eyes, absorbing the information before tilting his head slightly. "May's prison," he echoed before crossing his arms. "Can I go in?" Jack shook his head without hesitation. "Only table members and I have permission to enter or leave the May's prison." Ether let out a small hum, his fingers tapping lightly against his arm. "I see," he muttered under his breath, deep in thought. This was going to be troublesome. Getting her out wouldn't be easy. But then, is there a way to get her out? He asked directly, his crimson eyes flickering with a sharp glint. Jack's body trembled slightly before his mouth moved again. "Yes, there is a way," he admitted. "There is a pattern in the stairs. If one follows it correctly, they can escape. However, I do not know how to open the cube she is trapped inside." Ether clicked his tongue in mild annoyance. Of course, only Aquilina herself would know how to unlock it. But then another thought came to mind. "Can you take the cube with you?" "Yes," Ether's eyes gleamed. "You can?" "Yes," Jack confirmed. "With my puppets." "I can do that," Ether smirked, nodding in satisfaction as he absorbed every detail. The situation was becoming clearer. And now, he had exactly what he needed to move forward. For the next few minutes, he continued to press for more details, making sure to gather as much information as possible. There was still a lot to do, but things were finally falling into place. One problem was finally solved. Though it might take some time for the full effects to show, at least for now, Ether could shift his focus back to his empire while Jack handled the task at hand. Ether turned his sharp gaze toward Jack. A peculiar thought crossed his mind, making his expression darken slightly as he analyzed the situation before him. Puppets. This man was capable of controlling puppets so flawlessly that even high-level individuals, those who were usually not so easily fooled, had been deceived by their lifelike movements. Ether frowned as an unsettling memory resurfaced in his mind. There was that one time. Nick's Shadowfall had somehow managed to use Jack's puppets. Even though Jack himself had long been dead, that particular event had always bothered Ether, leaving a lingering doubt in his mind about the true nature of these puppets. That means, even after death, their weapons still function. That should not be possible. There must be something I have overlooked, Ether mused, a flicker of intrigue mixed with frustration appearing in his deep-set eyes. He had always assumed that those weapons were somehow directly linked to the user's soul, that once the person was gone, their influence over them would cease, but if that were true, then how had Nyx been able to use Jack's puppets so effortlessly? There had to be another factor at play, something that made such a feat achievable. It was possible that Nyx possessed a hidden ability, an unknown technique that allowed him to override the natural connection of those weapons. Even so, if Nyx Shadowfall had been able to accomplish that, then one thing was certain, Ether could do it as well. Without any hesitation, Ether reached into his storage and retrieved a gleaming metal sword and chuck, with a swift and precise motion, Ether sliced a small wound on Jack's neck. The blade was sharp enough that the cut was clean, and almost immediately, blood began to seep out, forming thin crimson trails that trickled down his skin. Ether inhaled deeply, steadying himself before making a small yet deliberate cut on his own palm. His grip tightened as he pressed his bleeding hand against Jack's wound, his fingers digging into the flesh just enough to make firm contact. Come on, blood, you can do this. Show me what you are truly capable of, Ether muttered, his voice filled with a mixture of expectation and anticipation as his eyes remained fixed on the point of contact. Waiting for a reaction, but there was nothing. No movement. No response. No change. Ether clenched his jaw tightly, his patience wearing thin with every passing second. He had already lost too many things, and his emotions were far from stable at this point. After all, he just died a few hours ago. The last thing anyone should even consider doing right now was testing his temper. Taking in a slow, deep breath, Ether steadied himself once more. Then, with an indifferent expression that masked his growing irritation, he lifted Jack's limp body with one hand, his voice dropping into a commanding, almost dangerous tone. Do it, bitch. Obey me, Ether ordered coldly, his gaze flickering with darkness. The moment those emotionless words left his lips, ding, warning, anomalous reaction detected. The crimson elixir of the null is responding to the user's call. Ether winced slightly as a sharp, almost burning sting shot through his palm. The blood inside Jack was shifting, moving unnaturally, almost as if it had gained a will of its own. It was being drawn into Ether's wound, pulled by an unseen force, as though his own blood was actively devouring Jack's without any conscious effort. Ding, the crimson elixir of the null surges with hunger, latching onto the blood. Devouring it whole. Warning, assimilation in progress. 1%, 10%, Jack's body convulsed violently. His muscles spasming uncontrollably. His limbs flailed as if something inside him was twisting, warping, and tearing him apart from within. His legs bent at unnatural angles, his fingers curled and uncurled erratically, and his mouth opened as though he wanted to scream, but no sound escaped his lips. 50%, 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%. Just then, a flicker of awareness returned to his eyes, a brief moment where it seemed like he had snapped back to consciousness. But it was already far too late to change anything now. 98%, 99%, 100%, his pupils dilated before the light in his eyes faded completely, snuffed out like a candle in the wind. Ding, notice, a new skill has been identified. Puppet, Ether smirked in satisfaction as he finally released Jack, collapsing to the ground like a discarded rag doll. Puppet, huh? Now that is something interesting. Not bad, I suppose, Ether murmured to himself, a smirk still lingering on his lips. His attention returned to Jack, whose body lay motionless on the ground. Yet, despite the eerie stillness, there was a faint presence of life still lingering within him. Fascinating, Ether thought as he extended his hand once more, his fingers twitching slightly as he activated the puppet ability. He wanted to test this newfound skill, to see just how much control he truly had, but just as he did, ding, warning, the skill, puppet, is forcefully merging with the existing skill, clone. Essence intertwines, reshaping its very nature, merging. Synchronizing. Reconstructing. Ether's eyes widened slightly as another unexpected development unfolded before him. Ding, fusion complete, a new skill has emerged, puppeteer. Ding, skill, puppeteer, effect. Activating this skill allows the user to manipulate living or non-living entities as if they were puppets, controlling their movements with precision or mere thought. The level of control depends on the target's resistance. Additional benefits, grants the ability to control up to 3 puppets simultaneously. Non-living constructs such as dolls, corpses, or artificial bodies can be controlled without restriction, while living beings require a successful mental or physical tether to establish control. The user can also extend their senses through controlled entities, allowing them to see and hear through them. Own self puppets can be created just like previous skill clone. Limitations. Control over living beings is influenced by their willpower. Those with strong mental resistance may resist or break free. Puppeteer threads or control tethers can be severed by overwhelming force. Controlling multiple entities drains mental stamina rapidly. Puppets receive only 75% of a user's total power, which is evenly distributed among them if multiple are controlled at once. Puppets lack independent intelligence and require direct control at all times. Cool time, 10 days, Ether grinned before raising his hand. His fingers twitching ever so slightly. In that instant, thin, nearly invisible threads shimmered into existence, weaving through the air like ethereal strands of silk. They moved with an eerie fluidity, slithering toward Jack's body. Hee. Chapter 854, Maybe. Maybe not. Who knew? Current, everyone blinked in horror, their minds struggling to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. It was as if time itself had slowed, trapping them in a moment they could neither control nor understand. What the hell was going on here? How had things taken such a drastic turn? All they could do was hold their breath as only, step, the sound of Ether's footsteps echoed through the silent air, each slow and deliberate step. He moved forward with an eerie calmness, his eyes were locked onto one person, the master. Thud, Jack's foot crashed against the master's body, sending him to his knees with a force that made blood spurt from his chest and drip from his wounded hand. The master gasped, his golden eyes widening in pure disbelief. His breath hitched as he processed the unthinkable. Jack betrayed him. The master had always doubted others, always been cautious. He questioned everyone's loyalty, even Alaric's, despite Alaric being his most devoted subordinate, but Jack. Jack was different. He never doubted him, not once. How could you? Cough, the master choked, his words breaking apart as thick blood gushed from his lips. His body refused to move, paralyzed as if it had reached its absolute limit. He tried to lift his arm, tried to push himself up, but the weight of his own failure pinned him down. His once radiant golden eyes began to dim, the life within them flickering like a candle in the wind. And then, as his vision blurred, he saw him. Ether, standing before him, his expression completely detached, his lips curling into something cold, something wicked. The winner was already decided long before the game even began. Snape, Ether murmured, his voice dripping with a cruel amusement. A slow, calculated smile spread across his lips as he crouched down, his fingers reaching out to touch the master's blood-stained lips. The crimson liquid dripped like an uncontrollable stream, slipping past his chin, and falling onto his tattered clothes. What do you mean? The master rasped, his voice raw and barely above a whisper. Every breath burned, and every second felt like agony. Ether merely chuckled, his eyes gleaming with something unreadable. A dead man tells no tales. Snape, he muttered under his breath, his fingers lightly brushing over the master's trembling lips, his touch mocking, taunting. He watched as the once powerful man before him slowly lost the color from his skin, his body beginning to wither away, his strength draining with each passing second. The master's mind spun, grasping for answers. For explanations. What had this bug done? What kind of trick was this? He didn't understand, but one thing was clear, something unnatural was at play. Still, he couldn't die. Not here. Not now. He refused to accept this fate. He needed to survive. He needed to complete what he had started. He needed to see her again. Mother. Please. He begged silently, his thoughts growing desperate, clinging to the one thing that still mattered. But this time, there was no response. No divine presence reaching out to him, only silence. His breath came in ragged gasps, his vision darkening, the world around him slipping further away. The others stood frozen, still trying to process the horror unfolding before them. Dora glanced at Sandra, her eyes searching for answers, but Sandra only shrugged. equally lost. The archpriestess stood still, her gaze heavy with something that resembled pity. And Mary, what the fuck is happening here? Mary thought, her mind racing as she stared at Ether. He was more than just a boy. That much was clear now, but what exactly was he? Nope. Still nope. I am not letting this cunning little bastard anywhere near my dear, she swore internally, making a mental note to keep an even closer watch on him. Ether continued to stare down at the man before him, his expression unreadable as he slowly straightened his back. He was ready to end this, and then, please, don't kill me." The words came out fragile, broken, everyone's breath hitched as they turned their attention back to the master. Even Ether's brow furrowed slightly. His movements pausing for just a moment. The master had lifted his head, his face now streaked with blood and desperation, his golden eyes, dim yet still burning with a lingering purpose, stared straight at Ether with an expression no one had ever seen before. Please." He whispered again, his voice trembling, I just want to see her, I need to see her, I want to talk to her, just once, I want to hold her, just one more time, I want to protect her, even if it's the last thing I do, please." A single tear slipped from his eye, carving a path down his blood-stained cheek. The archpriestess lowered her head, as if unable to bear the sight. Dora bit her lip. Squeezing her eyes shut for a moment, Sandra and Mary remained still, their expressions impossible to read as they watched the man before them break in ways none of them had expected. Ether stared at the master's face, searching for any sign of deception, but what he saw wasn't a lie, this wasn't a trick, it wasn't manipulation, it's genuine emotions. Truly, the master truly, desperately, needed this, and then, a sharp pain shot through Ether's head, forcing him to let out a low groan as he clutched his temple. A strange sensation flooded his mind, something foreign yet eerily familiar. I couldn't protect her. I promised no one shall die on my watch, and yet Warwick's died. A golden-haired man trembled with teary eyes. I will be there whenever you feel low. Snape, a soft, pure voice echoed in his thoughts. And then, an image, a young girl, her golden hair shimmered like threads of light, her delicate face so innocent, so untouched by the darkness of the world. Her eyes, bright and filled with warmth, held a kindness that could make even the coldest heart falter. She wasn't just beautiful, she was divine, she was an angel. Ether's frown deepened as he forced himself to shake off the sensation, his fingers tightening into a fist as he inwardly asked, "What the hell was that, log? Are those my previous iteration memories?" Ding, negative. Those things you sensed were not your own. Drop of blood alert. These are the transmitted emotions of your new blood kin, resonating through your connection. Ether's eyes flickered as he processed the words, his gaze instinctively shifting back to the master. The man lifted his trembling hands, his forearms missing, his body on the brink of collapse, and yet, please. He begged once more, his voice nothing more than a whisper, yet carrying a weight that pressed against Ether's chest. Ether bit his lip for a moment, his jaw tightening before his expression turned completely serious. His voice was cold, unyielding. You should have thought about that before you started experimenting on those innocent lives. You stole their futures, twisted their bodies, shattered their minds. And now, you beg for yours. The master, still kneeling, lifted his face, his skin pale, his breath uneven, struggling to hold on to life. His body trembled from the pain, his blood pooling beneath him. His lips quivered as he forced out his final truths. Why? You don't understand. He coughed, blood spilling down his chin, his voice weak yet laced with a haunting certainty. What is coming, no one knows, no one but me. I have seen it. I have built a place, prepared for it. You think killing me will save you all? A bitter chuckle escaped his lips, ragged and broken. No, you are fools. What is yet to come is inevitable, nothing will stop it. Ether's gaze darkened. What do you mean? The master's body sagged, his weight barely held by his shattered limbs. His voice, though barely above a whisper, carried the desperation of a man clinging to his last shred of hope. Please. I just need to see her one last time, and say, I love her. Please, just once. Ether's teeth clenched, damn it, talk to me, he pressed, his voice grew sharper, more demanding. What do you know about the ebon stone in the Zephyr Empire? Yet, instead of answering, the master's lips trembled, his voice faltering, please. I love her. No. Luna. A lump formed in the archpriestess's throat. She closed her eyes for a brief moment, her fingers curling tightly into fists as she held back a cry. A single tear slipped down her cheek, but she refused to make a sound. Dora turned away suddenly, her hands flying up to her ears as if shutting out his voice could erase the guilt suffocating her chest. She couldn't hear this. She couldn't bear it. Because in the end, all of this was her fault. Come on. Damn it. Tell me. Ether groaned, his voice shaking with frustration. He needed to know. He needed answers about Zephyr. Time was slipping through his fingers like sand, and this man, this damn man, was drowning in his regrets instead of speaking the truth. I protected her. It's my fault. I need to protect her. The master mumbled, his voice fragile, his words fading into the cold air. Ether fell silent. Come on man, he gritted his teeth as his eyes wavered slightly, forming tears on them. His heart pounded as he stared at the broken man before him. It felt like looking into a mirror. The master was a shattered soul, a man who had lost everything, clinging to the last remnants of a dream. Ether's fists trembled. His gaze lifted toward the sky, a bitter thought slipping past his lips in a heavy whisper. Maybe we aren't so different after all. Master, he knew what kind of man he was, he had no illusions about it. Seeing the master like this, seeing his desperation, his grief, his failure, it was painfully clear, they were the same. If Ether had been powerless, if things had played out differently, would he have done the same? Would he have crossed the same lines, committed the same atrocities, in a desperate attempt to protect the one he loved? Maybe not. Who knew? Not many could claim to truly understand themselves. Ether wasn't here to pass judgment on the master's sins. He wasn't acting out of some moral obligation, as if killing this man would make the world right again. No, Ether was simply protecting the people he loved, that was all, and in the end, that made him and Snape, two broken souls, walking different paths yet suffering the same fate. Taking a slow, deep breath, Ether's grip tightened. His voice was quiet, almost a whisper. May you have a better life in your next one, he murmured, stepping backward. His movements were swift, fluid, his arms swung in a deadly arc as he slashed down toward the master's neck, or so he thought. Sandra and Mary blinked, staring at Ether in confusion. Ether just motioned like he was cutting, but in reality, slowly, his gaze lowered to his right hand and saw nothing. His fingers twitched, gripping at empty air. A moment of silence passed. Then, awkwardly, Ether let out a dry chuckle. Ha! My mistake, he muttered, though something in his chest tightened. Why had it felt so real? Why had he moved as if something had been there, something he holding but not really? He clenched his empty fist again. Anyway, shaking off the strange sensation, Ether reached into his storage and pulled out an actual sword before positioning it against the master's throat. The dying man barely reacted. His once golden eyes were already dulled, his breathing slow, unsteady. Please. I must protect her. The master whispered, his voice nothing more than a fragile echo. His eyes, though lifeless, still held that desperate plea. Ether's grip wavered. Just for a moment, then, he shut the hesitation out of his mind and, SSSH. CHHKKK, a sharp, wet sound sliced through the air. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. But it wasn't what they had expected. A pair of metal twin swords had impaled him from behind, lifting him off the ground like a body hanging on a sword. His breath caught. His vision blurred, blood dripping down his lips, and then, Foo, did you forget about me, darling? A sultry voice purred from behind him, laced with amusement. The first hooded figure had finally made her appearance after all this time. AETG, SSSLLCCKKKK. Before anyone could react, before even an inch of movement could be made, Ether's neck was sliced. Thud, ding, chapter 855. You wanted this to continue? Well, I've personally started it. Ding, Ether's pure white eyes blinked, suddenly returning to normal as his ice-blue pupils widened in mild horror. His breath hitched for a moment, his fingers tightening instinctively around his sword as a faint tremor ran through his body. Please. I must protect her. The master whispered, his voice nothing more than a fragile echo. His eyes, though lifeless, still held that desperate plea. Ether blinked, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just happened. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. 3 seconds. Ether thought about his 3-second skill that shows a future for 3 seconds. He actually forgot it as he never used it after that day. His heartbeat resounding like a war drum in his ears. His muscles tensed as he twisted his body with precision, his instinct screaming at him. Tang, tang, the sharp clang of metal against metal echoed through the air as Ether's sword intercepted 2 twin blades that struck from seemingly nowhere. A thick black mist swirled ominously as the first hooded figure emerged. Now, that's strange. How did you find me? Her voice rang out, carrying a mixture of amusement and curiosity, though a faint trace of surprise slipped through as if she hadn't expected him to react so swiftly. Ether's heart lurched for a split second before steadying, his gaze flickered to Jack, who was supposed to be his behind. She killed him already? Ether's stomach twisted as he saw Jack's head missing from his shoulders. It wasn't just that she had cut him down, it was the way she had done it, so effortlessly, so efficiently, in a matter of milliseconds. She's far too fast, and worse, no one even noticed her presence until now, Ether thought, his grip tightening around his sword. Dora and the others were only now reacting, their delayed response proof of just how terrifyingly silent this enemy had been. Even the most skilled among them hadn't sensed her approach, and that was enough to set off alarm bells in Ether's mind. How did you find me? I am absolutely certain nobody noticed me. The first hooded figure mused, her tone shifting to a perplexed frown. It was as if she was trying to piece together something that shouldn't be possible. She had been sure, dead sure, that her blade should have sliced through his flesh. And yet, I like you, baby, the hooded woman suddenly purred, her voice laced with something wicked, something darkly playful. A smirk curled her lips as she twisted her twin blades with effortless ease, preparing to launch another strike. However, Ether moved first. With a swift, fluid motion, he knocked her wrist aside, his reflexes honed to perfection. Before she could react, he seized her hand and, in the blink of an eye, slammed her into the ground with brutal force. Slam, for a brief second, she lay still beneath him, her body pressed into the dirt. But then, like liquid slipping through fingers, her grasp loosened. It was eerie, unnatural. Her movements were as smooth as a snake's, her body slipping from his hold with an almost taunting grace. Ether barely had time to process it before she was already back on her feet, landing soundlessly beside the master, her posture as elegant as ever. Thank you. Dora and the others surrounded her in an instant, their faces clouded with wariness. Ether's gaze flickered to Mary, who had now stepped forward as well. For a fleeting moment, his eyes narrowed. So it's not her, he thought with slight surprise. Exhaling softly, he had suspected Mary of being this mysterious first Hod. After all, they shared certain similarities, enough to plant a seed of doubt. But now, with both of them standing in the same space, that theory shattered completely. Everything had gone haywire. The first hooded figure turned her attention back to the master's broken form, her head tilting ever so slightly. I cannot believe you've fallen this low. Master, she drawled, her voice laced with mockery, her amusement dripping like venom. How pitiful you are, her words slithered through the air, each syllable soaked in cruel delight, as if she relished seeing him like this, powerless, broken, nothing more than a shell of the man he once was before turning to Ether. The hooded woman gave a small, thoughtful hum before nodding as if taking some mental note. I never would have thought, she murmured, her gaze flickering over him with intrigue. You. Interesting. Ether clenched his jaw, his fingers wrapping around his sword. Then, she turned, her eyes scanning the group that now surrounded her. It didn't take her long to realize the truth, she couldn't take them all on at once. Even if she was fast, even if she was lethal, the numbers weren't in her favor, and so, yeah, bye-bye, she chimed in a sing-song voice, her form dissolving into black mist before their very eyes. She disappeared just like how she came. Everyone blinked. That's it. She just left. She didn't even try to save him. The archpriestess's voice carried clear disbelief as she stared at the spot where the woman had stood moments ago. Dora and the others shared similar expressions, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Even Ether had thought she came to retrieve the master, or at the very least, offer him some form of support. But no, she had left him to die without a second thought. Just then, thud, every head turned at once. The sound had been dull, and heavy, and when their eyes found the source, Jack's severed head had finally landed on the ground, from where no one knew. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, after a collective breath, they all processed the reality of what had just transpired. They sure are weird people, Dora muttered, shaking her head before motioning toward Ether. Finish this up already. Who knows what other bitch might show up next? Ether exhaled slowly, his gaze shifting to the timer. 10 seconds left. His eyes trailed back to the master's body, which was barely holding itself together. No time to hesitate. He moved in swiftly. Dora and the others turned away, their eyes closing. It wasn't pity that made them look away, no, it was something deeper, something tangled in the past. This man had once been their beloved big brother, their master, a figure they had all looked up to. And now, here he was, reduced to nothing. Each of them had their own reasons not to watch. Ether stood before the master. Chuck, the blade sliced cleanly through the air, through flesh, through bone. Ether held the severed head in his grasp, blood dripping down his fingers, warm and thick. His expression remained unreadable as he turned, stepping toward the ebon stone. What is he doing? Mary murmured, her curious eyes fixed on Ether. Meanwhile, Dora, Sandra, and the archpriestess stared silently at the master's lifeless body, still kneeling in place. Ether had severed the man's head with such precision, so quickly, that even the master himself likely hadn't realized how he had died. A deep breath filled their lungs, a mixture of relief and guilt. It was over. That man, their former master, was finally freed from everything. Ether moved forward, but with every step, a strange heaviness settled over him. His limbs felt burdened by an unseen weight, as if something clawed at the edges of his mind, making each movement feel slower, heavier, more suffocating. What had he done? Was this truly the right thing? No. It wasn't sympathy. It wasn't compassion. Those emotions had long since faded from his heart, but still, this inexplicable feeling gnawed at him, something deeper than regret, something he couldn't quite name. He didn't know what the master had been aiming for. Why had he created those children? What had been the true purpose behind his long and intricate plan? What was the hidden requirement to activate the ebon stone within the Zephyr Empire? Why had he sought to turn people into monsters? What had he been trying to accomplish? And most of all, Ether didn't get soul essence. That means master already dead. Then how now? How had he managed to stay alive for so long? So many questions swirled in Ether's mind, yet there was no one left to answer them. Only the master had known the truth, and now he was gone. One thing, however, was certain: the master had known something no one else did. Something was coming. And he had been preparing for it, but for what? Silence. No answer. Ether clenched his fists. He shouldn't have killed him before extracting the truth, but he hadn't had a choice. Dora's life had been at stake, and who knew what tricks the table members would have pulled if he had hesitated even a moment longer. There had been too many unknowns. Too many risks. He had made the only decision he could afford. His gaze shifted. Victor, his clone, remained inside the cube, still trapped. Ether barely spared him a glance before turning his attention back to the ebon stone. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and placed the severed head onto the stone. The surface was slick with a thick black liquid, the texture eerily unnatural. Nothing happened. Ether frowned, his fingers tightening. But then, thud, the stone flinched as if reacting to the offering. A deep, ominous hum filled the air as the ebon stone began to rotate, its dark surface trembling before slowly lifting off the ground. Tendrils of what seemed like mother roots slithered out, curling around the stone like threads, though they too dripped with the same black, sticky substance. Was that all? Dora asked, her voice carrying a note of skepticism. Mary, however, looked even more confused. What's going on here? And why is it moving all of a sudden? She demanded, her mind racing with questions. Dora was about to reply when, I'm done, Ether's voice cut through the air, blank and emotionless. Huh? Everyone frowned at his sudden declaration, then, without warning, Ether lifted his gaze to the sky, his entire body trembling with fury before a primal, earth-shaking roar tore from his throat. I have done it. I finished what I stopped. His voice roared like thunder, his entire face etched with anger as he screamed toward the heavens. Is he going insane? Mary muttered, amusement flickering in her expression, but Ether wasn't done. He sucked in a deep, ragged breath, his chest rising and falling as if he was barely containing the fire burning within him. His hands clenched, then unfurled, fingers trembling as if reaching out for something unseen, something just beyond his grasp. I angered you for stopping the process, right? His voice carried not just fury, his hand slammed against his own chest, the sound sharp, his breathing heavy. You wanted this to continue? Well, I've personally started it. I did your damn work for you. His voice cracked with the sheer force behind his words, his head snapped around wildly, eyes scanning the empty sky, searching for something, someone, anything. So can you stop fucking bothering me now? Just leave me alone. His scream was so raw, so full of something beyond rage, that even the air seemed to tense around him. Everyone exchanged looks of confusion, their brows furrowed as they wondered if he had hit his head somewhere. Just then, a gentle breeze, that had been silent, suddenly stirred through the air, brushing against Ether's skin, making his black hair flutter ever so slightly. His face, which had been twisted with fury just moments ago, suddenly softened, a small smile curved his lips. Good, he whispered. Mary stared at him, utterly baffled. What the hell do you mean, good? She snapped, throwing her arms up. Are you just gonna act like you didn't scream at the sky like a lunatic 5 seconds ago? Ether ignored her, exhaling deeply as if something within him had finally settled. He turned, stepping toward Dora, a soft, almost reassuring smile spread across his lips. Everything is before he could finish his sentence, his vision went black. His body went rigid. His breath hitched. His eyes rolled back. Ding, warning, high-energy soul possession detected, ! Notice, due to the prolonged presence in this empire, the unknown entity's possession has finally entered into your domain. Finally, someone had achieved what they had hoped for, the Grace. Chapter 856, Who is that Grace? That's why no one talks about her. Is he alright? Sandra asked, her voice edged with concern as she watched the archpriestess tend to Ether. His unconscious body was resting against Dora. His breathing steady but his expression unnervingly blank. Victor stood nearby, having just been released from the cube Sandra had opened for him. However, at that moment, none of them were paying any attention to him. All eyes were fixed solely on Ether. The archpriestess let out a quiet sigh before shaking her head. He seems fine. There are no visible wounds, then why the hell isn't he waking up? Sandra questioned, her brows furrowing. There was no injury, no indication of harm, and yet Ether remained motionless. Mary, who had been silently observing, stared at Ether for a long moment before finally speaking. You'd better get him out of this empire. Sandra turned to her. Frowning. What? Mary simply shrugged. I have a feeling. Something here is affecting him. Her tone carried she didn't care. Sandra crossed her arms, unimpressed. What would be affecting him? We're all fine. Her tone carried a hint of suspicion, as though she believed Mary was hiding something from her. Mary gave her a long look before shifting her gaze toward Dora. There was a brief pause, an understanding exchanged between them without a single word spoken. Dora's eyes widened suddenly, her entire body tensing as realization dawned on her. You mean, Mary nodded, her voice serious. Indeed. Take him out of here before anything irreversible happens, the archpriestess, who had been listening closely, frowned. What exactly is going on? Dora's expression darkened, an uncharacteristic dread settling over her features. She is inside him. Sandra's frown deepened. Who is inside him? There was a heavy silence. Then, the archpriestess suddenly blinked, her eyes widening in horror. Oh shit, yep. Mary gave a slow, amused nod as if enjoying their reactions despite the severity of the situation and added, better not teleport directly. Since she is inside him, it might cause sudden distortion in his mind, and we have no idea how dangerous that could be for him. Use the teleportation station, that's the only safe way to separate her from his consciousness without causing him any harm. Mary warned, her voice carrying a rare seriousness. Her gaze lingered on Ether, far longer than necessary, as if she were memorizing his face before she finally disappeared. I will return once I have dealt with the situation in my empire. My people must be worried about explosions and fights. Dora, holding Ether securely in her arms, nodded in understanding as she watched the spot where Mary had vanished. Her expression was unreadable, yet a hint of unease flickered in her eyes. She then turned her gaze toward Archpriestess, Sandra, and Victor, waiting for their thoughts on the matter. Well, she might actually be right about that. Archpriestess finally spoke, her tone contemplative as she folded her arms. Teleporting through their own abilities was one thing, but using the teleportation station powered by Mother Root was something entirely different. The difference was subtle, yet significant enough that avoiding unnecessary risks was the wiser choice. If Mary had advised against direct teleportation, then there was a chance that something unpredictable could happen to Ether. They couldn't afford that risk. Their eyes turned toward the ebon stone, which continued to rotate in midair, its dark surface glimmering with an eerie calmness. It was as if the fierce battle that had just taken place over its possession had never even happened. The stone remained unbothered, unfazed, completely indifferent to the bloodshed it had caused. Then, they noticed something else. The severed head of their so-called master, which had been resting atop the ebon stone just moments ago, had vanished without a trace. Not too far away, the kneeling, headless body of the master finally gave way. His form dissolved into a thick, crimson mist, swirling violently before vanishing into nothingness as if he had never existed in the first place. This thing is really something else, Sandra muttered under her breath. With a simple wave of her hand, she summoned a small ripple of water beneath them, forming a gentle current that lifted and carried them forward. The water cradled them carefully, moving at a slow and steady pace. Since they wanted to avoid causing any harm to Ether, they had to move cautiously. It meant their journey to the teleportation station would take longer, but none of them were willing to take any chances with his safety. As they drifted forward, silence settled over the group. The quiet was thick, almost suffocating, until Sandra finally broke it with a question that had been pressing on her mind. So, who exactly is inside him right now? She asked, her voice laced with curiosity, but also a hint of concern. Dora inhaled deeply before answering, well, the ruler of this world. Sandra's brows furrowed in confusion. Wait. You mean to tell me that Mary isn't the true ruler? Dora shook her head slightly, her grip on Ether tightening. You see. Unlike other empires, this one is different from the rest. On the surface, yes, Mary rules this place, and her authority here is absolute. However, this land does not belong solely to her. This place is home to countless wandering souls, those who walk the path of samsara. And the one who governs their fate is not Mary, but someone far more elusive. The Grace. Sandra's frown deepened as she processed the information. I knew this place was tied to souls. I also knew that something guided them, shaping their existence. But the Grace? I've never even heard that name before. She had long been aware of the strange presence watching over Ether, the ever-watchful eye that harvested souls, but this was something entirely new. Dora gave a small shrug. It's not exactly a secret, but it's also not something people like to talk about. After all, how often do you bring up the dead in casual conversation? Sandra gave her a nonchalant shrug in response. Dora chuckled softly. Exactly. That's why no one talks about her. Even those who have lived here for centuries rarely mention her name. Most of them don't even realize she exists. She almost never communicates with anyone, nor does she interfere in the affairs of the empire. It's as if she exists in the background, watching but never acting. Sandra nodded, slowly taking in the information. Then, why is she inside him? What is she doing in his body? Dora let out a long, slow sigh, glancing down at Ether's peaceful, sleeping face. We have no idea. From the little we've seen so far, she might be communicating with him, or perhaps she's battling him for control. Whatever is happening, we won't know until he wakes up. Her fingers instinctively moved to his cheek, giving it a soft, playful pinch. His expression remained relaxed, his breathing steady. Even after everything he had been through, he looked so innocent in his sleep. Sandra and Archpriestess both twitched, their lips pressing into thin lines as they resisted the urge to call her out for her actions. However, when they looked at Ether's face, so serene and undisturbed after such an exhausting battle, they couldn't deny that he needed this rest more than anything. Victor, on the other hand, sat quietly at the very back of the moving wave, completely unnoticed, completely ignored. To the rest of them, he might as well have been nothing more than the air around them, until Archpriestess finally glanced at Victor, then shifted her gaze toward the others before asking, "So, he was kidnapped?" Trying to be sensible. What she didn't know was that Sandra and Dora were already aware of Victor's situation. On the other hand, Sandra and Dora had no idea that Archpriestess also knew about Victor, so yeah, misunderstanding. Oh, of course. He was kidnapped, and we came to rescue him. Dora answered, her voice carrying a noticeable hesitation as she forced an awkward smile. Sandra, playing along, quickly nodded as well. She subtly glanced at Dora, who returned the look before giving another small nod. Without another word, she softly guided their movement as they reached the outskirts of a nearby city. Archpriestess studied their expressions carefully before giving a small nod of her own. Then, as if trying to keep up appearances, she suddenly offered, "Maybe I should heal him too." Her voice was calm, almost too calm. It was clear she didn't actually believe Victor needed healing, but she had to maintain her act, didn't she? "There is no need for that," Dora said hastily, her tone unusually tense. The last thing she wanted was for Archpriestess to try anything, especially with Ether unconscious, who knew what unexpected effects healing might have on Victor. Wanting to divert the conversation quickly, she changed the subject without hesitation. "Anyway, have you guys heard about him?" Sandra raised a brow. "Heard about who?" Dora's lips curled into a small, knowing smile. "Ether. About him being the Arcane King." Archpriestess blinked. "Say what?" Dora tilted her head slightly, now more amused than anything. "So you didn't know?" There was a small sense of relief in her tone. At least she wasn't the only one caught off guard by the situation and unaware of her surroundings. Archpriestess blinked again, her confusion deepening. "I don't get it." Sandra let out a long sigh. Without wasting any more time, she began explaining everything in detail. By the time she was finished, the Archpriestess simply responded with a nonchalant hum. That was it. No further reaction. No shock, no questions, just a simple sound as if none of it mattered to her. Then, without hesitation, she asked bluntly, "The old one, he's still alive, right?" "He died," Sandra stated flatly. "Tisk." Sandra and Dora exchanged glances. "And nothing," Archpriestess quickly covered up, waving a hand as if dismissing her own reaction. After a short pause, she exhaled and continued. "I mean, what he did went against the very foundation of our laws, and yet, Mother still accepted it. Isn't that strange?" Her brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of frustration visible in her expression. Dora let out a weary sigh. "It seems so. The origin pillars activated when they made their final move. It looks like Mother acknowledged Kai, even though he was a false king." "I see." Archpriestess murmured, her eyes darkening with thought. Then, after a long silence, she spoke again, this time clenching her fists. "If Mother accepted this outcome, then it was fate. Ether was never meant to hold on to that power forever. It was destined to slip from his hands. And it was fate that Kai took it instead. We can't change anything if this is the will of Mother. Dora and Sandra nodded, yet despite understanding, nothing about the situation truly made sense to them. A moment later, Dora turned towards Sandra with a wry expression. By the way, it seems your daughter wants that power back, huh? Sandra blinked in confusion. Dora smirked slightly. Yeah, she said. Give it back to the real king. Chapter 857, She is a Mess. After hearing all the details, Sandra couldn't help but smirk, as if her daughter was truly getting better at choosing her words wisely, making Sandra feel both proud and entertained at the same time. Still, though, despite her amusement, there was something else on her mind. Is it really possible? Sandra asked, turning her gaze toward Dora, her voice laced with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. Since Dora was powerful and knowledgeable in ways others were not, perhaps she would have an answer that defied logic. Dora shook her head with a thoughtful expression before responding, I've never heard of anyone being able to do that. So, honestly, I can't say for sure. Her gaze shifted toward the archpriestess, who was far closer to the mother goddess than any of them. If anyone had the knowledge to confirm or deny such a possibility, it would be her. What about you? Do you have any idea if this has ever been done before? The archpriestess frowned, her brows drawing together as she tried to search her memories for anything that could be remotely relevant. A long silence passed before she finally sighed and shook her head. No. There has never been anything recorded about regaining lost powers. Sandra's frown deepened as she immediately countered, then how the hell was that old man able to do it? There was a clear frustration in her voice. A growing irritation at the contradiction they were facing. If it was truly impossible, then how had it already happened? Who knows? Maybe he possesses knowledge that we don't, the archpriestess muttered, her voice calm but carrying an underlying sense of unease. She paused briefly before adding, but I strongly believe that nothing happens without reason. Even if he lost his powers, Ether is still powerful, isn't he? That fact alone should tell us something. Dora and Sandra exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Even with the power granted to the chosen ones, they both knew deep down that others still wouldn't stand a chance against Ether. His growth was unnatural. His strength defying the very laws of existence. No matter how much power one gathered, it always felt like he was steps ahead. The archpriestess's expression suddenly darkened as she shifted her gaze toward Dora, her eyes narrowing slightly. You're a fox-kin. I thought your kind was wiped out long ago. Dora let out a soft chuckle, an amused smirk tugging at her lips. She waved her hand, and in the next instant, her previous body appeared, her fox ears and tail vanishing as if they had never existed. Well, what can I say? Miracles do happen sometimes, she said, her tone light-hearted, but there was something guarded in the way she spoke. It was clear she wasn't eager to discuss the subject any further. Sensing her reluctance, Sandra decided to change the focus. We have only 2 remaining ebon stones, she muttered, her voice laced with unease. Just speaking the words aloud sent a heavy feeling through her chest. Dora nodded, her expression turning serious as she shifted her attention back to the archpriestess. We need to understand the process completely before we make any moves. Otherwise, who knows what could happen? One wrong step, and we might be the ones paying the price. However, the archpriestess shook her head once more and firmly stated, no. Mother has given strict orders. I am not allowed to grant access to anyone. Dora's lips twitched, and in an instant, bitch. Are you serious right now? This isn't some minor issue we can ignore. It wasn't Mother who saved our asses when we were on the verge of death. She's just sitting back and watching like we're nothing but pawns to be moved at her convenience. The archpriestess clenched her jaw, biting down on her lip before inhaling deeply. You don't understand anything at all. No matter how desperate you are, I cannot go against the will of the Mother Goddess. Unless she specifically commands it, I have no right to allow you through. Dora gritted her teeth, her frustration clear in the sharpness of her gaze, and they had few verbal talks that didn't end well. So, Sandra, who had been silently listening to the heated exchange, suddenly spoke up with a thoughtful expression. I thought Mary was supposed to be powerful. Her words were slow and deliberate, as if she was trying to make sense of something that didn't quite add up. Dora turned her head toward her. What exactly are you trying to say? I mean, wasn't she supposed to be on an entirely different level? But when we saw her, she was nothing like the image we had in mind. If anything, she seemed weak. She even hid behind Ether instead of standing her ground. Sandra's voice carried a note of skepticism, her frown deepening as she recalled the way Mary had behaved. No matter how fearsome her bloody title was supposed to be, it simply didn't match what they had witnessed. Could it be that the title was nothing more than a fabrication? The archpriestess seemed to consider it as well before nodding. Yes. She was not impressive at all. I expected much more from someone with such a reputation. However, Dora suddenly let out a low chuckle, which gradually grew louder until it turned into a full, amused laugh. Haha. Sandra and the archpriestess both frowned in confusion, watching her closely. What's so funny? Don't be fooled by her acting, Dora said, her voice carrying a mix of amusement and irritation, as if she couldn't believe she had to explain something so obvious. She wasn't even taking this seriously. That entire fight, to her, was nothing more than a game, huh? What, not serious? Are you joking? Both Sandra and the archpriestess were momentarily stunned, their minds struggling to process what they had just heard. The idea that Mary, of all people, wasn't fighting seriously was almost impossible to believe. Their fucking lives had been on the line, the fate of the entire empire had hung in the balance, and yet, according to Dora, Mary hadn't even been trying. Was she lying? Or was this truly the reality of the situation? Dora smiled, but it wasn't the usual playful smirk she often wore. It was something colder, something that held a deep sense of knowing. I'm telling you, that woman was just toying with everyone. She never fought with the intent to win. If she had, then either Master or she would have been dead by now. No exceptions. Both Sandra and the archpriestess exchanged looks. Sandra's brows furrowed as she tried to make sense of it. You can't be serious. I mean, her life was at stake, wasn't it? Her empire, her people, and everything she built were in danger. And yet, you're telling me she was just playing around like some kind of twisted joke? How can you be so sure? The archpriestess asked, her voice quieter but no less demanding. Dora's expression darkened. Because I know her better than anyone else. That woman, she isn't normal. Her mind doesn't work the way ours does. She sees people, no matter who they are, as nothing more than entertainment. They're playthings to her. And how do I know for certain? Dora took a slow breath before answering. Because I saw it. I saw the one time she was actually serious, the previous fight with Master, the archpriestess guessed. Her tone uncertain but laced with curiosity. Dora gave a small nod, her eyes narrowing slightly as she recalled that moment. You don't understand, she nearly killed him last time. Sandra's eyes widened slightly. What? The only reason she failed was because his holy power was overwhelming for her at that time. If not for that, she wouldn't have hesitated to end his life right then and there. Dora's voice was cold, filled with certainty. But now, things have changed. She clenched her jaw slightly as the memory played in her mind. Unlike before, when Mary had been nearly burned to nothing by those holy flames, this time she had endured them. She had withstood what should have been impossible. She had still been injured, yes, but nothing like before. Last time, she had been on the verge of total destruction. If not for Dora's intervention, protecting her, Master would have killed Mary. Dora exhaled, a deep frown settling on her lips. She's getting stronger. That thought sent an unsettling chill down her spine. Still, I don't understand what you mean by messed up. The archpriestess leaned forward slightly, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Dora hesitated for a brief second as if deciding how much she should say. Then, her voice lowered, and the words that followed were coated in something dark, something bitter. She didn't fight. Not until Master had already slaughtered nearly 1 million people. Sandra and the archpriestess both froze at those words. What? You heard me, Dora said, her voice sharper now. She stood there and watched. She let them die. She watched as Master tore them apart, as he massacred them like insects. Even though they were her own people, her own empire, she just stood there, unmoving. She didn't flinch. She didn't react. She just watched them suffer. Dora's hands curled into fists at the memory, her nails pressing into her palms. That was what made Mary terrifying. It wasn't just her strength, her abilities, or her reputation, it was that complete and utter detachment to others. She didn't fucking care. Meanwhile, deep within the Void Empire, nestled in the heart of an obsidian castle, darkness stretched across a vast throne room. A lone figure sat upon the grand throne, her form mostly concealed by the shifting shadow blur, except for one thing, two piercing crimson eyes that gleamed like twin stars in the abyss. In her delicate fingers, a glass vial swirled gently, containing thick, fresh blood that shimmered unnaturally in the dim light, the blood of Big Brother Snape. Mary murmured, her voice smooth yet carrying an undercurrent of intrigue. Her fingers continued to twirl the vial slowly, her gaze locked onto it as if unraveling its mysteries. What exactly did Dora give to him? No one had seen when she had taken it. Not even Master himself. Amidst the chaos of battle, she had moved with precision, carefully extracting the blood without anyone noticing. Her expression remained unreadable as she leaned back against the throne, her mind piecing together fragments of information. And what did she mean? I should let that boy go. Mary muttered to herself, irritation flickering in her tone. It had genuinely caught her off guard when she heard those words from her Grace. That she, of all people, had let Ether escape, that didn't make any sense. It was she who wanted Ether to die, and yet, something wasn't adding up. Mary let out a slow, amused breath, her fingers still idly swirling the vial. As her crimson eyes flickered toward the two figures kneeling before her. Their heads remained bowed in absolute submission, their bodies motionless as they awaited her command. With a lazy yet deliberate motion, she tilted her head slightly. Summon Seraphine, she finally said, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of her lips. I believe I have something rather interesting for her. The eerie glow of the blood reflected in her gaze as she spoke, her mind already dancing with the possibilities of what secrets it might hold. Chapter 858. He had absolutely nothing to do with these clowns. Soon, Dora and the others reached the teleportation station, but Ether was still unconscious, showing no signs of waking up. His breathing was steady, but his body remained limp in Dora's arms, making her frown slightly. You guys are coming with me? Dora asked, her voice carrying a hint of surprise as she noticed Sandra and the Archpriestess were also preparing to leave for the Zephyr Empire. She hadn't expected them to follow her. Well, my daughter is there, Sandra replied with a casual shrug, but her tone was firm. More than anything, after finding out what Dora truly was, there was no way she would allow Ether to be anywhere near this cunning fox, who knew what tricks she might pull on him while he was unconscious. The very thought made Sandra narrow her eyes suspiciously. Helena and Finian are also there, the Archpriestess added with a small smile, though there was a sharp glint in her gaze. Of course, she too had no intention of letting this damn fox have her way with Ether while he was defenseless. Dora frowned deeply, feeling a headache coming on. Then why don't you just teleport there directly? Why bother coming along with me? She asked, raising an eyebrow in irritation. However, nah, I feel like my arms and legs are sore, Sandra said in an exhausted tone, rolling her shoulders slightly as if emphasizing her point. I overuse my power. I don't have enough left to teleport again, the Archpriestess added as she wiped away invisible sweat from her forehead. Pretending to be more exhausted than she really was, Dora's lips twitched. These two. Couldn't they come up with a more believable excuse? If he feels too heavy, I can carry him for you, Sandra offered in an innocent tone that was anything but sincere. Dora's lips twitched furiously at her words. Didn't you just say your arms and legs hurt? She shot back, narrowing her eyes. Sandra averted her gaze, pretending to examine the teleportation array as if she hadn't heard a thing. Dora gritted her teeth, taking a deep breath to keep herself from snapping. This was going to be a pain in the ass. Soon, they arrived at the Zephyr Empire. The moment they stepped out of the teleportation station, they were greeted by an unexpected sight. You can hand him over to me, a familiar voice said. Celestia stood outside the teleportation station, waiting for them with a composed smile as if she had been expecting their arrival all along. The trio came to an abrupt stop, their expressions darkening in unison as they stared at Celestia with blank, indifferent eyes. Celestia, of course, understood what they were thinking, but she raised her hands in surrender, trying to diffuse the tension. If you take him with you, everyone will start questioning what happened to him. They might disturb his rest, and that would not be good for his recovery. It would be best if you let me take him. I will make sure he is placed in an inn where he can rest properly, she explained calmly. The trio exchanged glances, their frowns slowly shifting into thoughtful expressions. As much as they disliked the idea of handing Ether over, they had to admit. She had a point, the archpriestess sighed inwardly. If Helena saw Ether in this state, she might cry and cause a scene or try to wake him up, which would only make things worse. Sandra exhaled through her nose. Her daughter was too emotional. If she saw Ether unconscious, she would be so overwhelmed with worry that she wouldn't be able to focus on anything else. Dora, on the other hand, clenched her jaw. She knew exactly what would happen if she took him along. Women. So many women were going to nag him relentlessly the moment they saw him like this. It was bound to be an endless headache. In the end, leaving him with Celestia seemed like the safest option. Still, you better protect him, the archpriestess warned, her voice carrying a deadly undertone. You better not disturb him, Sandra added, her tone completely indifferent, but the underlying threat was clear. You better not lay a finger on him, Dora growled, her eyes narrowing dangerously before she finally placed Ether in Celestia's arms. Celestia took Ether gently, cradling him in her arms like a precious treasure, her lips curling into a small grin as she gazed at them. What are you grinning at? Sandra asked with a frown. Well, you guys are already getting along with each other. This is good for the bright future, Celestia mused as she turned away, walking off with Ether in her arms. Sandra and Dora stiffened instantly, their faces turning beet red at her words. The archpriestess blinked in confusion for a moment before realization struck. The dots connected in her mind, one by one, and then, her eyes widened in sheer horror. You too, she shouted, pointing an accusing finger at both Dora and Sandra, her voice filled with disbelief. Dora sighed inwardly, feeling too drained to argue. However, Sandra, you too, she shrieked. Her face contorted in horror, unable to believe what she had just heard. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, completely forgotten, was a pitiful Victor. Just then, boom, a sudden explosion tore through the air, the deafening blast shaking the ground beneath them. The trio instantly snapped to attention, their expressions turning sharp and serious. Without hesitation, they teleported towards the source of the explosion, the academy. As soon as they arrived at the scene, their eyes widened in shock. Where is my academy? Dora muttered, her voice hollow with disbelief as she stared at the sight before her. Nothing remained. The once grand academy was gone. In its place was nothing but a vast, barren surface littered with broken debris. The entire structure had been wiped out, leaving behind only ruins. Her academy had been completely destroyed. Just then, cough, cough. Mom, Sandra's eyes sharpened immediately as she turned toward the voice. Her breath hitched when she spotted Aquilina near the debris, covered in dust and ash. Without wasting a second, Sandra rushed to her daughter, pulling her into a tight embrace, holding her close as if afraid to let go. Are you all right, my dear? She asked. Aquilina gave a small smile, her arms wrapping around her mother in return. I'm fine. What about you? She asked softly, her voice filled with concern as she rested her head against Sandra's shoulder. Sandra exhaled shakily, her hold on her daughter tightening even further. Everything is all right now, she whispered. One by one, figures slowly began to emerge from the thick cloud of dust and debris, coughing and stumbling as they tried to regain their footing. Cough. Cough. Damn it, girl, you could have at least warned us all before pulling that stunt, Talia grumbled, her voice carrying a slight edge of irritation as she staggered out from beneath the rubble, brushing off the dust clinging to her clothes. You all right? Dora appeared beside Talia in an instant, steadying her just before she lost her balance and collapsed to the ground. Yeah. Talia exhaled, still dazed. Before she turned to take in the sight before her, Dora followed her gaze. The vast plain of shattered debris stretched endlessly before them, a stark reminder of the destruction that had unfolded. Her heart clenched painfully at the sight. 1,000 years of work, effort, and dedication. Reduced to nothing but ruins in mere moments. What happened? Dora's voice was tight, strained with an emotion she tried to suppress. Can't you see it? Talia gestured toward the desolate remains of what had once been the academy. Dora clenched her fists, forcing herself to stay composed. What about the children? She asked after a moment, her voice laced with concern. They're fine. Helena answered, coughing lightly as she bowed her head slightly and pointed toward the distant tree line. Dora's eyes followed her gesture. Not far away, nestled safely within the woods, were the children, held together and protected by Leora and the other professors. So it still exploded in the end? The archpriestess frowned deeply, her brows knitting together in clear frustration. Helena nodded. After ensuring the safety of the children and everyone else inside the academy, Talia used the huge figure and forced it deep into the rectangular building before sealing the barrier behind it. The group listened in silence as she continued, her tone grim. That thing rampaged through the halls, destroying the inner structure of the building as it moved. It reached the upper floors and, once there, it released the mother's energy at full force, and then, boom. Helena mimicked the explosion with a dry laugh. Everything within the academy was obliterated in an instant. The monsters, the walls, the very foundation, nothing remained. I see. Dora exhaled, rubbing her temples as she took a moment to process it all. Her gaze softened slightly as she looked at the students who had stepped up to help. They had risked everything to fight for their home, and she couldn't ignore that. Thank you, she said, her voice warmer this time. I don't even know how to repay you all for this. Helena smiled, shaking her head. There's no need for thanks. It was for our academy. This place is home to us too, however. Wait just a damn second. I wasn't doing this for free. Aquilina started, already on the verge of striking another wicked deal, but before she could get another word out, Sandra swiftly clamped a hand over her mouth, silencing her. Let's not push our luck too much, she muttered, giving Aquilina a knowing look. Aquilina, though clearly dissatisfied, reluctantly nodded. That said, what Helena had told them wasn't the full truth. There was something else. Something she had deliberately left out. The reality of how the explosion had actually occurred was different. After evacuating the children, Ether's clones had moved toward the top floor. Since they shared his essence, they instinctively absorbed the mother's energy. However, they weren't Ether, so they couldn't absorb all of it. Instead, they had only managed to take in a portion, leaving just enough behind, and then, using the huge figure, the one like a plaything, the clones had wrecked the upper floors, tearing down the inner walls before finally triggering the massive detonation. Though the explosion itself wasn't as powerful as it could have been, Helena had still struggled to hold it back with her barrier. The sheer force of the debris had cracked through the shield, burying them beneath the rubble before they could escape. Dora sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of her nose. It's going to take years to rebuild this place again. Her voice was flat, utterly exhausted. And then, she groaned. Ugh. Fuck it, she muttered, officially giving up on life, and just when she thought things couldn't get any worse, boom, an explosion of light erupted behind them, completely unnecessary yet somehow perfectly timed. The sky seemed to split apart as a powerful, overbearing voice boomed across the battlefield. Fear not, for we have arrived. Every head turned at once, standing atop a perfectly placed pile of debris, basking in an unnatural, divine glow, was Kai. His right hand was extended toward the heavens as if he were calling down divine judgment, while his left was clenched into a righteous fist against his chest. His cape, which he definitely didn't have before, billowed in the air, even though there was zero wind. His entire stance screamed, I am the protagonist, as the cosmos decreed. When darkness looms and all hope seems lost, Kai turned his head slightly. The light shall pierce through the despair, bringing forth the warriors of destiny. He dramatically pointed forward. And those warriors are us. At that exact moment, boom, a second explosion. Because one wasn't enough, descending from the sky like a meteor, Leon landed with an earth-shaking impact. His knee bent, his fist pressed against the ground. His head tilted downward in the classic, badass entrance stance, and when that light shines, Leon continued in an equally serious voice, it guides those destined to protect this realm. Kai crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly as if he carried the wisdom of 1,000 generations. For we have heard the call of the mother. Leon took a step forward, and we could not ignore it. Kai whipped his cape, which still wasn't real, over his shoulder. Not today. Not ever. Leon pointed toward the horizon with soul-shaking conviction. For justice must always prevail. We are chosen among the chosen ones. Boom, a third explosion. Why? No one knew. Talia, who had been watching all of this unfold in absolute horror, finally snapped. How many fucking explosions do you people need? Completely unfazed, Kai and Leon simultaneously raised their arms, their battle auras flaring. So where is the enemy? So where is the enemy? Their voices rang out in perfect unison, echoing across the ruins as they both struck another heroic pose. The dust settled, a lone crow cawed in the distance. KK. Aquilina had a deadpan expression. Talia let out a long, long sigh, staring at them with an expression so drained she looked 10 years older. Motherfuckers. Everything's over. Huh. Both Leon and Kai blinked. Ether, in his unconscious state, seemed to twitch slightly. He had absolutely nothing to do with these clowns. Please believe him. Chapter 859, Meeting the Grace for First Time, the Ethereal/Umbra domain. Ether blinked in surprise as he suddenly found himself dragged into this domain once again, his conscience forcefully pulled without his consent. You know. It's really annoying that you keep pulling me in all of a sudden without any warning, Ether muttered, his tone laced with irritation. His brows furrowed as he glanced at his card, which was nearly filled with ethereal and umbra energy, pulsing faintly as if it resonated with the domain itself. Suddenly, fascinating. Such an anomaly, and yet the threads of fate do not coil around you. The path remains uncertain. Unable to decide what is to come. Intriguing indeed. Ether flinched as an ethereal voice echoed through the domain. He instinctively turned around, and his gaze landed on a small, swirling violet orb, no larger than the size of a palm. It hovered in the air, twisting and pulsing like a miniature portal. Ether narrowed his eyes, observing the mysterious entity before speaking with a wry expression. Who might you be? His voice held a hint of exasperation. He had just finished dealing with a chaotic mess, and now this? It was one thing after another. Give him a break. The violet orb remained silent for a moment, then its swirling form pulsed slightly as it finally spoke. Its voice both distant and piercing. Why have you trespassed into this place? Ether let out a short sigh, his expression flat as he crossed his arms. That's actually my question. To be honest, you're the one who's here without my permission. The violet entity went completely still for a moment as if contemplating his words. Then, in a voice laced with intrigue, it murmured, curious. Most curious indeed. For one who is empty, you wield far too much. Far more than you should. It began to move toward his card, circling around it, its presence almost probing as if it were trying to decipher something hidden. Ether's frown deepened. Something about this felt off. He inhaled slowly, trying to ground himself. Okay, log. What the fuck is going on? Is this some new enemy or just another pain in the ass? He asked inwardly, but to his growing frustration, there was no response. Silence. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, focusing on the situation at hand. Whatever this thing was, it seemed to know something he didn't. I see now. The cycle of samsara. It has long been broken, the violet entity murmured, its tone softer, almost thoughtful. It then drifted closer to Ether, as though scrutinizing him. Kai. Yes. The tapestry unfolds. Now it all makes sense, Kai. His voice carried both confusion and suspicion. Was this thing mistaking him for someone else? The orb pulsed slightly as if processing something new. Ah. So you are not him. Its voice shifted into something closer to realization, followed by a low hum. So. He has deceived me. How bold. What audacity. What persistence. He truly deserved that death. Ether's brow twitched. Who? He questioned. The violet entity remained silent for a moment before releasing a low hum, as though amused. Anyway. I see, blood of ether. Its tone was playful, almost teasing. Ether's frown deepened instantly. It knew about that too. How was it that strangers and these odd entities seemed to know about the blood of ether, yet Dora and the others remained completely unaware? How was it possible that something so significant was hidden from them? Blood of ether. What is that? Ether asked, his tone neutral, acting like he knew nothing about. Well, he didn't know fully about it too anyway. The violet orb paused, swirling in place as if considering his question. Then, after a long, eerie silence, it finally spoke. You truly do not know. How splendidly ironic. A monarch unknowing of his own throne. A vessel of immeasurable power, yet wandering blindly through the darkness. Ah, how truly amusing. Ether gave a small shrug, his expression unreadable. Like I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. The orb pulsed again, as though measuring his words. Perhaps that is because you were never meant to be here. Perhaps the hands of fate faltered. Or perhaps something far greater has intervened, it murmured, its voice turning serious, almost calculating, as though piecing together a puzzle that had long been unsolved. Ether's frown deepened further. What do you mean by that? His tone held an edge of unease now. The violet entity remained silent, unmoving, before gliding forward with an eerie, weightless grace. It hovered just before him, its swirling form flickering like a dying star as it fixated upon his heterochromatic eyes, one black, one white, an unnatural duality reflected in its gaze. Then it whispered, I see. You, too, have been deceived by them. Ether felt a flicker of something in his chest, a sharp twinge of something he couldn't quite place. Who? His voice came out lower, more serious than before. Ha. Ha. How amusing. Truly, this is most amusing, the entity murmured before breaking into a chuckle. Now, everything falls into place. Yes. I understand now. So, they dare weave their game into this place as well. How bold. How reckless. How predictable. That is why the process has already begun. Ah. No, it is far beyond its beginning, it is accelerating, nearing its culmination. The gears are turning, the clock is chiming. And this being, a child of the unseen thread, stands at its precipice. Interesting. Haha. What game are they playing now? Ether's gaze darkened. You're really enjoying yourself, huh? His voice was flat. Maybe I'd laugh too if you actually told me what the hell is going on here, he added. The violet orb stopped, going completely still for a moment. Then, if you knew, you would not laugh, and added after a small pause, no, you would weep. You would tremble as they grin upon you. Its voice grew louder, carrying an almost accusatory weight. Then suddenly, its tone sharpened, booming across the void. Is that not right? Just as you did before. Ether stiffened. Though the words were spoken to him, they did not feel as though they were meant for him. It was as if the entity addressed someone unseen. There was a tense silence before the violet entity focused its full attention on Ether, whether you wish it or not. The choice has already been made. The pieces have shifted. The game is no longer halted. And by the look of it. It turned its gaze toward his card, its swirling form pulsating with something unreadable before it continued. It is not simply the beginning. No, it is already nearing its end. The final moves have been set in motion. There is no escape, no untouched path, no unchained fate. What has been bound is already unraveling. Ether clenched his jaw, gritting his teeth inwardly. Why did these things always have to be so damn cryptic? Why couldn't they just say what they meant instead of speaking in riddles? What the hell do you mean? His voice was edged with frustration, a sharp irritation creeping into his tone. the violet entity slowly turned back to him, its voice lowering into something almost ominous. It means. The chains are on the verge of breaking. It paused briefly, then added in a voice that sent a strange chill down Ether's spine. It means. They are returning. Very soon, Ether's frown deepened. The violet entity trembled violently, its form distorting with what felt like suppressed fury or urgency. Humph. It seems they do not wish for me to remain here any longer, it muttered as if speaking to some unseen force. Then, it turned back to Ether. I care not for who or what you are. But heed my words well. Its voice deepened, resonating in the void like an ancient decree. This world belongs to me. It is mine, as it has always been, long before you, long before the ones before you, and long before the chains that bound it were first forged. And I shall uphold my duty, as was ordained by the arcane itself. Its presence grew heavier, suffocating, divine yet terrifying. I will grant you mercy only once, for ignorance is not yet a crime. But know this, blood of Ether, the moment it spoke those words, its voice twisted into something monstrous. The next time you trespass upon my world. The next time you dare to steal a soul that belongs to me. I shall do whatever is necessary to erase you from existence itself. And then, it vanished. Ether stood frozen in silence for a moment before finally blinking. His mind was still processing everything that had just happened. The fuck did it just say? He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temples as if trying to ease the pounding headache forming in his skull. Chapter 860, The True Danger Approaching in the Near Future, Part 1, Wakey Wakey. Ether's eyes slowly fluttered open, his vision adjusting as he took in the sight before him. Celestia stood nearby, gazing at him with an amused expression. Ether let out a soft chuckle before lifting his body, feeling a slight ache lingering within him. He glanced around the unfamiliar room, realizing that they were inside what appeared to be a hotel or an inn. Why are we here? Ether asked with a faint groan, his voice carrying traces of exhaustion. His body still throbbed slightly, not from the battle he had fought earlier, but from something far more sinister. That strange violet energy that had surged into him was still affecting his body. Regardless, he knew he had no time to dwell on it. His mind quickly sharpened, gathering scattered details through his connection with the countless puppets he had spread throughout the empires. Celestia's playful demeanor faded as her expression turned serious. We are currently staying in an inn near the teleportation station, she explained, her voice carrying a hint of concern. You collapsed all of a sudden, and I had no choice but to bring you somewhere safe. Are you all right? Ether exhaled, then flashed her a reassuring smile. I'm fine, can't you tell? He teased, his voice carrying a light-hearted charm as he suddenly reached out and gave her a playful slap on the butt. Celestia jolted slightly before turning to him with a deep frown, her expression caught between annoyance and confusion. Why do you always hit my butt? She huffed, rubbing the spot he had just smacked. Even though the hit was light, the difference in their strength made it sting. Her lips pressed together as she narrowed her eyes at him, her tone laced with curiosity. You do a lot of things, but I've never seen you slap anyone else's butt before. Why only me? Ether grinned, leaning back lazily as he observed her reaction with amusement. What? Can't I touch my lovely's cute little ass? He mused, his voice deep with mischief as his fingers twitched, as if tempted to do it again. Celestia let out an exasperated sigh, crossing her arms as she turned her head away. You're impossible, she muttered under her breath, though the faint blush dusting her cheeks betrayed her. She knew him too well to fall for his teasing, yet she still found herself flustered every time. Ether chuckled softly, but his mind quickly returned to the pressing matters at hand. As much as he enjoyed playing around with Celestia, there were more important things he needed to take care of. The Void Empire had started to move, and that could only mean one thing: opportunity. If things went according to plan, he would soon be swimming in wealth. Celestia stole a glance at him, her lips pursed as if debating whether or not to say something. Eventually, she sighed and shifted the topic. Anyway, Raven has already returned to the Empire, she informed him, keeping her voice neutral as she watched his reaction. Ether gave a slight nod. Raven had played an invaluable role in recent events, ensuring that the deadly arrows that could have caused mass destruction were neutralized in time. More than that, she had been the one responsible for getting Helena and the Archpriestess to the battlefield at the perfect moment. If it weren't for her speed and quick adaptability, Aether knew things would have been much harder. The timing was everything in battles like these, and Raven had executed her part flawlessly. Aether let out a deep breath as he stretched, his body gradually adjusting to movement again. He absorbed the information from Celestia while simultaneously processing the flood of updates coming through his puppet's network. Once he had gathered enough data, Aether's lips curled into a smirk. "All right, let them handle their tasks for now," he murmured. "For the moment, I have someone I need to visit." His grin widened slightly as he leaned closer to Celestia. "Shall we, darling?" he whispered as he suddenly pulled her into his embrace, holding her as if they were about to waltz. Celestia's face turned a shade darker as her breath hitched for a brief second before she let out an amused chuckle. "Any Tim, HIKK." Her words were cut off by a sharp gasp as she felt his hand smack her ass once again. This time with a little more force. Celestia's eyes immediately welled up as she turned to glare at him, her expression a mix of betrayal and shock. Aether blinked, realizing a little too late that he might have overdone it. "I need to hold back next time," he thought to himself, suppressing a chuckle. Without another word, he leaned in and pressed a soft kiss against her lips. "Sorry," he whispered playfully before, in the next instant, a thick veil of black mist swirled around them. Within seconds, their forms vanished from the room. Deep within the Zephyr Empire, somewhere deep forest, drip, drip, the sound of liquid slowly splattering onto the forest floor echoed through the forest. Following the source of the sound, one would find something truly unsettling. There, nailed to the trunk of a towering tree, was a figure. His body was drenched in blood, his skin marred by bruises and deep gashes. His chest rose and fell in shallow breaths, barely clinging to the fragile thread of life. It was as if something was gnawing at him from the inside, eating away at his very essence. "Arr!" A strangled groan escaped his lips, his voice hoarse and weak. Alaric's vision blurred as he struggled to stay conscious, his mind spinning in a haze of pain and confusion. "Why," he muttered, his words barely above a whisper. Why was this happening to him? Where had he gone wrong? What had he done to deserve this fate? He had fought for what he believed was a better world. He had sacrificed, endured, and followed the path he was given. And yet, here he was, suffering at the hands of something he couldn't even comprehend. The only thing that kept him holding on, the single hope burning within his soul, was the belief that his master would come for him. Alaric clenched his teeth, his vision growing hazier by the second. He trusted his big brother more than anyone else. After all, hadn't they both agreed? Dora's death had been necessary, it had been for the greater good. Even though it had shattered him inside, he had done what needed to be done, he had followed orders. He had believed in the cause, and now, all he could do was wait. Master would come, Master would save him, he just had to endure. A little longer, and then. I will, kill for that, you need to be alive, right?" An indifferent voice sliced through the heavy silence, abruptly interrupting Alaric's weak, trembling words. His breath hitched, and his bloodshot eyes slowly lifted. Through his blurred vision, clouded by the blood dripping down his face, he could make out two figures walking toward him. Hey. Help me." Alaric gasped, his voice hoarse but tinged with hope. His swollen lips trembled as he looked toward the approaching figures. If they helped him, if they untied him, he could escape. He just needed to hold on a little longer. "Help you?" A mocking chuckle followed. "That's rich coming from someone who literally slaughtered his own people." Alaric's body stiffened. Those words. That voice. His blurred vision finally sharpened just enough to catch a glimpse of the man standing before him. Aether, yours truly." Aether grinned, his expression playful yet unreadable. Then, as if suddenly struck with overwhelming sorrow, he clutched his chest and let out a dramatic sigh. "Oh my! I can't believe someone would do this to you. How pitiful you look." His lips quivered as if on the verge of tears, but his eyes glimmered with amusement. As he spoke, he reached out and patted Alaric's battered body with sympathy. Alaric's teeth clenched, his fingers twitching in rage despite his exhaustion. "Why you? You're the one who did this to me, you basta." Before he could finish, a violent coughing fit racked his body, crimson liquid spilling from his lips as pain tore through his already broken form. "Easy now, easy." Ether's voice remained light, almost friendly. "We wouldn't want you to die too soon, would we?" He pulled out a high-level healing potion and, without waiting for permission, poured it into Alaric's mouth. Alaric greedily swallowed, his throat desperate for relief. The cool liquid soothed him momentarily, but he wasn't naive. He knew it wouldn't truly save him. Kalen's venom was already burrowing deep into his body, eating away at his insides like a relentless parasite. The potion could do little more than slow its spread, just enough to keep him alive for now. And that was all Ether needed. Moments later, Alaric spat onto the ground and let out a harsh, bitter laugh. Despite his weakened state, he glared at Ether with unwavering defiance. "Don't think. I'll tell you anything," he sneered, his voice slightly stronger now. "I know why you're keeping me alive. But you're wasting your time." Celestia, who had been silently observing with amusement in her expression, vanished, replaced by a cold, piercing gaze. Without warning, she stepped forward, and before Alaric could react, slice, RHH. A blood-curdling scream tore through the forest as agony shot through Alaric's body. He looked down in horror. One of his fingers had been severed, fresh blood pouring down his trembling hand. "You have some nerve," she said coolly, her voice devoid of emotion. "Is that really how you speak to your king?" Alaric panted heavily, his vision spinning from the pain. His body shook, but he still managed to glare at her through gritted teeth. "K-King? What nonsense! Are you spewing, woman?" He let out a dry, raspy laugh despite the searing pain in his hand. "You think, just because I'm strung up here like a damned animal, I should suddenly recognize him as a king?" His lips curled into a mocking sneer. "How laughable. Maybe he's brainwashed you into believing that nonsense. Ha! After all, he's still nothing more than a pathetic serve." Slice. Before he could finish his insult, Celestia moved in an instant. "Erf!" A muffled scream erupted from Alaric as fresh blood spilt down his chin. His tongue had been cut. Ether sighed as he reached out and gently patted Celestia's shoulder. "Calm down, darling." After a few tense seconds, she exhaled and looked away. "Sorry. I just..." She clenched her fists as if forcing herself to regain composure. "It's fine," Ether said with a small, warm smile. He stroked her hair affectionately before shifting his gaze back to Alaric, whose body was shaking violently. Ether clicked his tongue. "Oh dear. We didn't want him to bleed out too soon." He retrieved another healing potion, and then casually poured it into Alaric's mouth. The severed tongue began regenerating slowly, the blood flow subsiding as the wound closed up. Ether crouched beside him, resting his chin on one hand. "Anyway, I'm here to ask you something, Alaric. I'd rather die than help you." Ether arched a brow. Is that so?" His lips curled into a slow, wicked grin, his eyes suddenly glowing with a deep, crimson hue. "Let's see about that." "Yet, what?" Alaric frowned as if nothing happened. Chapter 861, The True Danger Approaching in the Near Future, Part 2. Ether was surprised to see that Alaric was still mentally stable, even after enduring such brutal torture and sustaining heavy wounds. His body was in rough shape, but his mind remained intact, something Ether hadn't expected. He observed him carefully, still maintaining his guard, knowing that even a broken man could be dangerous. "Tell me, you're close to Master, aren't you? What exactly was he trying to achieve by doing all this?" His voice was firm, his ice-blue eyes flickering with a crimson hue as he activated his skill. Alaric's eyes widened for a brief moment before. You have manipulation power?" His tone carried a hint of shock, as if the very idea of a mere servant possessing such an ability was beyond his comprehension. Ether was slightly taken aback by Alaric's reaction, but he quickly recovered, a small smirk playing on his lips. "Yeah. I guess. After all, you're the second strongest, right?" Without another word, he whispered, "Increase level, ding, level, 91 now, what the..." Alaric's face twisted in horror as he saw Ether's power surge before his eyes. What the hell are you doing? Ding, level, 92. Now, Alaric swallowed hard, his body tensing as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. How are you doing this? His voice cracked as disbelief settled in, unable to understand how ether was defying all logic. Ding, level, 93. Now, I am close to mast. His sentence was abruptly cut off, his eyes going blank for a second before snapping back to life. His face contorted in horror as realization dawned on him. Ether was slowly, deliberately manipulating him, but how? What kind of wickedness was unfolding before him? How was ether increasing his level at will? How was something like this even possible? For the first time, Alaric felt genuine fear. His hands trembled slightly as he looked at ether, and a chill ran down his spine. This wasn't just power, it was something beyond comprehension, something terrifying. What are you? Ding, level, 94. Remaining affection points, 5, 997, 799, 950. Now, Alaric's body tensed before his expression suddenly dulled. His shoulders slumped, and his eyes lost their former intensity, now void of any emotion. When he finally spoke, his voice was flat, robotic, lifeless. Yes, I am close to master. Ether let out a slow exhale before nodding in satisfaction. Good, he muttered before his expression darkened again, his eyes locking onto Alaric with renewed intensity. Then tell me, do you know the requirements for the process in the Zephyr Empire? Alaric shook his head without hesitation. I don't know. Ether's brows furrowed. You don't know. But aren't you close to master? He should have at least told you something, right? Still, even though I am close, master never told us the real reason we are doing this. We just follow his orders. Nothing else. Alaric's voice was eerily calm. Huh. Ether's expression shifted slightly as he processed those words. He had expected more, something deeper, something useful. Instead, all he got was blind obedience. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. TSK, useless, he thought to himself before shifting his approach. Then tell me, what was the reason you tried to take Sandra and Raven, in order to start the process? How? By sacrificing them to the stone. Ether raised an eyebrow, just like that. Nothing else. Ether ran a hand through his hair. That man didn't even tell anything to his own people. He let out a sharp exhale before turning back to Alaric with a piercing gaze. Just what made you believe in him so blindly? He demanded, his curiosity piqued. Alaric's face remained unreadable as he responded, because Master showed us what is going to happen to the world. The world. Ether frowned deeply. He leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing. What did he show you? The real world. The true danger approaching in the near future. Ether's frown deepened. Explain, he ordered, his voice carrying more weight. His eyes gleamed, demanding answers. Alaric flinched slightly before speaking. The world is reverting back. Everything will return to the place where it should be. The origin. Ether's eyes widened slightly at those words, reverting back. You mean, like in ancient times? Yes. Ether and Celestia's eyes widened in pure horror. Ether's mind raced, connecting every dot as if something was desperately trying to make sense. He began pacing back and forth, his thoughts spiraling into something far worse than he had initially imagined. Master had spoken of the ancient times, where everything was born from the origin's power. Compared to that era, the present world was nothing but a diluted version, filled with arcane energy, a mere derivative of what once was. And then, there were the children. The ones capable of summoning the origin cards. Something clicked in his mind, sending a jolt of dread through his body. His head snapped up, his gaze locking onto Alaric with pure terror. His voice came out in a whisper, barely audible yet heavy with realization. Don't tell me. Mother's energy is returning. Celestia stiffened beside him, her breath hitching. Her eyes widened as she put the pieces together. That means, the end, Ether muttered, his voice laced with horror. This wasn't him overreacting. No, this was the truth. The world as it was now thrived on arcane energy. From the core of the earth to every living being, everything was intertwined with arcane essence. Every person, every cell of their body had long since adapted to this force. it was the foundation of their existence, but when Mother's energy returned, everything would change. It wouldn't just be a shift. It would be catastrophic, and I would be hell. Ether clenched his fists as the realization sank in. It would be like a plague consuming the world, a mutation. That's those children. Mutated children. That's the reason, Celestia whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Ether shook his head, his jaw tightening. No, it's not just a mutation. Well, in a way, it is, but the truth is. He gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. We won't be mutating, we'll be reverting back to our original selves. Just then, Celestia's eyes widened further, as if another terrifying thought struck her. A shiver ran down her spine. Then those monsters. They might be the result of what's going to happen if Mother's energy fully manifests. She meant those monsterization when the people injected. Hearing that, Ether's stomach twisted at the implication. His throat went dry, and he swallowed hard, a chill creeping down his spine. Now everything made sense. Why Master had claimed that no one could be saved, why he insisted that he was doing the world a favor, but then, I don't think it will happen. I mean, Snape did say he got monster's blood, that's why. Ether muttered, but he wasn't 100% sure about it. Still, Ether let out a weak chuckle, but there was no humor in it, only exhaustion and frustration. I still don't get him. Exhaling shakily. Was Master trying to save people after all? Nothing made sense anymore, but at the very least, Ether understood what was happening now. He stepped closer to Alaric, his voice quieter but firm. So that's why. He wanted to create as many of those children as possible before the entire empire's collapses. Everyone dies. Alaric nodded, yes. That was our ultimate plan. Ether let out a long sigh. It all lined up now. He recalled the first hooded figure's words. They had called themselves anti-heroes, or something along those lines. Still, was there really no other way? Ether's voice carried a quiet desperation, a rare vulnerability slipping through. His fingers clenched at his sides. If Mother's energy was truly going to return, then everyone, his loved ones, his empire, would fall. Alaric simply shook his head. There is nothing we can do to stop it. It is the law of nature. Chapter 862, The True Danger Approaching in the Near Future, Part 3, What Should We Do Now? This is not what we expected, Celestia muttered, her voice carrying a slightly horrified tone as her fingers curled into tight fists. She had witnessed, with her own eyes, how people transformed into monstrous beings, how they screamed in agony as their bodies twisted and changed beyond recognition. If this horrifying phenomenon were to repeat itself, if it were to spread across the entire empire, then there would be nothing left but monsters and corpses, littering the once thriving land. Was this truly what the gods wanted? Was this their grand design? Most of all, why did Mother's energy have to return after all this time? Celestia questioned. Ether let out a heavy sigh. He, too, had no clear understanding of what was happening, but there was one thing he was beginning to realize. Something undeniable, something terrifying, the beginning. It's all about bringing back the ancient times, isn't it? Ether murmured, his voice barely above a whisper as the truth finally settled in his mind. All this time, the beginning had never been just a term, it was literally what it meant. Something is not starting new, rather, it going to the starting old line. Ether and Celestia rubbed their temples, their thoughts entangled in the chaos of uncertainty. The weight of the situation pressed heavily on them. However, for now, we need to gather the other rulers and have a serious discussion, Ether said, his voice laced with determination. Celestia nodded firmly, knowing that withholding this information could lead to devastating consequences. The rulers of the other empires had to be informed, and together, they would have to decide how to act before it was too late. Just then, a deep, ragged groan echoed in the tense silence, making both Ether and Celestia snap their heads toward the source. Their gazes locked onto the battered and broken Alaric. For a brief moment, Alaric's eyes flickered blunt. But just as quickly, they returned to normal. Then, a violent jolt ran through his body, and his pupils dilated as he gasped in shock. His breath hitched as he stammered, "What? What just happened to me, oh? Ether's lips curled into an amused smirk as he observed Alaric's reaction with interest. You were actually able to snap out of my control. How fascinating. His eyes glinted, his tone carrying a tinge of intrigue. Good thing I didn't use you in my plan after all. Even if someone fell under his control, there was still a possibility they could break free. That was dangerous. Ether made a mental note of it. Better to know now than later. Alaric's expression contorted in horror as the realization hit him like a sledgehammer. His body trembled as he pieced it together. Ether had controlled him. What the hell? What are you? He muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. The more he looked at Ether, the more his instincts screamed at him that something was very, very wrong with this boy. Alaric clenched his teeth so hard it hurt. I knew it. You're not normal. You're something far beyond that. I should have killed you that day. His voice rose with fury. His hands twitching with the regret of lost opportunity. He should have ended Ether when he had the chance. He should have struck him down instead of merely casting him out of the Empire, but now, Alaric forced a grin despite the dread twisting inside him. Once my master finds out about this, mark my words, he will carve you apart, inch by inch, just to uncover what the hell you truly are, you sick fucker. Ether's smirk widened into a sinister grin. Ha ha ha, not only him, Celestia, too, let out a soft, amused chuckle. Alaric's eyes twitched. Fuckers. Cough, cough. He coughed violently. Laugh all you want. It won't change anything. It's only a matter of time before you all kneel before him. The Mighty One. You will understand soon enough. You will learn what true power is, and yet, Ether and Celestia only laughed harder, until Ether abruptly halted his laughter. Ha ha ha. The sharp transition sent a ripple of unease through the air as his expression turned cold, indifferent. His voice dropped, devoid of any amusement. Tell me, Alaric. Do you truly believe your master will come and save you? Alaric didn't hesitate. Of course, he declared with absolute certainty, his gaze unwavering. I see. Ether murmured as he took a slow step backwards. Then, with a wave of his hand in front of his face, something shifted. The color of his dark black hair drained away, transforming into a blinding shade of pure white. His body expanded, his muscles growing more defined, his stature taller, more imposing. Alaric's breath hitched as he stared, his face draining of color. His entire body was locked up in sheer disbelief. His mind refused to process the reality before him. Victor. His voice cracked, trembling. Indeed, Victor responded smoothly, an amused smile tugging at his lips as he casually flicked his pristine white hair. His piercing gaze bore into Alaric's soul, Alaric's mind. Completely short-circuited, this wasn't possible, this couldn't be real, and yet, it was. Then. After all this time, his voice was weak, barely holding together the shattering of his entire belief system. Always, Victor murmured, his voice calm yet unyielding. His sharp eyes didn't waver as he spoke again, repeating the question that now held a much heavier weight. Do you still believe your master will come and save you? Alaric's body went rigid, his breath coming out in shallow gasps. His mind whirled with chaos. His master's grand plan had always revolved around using Victor, but Victor was Ether. Fuck, everything had collapsed. Everything had been a lie. They had all fallen victim to a mere trick, one so devastatingly simple, yet so utterly cruel. Still, despite the crushing realization sinking into his bones, Alaric clung to a shred of hope, because this was Master they were talking about. The Master knew everything, and the Master always had contingency plans, didn't he? Even if he couldn't come and save me. I'm sure he will get my revenge, you fucking bastard. Alaric spat, his expression twisted with fury. His entire body trembled, veins bulging against his skin as rage consumed him. Well. Let's hope for the best then. Victor shrugged, his tone dripping with amusement. It wasn't as if he didn't want to tell Alaric the truth, that his so-called master was already dead. But the sheer desperation in Alaric's hopeful expression. That was something worth watching. A grin stretched across Victor's lips, his voice laced with mockery. when he does. I'll slit his throat and drag his severed head through the streets like a fucking trophy. Alaric's face contorted with pure rage. How dare you, he roared, his teeth grinding so hard it hurt. Just hearing those words made his blood boil. He couldn't believe it. He refused to believe it. It was Ether all along. Ether had been manipulating as victor, twisting everyone into his pawn, and somehow, he had managed to infiltrate their organization. Now everything made sense. Ether's unusual powers, Victor's sudden appearance, the way nobody had ever seen it coming, his stomach twisted into knots. Wait. Does that mean Dora knew all of this? The moment the words left his mouth, a horrifying realization struck him, and his face turned even paler. Victor's grin widened as he casually waved a hand over his head. His shimmering white hair darkened back to its original black, his presence shifting once again. You mean my wife? Ether's voice dripped with cruel amusement, his wicked grin deepening. Of course. It was all her idea to get closer to me. Alaric's entire body locked up like it was frozen in ice, his mind shattered. Wife, his pupils dilated as he staggered back, the weight of Ether's words slamming into him like an avalanche. That's not possible. She would never. She would never allow anyone to touch her. She is untouchable, he shouted, his voice shaking as he desperately clung to his last thread of denial. Yet it felt like he was trying to convince himself rather than Ether. As if he was begging for it to be false. However, Celestia let out a cruel chuckle, her eyes glinting with amusement. Touch her? My man kissed her, jerk hee, she teased, grinning wickedly as she watched Alaric's face crumble even further into sheer horror. Alaric's breath hitched. Those lips, kissed another man, his vision blurred. Everything was gone. First, his wife, his fucking legal wife, was stolen by a mere servant. And now that same goddamn servant had taken away the woman he had loved in secret. Drip, a single tear rolled down his cheek. Why? Why him? His voice cracked, his chest tightening with unbearable pain. What does he have that I don't? What could a lowly brat like Ether possibly offer them that he couldn't? He was emperor. Yet they love a lowly servant. What made him so damn special? Ether tilted his head, watching Alaric with something akin to pity. Unlike the others, Alaric wasn't just angry, he was truly, utterly devastated. Still, Ether couldn't stop the grin that stretched across his lips. Pretty simple, he said, his voice smooth yet firm. I love them. That's all. Bullshit. Alaric roared, his voice cracking with raw emotion. There was no way that was the answer, and he still refused to accept the truth. Ether simply shrugged. Believe it or not. That's the truth. He watched as Alaric continued to wither before him, breaking apart piece by piece. Then, without hesitation, Ether lifted his hand and sliced his own palm open. You see, Ether murmured, blood trickling down his fingers. The real reason I kept you alive was because I needed your ability. So yeah, I'm fucking taking it. He stepped forward, his gaze locking onto Alaric's throat. Alaric's breath hitched. His muscles locked up, his body instinctively recoiling in fear. Thank you, man. Ether's voice was light, almost playful, as his fingers curled around Alaric's neck. Hope your master comes to save you all. Then, ding! The crimson elixir of the null is reacting to user's will. Warning, assimilation in progress. 1%, 10%, 98%, 99%, 100%, ding! Notice. A new skill has been identified. Ding! Skill, King of Woods. Ding! New title acquired. Essence Devourer. Ether's lips curled into a satisfied grin as he watched Alaric's life slowly drain from his body. He leaned in, his breath ghosting against Alaric's ear, and whispered something so soft, so cruel, that it sent an unholy chill down Alaric's spine. Alaric's eyes widened. Before he could even react, snap, his neck twisted with a sickening crack, his body went limp, his once burning eyes turning dull and void of life. Drip, ding, twin domains, 948/788. Chapter 863, Pa, said, T. Alaric Wood, A Longing Boy Part 1, Alaric Wood's POV. Well, my name was Alaric Wood. I was born into a secluded tribe known as the Wood Elf tribe, a community that rarely ventured beyond the safety of its dense forests. We lived in harmony with nature, away from the affairs of the world, existing quietly within the embrace of ancient trees. Our people possessed a unique ability to communicate with trees, nurturing them to grow faster and stronger. We helped nature flourish, ensuring that the forests remained abundant and full of life. But that was all we could do. Nothing more. Unlike other tribes, we lacked extraordinary powers. The High Elves could master the air element, bending the wind to their will. The Wolf tribe could cut through the hardest wood with a single strike, their strength unmatched. Yet, we, Wood Elves, were merely gardeners in the grand scheme of this empire, tending to the forests like humble caretakers. Because of this, our tribe's rank among the others was painfully low. We were looked down upon, considered weak, unremarkable, and of little importance. Most of our people lacked ambition, content with their simple lives, growing trees and nurturing the land. I was one of them. For as long as I could remember, I had no desires beyond the trees. No dreams beyond tending the land. No passions beyond the quiet, peaceful existence I had always known. That was until everything changed in a single, horrifying moment. A monstrous roar shattered the tranquility of our village, the kind of sound that sent a cold, paralyzing fear deep into the bones of everyone who heard it. A high-level monster stormed into our village, its massive form tearing through everything in its path. Screams erupted all around me as panic spread like wildfire, drowning out the usual peaceful hum of nature. "Someone, please. Help us," a voice shrieked in terror. "Call the soldiers." "Where are the High Elves?" another shouted in desperation. People ran in all directions, but it was useless. No one dared to fight the beast. No one had the strength to stand against it. My heart pounded painfully in my chest as I clutched onto my mother's trembling arm. My entire body felt frozen with fear, my mind refusing to process the horror unfolding before me. "Mom, it's so scary," I whispered, my voice shaking as I watched in horror. My friends, the people I had known since childhood, were being ripped apart like fragile dolls, their cries of agony piercing the air. My parents, too, were paralyzed with fear, their hands gripping mine tightly. They had no weapons, no way to defend themselves. They were just like me, helpless. This wasn't supposed to happen. Our tribe had never been attacked before. Monsters rarely came this far into the forest. The soldiers of the High Elves were supposed to keep us safe, killing any threats before they could reach us. But today, no one came. The monster rampaged through our village, crushing wooden houses beneath its claws like they were made of paper, and then, boom, with a deafening crash, our home was torn apart, the walls shattering into pieces. I barely had time to react before an enormous, clawed hand forced its way inside, searching. Hunting, Skraic, Stat Tank, everything around me collapsed into chaos as the creature's monstrous hand swung wildly, knocking over furniture, and breaking everything it touched. My family and I pressed ourselves into the farthest corner of the room, our breaths ragged and desperate, our bodies shaking in terror. Hoping, praying, wishing that someone, anyone, would come to save us. Daddy. I choked out, my voice barely a whisper as I watched the enormous claws inch closer, scraping against the wooden floor. My father trembled but forced a weak smile, his hand resting on my head with a gentleness that made my heart ache. "My son, you must be brave," he whispered, his voice breaking as he kissed my forehead. Then, he turned to my mother, pressing a lingering kiss to her lips before pulling away with a sorrowful look. Without another word, he crawled away from us, moving carefully toward the destroyed entrance. I didn't understand what he was doing. My breath hitched as I watched him step out into the open. Standing right in front of the monster. "Hey! Over here, you ugly beast," he shouted, waving his arms before taking off in a desperate sprint. "Dad." My eyes widened in pure horror as I realized what was happening. The monster's claws retracted from the house, its massive head turning toward my father, and then, thunk, in the blink of an eye, it struck. A single, powerful slash and my father's body was torn into pieces before he could even scream. No. My mother's scream shattered the air, her hands clutching her chest as tears streamed down her face, my entire world blurred. I could hear nothing but the pounding in my head, the sound of my own ragged breathing. My father was gone, just like that. My heart, which had been silent, suddenly skipped a beat. The blood, the beast. My father, everything felt so unreal, something inside me cracked. I didn't know why, but I felt slightly amused, as if something inside me woke up. The monster slowly turned its gaze back to us, its dark, soulless eyes locking onto me. A cold, numbing fear ran through my veins, my body frozen in place. Mom. My voice was barely a whisper as I clung onto her. She wrapped her arms around me tightly, shielding me as if her embrace alone could keep the monster away, and then, thunk, an arrow sliced through the air, striking the monster's skull with precise, lethal accuracy. The beast let out a guttural sound before collapsing to the ground like a lifeless puppet. Silence followed, the chaos, the destruction, the horror. All of it was replaced by an eerie stillness. I stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Slowly, people emerged from their hiding places, stepping onto the bloodstained streets. The bodies of our loved ones lay motionless, their lifeless eyes staring at the sky. Grief spread like a plague, sobs and wails filling the air as reality settled in. I could barely process my own pain when, thud, a figure landed atop the monster's lifeless body, her silver hair flowing behind her as she looked around with sorrowful eyes. She was breathtakingly beautiful, but the sadness in her gaze made her seem almost untouchable. She took a slow, painful breath before whispering, "I should have come faster." Her voice was laced with guilt, her expression filled with regret. Who was she? I barely had time to think when another group arrived. The king of the High Elves, Caliph, and the queen, Melona, entered the scene, accompanied by soldiers and the medical team. They had come to help, but it was too late. Our tribe elder, his face red with grief and fury, stepped forward. His voice was filled with unrestrained anger as he accused them of failing us, of breaking their sworn duty to protect us, and as I looked around, at the blood, the bodies, the destruction, I realized that everyone felt the same. They had sworn to protect us, and yet, here we were, surrounded by death, while everyone around me shouted, demanded answers, and expressed their fury. My eyes remained fixed on a single figure. I couldn't look away from the silver-haired girl standing beside the king and queen, even amidst the tragedy, even with the weight of my father's death crushing down on me. She was the only thing I could see. Why, I really didn't understand. Hey, isn't that the princess? It's rare to see her out in public, someone whispered among the crowd. The word, princess, echoed in my mind, and I felt a jolt of surprise. She is a princess? I stared at her again, watching as she lowered her head, her expression filled with sorrow. There was something about the way she stood there as if she blamed herself for everything. It was adorable. No, she was really cute, the way she carried herself, the way she avoided everyone's eyes, her sorrowful and guilty face. It was cute, too cute. And even after that day, when things slowly returned to normal, when the people of our tribe were granted extra protection, when life resumed as it once was, I still couldn't forget her face. No matter how hard I tried, the image of her sad expression remained etched into my mind. Her sorrowful face was kind of cute. I wanted to see it again. From that moment on, I realized something. Living my life as I had before, staying weak, remaining the same, I knew that would only lead me down the same path as my father. If I didn't change, if I didn't become stronger, then one day, I would die just like he did, and I refused to let that happen. So, from that day forward, I devoted myself to training. I wasn't the only one. Everyone in the tribe came to the same painful realization. If we remained weak, we would always be at the mercy of others. We had no choice but to push our bodies, to train harder than we ever had before, but soon, we were faced with a cruel truth: it's not working. Huff huff, one of my training partners gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Yeah. No matter what we do, we're not getting stronger, another muttered, frustration lacing his voice. It's hopeless. Looks like we were destined to rely on others for protection, someone else admitted with a bitter chuckle. I clenched my fists, my body aching, my breath ragged. I hated to admit it, but they were right. No matter how hard we trained, no matter how much effort we put in, our bodies simply weren't suited for this. Pain and exhaustion were all we gained from our efforts. It felt as though we were fighting against something greater than ourselves, as if fate itself had decided our limits long before we were born. One by one, people gave up. They returned to their old lives, to the safety of farming, to the comfort of what they knew, but I didn't. I kept going. I trained harder, my dear. I'm proud of you, my mother said one evening, her voice thick with emotion as she gently held my bruised and battered hands. I know you're doing this for your father. But you need to understand. This is our limit. We can't push ourselves beyond what we are. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I was all she had left. Of course, she didn't want to see me suffer, but she was wrong about something. I wasn't doing this for my father, nah. My father died because he was weak, that was the truth. He shouldn't have tried to hero to save us when he was weak. Anyway, I was training for one reason alone. I wanted to see her again. Arya, her face, filled with sorrow and regret, was still burned into my mind. I couldn't shake the memory of it, no matter how much time passed. If I could become stronger, if I could surpass my limits, maybe, just maybe, I could become one of her royal guards. I could stand by her side, I could protect her. That was why I trained. People in my tribe called me an idiot. Mother tried to stop me from harming my body. Yet, I pushed myself, despite the pain, despite the bruises, despite my body screaming for me to stop. Yet, no matter how much effort I put in, I eventually hit my limit. My body refused to go any further. I wasn't improving. I wasn't getting any closer to my goal. Frustration boiled inside me, a fury so overwhelming that I couldn't contain it any longer. Standing atop a mountain, my muscles aching, my breath ragged, I clenched my fists and screamed at the top of my lungs. Is this what I get? After years of training, after pouring everything into this, all I have is a broken, exhausted body. This is my limit. The wind howled around me, but I didn't stop. I worked harder than anyone. I pushed myself beyond what anyone else dared. And yet, I still can't stand on equal ground with them. What kind of bullshit is this? I gritted my teeth, my voice shaking with rage. I thought the gods were supposed to give everyone an equal chance. So why am I the only one suffering? And then, a miracle happened, as if the heavens had heard my cries, as if fate had finally decided to answer me. A brilliant light erupted from my chest, a radiant glow, a blinding brilliance, and before I could even comprehend what was happening, a rainbow-colored light descended upon me. Chapter 864, Pa, said, T. Alaric Zephyr, A Chosen Man Part 2, Alaric Zephyr's POV. I had no idea what truly happened, but in an instant, my entire world shifted when I became the chosen one. One moment, I was just another ordinary person in the tribe, and the next, I was elevated to a position I never even dreamed of. The people of my tribe worshipped me like I was their last hope. The only guiding light in their lives. Their eyes held a devotion so intense that it sent shivers down my spine, making me question if I really saw things. And the elder of my tribe, ever the opportunist, seized this moment to elevate the tribe's status. He used my newfound identity to push our tribe's rank to near the very top, simply by mentioning my name in the right places. Just like that, our influence grew, and so did my power. At first, it was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but soon, my strength began to rise exponentially. It was as if there was no limit, no stopping point, as if I had stepped into a realm where power had no boundaries. Then, the day came when I was sent to the academy. That was when my world truly expanded. I learned about everything, the structure of different empires, the existence of various races, and the reality of other chosen ones like me. It was overwhelming, a flood of knowledge that made me realize how insignificant my past had been. Compared to them, my life up until now had been utterly meaningless. I was like a tiny fish thrown into a vast, endless ocean. Fear gripped me as I stood among them. My heart pounding at the thought of what awaited me. I dreaded the possibility of being bullied, looked down upon, or ridiculed for my inexperience. And worst of all, I couldn't shake the terror I felt when I laid eyes on people like Scarlet and the other chosen ones. Their very presence was suffocating, their arrogance so deeply ingrained that they rarely even spoke to those they deemed unworthy. They carried themselves like deities walking among mortals, their gazes cold and distant as if the rest of us were beneath them. I felt like I didn't belong, no matter how much I tried to convince myself otherwise. A voice inside me kept whispering, I wasn't suited for this place. But then, there is no need to be afraid. Just open your eyes, the sovereign had said, his voice calm and reassuring. I had stared at him, confused beyond words. I didn't understand what he meant that day. Open my eyes, I was always doing that. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Was this supposed to be some kind of deep wisdom? At the time, I didn't take his words seriously. But as the days passed, something inside me began to shift, and then, one day, I understood. When I truly opened my eyes, when I really saw the world for what it was, everything changed. The overwhelming ocean I once feared, it was nothing more than a small pond. I had spent so long drowning in self-doubt, thinking I was insignificant, but the truth was different. The moment I saw through the illusion, everything felt so small, so manageable, so within my grasp, and most of all, everyone was an idiot in one way or another. I was dumbfounded. Was this all there was? Was this what I had feared so much? And when I turned to him, the sovereign merely smiled, that same gentle, knowing smile, one even my mother had never worn before. You can't say that's all, he murmured, his voice deep and steady. It's just that you've grown up, man. You see things differently now. Then, he patted my shoulder, the touch firm and grounding, like a father revealing the world to his son for the first time. That was the moment I realized. He was different, unlike the others who used their power for personal gain, unlike my tribe elder who sought influence, unlike even my own mother who cared only for the food I needed to feed her. He was different. When people helped others, they always wanted something in return. That was the way of the world. That was the lesson I had learned since childhood. But this man, he didn't care about receiving anything back. All he cared about was making sure we understood. He was truly selfless. And that was why I couldn't help but wonder, could I ever become like him? Whenever I looked up to him, I felt like he was the mighty ocean I needed to reach, the force I needed to match. Time passed, and soon, I became powerful enough to shake the political foundation of my own empire. My influence grew, and with it, my tribe's ambitions. They saw an opportunity and wasted no time taking advantage of it, eager to extract more benefits from the high elf, and just like that, I got hurt. Was it really that easy? Was this all it took to change everything? That was the moment I understood the truth. The world only acknowledges those who have something worth showing. If you have nothing, then you are nothing in their eyes. But the moment you prove your worth, they will turn to look at you. She once saw me as just another person in the crowd, just another face in the sea of nameless people, but now, I was the only man in her eyes. What kind of joke was this? It was thrilling. It was intoxicating. It was utterly amusing to witness how easily the world's perception changed, but it was too late, because my eyes were already set on someone else. A girl I didn't even fully know yet. It happened unexpectedly, on a day that should have been ordinary. I was supposed to meet my big brother in his office, though it wasn't yet the time he had given me. But impatience got the better of me, and I decided to arrive early to surprise him. The moment I opened the door, a burst of pink mist flooded out of the room, wrapping around me like a soft, fragrant cloud. My nose wrinkled as my mind momentarily went numb, a strange sensation washing over me. And then, through the mist, my gaze landed on her, Isadora. She was standing there, looking flustered, her eyes darting around nervously before she quickly spoke. "Are you okay?" I blinked, my vision hazy. And then, for a brief second, I saw it. Small, pink ears twitching atop her head. I rubbed my eyes and looked again, but they were gone. She stepped closer, concern evident on her face as she gently touched my cheek. "Are you all right?" she asked, her voice softer this time. "Why yeah," I muttered, feeling a strange warmth crawl up my face, and at that moment, something happened. Ba-dump, for the second time in my life, my heart skipped a beat, and from that day on, it continued to beat faster, only for her. Only for Isadora. Big brother leaned against his desk, watching me with amusement dancing in his eyes. "Looks like someone just had their heart stolen," he said, grinning. I blushed furiously, but Isadora only groaned, crossing her arms. "You better keep this a secret," she huffed before turning away, clearly embarrassed. "Secret? What kind of secret?" I asked, curiosity stirring inside me. I wanted to know more about her. Big Brother chuckled. "Well, if you really want to know, you're gonna have to work hard to handle it. You've got a long way to go, my child," he teased, stroking his beard, despite the fact that he didn't even have one. Sometimes, he acted so cheeky and childish, he kept grinning at me, making my face burn even more. And from that moment, I found myself following her, learning more about her, and getting drawn into her world. Everything about her fascinated me, the way she worked so diligently, the way she carried herself with such fierce determination, and above all else, I loved that fire in her. I loved it more than anything. Everything was going fine, until the day Noirix died. Her death shattered everything. My big brother, who always stood strong like an unbreakable wall, was left completely devastated. I had never seen him like that before. He worried too much, burdening himself with the weight of protecting us as if the responsibility of keeping everyone safe rested solely on his shoulders. He became more cautious, more paranoid, always watching, always ready to shield us from danger. But then, something far worse happened, the day he heard about Luna's death. That was the moment everything changed. I don't know what broke inside him that day, but the brother I knew, he wasn't there anymore. It happened so fast that none of us could even react in time. One moment, he was still himself, and the next, he wasn't. We didn't understand what had just happened. The shift was so sudden, so violent, that we were left with no choice. We had to fight him. No matter how much I tried to reason with the others, no matter how desperately I tried to find another way, we all knew the truth. He had to be stopped. The trial itself was clear. Kill him. That was the only option left to us. And in the end, it was Dora's hands that brought him down, and from that moment on, she became the sovereign. I was devastated. My big brother was gone, ripped away from my life forever. For days, I barely moved. I stayed locked inside my house, refusing to face the world. I didn't care about anything anymore. My tribe's elder took advantage of my broken state, using his influence to arrange a marriage for me. Without my permission, he decided everything for me as if I was nothing more than a pawn in his game. The moment I found out, rage consumed me. I nearly killed him on the spot. I didn't care about marriage. I didn't care about politics. I didn't care about the empire they dangled in front of me. Because my heart already belonged to someone else, yet, no matter how much I tried, she never responded to me. She never gave me a single sign, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. It was as if I didn't exist in her world, and that's when I had a thought: if she wouldn't notice me, then I would make her notice. I would make her jealous. So, I agreed to the marriage. Not because I wanted it, not because I cared about the empire that came with it, but because I wanted to see her reaction. But when the moment finally came, when I stood before her after everything was set in motion, all she said was, "Congratulations," a small smile. A fleeting moment of politeness, and then, just like that, she reverted to her usual indifferent expression. That was it, that was all. I stood there, waiting, hoping for something more, anything more. But there was nothing. No jealousy. No sadness. No pain, just a meaningless, hollow congratulations. My heart shattered even further, and in the process, I started to torment Arya. I don't know why. Maybe it was because of my frustration. Maybe it was because I wanted to see someone suffer the way I was suffering. Or maybe it was something deeper than that. For whatever reason, her sad face, her suffering, it made me feel something. Something twisted. It made me happy, whenever I saw her in pain, whenever I saw the torment in her eyes. It was as if nothing else mattered. It was exhilarating, addictive, it was like a drug I couldn't get enough of, and so, I continued, day after day. I made her life miserable, pushing her further into despair, until, one day, my mother confronted me. "You need to stop this," she shouted, her voice filled with anger, disgust, and desperation. She had seen what I had done to Arya, she had seen the cruelty in my actions, but do you know what I did? I snapped her neck, right in front of Arya's eyes. Ha ha ha, a twisted laugh escaped my lips as I watched Arya's face contort with sheer horror. The way her breath hitched, the way her entire body trembled, it was beautiful. Absolutely worth it, and at that moment, I felt an even greater rush, a thrill unlike anything else. For the first time, I thought, what if I killed Arya's mother next? What if I broke her completely? Arya's mother was well known, after all. Killing her so recklessly would have been problematic, so, I kept it minimal. For now, but my torment didn't stop. I continued to make Arya suffer, over and over again, savoring every second of it, and then, one day, while strolling through the garden, the very one my wife had painstakingly built for herself, I couldn't help but laugh. The mighty high elf, reduced to tending a garden, how utterly amusing. I stared at the carefully nurtured flowers, the beautifully arranged greenery. And then, an idea struck me. What would she feel if I burned it all? The mere thought of her crying, of watching everything she worked for turn to ash, sent shivers of delight through me. I raised my hand, conjuring flames, ready to watch it all burn, when suddenly, "Hello, Alaric." "It's been a while," a voice interrupted me. I turned sharply, my flames flickering as a hooded figure appeared out of nowhere. "Who the hell?" I began, but my words froze in my throat the moment I saw his face. My eyes widened in shock. Big Brother, it was him. My body trembled as tears welled up in my eyes. Without thinking, I rushed forward, wrapping my arms around him in a desperate embrace. How are you alive?" My voice broke, my chest tightening painfully. I thought you died. I thought you were gone forever," he smiled. That same gentle smile. The one I thought I'd never see again. With a firm, familiar touch, he patted my shoulder, just like he always used to. "It was all the gods' grace," he said softly. "I was allowed to return. To see you all again. To guide you all and show the real, guide us." "Real?" I echoed, my mind reeling. "What do you mean?" His expression darkened slightly, his voice dropping to something deeper, something more ominous. "The real world," he muttered. Chapter 865, being both a ruler and a lover was truly a tough job. Third person's POV, I have no idea how I'm supposed to deal with this mess. Isadora groaned, frustration clear on her face as her gaze fell on the remains of the once proud academy. She really wanted to cry at the sight of her academy reduced to nothing but debris. All those years of history, all the memories, the knowledge stored within its walls, now nothing more than dust and rubble. "Don't worry, Principal," Kai said, puffing out his chest with a proud expression. "Even if there was no enemy left to fight, I am still here. No matter what, I will help you rebuild everything. We will do it for our home," Leon added, his tone filled with determination as he placed a hand over his heart. Aquilina, who had been silently working, suddenly turned her head to stare at the two of them. She watched them for a moment, then let out a small sigh before finally speaking. "And how exactly do you plan to do that? Just standing there and talking?" she asked, her voice edged with sarcasm as she struggled to move a large chunk of rock out of the way. Both Kai and Leon immediately coughed, their expressions shifting into ones of awkwardness. A faint blush crept onto their faces. Without saying another word, they quickly bent down and started working. The entire area was filled with people working tirelessly. Guards, survivors, and others who had once called this place home were all putting in their efforts to clear the debris. Some were removing smaller pieces, while the larger chunks were handled by the chosen ones. It wasn't necessarily their duty, but this place had been their home once. It had sheltered them, nurtured them, and given them a purpose. More than that, the origin pillars, the very foundation of their power, were buried beneath the ruins of the academy. There was no choice but to dig through the wreckage. Whoever ascended to the throne as the next sovereign would be responsible for guarding this academy for the next 1,000 years. It was a duty none of them could afford to neglect. Isadora let out a weary sigh, her tired eyes shifting toward the archpriestess, who was diligently moving through the injured. Her hands glowing with healing energy. Beyond the academy, the destruction extended into Valisar city. The damage was severe, entire buildings were reduced to rubble, and streets cracked and torn apart. Rebuilding the city would take months, perhaps even years. The academy itself would need just as much time, if not more, before it could return to its former glory. What should we do with them? Sandra's voice broke through Isadora's thoughts as she approached. She gestured toward a group of children. Isadora glanced at them, her mind already considering the options. Then, her gaze drifted toward the archpriestess. But, I cannot, the archpriestess suddenly spoke without even looking at her back. I didn't even say anything. The archpriestess didn't respond, simply continuing her work as if the conversation had never started. Shaking her head, Isadora exhaled deeply before speaking again. Look, you know as well as I do that keeping them here isn't an option. We don't have the resources, and rebuilding will take months, probably even longer, just to get half of the academy back on its feet. The archpriestess finally paused, her fingers still glowing with soft golden light as she finished healing a wounded man. Slowly, she turned her gaze toward Isadora, her expression unreadable. I am sorry to say this, but for some reason, Mother does not wish for anyone to enter our empire at this time. Isadora's jaw clenched. Aren't they supposed to be under Mother's protection? And now she's just abandoning them. The archpriestess shook her head. I do not know the reason behind her decision. But if there is one thing I am certain of, it is that Mother always has a purpose. She does nothing without reason. If you wish, I can arrange for an orphanage to be established here. However, they can't be placed with the other children. Isadora countered, her voice firm. We still don't know how to deal with them. What if, by some accident, they harm the others? We can't risk that, and you know it. The archpriestess exhaled a long breath, then, as she straightened, she looked directly at Isadora. Then what do you expect me to do? Isadora ran a hand through her hair before taking a deep breath. Take them with you, she finally said. The archpriestess said nothing. Instead, she simply turned back to her work, continuing to heal the wounded as if the conversation had already ended. Isadora's lips twitched in irritation. Sandra, who had been silently observing the exchange, suddenly spoke. What about giving them to him? Isadora blinked at the suggestion. That was right, there was still one person available, wasn't there? A smirk slowly formed on her lips. Yeah, she murmured, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. He might just be the right one for this, and as if on cue. Hush! A sharp whistle cut through the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned their heads and saw Victor strolling toward them with a leisurely gait, his hands tucked into his pockets. His sharp eyes swept over the wreckage of the academy, taking in the devastation with an air of amusement. Oh my, what happened to this place? Victor asked in a pitiful tone, his expression exaggerated in sympathy. He hadn't expected this level of destruction, total annihilation. If this was the result of just a small amount of Mother's energy, then what about when the worlds truly started reverting? The mere thought made a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Dora, Sandra, and the archpriestess all flinched at the same time. They weren't sure how, but their instincts screamed that it was indeed Ether. Look who finally decided to show up. After everything is already over, Kai remarked with a smirk, his tone carrying a clear jab at Victor's late arrival. Yeah, we handled everything without him, Leon added, crossing his arms with a huff, his expression full of self-satisfaction. Victor cast a slow glance at Leon, taking his time before lowering his gaze and murmuring, one ball is missing. What? Leon's face instantly contorted in horror as both of his hands shot down to protect his crotch. His body stiffened as if a traumatic memory had just surfaced. But then, I'm talking about the bell. Victor clarified, pointing toward the debris where the academy's great bell lay half buried. It's missing a clapper, he added with a wicked grin. Leon's face turned an angry shade of red, his entire body trembling with rage. Without thinking, he moved to charge at Victor, his fists clenched, but before he could take a step, Kai grabbed his shoulder, holding him back. Come on, man. We're the chosen among the chosen ones. You can't let yourself be so easily provoked by some random nobody, right? He whispered into Leon's ear, trying to calm him down. Leon took a deep breath, slowly unclenching his fists as he forced himself to relax. And don't forget our 3-year manly deal. Victor added with a smirk, his voice carrying an almost gentle tone. I always keep my promises. That gentle smile sent a shiver down Leon's spine. He knew better than to trust that look. Gritting his teeth, he turned away, silently chanting to himself that they were chosen ones, and they needed to remain composed. Victor, satisfied with the reaction, finally turned to Dora. His expression shifted. "We need to talk," he said, his usual playful tone gone. Dora blinked, sensing the shift in his demeanor. "About what?" she asked cautiously. "Not just you," Victor clarified. "Everyone. The rulers of the empires, as well as the chosen ones." Dora frowned. "Why do you need everyone all of a sudden?" she asked. "It's serious," Victor replied, his voice carrying a deadly weight. Hearing that, Dora sighed. "Come on, Victor. You can't just call everyone out of nowhere. At least give some time to." Before she could finish, Victor stepped closer and whispered something into her ear. Dora's eyes widened in pure horror. "Oh. Fuck. Seriously?" Her voice barely came out. Victor nodded. A shudder ran through her body before she took a deep breath and straightened herself. Without hesitation, her voice echoed across the 5 empires, amplified by her power. "Sovereign of empires, hereby call upon the rulers and the chosen ones of the empires to come to the academy immediately. No matter what you are doing, drop everything and come here at once. That is my order." Her final words reverberated through the empires with undeniable authority. Victor blinked, unsurprised by her reaction. Well, most of them were already here anyway, so this just made things more official. He shrugged, just about to turn to the side when, thud, a sharp thin blue sword whizzed past his head, barely missing his hair before stabbing deep into the ground. Victor stared down at the embedded blade. He swallowed hard. He had been purposely ignoring that particular stare for far too long, and now it seemed he could no longer avoid it. Slowly, he turned his head, and there she was, Aquilina. She was smiling at him. But it wasn't a normal smile. "Oops. I missed," Aquilina said, still smiling, her voice as sweet as ever. Victor inwardly cried. Being both a ruler and a lover was truly a tough job, but he had to face it eventually. So why bother running now? Chapter 866, Future Discussion and Secret Planning, Part 1. This is the first time I have seen everyone gathered together at the same time, Aquilina muttered as she settled into her chair at a long round table. The table was vast, filled with numerous chairs, each occupied by people of great importance. She sat beside her mother, Marisandra, the Empress. On her other side was Kai of the Naiade Empire, followed closely by Leon. Next to Leon was an empty seat, a stark reminder of someone missing, and beside it sat Raven of the Pyra Empire. Further, Helena sat next to the Archpriestess, Finian of the Aurora Empire. Another empty seat followed before Mary, who was positioned beside Nyx of the Void Empire. The arrangement was carefully planned. Arya sat beside Leora, another empty seat beside them, and finally, Kaelin of the Zephyr Empire. The room itself was grand, built to host powerful rulers, and now it was the designated meeting hall where crucial matters would be discussed. As soon as Dora had announced that most of them had arrived near the academy, Arya made the decision. Rather than speaking out in the open on a broken road, she deemed it far more appropriate to conduct the discussion within the palace walls. A meeting of this magnitude demanded a setting befitting its importance. The air inside the room carried the sweet, natural fragrance of blooming flowers. The nearby garden, a creation of Arya's own making, exuded a beautiful scent that spread through the halls, creating an illusion of peace. Yet, despite the calming aroma, the tension in the air was undeniable, thick enough to make some uneasy. Dora stood at the head of the table, her sharp gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals. After ensuring that everyone was present, she nodded in satisfaction. "Good," she said in a firm tone. However, as her gaze fell upon the empty seat near Arya, her expression darkened. Dora frowned, her voice firm. Where is your mother? Arya let out a weak, knowing smile, her voice carrying a faint hint of hesitation. She couldn't come. She's having some difficulty dealing with people at the moment. Dora's frown deepened for a brief second before she exhaled, nodding slowly as if she had expected that answer. After all, there was a mess in their place too. Make sure she hears everything that is discussed today. No matter what, she must be informed of the truth, she said before straightening. Now, shall we begin? Just as the air settled, Kai raised his hand, his expression cautious. What about Jack? Shouldn't we wait for him? He should be here too, right? Dora sighed, unfortunately. Jack is no more. The chosen ones exchanged shocked glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wait, no more. What do you mean by that? Kai's voice wavered slightly as he spoke, his mind struggling to grasp the implications. Do we really need to explain everything, Mr. Chosen One? A voice, smooth yet laced with something sharp, cut through the air. Victor stepped forward from behind Dora. Kai and Leon immediately tensed, their eyes narrowing as they turned toward Victor. The discomfort in Leon's expression was unmistakable. He muttered under his breath, I thought only chosen ones and rulers were supposed to be here. Why is he? Victor arched an eyebrow, an amused smirk playing at his lips. And who exactly do you think I am? He paused, his voice carrying a teasing edge. I am the ruler of Pyra. No. You are not. Leon's furious voice erupted, slamming against the walls of the chamber. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white as he glared at Victor with nothing but pure hatred. You're a thief. You stole my rightful throne. Fucker. His voice dripped with venom as he spat the words out, unable to contain his rage. Shall we begin the meeting now? Nick's Shadowfall finally interjected, I don't have the time nor the patience to listen to grown men cursing each other. Leon gritted his teeth, his entire body seething with anger, but with a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down. His eyes burned with even more hatred as he glared at Victor. This wasn't over. Victor, however, appeared completely indifferent to Leon's fury. He remained unfazed, not sparing him a second glance. Instead, his sharp gaze shifted toward the empty seat of the Zephyr Empire. He reached out to Arya telepathically. Where is your mother, ? Arya inwardly sighed before responding, her mental voice carrying slight exhaustion. She's locked herself in her room. I've called her multiple times, but she refuses to come out, . Victor's frown deepened at the response. Without delay, he reached out again, this time to Melona herself. Mother-in-law, where are you now, ? There was no answer. Melona, . Again no answer. Victor's expression darkened as a sense of unease crept over him. Melona had never ignored his telepathic messages before. Even when she was busy, she always acknowledged him. But now, something was wrong. Something didn't add up. Anyway, Dora finally spoke, reclaiming everyone's attention. Shall we begin the meeting? She sat down with poised elegance, her gaze sharp as she addressed the room. Our academy was attacked today. The damage could have been catastrophic, possibly beyond repair, if not for the brave chosen ones who intervened. Thanks to them, we were able to put an end to the madness before it completely consumed everything. She exhaled, her voice laced with genuine gratitude. I, as sovereign, extend my deepest gratitude. You stepped forward when we needed you the most, and for that, I am truly thankful. The chosen ones nodded, their expressions filled with pride. Among them, Kai and Leon looked particularly satisfied, their chests puffed up ever so slightly at the praise. Dora took a deep breath, her tone shifting into something more serious. The one who led the attack was none other than our own vice principal. He betrayed us. He allied himself with the organization and attempted to eliminate us all. There was a collective silence, then a ripple of raised eyebrows and subtle shifts in posture. And, Dora continued, Aquilina was kidnapped by him. However, through her own determination and strength, she managed to escape. Not only that, but she also rescued the children who were being used as test subjects. She turned her gaze toward Aquilina, her expression filled with approval. Aquilina, you have my deepest thanks for your bravery. You saved countless innocent lives. Dora began to softly clap, and soon, others followed in suit. Aquilina gave a small smile, her voice steady as she responded. I did what needed to be done. But as she spoke, her gaze briefly flickered toward Victor from the corner of her eye. What is the name of this organization? Leon asked, his curiosity piqued. Arcane Hunters, Dora answered. Leon immediately flinched at the name, his expression shifting. Dora hesitated for a brief second before exhaling, her voice quieter, heavier with meaning. The head of the Arcane Hunters is none other than Master Snape. The ex-sovereign. A wave of shock rippled through the chosen ones as they sat in stunned silence. What do you mean? Finian asked, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. Dora hesitated, her fingers lightly tapping the table as she struggled to find the right words. Well. It's complicated. She muttered, her usual confidence faltering slightly. Before Dora could continue, the archpriestess spoke up, her voice calm yet firm. I believe I have the right to reveal the truth. After all, he was our empire's responsibility. Her piercing gaze settled on Dora, making it clear that she would not let this truth remain hidden any longer. Dora hesitated for a moment before nodding reluctantly. With that silent permission, the archpriestess began explaining everything, the truth about Snape, what had happened to him, how he had died, and more disturbingly, how they had captured him and killed him again. A heavy silence filled the room. Everyone was left in stunned disbelief. It felt unreal, as if they were listening to some fantasy rather than cold, hard reality. But the one who looked the most shaken was Nyx Shadowfall. Her expression twisted in shock, unable to comprehend the impossible. Someone had returned from the dead. Meanwhile, Mary frowned slightly, her sharp gaze flickering over the room. She couldn't help but notice that no one had mentioned Ether. More than that, the archpriestess had deliberately avoided including him in the explanation. Interesting. Mary thought with amusement, her eyes briefly studying Dora, Sandra, and the archpriestess. Aquilina, breaking the tense silence, asked the most important question. How is he alive after all this time? Her voice was laced with curiosity and a hint of dread, as if she already suspected that the answer would be unsettling. Dora, the archpriestess, and Sandra exchanged uneasy glances before shaking their heads in unison. We don't know. Dora admitted, her voice carrying the weight of uncertainty. You don't know. Nyx Shadowfall jerked upright, her chair scraping loudly against the floor as she stared at them in disbelief. I cannot believe you guys are saying that. He came back from the dead. Before she could finish her sentence, Mary lifted a hand, silencing her instantly. The room fell into an uneasy hush as Mary spoke, her voice cold and indifferent. We killed him. That's all you need to know. Her crimson eyes glowed faintly as she continued, her words carrying an unmistakable warning. And if you're that curious, I don't mind sending you to his place to find out for yourself. A tense shiver ran through the room. The chosen ones lowered their heads slightly, a flicker of unease in their expressions. Dora sighed, knowing full well that the group wanted more answers. But there were things that couldn't be explained so easily. The only reason we're telling you this now is because. In case he comes back again in the future, right? Aquilina interrupted, her tone serious as she pieced it together. The rulers sighed softly. She was right. That was the true reason behind their revelation. They had no way of knowing how he had returned before, and if he could do it once, what was stopping him from doing it again? Victor shared the same concerns. Something felt off to him as well. If Snape had truly been dead, then he could have got his soul essence, and yet Victor hadn't sensed anything, which made him wary. For now, all we need to do is remain aware of the situation, Dora muttered before motioning toward Victor. Her expression shifted into something more serious. Now, let's move on to the real reason for this meeting. My disciple, please begin. Victor nodded, pushing aside his own lingering thoughts. He looked at the gathered rulers and chosen ones before finally speaking. We have gathered information about the beginning. His voice was steady as he handed out documents to each person present. Everything about its origins, its purpose, and how it will affect our world has been compiled here. Pay close attention. For the next half an hour, Victor explained the findings in detail. His voice carried unwavering confidence as he outlined the situation, how it was unfolding, and what it meant for them all. By the time he finished, the room was engulfed in heavy silence. With a slight smile, Victor added, and all of this is thanks to the Sovereign, who painstakingly collected this information for us. Dora blinked in mild surprise at the unexpected credit. She hadn't expected Victor to phrase it that way, but she didn't react outwardly. Instead, she merely glanced at him, noting the subtle smile on his lips. Of course, Victor had done this intentionally. If he had taken credit for the information himself, it would have immediately raised suspicion. People would have asked, "How do you know all this?" And that was a question he wasn't ready to answer. By attributing the knowledge to the Sovereign, he had successfully avoided unnecessary scrutiny. As everyone flipped through the documents, their faces gradually changed: shock, disbelief, and finally, fear. Kai looked particularly disturbed. His fingers trembled slightly as he reread a specific passage. So. The beginning is just returning to the ancient era? Is that even possible? His voice carried a mixture of astonishment and dread. Dora sighed, setting her document down. She, too, had been trying to wrap her mind around it. She looked at other rulers. Well, we originally thought this was just a battle for the throne for the new empire, but this isn't just the start of a new era, Aquilina muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. She felt an eerie chill creeping up her spine. It's about bringing back the ancient era itself, that's what the beginning truly means. So the reason we're fighting is to determine who is capable of handling this outcome? Finian asked, still trying to process it all. Dora shook her head. It's not just about handling it. This is beyond anyone's control. This affects every single one of us. Not even the oldest records in existence mention anything like this happening before, not in millions of years. A dreadful silence followed. The realization that they were dealing with something entirely unknown was enough to unnerve even the strongest among them. Victor finally spoke again, breaking the stillness. The documents mention a stone, the Ebon Stone. It seems to be the key force connecting all of our empires. From what we've gathered, our lands were once united as one, but for some reason, they were separated. Now, they're being drawn back together. And the Ebon Stones are responsible for it. Nixa's eyes narrowed in curiosity. Ebon Stone, huh? That's an odd name, she muttered. Victor continued, his gaze scanning the room. So far, we have found 3 of them. They've already been activated. He gestured toward the marked locations on the map, Pyra, Naiade, and Void. What about the other 2? They're still being searched for, Victor answered, his gaze subtly shifting toward the Archpriestess. He noted how she immediately looked away, avoiding eye contact. Leon frowned, deep in thought, before crossing his arms. If these things are causing the problem, why not just destroy them? It's impossible, Victor stated bluntly. Leon scoffed, smirking. Impossible, you say? Ha! Maybe it's impossible for you because you're not a chosen one. Kai let out a laugh, shaking his head in amusement. Of course. Ha ha ha. Who does he think he is? Acting like he knows everything. The 2 of them chuckled, clearly enjoying themselves. However, the rest of the room remained silent, their expressions unreadable. Dora sighed inwardly. The fools didn't realize it, but they were making themselves look like complete idiots. Ether had nothing to do with these idiots becoming more idiots. Believe him. Anyway. As you know, the ancient era coming back, that means Mother's energy, Clarion energy coming back too. Victor said with a serious tone. Chapter 867, Future Discussion and Secret Planning, Part 2. The meeting room fell into an eerie silence as the weight of the revelation sank in. The return of Mother's energy, aka Clarion energy, was something no one had anticipated, and now that it was happening, the implications were beyond terrifying. The Archpriestess and Helena were the first to react, their expressions shifting from disbelief to sheer shock. More than anyone, they understood the gravity of what this meant. Their bodies trembled slightly, as if their minds were struggling to process the information. The Archpriestess's voice wavered as she hesitantly asked, "You mean Mother Goddess herself? Are you saying that Clarion energy is truly coming back?" Victor exhaled a deep breath as he gave a firm nod. The Archpriestess's eyes widened in raw horror, her fingers trembling against the table as she stammered, That means, the current arcane energy will be destroyed. And if that happens, all of us who rely on it, we will be wiped out. Everything will be erased, and we will have to start from nothing." A heavy tension gripped the room, the weight of her words pressing against everyone's chest, like a doom that was about to come. Kai swallowed hard, his voice coming out softer than usual as he nervously asked, What do you mean by that? Start over, from nothing?" The Archpriestess let out a slow sigh before straightening her posture. Listen carefully. Mother's energy is the purest and most fundamental form of existence. It is the direct opposite of arcane energy. The 2 cannot coexist in the same space. If Mother's energy is reintroduced while arcane energy still lingers, they will collide. And when they do, the impact will be catastrophic beyond imagination. A deep silence fell upon the room. Except for one. Kalen frowned, his gaze flickering with skepticism as he scoffed, so what if it's just energy colliding? It happens all the time in the natural world. I mean, we had both of them before, right? There is nothing to be afraid of. We are strong enough to withstand something like this. We will survive. Arya, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted her head. Kalen, did you forget what we are made of? Do you not remember the essence of our existence? Kalen's expression faltered for a moment before his brows furrowed in confusion. But then, as realization slowly dawned on him, his breath hitched. His eyes widened in sheer horror, his voice cracking as he muttered, "We2." Yes, Dora confirmed with a solemn nod. Ever since Clarion energy disappeared, our very core, the foundation of our existence, shifted. Arcane energy took over, and our bodies mutated to survive in this new state. Over time, we became completely dependent on it. Now, we are nothing without arcane energy. If Clarion energy truly returns, we will either be forced to undergo another painful mutation, or worse, we may cease to exist entirely. A sharp gasp echoed through the room, followed by an unbearable stillness. Then. No way. This is a disaster. There's no escaping this. Murmurs of fear and despair spread like wildfire across the table. Even the strongest among them found their resolve shaken. Only two remained unaffected, Mary and Nyx, who sat still, their expressions unreadable. Victor observed the panic rising in the room before shifting his gaze toward Sandra, who was gripping the armrest of her chair. She took a deep breath to steady herself before voicing what they were all thinking. We can't tell this to the people. Not now. They are already terrified, knowing that their empire is on the verge of collapse. If they learn about this on top of everything else, the chaos will be uncontrollable. They will lose all hope. Her words resonated deeply with the other rulers. They knew she was right. The moment this knowledge spread, it would mark the beginning of the end. Then, amidst the uneasy silence, Victor said, "That is where the chosen ones come in." Leon asked, "What are you trying to say, Victor?" Victor leaned forward. "Unlike the rest of us, the chosen ones are different. Their bodies are unique. They possess the ability to adapt to Clarion energy without suffering the same fate as the rest of us." He paused, reaching into his coat before carefully pulling out a shimmering rainbow crystal, aka the origin crystal. He placed it on the table, sliding it toward the center. Kai and Leon's eyes widened at the sight of the crystal, their expressions turning to shock. "How did you?" Kai started, but before he could finish, Victor cut in. "I found it while fighting a monster during my search for the ebon stone in my empire." His gaze flickered toward Leon, who huffed in frustration at the mention of the ebon stone. But Victor ignored him and continued, "This crystal holds a small fraction of Clarion energy. It may be weak, but it contains the power to slowly modify a body, allowing it to adjust to the presence of Clarion energy. However," he paused for a moment before continuing, "this method will only work for the chosen ones. Only they have the ability to withstand the transformation." The room fell into silence once again. Helena, who had been listening intently, suddenly felt a pit form in her stomach. Something about Victor's words unsettled her. Her lips parted hesitantly as she whispered, "Only us?" Victor nodded. "Yes. Only the chosen ones have the potential to survive this change. No one else will be able to handle it." For many of them, this was their first encounter with something as mysterious and powerful as this crystal. Some had never even heard of such a thing before, and even those who had were struggling to comprehend what it truly meant. This was something far beyond their expectations. This was something they could have never prepared for. And now, their fates rested upon a truth they had no choice but to accept. What would happen if an ordinary person took it? Aquilina asked curiously, her eyes fixed on the crystal with keen interest. Victor had anticipated this question. Without hesitation, he clapped his hands together. Suddenly. Thud. The throne room door swung open, and Talia strode inside, dragging an unconscious monster bear behind her. She held it by the scruff of its massive neck, her expression one of mild annoyance as she carelessly tossed it toward the table. Sigh. "You have no idea how hard it was not to kill this thing," she muttered, her tone laced with irritation. The rulers and the chosen ones frowned, exchanging uncertain glances. Victor, however, remained calm as he reached forward and carefully slipped the origin crystal into the monster's mouth. Then, he stepped back and waited. Seconds passed. Nothing happened. For nearly a full minute, the bear lay motionless, its massive body unresponsive. I don't Kai started, but before he could finish. The bear's eyes shot open, glowing an unnatural shade of gold before suddenly turning a deep, iridescent rainbow. Jar! A feral snarl ripped through the air as the monster abruptly sprang to life, its burning gaze locking onto Talia with raw, unfiltered fury. Muscles bulged grotesquely beneath its hide, veins twisting and pulsing as if its entire body was being reshaped from the inside. Its aura darkened, surging with a terrifying intensity that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. It was getting stronger. Much, much stronger. A sense of unease spread across the room. Everyone could feel it, this was no ordinary transformation. The monster's breath came in ragged, guttural gasps, its deadly stare fixated on Talia as if she were the only thing in existence. It dug its claws into the ground, its body trembling violently as if something inside was desperately trying to break free. Victor? Dora called out, her voice tight with concern. Just wait, it's not over yet, Victor replied, his sharp gaze never leaving the creature. Then. Bam! The monster lurched forward, but before it could move an inch, its entire body convulsed violently. A strangled, weird screech tore from its throat as its limbs twisted at unnatural angles. Its flesh began to tear apart, its muscles expanding beyond their limits. For a brief second, its entire form grotesquely distorted, before. Buff! The monster exploded into countless chunks of flesh and bone, its remains bursting outward in a gruesome spray. Dora reacted instantly, raising a hand as an invisible force held back the chunks of gore before hurling them out of the room. Silence. Victor dusted off his hands and turned back to the group. See? That is what will most likely happen to an ordinary person, he said, his tone grave. The rulers and the chosen ones sat frozen, unable to form a response. Their minds raced, but no solution came to them. Even though it was a monster, they knew how they and the monster were similar when it comes to arcane crystal. Everyone levels up using that. This was a dead end. For ordinary people, this was nothing short of a death sentence. Victor clapped his hands again, and this time, Talia returned, leading a young child by the hand while carrying a tray of fresh fruit. You all remember Aquilina saving a few children who had been used as test subjects, correct? Victor asked. The group nodded, their gazes shifting toward the child. The boy stood motionless, his face blank, devoid of any emotion. His eyes held no spark of life, no will of his own, just the eerie emptiness of someone who had been broken beyond repair. He moved only when guided, like a mere puppet awaiting orders. However, the moment his gaze landed on Victor, something strange happened. For the first time, the boy's expression shifted ever so slightly. His lips parted, and a thin string of drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. His lifeless eyes twinkled with an odd fascination as if Victor were the most mesmerizing thing he had ever seen. Victor, however, paid him no mind. Instead, he reached toward the tray Talia was holding and picked up one of the fruits. Without a word, he handed it to Helena. Her brows furrowed in confusion as she stared at the fruit in her hand. Chapter 868, Future Discussion and Secret Planning, Part 3. Arcane energy or clarion energy, they were like ink in a pen, and while a pen could be used by anyone, the handwriting of each person would always be different from one another, no matter what. That was why, even though everyone was using arcane energy, the way they wielded it, shaped it, and expressed it was entirely unique to them, forming their own signature output. What? You want me to pour Mother's energy into this? Helena asked, her tone filled with surprise and uncertainty as she held the apple in her palm. Victor nodded at her with a calm expression. Helena hesitated for a moment before shifting her gaze toward the archpriestess, silently seeking confirmation. The archpriestess looked at the others for a brief second before finally giving a small nod in approval. Taking a deep breath, Helena slowly injected her clarion energy into the apple. Buff! The apple suddenly burst apart with an abrupt explosion, sending tiny pieces flying. Everyone flinched at the unexpected result, their eyes widening in shock as they gulped inwardly. Even an ordinary apple had been unable to withstand the sheer force of the energy. Victor let out a sigh and rubbed his forehead before speaking. Just do it slowly this time, there's no need to rush it, okay? Let it flow at its own pace. Helena pursed her lips before nodding. Closing her eyes, she steadied herself and carefully injected the clarion energy again, this time allowing it to flow gently, like a single drop of water merging with a vast ocean. Victor's eyes flickered with a sharp glint as, for a brief moment, everything in his vision turned black and white. He could see the white energy gradually seeping into the apple, moving in delicate waves. However, just then, something caught his attention. The energy inside suddenly trembled, reacting to an outside energy. Arcane! Stop! Helena flinched slightly before stopping the flow of energy. She blinked in confusion before glancing at Victor. That's it? Are you sure? Victor gave a small nod as he carefully took the apple from Helena's hands, his eyes scanning it with deep focus before turning toward the child in front of him. The child did not take his eyes off Victor, staring at him with an unwavering gaze, as if Victor was the only thing in the world that truly mattered to him at that moment. Victor let out a soft sigh before slowly bringing the apple closer to the child's face. For a few seconds, the child simply stared at Victor before his nose twitched slightly. His small body stiffened as his head finally turned toward the apple. He stared at it with silent curiosity before leaning in and sniffing it several times, his expression shifting as if he was trying to process something unfamiliar. Then, after a brief hesitation, he finally took a small bite. The instant the sweet, foreign taste touched his tongue, the child's eyes widened in shock, as if he had just experienced something entirely new. Without another moment of doubt, he eagerly bit into the apple again, this time devouring it without hesitation. It was his first proper meal after an agonizingly long period of hunger. The boy hummed softly, his voice carrying a hint of astonishment as if he was unable to believe what he was tasting. Dora and Aquilina raised their eyebrows in surprise. Victor nodded slightly before explaining in a calm but firm voice. Do you see now? The reason these children refused to eat anything before was because every single thing around them, every fruit, every piece of vegetation, was completely infused with arcane energy. Everything here grew alongside arcane energy, much like how our own bodies adapted to it over time. But these children are different, their bodies require something else. They need food infused with clarion energy too. That is why they didn't eat the food we offered them. Instead, they consumed the flesh of their dead parents, because their bodies contained both energies, making them the only source of sustenance these children could accept. A wave of silence washed over the group as realization sank in, their expressions filled with a mixture of shock and horror. Victor continued, his voice taking on a slightly heavier tone, as you can see, these children. They are not ordinary. He was created by Snape, the ex-sovereign, who was conducting experiments in an attempt to create a new race of people, individuals capable of surviving the inevitable arrival of the beginning. The moment those words left Victor's lips, the entire group stiffened. So, the ex-sovereign was actually trying to save us? Leon asked hesitantly, his voice tinged with disbelief and uncertainty. Victor's gaze shifted toward Dora, who let out a deep sigh before responding. Well, we cannot be sure. Sure. Kai suddenly interrupted, his brows furrowed deeply as he clenched his fists. His voice carried frustration, anger, and a sense of betrayal as he spoke. He was trying to save us. And yet, you guys killed him for that? Victor remained unfazed by Kai's reaction, merely observing in silence. It was a normal thought process, after all. Anyone in Kai's position would be bound to feel the same way. However, Aquilina immediately turned a sharp look at Kai. Save us? Do you have any idea what those people had to go through? Do you have even the slightest clue? Her voice carried a sharp edge, filled with unfiltered bitterness. Many of them died, right in front of our eyes. And now you're sitting here, saying he was trying to save us? Kai gritted his teeth, his fists clenching at his sides. But he's the one who created them all, right? That means, there's a chance we might be able to save them. We can still do something. Dora shook her head, exhaling deeply as she stared at Kai with a somber expression. Kai, you're only saying that because you never saw what he was truly capable of. Her voice grew colder as she continued, save? Didn't I already tell you? He killed millions of them before. The weight of her words crashed down on Kai. He totally forgot that part. His body tensed, his face stiffening as he flinched, before finally shutting his mouth, unable to argue any further. Dora then reached out and pushed a glass tube forward. Inside, a crimson-red liquid shimmered under the dim light. For now, this is our only lead, she said before turning to Mary. Fixing her with a firm stare, she added, with your help, we might be able to identify what's inside this liquid, and find a way to save them all, without turning them into monsters. Mary remained silent for a moment, her eyes locked onto the swirling crimson liquid within the glass tube. Then, without warning, she smirked slightly. What's in it for me? Huh? Dora blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Mary's smirk widened into a grin as she leaned back with an almost playful expression. I asked, what will you give me in return? Her voice carried an unmistakable amusement, yet beneath it lurked something much more calculating. Dora's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows. Mary, this isn't a game. People's lives are hanging by a thread here, and that includes your daughter. Don't forget that. The moment those words left Dora's lips, Mary's crimson eyes flickered, no, burned, with a violent glow, an eerie intensity swirling within them. Are you threatening me? Dora's frown deepened, her muscles tensing, but before the tension could escalate further. What do you want? Victor's voice cut through the heavy silence. Mary blinked, before turning her sharp gaze toward him. Victor met her stare without hesitation, his expression unreadable. I am the ruler of my empire. I have people to protect. I have a duty to save them, so tell me, what do you want? His voice was blunt, firm, unwavering. Mary's lips curled into a slow, wicked smile. Interesting. Her voice was laced with something almost teasing, but then, with a tilt of her head, she added, well then, your life. Victor's brows furrowed slightly. Dora immediately stepped in, Mary. Mary's crimson eyes flicked to Dora. But it wasn't just Dora, Sandra, the archpriestess, and even Leora had already taken a defensive stance. It was subtle, but clear. They were ready to fight. ready to strike her down the moment she crossed a certain line. Mary let out a small sigh before, to everyone's surprise, she giggled softly. No need to be so tense. She waved her hand dismissively. Of course, I'll help you all. After all, we're friends, aren't we? Her eyes lingered on Dora as she spoke, as if daring her to say otherwise. I doubt that, Dora muttered as she handed the glass tube to Mary. Mary chuckled softly before taking the tube into her hands. She held it up to the light, observing the deep crimson liquid swirling inside. It might take a few days, hope you don't mind the wait, she said with a small shrug. Dora nodded. Well, everything has been discussed. If you have any questions, ask me before you leave. But just as everyone thought the conversation was over. No, not yet, Victor suddenly spoke, his voice carrying an amused undertone. A small, knowing smile spread across his lips, something sly, something calculated. Slowly, he rubbed his hands together in a way that was both professional and mischievous. Then, turning his gaze toward Leora, Mary, and the archpriestess, he said, how about we talk about the thruster's price? Chapter 869, Future Discussion and Secret Planning, Part 4. It wasn't like Victor was some greedy merchant hoarding gold like a dragon or anything. Believe him. It was just a formal discussion between one empire's ruler and another, where every single transaction needed to be handled in the most conventional, structured, and, of course, monetized way. Even if the other party happened to be his so-called beloveds. Business was business. Buying thrusters. The archpriestess frowned. Victor shifted his eyes toward Dora, who let out a long, tired sigh. She really couldn't believe she was doing this, but there was no other choice. After a moment of internal struggle, she finally explained. These thrusters could stabilize your empire without any risk of failure. They will allow your lands to merge seamlessly, ensuring there are no errors in the process. That's exactly how they work in Victor's empire, and they have saved countless lives in critical situations. It's not just about convenience, it's about survival. Dora took a breath before continuing, since the chosen one has a duty to finish the trial, purchasing them is the only right option. If he simply hands them over for free, it could be seen as interference, and that might break the rules. A heavy silence fell over the room as everyone mulled over her words. The rulers exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable, while their chosen ones whispered among themselves. Victor clenched his fist, his mind already calculating potential profits. He was about to earn a hefty amount. We don't need it. Huh? Victor blinked, momentarily short-circuiting as his grand vision of overflowing gold chests crumbled into dust. Mary smirked, crossing her arms. I said, we don't need your help. Victor blinked again, slower this time, as if his brain needed extra time to process the absurdity of her words. He turned his gaze to Dora, hoping she could fix whatever nonsense was happening, but she only frowned in frustration. Mary, this isn't a game. There are millions of lives depending on this decision. You can't just. I know that, Mary interrupted, her tone smug and full of confidence. And that's exactly why I'm saying we don't need it. She lifted her chin, her voice carrying the arrogance of someone who believed she had already won before the battle even began. Dora's frown deepened. She had expected Mary to be stubborn, but this was just plain idiotic. Narrowing her eyes, she turned to Nyx instead. It's your choice, Nyx. Tell me what you really want. Nyx hesitated for a long moment, her gaze shifting between Mary and Dora. Say what you like, Mary just shrugged. Nyx nodded with small smile and. I don't need anyone's help. Dora raised her eyebrows, momentarily stunned. This had to be some kind of collective stupidity, right? Just as she was about to argue. "All right then, we'll be leaving," Mary said smoothly. She grabbed Nix's hand, and before anyone could react, the two of them vanished from the room. Victor stood there, blinking rapidly, his face frozen in absolute disbelief. His money empire was crumbling before his very eyes. But it wasn't completely gone yet. Just a small setback, a minor loss. Surely, he could still salvage this. Turning toward the archpriestess, he forced a slightly hopeful expression. Sometimes, negotiations worked like dominoes. If one person made a decision, others would follow. Maybe this could still turn around. "We too, don't need help." The archpriestess's voice was firm and unwavering, her words striking like a dagger to Victor's soul. Without another glance, she and her chosen ones disappeared into thin air. Victor felt his vision blur. He was going to faint. His wealth. His profits. His beautifully crafted empire of money was shrinking before his eyes. Meanwhile, Raven sits off to the side, looking entirely unbothered. She hadn't spoken from the very beginning, just quietly watching everything unfold as if she were enjoying a personal theater show. Talia almost choked on her laughter, barely managing to hold it in. She clenched her fists, trying to suppress the urge to burst out laughing right in Victor's face. But oh, she would laugh later. She would make sure to laugh directly at him, loudly and shamelessly. The way his face had crumpled just now. Priceless. She absolutely lived for moments like this. Ha! Suffer, you money-hungry pervert, she cackled internally, feeling giddy at his downfall. Victor's last hope rested on Leora's group. He turned toward them, his eyes practically pleading. Surely, his own family wouldn't let his business empire collapse, right? Leora smiled softly, clearly aware of what he was hoping for. He was just too easy to read. "We need to discuss with Melona before giving you an answer," she said, her tone light and almost teasing. Victor felt his soul leave his body. Her tail swayed slightly as she watched her hubby's many reactions, the way his face twisted in disappointment as if he had failed some grand mission or lost something precious. "He is so cute," Leora thought to herself, feeling an overwhelming urge to pamper his lonely, shattered soul. He looked like a puppy that had just been abandoned in the rain, and she almost wanted to scoop him up and console him. "We are leaving too," Sandra suddenly announced, her expression serious. "It's been a long time since I left others to watch over the Empire, so I need to return." She turned her gaze toward Aquilina, who had been silently staring at Victor. After a brief moment, Aquilina gave a small nod, and the two of them disappeared without another word. Victor's eye twitched. "Look at them, they just disappeared like that," Kai sighed dramatically, shaking his head in disappointment. "I guess nobody cares about their future anymore." His voice carried the sorrow of a man witnessing an entire generation make terrible financial decisions. Leon nodded, "It's our duty to protect them all." "I believe we need to work more," said solemnly before both of them turned and walked out, leaving without even a backward glance. And just like that, the room emptied even more. Now, only Dora, Victor, Arya, Raven, Talia, Leora, and Kaelin remained. Well, not for long. Kaelin, who had been lingering near the entrance, suddenly turned back and hurriedly left as well, mumbling something about having an important meeting. Leora frowned, her nose scrunching slightly in disgust. "Anyway." Arya cleared her throat, her gaze shifting toward her husband, who was visibly broken down from the loss of his potential customers. But no one in the room seemed to notice that this so-called broken man was already thinking about something else entirely. "Fuck it. I should have used Lackey for this job. Maybe I should pay Leah and Helena a visit and corrupt their minds before taking the first step. Victor was already plotting his next move. He might have lost some business today, but he wasn't about to give up on expanding his Monahem helpful empire financial investments. Victor. Dora's voice snapped him out of his scheming, and he turned toward her, raising an eyebrow. She motioned toward the side of the room where an older woman sat, restrained by thick, enchanted chains. It was the academy's old nurse. Her face was blank, her expression eerily calm despite the heavy restraints around her wrists and ankles. Victor frowned. What's this? Dora's face twisted slightly in disgust before she spoke. You see, those weird buildings and monsters that infiltrated the academy, especially from the children's section, one of the professors pointed something out. Since the intrusions happened so close to the children, we had to consider, what else is near them besides the students? Victor's eyes narrowed slightly. Toys. Dora nodded gravely. Exactly. Everything was her toys. She was the one who placed them there. Aria's frown deepened. Wait, you're saying it came from the academy? She turned her gaze toward the old nurse, her expression filled with disbelief. She's the one responsible for it. Her stomach twisted. The old nurse had always been like a grandmother to so many students. She took care of them, helped them when they were sick, and never once complained about anything, even when things got difficult. She had always seemed like the kind-hearted, good-natured elder that everyone could trust. And now, she was being accused of this? Victor's frown deepened as he studied the old woman closely. His mind refused to accept it. She's a good one. He thought, unable to believe that this woman could be behind such a thing. What if someone else placed them there? Victor countered, his voice firm. It's possible, right? I mean, just look at her. She definitely doesn't seem like someone who could do that. And I know her, I know the kind of person she is. His tone was steady, confident, as if he was absolutely certain that there had to be another explanation. Dora exhaled softly before nodding. I know that too, but... She motioned toward the old nurse. The room fell silent for a moment. Then, the old woman, who had been quiet this entire time, let out a deep, tired sigh before finally speaking. I was the one who did that. Victor's eyes widened in shock. What? The fuck? Chapter 870, did you get it? What? She did what now? Victor was completely taken aback when he heard those words. It was something he hadn't expected at all. To be honest, it was downright shocking. He meant, come on now, she looked way too innocent, and on top of that, she was far too old to be involved in something like this. And most of all, why did she acknowledge her guilt so easily? Victor asked, his tone laced with deep suspicion as his gaze locked onto the old woman in front of him. Suspicious, isn't it? Dora frowned, tilting her head slightly as she turned toward the old woman, who visibly flinched in fear. Dora continued, I was helping others, removing that debris, minding my own business, and then, out of nowhere, she just walks up to me and claims that she was responsible for everything. Now, isn't that way too convenient? That's exactly why I brought her here. It just felt off. Here. Victor frowned, feeling a mix of confusion and irritation. What exactly was Dora expecting him to do? If she wanted him to torture the woman into talking, she was out of luck. That kind of thing wasn't his style, especially not with old ladies like her. However, Dora simply nodded, her expression turning serious. If someone was influencing her, all you need to do is manipulate her mind, just like you did with Jack. Get into her head and make her spill the truth." Victor exhaled sharply but gave a slow nod in understanding. His gaze shifted toward the old woman, and in an instant, his eyes flickered with a deep crimson glow. The effect was immediate. The old woman's pupils dilated, and her mind went blank, her consciousness slipping into a hazy void where only his words would hold meaning. "Tell me." Victor's voice dropped into a cold, commanding tone. "Who is responsible for the Academy's destruction?" The old woman's lips parted, and without a hint of hesitation, she answered in a blunt tone, "It's me." Victor and Dora both frowned at the response. Something about this didn't sit right. Victor narrowed his eyes before changing the question. "Why did you do that?" "Because it's what Master wanted." The moment those words left her lips, the room fell into a heavy silence. Dora's expression darkened, and Victor clenched his jaw. So, Alaric wasn't the only mole inside the Academy? That bastard had others working behind the scenes. They exchanged a glance. Even though things were becoming clearer, something about this entire situation felt off. There was an unsettling nagging feeling in Victor's chest, like an itch he couldn't scratch. His frown deepened as he leaned forward slightly, resting his arm on the table. "Why did you confess your guilt so willingly?" "Because that's what Master wanted." The old woman repeated the exact same words, her voice devoid of any emotion. Victor's fingers twitched slightly. That answer wasn't natural. Dora, too, frowned harder, her eyes narrowing. There was no hesitation in the woman's voice, no signs of distress or even fear. She was simply stating what she believed to be an undeniable fact. Why the hell would he want her to get caught after everything? Did he know he was going to fail from the start? That bastard is still fucking annoying even after his death. Victor let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his hair as he leaned back against the chair. Dora crossed her arms, nodding in agreement. "Yeah, it's like he's still playing his twisted games from beyond the grave." She then turned her focus back to the old woman, her lips curling into a thoughtful smirk. "Well, looks like I'll need to have a little chat with her later. Just the two of us." She stood up slowly. However, Victor immediately interrupted, "Wait." He held up a hand, stopping Dora in her tracks before turning his attention back to the old woman. His expression darkened slightly as he asked, "Tell me. What exactly are you to your master? A subordinate? A table member?" His voice carried a sharp edge, his frown deepening as he waited for her answer. There was a brief, unsettling pause, and Victor's eyes immediately sharpened. The crimson glow returned, intensifying as his power forced her mind deeper into submission. The old woman flinched violently before finally responding. "I am just a subordinate." Victor's frown deepened further. "Subordinate? And what exactly do you do for him? How many others are there like you?" "I don't know. I only follow Master's orders. Nothing else." The old woman's voice remained eerily flat, emotionless. Victor's gaze lingered on her for a moment before he gave a soft nod. "Is everything over now?" Dora asked as she moved toward the old woman. "Well." Victor exhaled, rubbing his chin as he contemplated. There was still something bothering him, a detail he couldn't quite put his finger on. He was just about to release his manipulation when, out of nowhere, an odd thought struck him. Without thinking, he asked. Are you being controlled right now?" The question came out suddenly, surprising even himself. He wasn't sure why he asked, but deep down, something told him there was a possibility. That's why he couldn't ignore it. No, I wasn't. The old woman responded without hesitation. Dora let out a sigh of relief. Good. At least we don't have to deal with that kind of mess on top of everything else. She then rolled her shoulders before adding, anyway, I'll handle the situation at the academy. I'll also deal with her and see what I can dig up about the origin blood. But just as she was about to turn away, she paused, her eyes narrowing as she caught sight of Victor's expression. He was still staring directly at the old woman, his frown deeper than ever. Something was wrong. Victor? Victor snapped out of his thoughts, letting out a low hum in response. Dora hesitated for a moment, her expression shifting as if she was unsure how to put her words together. Finally, she started, You see, the children we. Before she could finish, Victor smiled gently, his voice carrying an unusual softness as he said, I will take care of them, don't worry. Hearing that, Dora sighed in relief, her tense shoulders relaxing as a small, grateful smile graced her lips. However, she had completely forgotten who she was talking to. There was no kindness in that gentle smile of his. Victor's grin widened as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice to a whisper, not to her illusionary human ears, but directly to her invisible fox ears. His warm breath ghosted over them, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine as he murmured, but you know, a fox also needs to pay for child care, right? Dora's entire body stiffened as an unmistakable heat crawled up her neck. Why you? You, she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Her heart pounded against her ribs. She knew exactly what kind of child care he was talking about, and it had nothing to do with actual children. Victor's smirk deepened, watching her flustered reaction with amusement. He leaned in just a bit more, his lips dangerously close to the shell of her ear. I mean, parenting takes two, doesn't it? His voice dripped with something dark and teasing, and he made sure to let his fingers barely graze her arm as he pulled back. Dora's face was now completely red. Her fox ears, if they were visible, would have been twitching uncontrollably. With an embarrassed huff, she grabbed the old woman and vanished in a hurry. Plus 8,000 AP. Victor chuckled, shaking his head. Strong women were always the funniest when they got weak in moments like these. Anyway. Victor exhaled with amusement, but as he turned his gaze, he was met with 3 blank stares. Well, except for Talia, who was grinning like she had just found her new favorite entertainment show. Arya, however, frowned and asked blankly, Is she, your target? Her voice was so devoid of emotion that it almost felt like his answer would determine whether something very bad was about to happen. Victor simply nodded. Yeah, he said casually as he sat back down. Arya's frown deepened before she let out a long sigh. I cannot believe this. She muttered under her breath. Her hubby was going after that woman too. This was so messed up. Even though Arya didn't hold any direct grudge against Dora, the fact remained that she had been indirectly involved in her suffering. Not that Arya was complaining, but still, she couldn't help but wonder how the hell this world worked. More than annoyed, she found herself strangely amused. Wait. Wait, am I getting used to this? Arya blinked in horror as the realization hit her, she was accepting another woman into her hubby's life without hesitation. What target? Talia frowned, clearly confused by the conversation. Meanwhile, Leora, who had been observing quietly, tilted her head with curiosity. You didn't seem to trust her confession, she noted, watching Victor's expression closely. She had seen the way he had been staring at the old woman earlier, his gaze filled with deep suspicion. Victor hummed and thought before asking suddenly, "Are you in control right now?" Leora raised a brow at the odd question but answered without much thought. "No," she said with a shrug. Victor nodded. "That's right but also wrong." "Huh?" Everyone frowned at his cryptic response. Talia clicked her tongue in irritation. "TSK, come on now. Just say it already." "But then." "Wait a second." Aria's eyes widened slightly, her eyebrows raising as if she had just pieced something together. Victor grinned. "Yes. That's right." Aria's eyes widened in horror. "Oh my." Still, Talia looked completely lost, her confusion only deepening. Leora, on the other hand, simply shrugged as if she didn't want to think too much about it. "What is it?" Talia turned to Arya for answers since Victor clearly wasn't going to explain it to her. Arya rubbed her temples as if dealing with a mild headache before answering. "She is already in control, and yet," she said, "no." Talia frowned, still not fully getting it. "How can you say she's in control?" "Because she said no." Talia blinked, utterly baffled. She slowly turned her gaze toward Raven, hoping for a more logical explanation, but all she got was a calm and resigned response. "There are times you just have to trust your gut," Raven said simply, nodding wisely. "Idiot. You don't get it either." Chapter 871, Found a Clue. Wood Elf Village. Ether, Arya, Leora, Raven, and Talia walked toward the Wood Elf village after the meeting. Since Ether had one last job to take care of here, he couldn't leave just yet. His thoughts were still tangled with the prophetess' cryptic words, her voice echoing in his head like a lingering whisper that refused to fade. As he walked, his gaze dropped to his hand, his fingers unconsciously clenching into a fist. No matter how much he tried to decipher her meaning, he couldn't grasp what she meant by saying the answer was already in his hands. The only thing that came to mind was the moment he had held his master's severed head in his grasp. Was that what she meant? Or was there something else he had yet to realize? Right now, the only reason he was heading to the Wood Elf village was to check on the ebon stone once more. After all, he had managed to calm the law of nature when he activated the ebon stone in the Void Empire. If there was even the slightest chance that the words on the stone had returned, then he had to see it for himself. Holding on to that hope, he continued walking, his mind fixated on the possibilities. As they arrived at the entrance of the Wood Elf village, he noticed new guards stationed there. His steps slowed momentarily. The guards, recognizing Leora immediately, bowed their heads. Ether barely spared them a glance before stepping forward, his group following closely behind. He didn't ask right away, but when he did, his voice was sharp and to the point. "The previous ones, they died?" Leora gave a small nod, "Yes." Ether didn't say anything else. He simply continued walking. He wasn't even sure why he had asked that in the first place. It wasn't like he particularly cared about the lives of people he didn't know, especially not in a place like this, where death was nothing but an everyday occurrence. In this wretched land, anyone could die at any moment, and there was no point in mourning strangers. Yet, something inside him twisted. A strange, nagging feeling pulled at him, as if, deep down, he should care. As if he was responsible for this in some way. "Why am I feeling like this?" he wondered, irritated by the unfamiliar sense of guilt creeping into his chest. They finally reached the ebon stone and nothing. His brows furrowed in frustration when he saw the stone was just as empty as before. No markings. No clues. Anything. Ether gritted his teeth, a surge of irritation rising in his chest. His voice came out in a low mutter, yet there was unmistakable anger laced within his words. I thought I helped you, right? His jaw was clenched as he spoke. The women beside him exchanged uneasy glances, unable to understand why his mood had suddenly shifted. They had seen Ether irritated before, but this was something else. His frustration boiled over in an instant. Fuck you. The shout tore from his throat as he clenched his fist and struck the stone with his full strength. No hesitation. No restraint. Boom. The force of his punch obliterated the old tree, its thick trunk splintering into fragments. The door behind the tree cracked, and the ground trembled beneath their feet from the sheer force of the attack. Yet, despite the destruction surrounding them, the ebon stone remained unmoved. Unscathed. Not a single crack. The women didn't react much. They stood still, letting Ether vent his frustration first, understanding that this was something he needed to do. Talia's eyes widened slightly as she stared at the stone. It had withstood Ether's full force. That alone was shocking enough, but what made her heart tighten was the realization of what this stone truly was. This was the very thing that was going to take her sister's life. It's this, isn't it? Talia's voice was quiet, hesitant, almost as if she wanted to deny the truth that stood right in front of her. A part of her desperately wanted him to say no. Even if it was a lie, she wanted to hear it. Ether bit his lip, his gaze still locked onto the stone. Don't know. That was all he could say. Because he truly didn't know. And that uncertainty was worse than any answer. Talia felt her chest tighten. That meant there was a possibility. And if there was a possibility, then it meant her worst fear could very well become reality. She swallowed hard before turning toward her sister. Without a second thought, she wrapped her arms around her, holding her close as if she could somehow protect her from the fate that awaited. Raven blinked, clearly confused by the sudden emotional shift. She looked between Ether and Talia, struggling to piece together what had just happened. Arya and Leora shared a glance before Arya finally spoke, her voice softer this time. Ether, is there something you need? Ether let out a deep sigh, running a hand through his hair as he tried to regain his composure. After a moment, he finally responded. You might not know this, but there were supposed to be symbols on this stone. Those symbols are the only way to know what's required to start the process. His voice was steady, but the frustration in his tone hadn't faded. Even if his master died, the process would still continue. That was how the law worked. It wouldn't stop. It wouldn't waver. The law didn't care about emotions or hesitation. It simply ensured that what was meant to be would always come to pass. That was why Ether wanted to finish it with his own hands. Before the law could act on its own, before it could force something unexpected, he needed to take control. Oh. Those forbidden symbols. Arya tilted her head slightly, glancing at the stone. There was a flicker of curiosity in her eyes as she moved around it. Come to think of it. We saw them before. Her expression shifted to one of mild surprise as she continued inspecting the stone. But where are they now? Ether's eyes widened in an instant. His heart pounded as he turned to her. You saw them? When? His voice came out sharper than intended, but he couldn't hide the urgency. Arya squinted slightly as she recalled, her fingers brushing along the surface of the stone. Well, back when you asked us to deal with those monsters, they were here. Ether's breath caught. For the first time in what felt like forever, hope flickered in his chest. Calm down. Breathe. Don't rush. He forced himself to take a deep breath, steadying his thoughts. Now was not the time to panic or push too hard. He didn't know how or why this had happened, but none of that mattered. Right now, only one thing did. What was written on it? That was all he needed to know. Arya nudged her forehead as she tried to recall those symbols, but for her, it was nothing more than a fleeting moment of unknown letters. She had seen them, but they hadn't fully registered in her mind. Just then. Like this? Leora asked as she bent down, using a wooden stick from the broken tree to draw something on the ground. Ether's eyes widened the moment he saw the symbol she sketched, nature. He crouched down, staring intently at the markings, his mind racing to piece it together. Yeah, this one was there along with this. Arya stepped forward, her memory becoming clearer as she saw Leora's writing. Without hesitation, she began adding to it, sketching another set of symbols behind it. Nurtured by nature. Ether read aloud, his brows furrowing as he tried to understand the meaning behind it. What did it mean by being nurtured by Nat? Yeah, this tribe nurtures nature. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized. He ran a hand over his face, feeling almost foolish for not realizing it sooner. Of course, the Wood Elf tribe has been taking care of nature from the very beginning. He exhaled deeply, finally understanding a piece of the puzzle. Then, he looked at Leora and Arya with profound happiness. But then... I forgot, Arya admitted, averting her gaze as a hint of guilt flashed across her face. What else could she say? She had only glimpsed the symbols for a few seconds. There was no way she could remember them all. I don't know. Leora added, her voice softer as her tail drooped low, almost as if she felt guilty for something she couldn't even control. Hearing that, Ether's forehead twitched, a deep vein bulging as his frustration surged. He clenched his fists and was about to lash out, don't know. You. Can't you? But he stopped mid-sentence, his breath catching as he realized what he was doing. His frustration, his anger, his impatience, all of it was being thrown at the wrong people. He was at his limit. That much was obvious. The pressure was suffocating, and knowing that 2 lives depended on this information had put him on edge more than ever. But it wasn't their fault. They had no way of knowing the symbols would disappear, just like he hadn't expected it either. No one was at fault here. Except for that bitch who had pulled this stunt and made the words vanish. Ether let out a long sigh before stepping closer to them. Then, to their surprise, he crouched down, holding his ears with both hands like a child who had just realized his mistake. His voice was softer, yet filled with sincerity. I'm sorry. Leora and Arya, who had been trembling slightly as if they were the ones at fault, widened their eyes in surprise. They had been blaming themselves, thinking that if they had just taken notes or memorized something, anything, they could have avoided this. After all, this was something new, right? A thoughtful one would have nodded that the unique one appeared out of nowhere. They thought they had failed. But seeing Ether, the man who rarely ever apologized, lower himself in front of them so openly, especially towards them, it stunned them. Their expressions softened, and after exchanging a glance, they mirrored his actions. Holding their ears just like he did, they crouched down with a small smile. We're sorry too. We'll be more careful next time, they said in unison, their voices gentle. Ether's lips curled into a soft smile. Without hesitation, he leaned in, pressing a warm kiss to their foreheads. Chew. Chew. Arya's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red the moment his lips touched her skin, especially since he had done it right in front of everyone. Leora, on the other hand, smirked, clearly enjoying the fact that he was showing his emotions so openly. Meanwhile, Talia, who had been watching everything unfold, blinked as if she had just witnessed something impossible. "He apologized," she muttered in a horrified tone, her face twisting in disbelief. "I cannot believe he actually said that." Ether chuckled as he glanced at her. "Well, it was my fault," he admitted easily before flashing a confident smirk. "And besides, they're my women. Why would I ever be shy to say sorry to them?" As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward Raven, who had been silent the whole time. The moment their eyes met, he noticed her lips pushed into a small pout, her expression clearly showing her dissatisfaction. It was obvious, she wasn't happy that he had kissed them and not her. Ether sighed internally before leaning over and pressing a kiss to Raven's forehead as well. The pout instantly disappeared, replaced by a soft smile as Raven happily accepted his affection. Meanwhile, Leora and Arya, who had been enjoying their moment, twitched slightly as they watched. Just then, "Maybe Melona knows more," Leora muttered, her tone turning serious as she glanced back at the markings on the ground. "Yes. My mother was staring at those symbols for a long time, she might have a clue," Arya added thoughtfully. Ether frowned. If Melona had seen the symbols long enough, then she might hold the key to everything he was searching for. "I'll talk to her," he decided, standing up as he prepared to teleport. But just as he was about to activate his spell. "Wait, we'll come with." Before Talia could even finish her sentence, Ether turned to glance at Arya. A teasing smirk played on his lips as he spoke. "Looks like someone has something they want to say to you guys," he commented, his gaze sharp as he watched Arya's face turn crimson. She flinched slightly, looking as if she had just been caught red-handed. Of course, Ether already knew. He could see it in her eyes. Arya wanted to have a talk with Raven and Talia, alone. Chapter 872, Weird Targets. Ether teleported to Arya's house. Meanwhile, back in the Ebon Stone. The women stared at each other. There was a small but undeniable awkwardness in the group, as if unspoken words lingered in the silence. Arya's gaze shifted between Raven and Talia, her lips parting slightly before closing again. She wanted to say something, but hesitation held her back. Meanwhile, Talia and Raven exchanged glances, both silently questioning what was going on and why Arya seemed so tense. Leora sighed, immediately sensing the strange and tense atmosphere. She decided to break the silence before it stretched any longer. Moving toward the Ebon Stone, she gestured slightly before sitting down and calmly saying, "Can we sit and talk?" The others glanced at her before following suit, one by one settling on the circular stone slab. Still, Arya remained silent. Leora exhaled through her mouth, realizing that if no one else was going to speak, she needed to step in. Whether as a mediator or just someone who could push things forward, she wasn't about to sit here in awkward silence. Leora smiled softly, her voice taking on a relaxed but firm tone. "You see, I was born in a wolf tribe where the only thing that mattered was strength. If you wanted food, you had to fight. If you needed water, you had to fight. If you wanted to survive, the answer was always the same: fight. Every decision, every right, and every privilege was determined by battle. However, that only applied to men. Women were expected to obey, follow, and submit. That was the rule, the spoken law of our tribe." She paused for a moment, her gaze darkening slightly before she continued, "But unlike other women, I didn't obey. I refused to accept their rules. I didn't want to fight for food or for survival, I just wanted to fight, nothing more, nothing less. It was who I was, who I am. But because I was born a woman, my tribe and my own parents disapproved of me. Many opposed me, many tried to break me, and some even tried to tame me. I felt like the entire world was against me. And it wasn't just me. I saw how other women were treated. They weren't warriors. They weren't equals. They were either used as breeding stock or forced into submission, made to take care of children in households like slaves. In the eyes of men, we were nothing. The fuck? Talia muttered under her breath, her brows furrowing deeply. I can't believe your people actually treated women like that, like they were worth nothing. That's beyond disgusting. Leora chuckled. It wasn't just my tribe, she said before pointing at Arya. Her tribe, too, suffered the same fate. Arya sighed at those words, her expression showing both frustration and resignation. It's true. It's not just our tribe. Every single part of this empire followed the same old rules, the same twisted traditions. And you know how long elves live, right? The longer they live, the more they cling to their outdated laws, refusing to change. Raven and Talia exchanged glances, their initial anger morphing into something heavier, something closer to pity. Talia leaned back slightly, crossing her arms over her chest before smirking. I suppose taking out those old bastards wouldn't be such a bad idea, then, she said with an amused grin, as if already imagining how satisfying it would be to wipe them out. Leora raised a brow at that, watching Talia with keen interest. She found this girl interesting. There was something about her attitude that she genuinely liked. Arya, however, quickly shook her head. No. Killing those bastards would only lead to war. Right now, we don't have the authority to handle something that huge. But Talia just scoffed, shaking her head in disagreement. I'm telling you, killing them is way easier than trying to deal with them the proper way. You know that's exactly how Ether got our entire empire under his control, right? She grinned as she spoke, her voice filled with amusement and undeniable pride. Arya blinked. She understood what Talia was implying, but executing the old bastards after everything had already been handled. That was an entirely different issue. W8. We already spoke to them. The talks are over. It's all in the past now. Everything is Finn. My sister has the perfect idea. Talia declared, her excitement growing. She turned to Raven, who immediately nodded before speaking with a serious expression. First plan, poison them all. Raven's voice was cold, practical, as if she had already calculated the best way to get it done, glancing at Leora for that. They weren't listening to her at all. But that won't, Arya tried to protest, only to be interrupted. Not a fan of poisoning. Fine, then. Plan 2, we cut off their heads. Talia casually motioned with her hand, slicing through the air as if demonstrating a beheading. And then we dump their bodies outside the empire. No one will ever find them. She smirked as if the thought alone entertained her. First, listen to me. There's no need for. Once again, Arya was completely ignored. They weren't listening to her at all. If you're not on board with that, then. Raven, Talia called, growing annoyed that Arya wasn't agreeing to their wonderful plans. Raven, without hesitation, pulled out a map of the Zephyr Empire, unfolding it across the stone slab. Point out those old bastards' locations, Talia ordered, her voice sharp with determination. Leora's lips curled into a small smile, watching all of this unfold with genuine interest. She actually liked Talia and Raven's approach. It was brutal, direct, and completely different from what Arya had in mind. Wait. You guys, what the hell are you doing? Arya muttered, rubbing her temples as she felt a headache creeping in. But her frustration only grew when she noticed Leora marking every elder's location with complete accuracy. Her eyes widened slightly, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. How the hell does she know all of this? Arya thought, mildly shocked. After all, Leora's initial plan had always been to eliminate every last one of them. She had already prepared everything necessary to begin her hunt. The only reason she was holding back was because of Ether and Melona. If not for them, she would have gone through with it long ago without a second thought. After carefully marking down each location, Talia and Raven leaned in close, whispering into each other's ears with mischievous grins. Their hushed voices sent a small shiver down Arya's spine. Her ears twitched as she tried to pick up what they were saying, but before she could even ask. Okay. What, okay? Arya frowned, her eyes narrowing slightly. Raven smirked as she met Arya's gaze. We have everything ready. Just say the word, and we'll take care of it. Arya blinked rapidly, her throat going dry as she gulped. Take care of what exactly? She asked, feeling an uneasy knot forming in her stomach. Talia leaned down slightly, her grin widening as she whispered, We're going to blast them all. Boom! She made a dramatic motion with her hands, mimicking an explosion. Arya's face drained of color, her expression shifting to sheer horror. All of them, she stammered, staring at them in disbelief. Yeah. Both Raven and Talia nodded furiously, looking far too excited for her comfort. They noticed her reaction and mistook it for enthusiasm, their grins growing wider. Maybe she likes grand endings or something, they both thought, assuming Arya had a secret love for massive, flashy destruction. But Arya wasn't excited. No, she was horrified. Her gaze slowly dropped to the markings on the map, and that's when reality hit her like a brick wall. There weren't just a handful of targets. There were hundreds of them. Blasting them all. That was practically destroying the entire empire. This is definitely not, she started to yell, panic rising in her voice. This is definitely a good plan. Leora suddenly cut in, her voice filled with unexpected excitement. Arya snapped her head toward her, completely dumbfounded. Leora's eyes sparkled with amusement as a wide grin spread across her face. Why didn't I think of this before? She mused aloud, seemingly delighted by the idea. Blasting them all. It was the easiest way to wipe them out without even getting her hands dirty. Her tail swayed behind her as her lips curled into a sly smirk. If one person does it, it's wrong. But if many do it, it's right, she said, her tone brimming with amusement. What she really meant was, if she acted alone, Ether would beat the crap out of her. But if they all did it together, then he wouldn't be able to do a damn thing about it. Leora gave Raven and Talia an approving nod before flashing them a thumbs up. I like your idea, she declared. Raven and Talia, pleased with the unexpected support, grinned and returned the thumbs up without hesitation. Meanwhile. Oh my God. What is happening? Are they serious? Wait, am I husband? My husband will be fine, right? Arya's mind spiraled into full-blown panic as she looked at the trio of absolute lunatics in front of her. They were completely oblivious to the chaos they were about to cause. If things got out of hand, the consequences would be catastrophic. Why were Ether's targets so weird? If this was how they were now, how the hell was she supposed to handle them in the future? Her future. It was turning bleak. Would Ether be fine? How he going to handle this shit? She could already see it slipping away in a fiery explosion of reckless destruction. Just then. We're just kidding. Hearing the teasing lilt in Talia's voice, Arya snapped out of her daze and stared at them. They had a smirking and teasing face, as if they were enjoying this. Arya's face turned red before her lips curled into a small, disbelieving smile. A soft chuckle escaped her. Ahaha. I can't believe you guys, ahaha. She laughed, shaking her head. But then. I'm serious, though, Raven said flatly, her expression dead serious. A heavy silence fell over them. Then. Ha ha ha. Ha. Ha ha ha. That's my big sis, ahaha. The tension broke into laughter, though whether it was from relief or sheer insanity, Arya wasn't quite sure anymore. But she started to like this. Chapter 873, Nice Way to Greet a Mother-in-Law. Oh. So you are her sister. This is unbelievable, Leora muttered, her voice carrying clear disbelief as she processed Talia's story. Arya, too, was stunned to hear such a revelation. She could hardly believe that Talia had actually been reborn once again. The thought alone was mind-blowing, but what truly left her speechless was the fact that Talia was a phoenix of all things. A phoenix. Arya whispered under her breath, her voice laced with a mix of awe and exasperation. She leaned back slightly, shaking her head as if trying to grasp the reality of the situation. Because to them, it was just a myth that disappeared 1,000 years ago. The world never ceases to surprise me, Arya finally muttered. The tension that had lingered between them earlier slowly melted away as the group burst into laughter. That brief moment of humor seemed to erase the uneasiness from before, replacing it with a much lighter and more enjoyable atmosphere. As time passed, they found themselves sharing bits and pieces of their pasts, recounting the struggles they had endured and the paths they had walked. There was something almost comforting about it, this exchange of experiences, their voices carrying both pain and resilience. It was as if, in this moment, they were truly connecting. However, amidst all these shared memories and stories, there was one name that never surfaced, Ether. It wasn't as though they had forgotten about him, nor was it that they had nothing to say. It was simply, unspoken. As if speaking of him was something sacred, something meant only for themselves and no one else. After all, they were possessive by nature. No matter what, they would never share memories of Ether with anyone. He was theirs and theirs alone, and the idea of letting someone else claim even the slightest piece of him was simply out of the question. Maybe it was because they still felt like strangers to each other. Maybe that was why none of them had the urge to bring it up. Or perhaps, it was something deeper than that, something that would remain unchanged no matter how much time passed. Either way, it didn't matter. I still can't believe it. Alaric was torturing you all this time. What the hell is wrong with him? Talia muttered, her voice thick with horror as her gaze flickered toward Raven. Arya's expression darkened, and she nodded, yeah, she confirmed, her voice carrying an edge of something cold and unyielding. Even Talia looked disturbed. I never expected him to be like that. She admitted, her brows drawing together. You know him, right? Since you are the pervious chosen one. Leora asked, her curiosity evident as she turned toward Talia. Talia exhaled slowly, tapping her fingers on the table as if gathering her thoughts. Not personally, no, she admitted, but I've seen him around. He used to hang out with Master Snape and, even sometimes with Isadora. She paused for a moment as a memory resurfaced. Now that I think about it, yeah, there was this one time when he asked me for advice on how to approach Isadora. She suddenly let out a chuckle before dramatically mimicking a love-struck fool, her voice rising into an exaggeratedly high-pitched tone. Ah, you should have seen his face. He looked like some hopeless maiden in love. Leora and Arya couldn't hold back their laughter, both of them already picturing the ridiculousness of it. Just the thought of Alaric acting that way was absurd, yet somehow, they could completely imagine it. Raven suddenly smirked and said, like someone I know. Her sharp gaze flickered toward Talia, the teasing tone in her voice impossible to miss. Talia's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she immediately coughed, clearly flustered. Anyway, she hurriedly changed the subject, her voice slightly strained as she turned to Arya. So, what exactly did you want to ask? Arya, who had just been recovering from her laughter, gradually calmed herself before shaking her head. A soft smile graced her lips as she exhaled, her voice carrying a gentle warmth. I think I already got my answer. Both Talia and Raven frowned slightly at her response, exchanging confused glances before ultimately shrugging it off. It wasn't that Arya was trying to keep anything hidden. If anything, she was simply trying to understand them better. That was all. She was doing what she was supposed to do when another woman married her hubby. She wanted to get some points saying she was being good. Because she knew one thing for certain, Ether wasn't the kind of man who played around with women. He wasn't someone who indulged in meaningless pleasure. Everything he did, every action he took, was for a reason. Whether it was for his survival or the protection of those around him, there was always a purpose behind his choices. He wasn't some man who lusted after countless women just to take them to bed. If anything, he was the complete opposite. Arya was certain that Ether wouldn't even touch a woman unless she truly wanted him to. Even if she were his lover, he would never force himself upon her. That much, she believed in with all her heart. However, what about the women he was involved with? The ones who were his targets? What if they weren't innocent? What if they were dangerous? What if they wanted to harm him? What if they only wanted to use him for their own gain? What if they betrayed him? What if? There were too many possibilities, too many uncertainties. She knew Ether wasn't naive enough to be easily fooled by a woman, but at the same time, women were dangerous creatures. If a woman was determined enough, she could do anything. And when a woman was in love, she was more dangerous than any enemy. Arya knew this well, because she had experienced it herself. She knew how dark and twisted her own thoughts became whenever she saw Ether kissing another woman. The sheer rage that boiled within her, the burning jealousy that made her want to rip that woman's lips right off her face. But she had held herself back. She had swallowed those emotions because, more than anything, she wanted Ether to be happy. He was doing his best. Seeing him smile, seeing him tease her and laugh, that was what truly made her day. So long as those other women didn't hurt him, she wouldn't interfere. But if anyone dared to harm him in the name of love, she wouldn't hesitate. Of course, if Ether ever suffered heartbreak, she would do everything in her power to soothe him, to comfort his poor, wounded soul. After all, he was the most adorable thing when he buried his face against her chest, suckling on her like a needy child. Her nipple would turn hard as her hand slowly moved down to hold the holy grail. Her cheeks turned hot at the memory, and she quickly shook her head, waving a hand in front of her face as if trying to dispel the heat rising to her ears. Anyway, looking at Talia and Raven, she could tell they weren't the type to betray Ether like that. Especially given the painful past. Wait. Her thoughts came to a sudden halt, her eyes widening as she glanced around at each and every one of them. Oh my God, she whispered, her voice filled with realization. The others immediately perked up at her reaction. What? What is it? The trio stared at her with curious expressions, waiting for her to explain. Arya swallowed hard before speaking. It's just, we've all suffered. We've all been broken in the past. Talia frowned, her expression skeptical at first. Well, of course. She started, but then something clicked in her mind. Her gaze shifted toward Leora, then Arya, then Raven, and finally, back to herself. Her face suddenly went deadpan. Don't tell me, that bastard is collecting broken toys. Meanwhile, the same collector was making his way through the house, his footsteps light yet purposeful as he reached Melona's room. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Silence. Melona? Are you there? Ether called out, his voice calm but expectant as he knocked again. Still, there was no response. His brows furrowed slightly. He waited a few moments before knocking again, this time with more insistence. Knock, knock. Yet again, nothing. Ether's frown deepened. Why aren't you answering? Are you ignoring me? Or, are you angry? His voice lowered slightly, a hint of concern seeping through as he called out once more. Melona? Still, no reply. Ether exhaled sharply. He reached for the doorknob, prepared to push it open. However, no way. I am not falling for that cliché, Ether muttered under his breath, narrowing his eyes at the door like it was some kind of trap. He wasn't an idiot. He had seen enough situations like this, some poor fool barging into a room, only to end up witnessing something he absolutely wasn't supposed to see. A girl mid-change. Stepping out of the bathroom dripping wet. A towel slipping at just the right moment. Or worse, stepping out of the shower with nothing. That overused trope. Yeah, he knew exactly how this played out. He wasn't falling for that shit. He wasn't about to let fate make a fool out of him. His lips curled into a smirk. I am advanced, he declared proudly, placing a hand on his chest like he had just achieved enlightenment. Instead of storming in blindly, he activated his skill. The moment it flared to life, his pupils glowed a sharp crimson, shifting his vision into the layered hues of a blood-red world. Through the walls, he could see it, an outline. A human figure pressed tightly against the farthest corner of the room. The shape wasn't moving, but the erratic rhythm of its heartbeat pulsed in his vision like a flashing alarm. Ether's grin faded slightly. His eyebrows lifted in curiosity. Why is she standing like that? She looks like they just saw a ghost. Frowning, he stepped forward and rapped his knuckles against the door again. I know you're in there. Come out, he called. No response. Ether sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, I'm coming in. But, he didn't. Instead, he stood there. I entered, he said, lying just to see if the figure reacted. Still nothing. Ha! Knew it. If she was changing, she would have screamed by now. Satisfied with his deduction, he finally twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. And there she was, Melona, standing in the corner, completely still, her expression unreadable. Ether sighed in relief, his worry melting away. Why the hell were you ignoring me? Do you know how creepy that looked? I thought something happened to you, he huffed, already making his way toward her. What happened to you? Why are you just standing there like you've seen a ghost? Are you okay? You're not possessed, right? Blink twice if. Before he could finish, something suddenly yanked at his leg. What the? His eyes widened as the world tilted. Thud. In the span of a second, he tripped, stumbled forward in the most ungraceful way possible, and went rolling straight toward Melona like a human tumbleweed. And then. A soft, very suggestive moan echoed in the room. Huh? Ether froze mid-collapse. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. His brain was still catching up, trying to piece together what had just happened, when. Wait. What is my hand touching? Ether's entire body stiffened. Something soft. Warm. Plush. Oh no. Oh shit. Slowly, as if moving in slow motion, he dared to look down. And there it was. His hand. Firmly. Sinking. Right. Onto. Melona's busty boobs. Silence. Dead silence. Ether's soul nearly left his body. Chapter 874, When Mother-in-Law Becomes Mother, Part 1. Who would have thought that this kind of perverted cliché moment would actually happen? Ether's hand was firmly gripping her busty boobs, his fingers sinking slightly into the soft flesh as his face blankly stared at Melona. She, too, was staring at him, her cheeks burning with a deep blush, her lips slightly parted in shock. A tense silence stretched between them, thick with unspoken emotions, as if something invisible was tying them together. The connection between them only made it worse, amplifying every sensation, every subtle movement. Ether could feel her warmth seeping through his fingertips, and more than that, he could feel something else, something weird radiating from her. A strange rush of emotions that weren't entirely his own. His fingers unconsciously twitched, gripping just a little tighter. Ether snapped out of whatever the hell was happening to him. His mind jolted back to reality, and his face turned red in an instant. He quickly yanked his hands away as if he had been burned. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I mean, it just kinda happened, you know. His words tumbled out awkwardly as he waved his hands in a flustered manner. Melona, too, seemed to finally wake up from the haze of embarrassment. Her face was burning as she hastily straightened her crumpled clothes, trying to regain some composure. It's fine. Really. I mean, it was just an accident, right? Ahaha. She let out a forced, awkward laugh, her hands fidgeting at the hem of her dress. Ether gave a weak smile, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah. His gaze shifted back to her. Why are you not answering me properly? Hold on, he frowned, seeing something off. Without thinking, Ether moved closer. Melona's breath hitched, her body freezing up as his face came dangerously close to hers. Her heart pounded wildly against her chest. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red, her eyes shimmering with a misty daze. Ether was staring, analyzing her with intense focus, his gaze digging deep into every little detail of her features. Her skin, dark blue as always. Her silvery white hair, cascading over her shoulders. Her long, elegant elven ears. Her soft, plump lips, slightly parted. Her cute, small nose. Her striking red eyes. Everything about her seemed the same, and yet. Something feels off. Ether muttered under his breath. His fingers hovered near her cheek as if debating whether to touch her. Just then, he felt a small tug on his shirt. Ether flinched slightly and glanced down, only to see Melona gripping his shirt tightly, her fingers trembling. Her face was still red, but her expression screamed something else, something desperate, something pleading. As if she were silently begging him to back away before something happened. Ether swallowed, suddenly feeling the heat rising between them. He coughed, forcing himself to lean back, though the lingering tension refused to fade. "I'm sorry again. It's just, you feel different. I don't know how to explain it, but something about you right now, it's unfamiliar. It's like I'm sensing something new from you." His words trailed off as a thought suddenly struck him. His eyes widened slightly. "Wait, Red. Hold on." Ether's gaze snapped back to Melona, locking onto her eyes. "They weren't red before, were they?" His voice was laced with certainty. Melona's body tensed, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. What are you talking about?" "My eyes have always been red," she stuttered, her voice cracking ever so slightly. A drop of sweat slid down her temple. Anyway, first, you should." Ether didn't let her finish. He reached forward, cupping her face in his hands. His thumbs brushed against her flushed cheeks as he leaned in even closer, his breath fanning against her skin. "Nah, there's no way I'd mistake something like that," he murmured, his voice low and steady. "I love eyes. More than anything. And yours. Yours were green. Like a lush, deep forest, soft, tender, and full of warmth. They made my heart skip a beat every time I looked into them." His fingers tensed slightly as his frown deepened. "But these aren't the same. This crimson color. It's definitely new. Plus 4,000 AP. Melona wasn't sure whether she should be happy to hear such heartfelt words or terrified of the realization creeping up her spine. Ether's expression hardened. "What are you hiding from me?" His voice was calm, but there was a dangerous edge to it now. Melona's throat went dry. Her lips parted, but no words came out. The guilt on her face was unmistakable. Fear flickered in her eyes. Ether's sharp gaze didn't waver. "Melona, tell me the..." Thud. Ether flinched at the sudden sound. His head snapped toward the source. Melona's face drained of color. Ether's frown deepened. He slowly turned his head, scanning the room. Only now did he fully take in his surroundings. Everything was in shambles, furniture overturned, deep scratches marred the walls, and broken objects littered the floor. And there, among the chaos, was something unusual. A thin, white thread. Silk-like. Almost cotton threads. His frown tightened. What the hell happened here? His voice dropped lower, his stance shifting as he became more alert. His mind raced back to earlier. He had fallen down because something had caught his leg. "Is somebody here?" he asked, directing the question at Melona, but his eyes never stopped moving. His skill activated, he scanned for any traces of a living presence nearby. Nothing. And yet, Melona's growing panic told him otherwise. Ether narrowed his eyes. "Just tell me the truth, Melona. What happened to her?" Thud. Another dull, ominous sound echoed in the room. Ether tensed. This time, the sound had come from under the bed. His fingers twitched. His breathing slowed. He noticed the same silk threads on the bed, but there were numerous. He knew for a fact, there was no sign of life in this room. And yet, there was still movement. His frown deepened even further as he slowly, cautiously moved toward the source. W8. Melona tried to stop him, her voice trembling with urgency, but Ether ignored her. His curiosity, mixed with unease, pushed him forward. He crouched down, peering into the darkness beneath the bed. At first, there was nothing. Just an abyss of blackness stretching beyond sight. There's nothing in H. Thud. Ether flinched, his entire body stiffening at the sudden noise. His throat bobbed as he swallowed hard. Is there really a fucking ghost in there? He screamed inwardly, his instinct screaming at him to back away. Yet, against all logic, he moved a little closer, his hands hesitantly stretching forward as if drawn by some unseen force. Just then, two eerie blue lights flickered deep within the shadows. Ether froze. The unnatural glow felt like eyes. His heartbeat pounded like a war drum. His fingers trembled slightly as he reached forward. Is there someone there? His voice came out quieter than intended, barely above a whisper. Even though he was ridiculously strong, even though he had faced horrors beyond reason, this was not the kind of shit he was built for. After that day in the old mansion, he kind of had PTSD. Lightly though. Ether. Please. Melona's voice was barely a breath, weak and unsteady, laced with something between fear and desperation. She wasn't just scared, she was terrified. Yet she didn't move an inch. She stood frozen in place, as if her body refused to respond. Ether ignored her. His fingers inched closer to the glowing lights, about to make contact when something shot out. Ether's pupils dilated in shock. A long, dark, flexible tube-like appendage slithered forward from the shadows. Its smooth, almost glassy surface pulsed with a faint blue bioluminescence, like veins carrying liquid moonlight. At its tapered end was a conical structure, something between a proboscis and a tentacle, its texture unnervingly soft yet firm. His breath hitched. His mind screamed, pull back. But his body refused to obey. Instead, his fingers moved forward on instinct. The tube-like appendage hesitated, hovering inches away as if studying him. Then it touched his fingertip. For the briefest moment, the contact was gentle, almost inquisitive. But then Ether barely had time to react before. Who are you? Ether's scream tore through the air as he felt something being forcefully sucked out of his body. A raw, unnatural sensation spread through his arm like icy fire, as if something was greedily drinking from his very essence. Melona reacted instantly. She lunged forward, grabbing his leg and yanking him back. Ether. Let go of him, you bastard. But it was too late. The appendage tightened around his wrist, coiling like a serpent, locking him in place. Arg. Ether gritted his teeth as he felt his strength draining rapidly. His veins burned, his muscles tensed, his mind fogged over. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't just absorbing energy. It was feeding on something deeper. Let him go. Melona's voice rang out in desperation. She pulled Ether with all her strength, her nails digging into his pants as she tried to pry him free. But the thing refused to release him. Melona's eyes darkened, her voice shaking with fury. I said, let him go. And then, as if responding to her command, the appendage suddenly uncoiled and retreated. Ether tumbled backward, crashing into Melona's arms as his chest heaved. His face was pale, his fingers trembling as he stared at his hand. His skin had turned an unnatural shade of black, inky, almost shifting, as if something foreign had momentarily possessed his flesh. Then, slowly, the color faded back to normal. His breath came in ragged gasps. "What the fuck was that?" he muttered, still in shock. Before Melona could answer. "Mama." Ether's entire body locked up. His blood ran cold. A soft, childlike voice echoed from the darkness beneath the bed. His neck turned stiffly, moving like a rusted machine. His heart pounded wildly as something big, began to emerge from the shadows. At first, all he saw were its eyes. Large, luminous pools of liquid blue, glowing with an eerie, innocent light. They blinked once, twice, almost curiously, as if studying the world beyond the darkness. Then, its full form emerged. Ether's breath hitched. A massive, otherworldly butterfly slowly crawled out from under the bed, its wings spreading wide in an unnatural, fluid motion. But this was no ordinary insect. Its body was sleek and obsidian black, adorned with a bioluminescent pattern that pulsed like a heartbeat, shifting between shades of deep sapphire and ethereal silver. Its wings, vast, delicate, yet strangely muscular, glowed with intricate, web-like veins of light. Every slow, deliberate movement of its wings sent a ripple of energy through the air. And then there was its mouth, or rather, the thing that had grabbed Ether. A long, curling proboscis, thin yet disturbingly flexible, still gleaming faintly from whatever it had just done to him. The tip twitched slightly as if tasting the air. Its gaze shifted, landing on Melona. Then, in a soft, almost affectionate voice. "Mama." Ether's entire world shattered in an instant. His brain short-circuited. He gulped, his expression twisting in sheer disbelief. "And Mama?" His horrified gaze snapped to Melona, silently demanding an explanation. Melona, on the other hand, immediately panicked. She waved her hands frantically, her eyes brimming with desperate tears. "And no. No, no, and no. I swear I didn't betray you. Believe me, Ether." Her voice cracked as if she couldn't bear the thought of him doubting her. But before Ether could even process what the fuck was happening. "Papa?" Ether blinked. Slowly, he turned his head back. Only to see the butterfly staring directly at him. Then, in that same soft, innocent voice. "Papa." Ether and Melona's souls practically left their bodies. Ding! Congratulations, making your mother-in-law into a mother. No. No. Chapter 875, When Mother-in-Law Becomes Mother, Part 2. Everything changed after Melona got bitten by the monster. At first, she barely noticed anything. The bite stung, but it wasn't unbearable, just a sharp pain that faded quickly. It felt insignificant compared to the horrors she had seen others go through. For a fleeting moment, she even thought she might be spared from the worst. But as time passed, an eerie sensation crept through her veins, like something slithering under her skin, unseen yet ever-present. Then came the convulsions, violent, unnatural spasms that took control of her body, twisting her limbs and making her jerk uncontrollably. A deep, primal fear sank its claws into her. Her body burned, a searing heat spreading through her muscles and bones, an unbearable fire licking at her insides. It was unlike any fever, unlike any pain she had ever known. Her chest heaved, her breath coming in ragged, broken gasps as if the air itself had turned to fire in her lungs. She tried to stand, but her legs buckled beneath her, and she crashed onto the floor. Her fingers clawed at the wooden planks, her nails digging in so hard that they splintered. The pain made her dizzy, her vision blurring as a fresh wave of nausea rolled over her. She had seen this before. Once the Monstero's venom took hold, there was no way back. The only thing left to do was kill the infected before they fully turned, before they lost themselves and became nothing but bloodthirsty creatures. That was the rule. That was the only solution. But she couldn't do that. She couldn't bring herself to end it, not yet, not when she still had something to hold on to. Her daughter. Her son-in-law. If they found out what had happened to her, if they knew she had been bitten, they would be devastated. The thought of them grieving, of them mourning her death, was far worse than the pain she was currently enduring. And right now, they were both outside, battling the catastrophe that had already begun, trying to stop the chaos that was spreading across the land. She couldn't distract them. She couldn't let them see her like this. She had to fight. She locked herself in her room, slamming the door shut behind her with the last bit of strength she had left. Her body trembled violently as she staggered toward the bed. She collapsed onto it, curling into herself, her arms wrapping around her burning body as if that would somehow keep her from falling apart. Sweat drenched her skin, her clothes clinging to her like a second layer, suffocating in damp. Her head pounded, every pulse sending shockwaves of pain through her skull. Her mind was unraveling, slipping between consciousness and something else entirely, something dark and terrifying. Ha, ha. Her breath came in shallow pants, her voice rasping as if she had been screaming for hours. She pressed her forehead against the mattress, her fingers digging into the sheets as she writhed in agony. The pain twisted through her like 1,000 needles stabbing into her flesh, each one burrowing deeper, scraping against her bones. She gritted her teeth, biting down so hard that she tasted blood on her tongue. The metallic tang only made the hunger worse. It was creeping in. A dark, insatiable hunger. Argh! Her scream tore through the silence, raw and unrestrained, as her body twisted unnaturally. Her skin crawled as though something lurked beneath it, writhing and shifting. But it wasn't food she craved. It was something else, something warm, something alive. Meat. Flesh. She squeezed her eyes shut, shaking her head violently. No. No. I can't. She choked out, but even her own voice sounded foreign now, as though it belonged to someone else entirely. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr loud it echoed in the empty room. A sharp pain shot through her abdomen, as though something inside her was clawing its way out. Her hands scrambled across the bed, fingers twitching and grasping at nothing. She could feel her body changing, stretching, warping into something grotesque. Her nails had grown into blackened claws, long and curved, scraping against the wooden frame of the bed. Her limbs had lengthened, her joints bending at odd angles as if her bones were breaking and rearranging themselves. Tears streamed down her face, but she barely felt them. "And no. Please." Her voice was barely elf now, shaking with horror, her words slurred as if her tongue had become too heavy in her mouth. Her legs twisted beneath her, sharp claws raking deep gashes into the bed. Her once bright green eyes dulled, fading into an eerie, empty shade as if the monster inside her was consuming her piece by piece. She was slipping. Losing herself. Thina Euro. Tang. A sharp shattering sound echoed through the room. Melona flinched violently, her breath hitching as she forced her unfocused gaze toward the floor. Amidst the mess of broken glass, a white liquid spilled across the wooden planks, glistening under the dim light. The potion. The one Ether had given her. Her body trembled violently, her muscles twitching uncontrollably, but she forced herself to move. A low, guttural growl rumbled from her throat, but she wasn't sure if it was from pain or desperation. Her lips parted, her dry, cracked tongue slipping out as she dragged herself closer to the spilled liquid. Lick. The moment the potion touched her tongue, a strange sensation washed over her. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a flicker of clarity amidst the chaos. Something inside her shifted, pulling her back from the edge of complete transformation. Her eyes flickered. For a brief moment, her green pupils returned before vanishing again into the emptiness. A surge of desperation took hold of her. With the last fragments of strength she had left, she crawled toward the closet, her trembling fingers reaching for the vials hidden inside. She grabbed them in a frantic, uncoordinated motion, her claws scraping against the glass as she brought them to her lips. One after another, she downed them. Gulp. 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 Each sip sent a cool, soothing wave through her broken body, gradually pulling her back from the brink. The unnatural elongation of her limbs reversed, her twisted joints snapping back into place with painful cracks. The razor-sharp claws receded, shrinking back into elf nails. The unbearable heat faded, replaced by an eerie, hollow numbness. She was back. Almost. Her lifeless, pupilless eyes returned to normal, but instead of their usual vibrant forest green, they were now a deep, unnatural red. But Melona was too exhausted to notice. She had drained every last potion Ether had given her. Burf. A soft burp escaped her lips, an oddly satisfied sound, as though she had just finished feasting on the most delicious meal. Thina. Mother? Are you all right? The voice from outside the door sent a fresh wave of panic through her. Her gaze darted around the wrecked room. Everything was in shambles, broken furniture, deep claw marks, shattered glass everywhere. She couldn't let her daughter see this, especially those potions. Forcing herself to steady her voice, she took a deep breath. I am fine, she managed, though her throat still felt raw. Is that so? Can I come in? No, she blurted, I am kind of busy right now. Don't enter. This is an order. I am serious. A pause. Thina. Okay. Melona's body felt unbearably heavy, as if an unseen force had anchored her down, making even the smallest movements exhausting. Her limbs ached, a deep, bone-crushing fatigue settling over her, weighing her down like chains she could not break free from. Her head throbbed, a dull pounding at the back of her skull, and her vision blurred as the overwhelming exhaustion clouded her mind. What this feeling? With sluggish steps, she dragged herself toward the bed, each step feeling as though she was wading through thick mud. Her legs wobbled beneath her, struggling to support her, but she pushed forward. Finally, she collapsed onto the mattress, sinking into its embrace, her body melting into the softness as if she had been carrying the weight of the world and had finally been allowed to rest. The room around her was a complete disaster. The furniture was overturned, deep claw marks covered the walls, and broken glass shimmered across the floor like scattered stars. But none of it mattered to her at this moment. She was too tired to care, too drained even to lift a finger. She would deal with it later. Right now, all she wanted was sleep. A soft hum escaped her lips as she closed her eyes, her breathing slowly evening out. Her body barely moved, frozen in place, her mind slipping into a deep, dreamless sleep. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, she felt at peace. Except, unaware of the slow, unnatural convulsions beneath her skin. Something deep within her stomach stirred, a sickening, twisting sensation rippling through her insides. A faint, almost imperceptible movimento, something shifting, something growing. The skin around her belly button tensed before a strange, white substance oozed out, thick and viscous, pooling onto her flesh. It stretched and curled, weaving itself into delicate yet unbreakable threads, layering over her stomach in thin, intricate strands. Chapter 876, When Mother-in-Law Becomes Mother, Part 3. Slowly, as the hours passed, Melona remained motionless, too deep in slumber to notice the nightmare her own body was becoming. Time slipped away, lost in the darkness of her unconsciousness. She had no idea how long she had been asleep. Days, perhaps longer. But then, a voice shattered the silence. "Elona? What are you doing in there? Ether needs our help. Come out." The voice was firm, slightly impatient, followed by a series of loud, forceful bangs against the door. Melona stirred at the sound, a groggy haze clouding her thoughts as she struggled to open her heavy eyelids. Her mind felt slow, as if she was trapped in a thick fog, her body refusing to wake up properly. A groan slipped past her lips as she shifted slightly, feeling the stiffness in her muscles. Ether, she mumbled under her breath, still half asleep, her voice barely above a whisper. And then, just as her vision cleared, she saw it, as her pupils widened in horror. What the f you see? Her stomach. A massive, unnatural bulge stretched her midsection to an impossible size. Melona's breath caught in her throat, her drowsiness instantly wiped away by the sheer horror of what she was seeing. Her stomach wasn't just swollen, it was grotesquely large, towering like an unnatural growth that had no right to exist. The skin was pulled tight, stretched to the absolute limit, and covering it was that thick, white silky layer upon layer of cocoon-like threads wrapped tightly around her abdomen. It was enormous. Like a cocoon. A cocoon? Was her stomach a cocoon? Panic surged through her. Her breath hitched, her pulse hammering in her ears as her trembling hands hovered over the grotesque sight before her. What? What happened? Leora's voice came again, this time sharper, more concerned. Elona, I'm coming €9. No. Melona's voice cracked as she shouted, her panic spiraling into sheer terror. She couldn't let Leora see this. She couldn't let anyone see this. I'm busy, she blurted out, her voice barely steady, though her mind was anything but calm. Busy? But €1. Just leave me alone. The desperation in her voice was unmistakable. The fear, the hysteria, the sheer helplessness, everything poured into those words, making it clear that she meant it. A long silence followed. Then, finally, Leora let out a sigh. Okay. Her footsteps faded, moving away from the door, but Melona barely registered it. Her mind was too fixated on the horrifying reality in front of her. Her stomach. The cocoon. Her fingers twitched as she forced herself to move, hesitantly pressing against the stretched skin, feeling the rough texture of the silk and the soft warmth beneath it. Just as she made contact, she froze. A movement. Something shifted inside her. A slow, deliberate motion. A deep, crawling sensation that made her entire body break out in cold sweat. Her breath hitched, her pulse hammering against her ribs. What is this?" she whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. The fear was suffocating, gripping her chest so tightly that she could hardly breathe. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. This wasn't anything remotely close to what she had ever experienced before. She needed to do something. Euro. Crack. A sharp, wet sound echoed in the silent room. Her stomach tensed. The cocoon split. Thin, jagged lines appeared on the surface, spreading like fractures in glass. Melona's entire body went cold. Her hands shook as she reached out, barely able to process the horror unfolding before her. And no. No, 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 she whispered, the panic clawing at her throat. Something was coming out. Something was inside her, and it was about to break free. She wanted to scream. She wanted to run. She wanted to do something. Just as she was about to call Euro. Buff. A sudden, grotesque burst. Like a punctured balloon, the bulging mass in her stomach deflated instantly. The tension snapped away, her midsection returning to its normal size within seconds. PSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS limp and lifeless, draped loosely over her bare skin. Melona gasped, her hands slowly and hesitantly reached to her abdomen, feeling nothing but smooth, untouched flesh. No wound. No scars. No trace of what had just happened. Her mind reeled, struggling to comprehend. Had she imagined it? Had it all been some twisted hallucination? Euro. A sound. A voice. Small. Soft. Innocent. Mama. Her breath hitched violently, her body going rigid. Slowly Euro, she lifted her head. Right in front of her face, hovering silently in the air, was a massive butterfly. Its wings were enormous, shimmering with a mesmerizing, almost ethereal glow. Its delicate body pulsed with a strange warmth, and its eyes, large, bright, and eerily intelligent, stared at her with an unsettling sense of familiarity. Her heart stopped. The world spun. Euro. Thud. She collapsed on the bed. Unconscious. After what felt like an eternity trapped in darkness, Melona's eyes fluttered open, her vision hazy as she struggled to regain awareness. Her body felt weak, her limbs sluggish, but her mind jolted awake in an instant. What happened? She muttered, her voice hoarse, as if she had been screaming in her sleep. Then, suddenly, her memories crashed back into her like a tidal wave. That thing. Her heart pounded as her eyes widened in panic, darting wildly around the room. She barely noticed the sting in her muscles as she quickly scanned her surroundings, desperate to find Euro, the thing she had seen right before everything went black. But there was nothing. The room was still. Quiet. Her breathing was uneven as she swallowed down. Everything looked just as it had before. Her fingers twitched as she hesitantly stepped down from the bed, her bare feet meeting the cold floor. Where are you? She called out, her voice barely above a whisper. No response. Her fingers curled into fists as she cautiously moved toward the closet, her pulse drumming in her ears. Each step felt heavy, weighted by fear, but she forced herself to move. With a deep breath, she reached out, gripping the handle with trembling fingers before hesitantly pulling the door open. Nothing. The closet was empty. Her shoulders slumped as she let out a shaky sigh, trying to push down the unease twisting inside her. Maybe it had just been a dream. A terrifying, vivid dream. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she slowly turned toward the bathroom. Her heart pounded harder. She didn't know why she felt this, why her entire body was screaming at her, warning her that something was still here. The rational part of her mind told her she was being paranoid, that she was overthinking things. But deep down, in the core of her instincts, she knew better. Something was off. She checked the bathroom, pushing the door open cautiously. Nothing. Her chest rose and fell in a slow, shaky exhale as she forced herself to calm down. "This is ridiculous," she muttered, running a hand through her hair, fingers gripping the strands as if grounding herself. "I'm just imagining things." Sighing, she sat down on the edge of the bed, still feeling a lingering unease gnawing at her, thinking whether she imagined things. But what she failed to notice, what her vigilant gaze missed as she kept looking up instead of down, was the dark, slithering presence that crept beneath the bed. A shadow moved. Anthena. Something cold. A tentacle emerged from the darkness beneath her, slinking forward. It brushed against her foot. A sharp, electric jolt shot through her body. A sudden wave of exhaustion slammed into her, as if something was draining her energy in an instant. A stinging sensation spread from the point of contact, making her skin prickle uncomfortably. Her brows furrowed. "What was that?" she murmured, confusion laced in her voice. And then she looked down. Her breath hitched. Her eyes widened in horror. The tentacle instantly coiled tightly around her leg. Before she could even react, with a violent yank, she was pulled under the bed. Chapter 877, Mother-in-law cannot handle this kind of Princess Carrie. Ouch. Ether sat beside Melona on the bed, gently holding her leg, his brows knitting together as he took in the dark, slimy texture of her skin. It was as if something had been drained straight from her body, leaving her looking eerily lifeless in that spot. "Is it painful?" Ether asked, his voice softer than usual. His fingers lightly traced over her skin, and Melona winced, her body tensing from the touch. But instead of admitting the pain, she quickly shook her head. "No, she muttered, though her voice wavered slightly. "Of course, it stung, it burned, Evina, but she bit her tongue, refusing to let the words slip out. She had barely escaped when something dragged her into the bed. Even after managing to break free, she found herself completely paralyzed, her body frozen in fear. She had remained in the corner, unable to move, unable to speak, until Ether arrived, and everything else that followed was a blur. Ether sighed deeply, rubbing his temples in frustration. She was always like this, acting tough, pretending things were fine even when they clearly weren't. "I cannot believe you hid all of this from me," he muttered, his voice laced with irritation. "Why? Why the hell didn't you just ask for help?" His tone sharpened slightly as he exhaled heavily. Without waiting for her response, he reached for her skirt, lifting it slightly to examine the extent of the damage. His fingers hesitated as his eyes landed on the darkened patch near her thighs. His expression immediately darkened with worry. Melona sucked in a sharp breath when she felt the fabric rise, her face instantly heating up. But despite the initial embarrassment, she found herself swallowing back her pride when she saw the deep concern in his expression. Still. It's just €. I felt like you guys were already too busy, and €. Before she could even finish, Ether cut her off with a knowing look. You already feel useless, don't you? His voice was quieter now, but there was something piercing in the way he spoke, so, instead of telling me, you kept quiet. You didn't want to be an extra burden. Am I right? Melona flinched, her throat tightening as she lowered her gaze. She hadn't expected him to see right through her so easily. That was exactly why she hadn't said anything. She was already struggling with the weight of feeling useless. Everyone else was fighting, risking their lives, doing everything they could to protect Ether. And yet, she couldn't even protect herself. She had no powers, no strength to contribute. Even Leora had to hold back just to shield her. That alone made her feel like dead weight, an unnecessary liability to the entire team. Sure, she had never been a fighter, but at least, in the past, she could defend herself. Now, she couldn't even do that. Now, her life relied entirely on Ether. And that was exactly why she didn't want to tell him. How could she? How could she possibly make him worry even more than he already did? Ether let out a long sigh, dragging a hand down his face. He had expected €. Sooner or later, he knew she would end up feeling this way. He just hadn't thought it would happen this quickly. His hands moved again, lifting her skirt a little higher as he examined the other leg. His lips pressed into a firm line when he saw that the darkness had spread there too. Just what the hell happened, he muttered under his breath, his frustration evident. His sharp gaze shifted toward the massive butterfly standing in the corner of the room. The creature looked oddly guilty, like a child who had just been caught doing something they shouldn't have. Mama? The butterfly's voice was small, hesitant, as it slowly moved toward Melona. But before it could get any closer, Nope. Nope. Stay right there, Ether snapped with his voice firm. The butterfly flinched at the sudden command and immediately stopped, its wings twitching slightly. Ngefuyuro, it let out a soft, muffled sound, almost like a pout, as if sulking at being scolded. Ether narrowed his eyes, rubbing his temple. He looked at the butterfly again and exhaled sharply. I cannot believe this thing is our Childayuro. Melona, who had been lost in her own thoughts, suddenly stiffened. Her entire face turned bright red. It's not Oyuro. Before she could finish her sentence, Ether glanced back at her, shaking his head. Of course I know, he cut in smoothly, stopping her before she could protest any further. Melona bit her lip, the heat in her cheeks intensifying as she looked away, flustered. Ether sighed again. He had come here to solve one problem, and now another one had suddenly fallen onto his plate. He recalled her explanation of everything that had happened. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it all sounded. How the hell did things escalate to this point? Ether ran the events through his head again, trying to make sense of them. She was bitten. Alright, that made sense, she took the medicine. Okay, logical enough, and Thinayuro she got pregnant. Wait. What? And then, she gave birth to Oyuro, a butterfly. A fucking butterfly. He and Melona were both human, well, he thought, an elf. And yet, somehow, they had a butterfly child. How in the holy name of an avocado did this happen? Ether stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind felt like it was short-circuiting. He thought he had seen everything. He thought nothing could surprise him anymore. But this was a whole different level of absurdity. Log, do you know what the fuck is going on here? Ether inwardly asked, half expecting a ridiculous answer. I am not sure what's happening here. Ether rolled his eyes. Forget Euro, even if you did know, you'd probably refuse to tell me for some other stupid reason. Unspecified currency. Ignoring the log entirely, he turned his focus back to Melona. I have a lot of questions, he admitted, exhaling sharply. But for now Euro. His gaze flickered to her, and Melona, who had been fidgeting with her skirt, immediately flinched. She hesitated, then slowly lowered the fabric, her shyness creeping in again. Ether, unfazed, moved closer to her. Her breath hitched. She could feel the warmth of his body near hers, her fists clenching slightly around the hem of her skirt. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she gulped, wondering what he was about to do next. However Euro. Ouch. Melona yelped when Ether suddenly pinched her cheek, pulling it tightly without a hint of mercy. His face was dead serious, his golden eyes narrowing as he held her in place. You think you're some kind of big shot? Sacrificing yourself for the greater good? His voice was laced with irritation, his fingers not easing up in the slightest. He wasn't just scolding her Euro, he was genuinely pissed off. Ouch Euro, ouch. Ether. Ouch. Melona squirmed, her hands grabbing onto his wrist in an attempt to pry him off. Her leg still ached, but the sharp sting on her cheek was far worse. You really think this is the best thing to do for us? Ether's frown deepened, his grip remaining firm. Even through the pain, Melona noticed something Euro, he wasn't just angry. There was something else beneath it. A hint of hurt. Her head lowered slightly. I just wanted to, at least be Euro. Useful. Ether clicked his tongue, his expression twisting in annoyance. Instead of letting her go, he pinched even harder. Melona winced, her voice catching in her throat as a sharp jolt of pain shot through her cheek. Useful. Ether repeated, his voice firm. You want to be useful? Then tell me Euro, who saved my life when I almost died. No Euro when I literally died there. His grip finally loosened as he exhaled sharply. No one was able to bring me back except you. And yet, you still think you're useless. His fingers finally left her skin, but his words cut deeper than any physical pain. Melona sat there, rubbing her sore cheek, feeling guilt slowly sink in. He was mad. No Euro, he was more than just mad. She had actually upset him. Ether crossed his arms. I can't hear you, he said flatly, even though she hadn't spoken yet. Melona bit her lip before whispering, I'm sorry. Ether shook his head before resting a hand atop her head. His fingers threaded gently through her hair, his voice quieter this time. If you ever feel useless again Euro, then remember this. His thumb lightly brushed against her scalp. The man you gave everything for is out here doing things that are useful. So don't you ever think you're not. Melona's throat tightened, her heart clenching at his words. A small, weak smile tugged at her lips. She gave a small nod, finally letting the guilt ease just a little. Ether inhaled deeply, shaking off the tension before stretching his arms. Anyway, let's get out of this messy place. He moved to scoop her up without a second thought. Euro. W8. I can walk. Melona blurted out in a panic, waving her hands frantically. The last thing she wanted was for him to carry her like she was some helpless princess. Ether raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Yes, she insisted, setting her face into a determined expression. She took a slow, careful breath before shifting her weight and pushing herself up. For a brief moment, she stood tall, steadying herself. See? I'm fine, Melona said with a relieved tone, flashing him a triumphant look. Ether shot her a skeptical glance but ultimately shrugged. Before turning to leave, he pointed at the butterfly, which still lingered in the corner, fidgeting as if it wanted to say something. You stay here, he ordered. The butterfly twitched, its mouth opening slightly, but whatever it wanted to say never came out. With that, Ether and Melona turned toward the exit. However, Euro. Ah! A sharp cry left Melona's lips the moment she tried to take another step. The second she put weight on her leg, a deep numbness spread through it, causing her entire body to buckle forward. Before she could hit the ground, Euro. Strong arms caught her. Ether scooped her up effortlessly, holding her securely in his arms. His smirk was unmistakable. Shall we, princess? He asked, amusement dripping from every word. Plus 4,000 AP. Melona's entire face turned scarlet. And no Euro, she mumbled, her voice barely above a whisper. Her hands shot up, covering her burning cheeks as her elven ears twitched furiously. Ether, unfazed, carried her out of the room without a single ounce of hesitation. Chapter 878, Seducing Mother-in-Law. What the heck? OMG, look at that. Is that for real? Am I seeing things? Soft whispers spread like wildfire among the maids and servants as they witnessed something utterly shocking, their majesty being carried in a man's arms. And not just any man, but her own son-in-law. It was so surreal that many of them rubbed their eyes, convinced they were hallucinating. Some even exchanged glances, silently confirming that this was indeed happening before them. Please, no. Melona trembled, her entire body heating up from the sheer embarrassment of the situation. The fact that she was being carried like this in front of everyone was already mortifying, but to make it worse, it was Ether who held her. Her hands instinctively shot up to cover her burning red face, her heart thudding wildly inside her chest. It was an uncontrollable storm of emotions, a swirling tornado of flustered chaos stuck inside a man's arms. She didn't understand why, but she could feel these arms holding her so firmly, her entire body enveloped in a sturdy warmth that sent shivers down her spine. That grip, so tight, so possessive, it was as if he wouldn't let her go no matter what. Those broad, strong arms secured her in a way that made her breath hitch, a sense of security mixed with something far more dangerous. Her body trembled even more, her thighs pressing together as she bit her lip. No, no, no. Melona screamed inside her mind, the intensity of the moment threatening to make her heart explode. She wasn't used to this, no, this was too much. It was raw, electric, something she had never experienced before. I need to get away from him. Muffling her voice behind her trembling hands, she somehow managed to force out a weak, stammering plea. Put me down. All right now. But Ether didn't listen. His steps remained firm, steady, as if he hadn't heard a word she said. The way he carried her so effortlessly, as if she weighed nothing in his arms, only made her face burn hotter. Unable to withstand her own embarrassment any longer, Melona hesitantly parted her fingers, sneaking a glance at him through the gaps. And the moment she did. Ba-dump. Plus 8,000 AP. Her heart skipped so violently that she nearly forgot to breathe. Ether was staring at her. His piercing gaze held an amused glint, but beneath it, there was something darker, something that made her insides coil in nervous anticipation. He was grinning, a slow, knowing smirk that sent chills cascading down her spine. Something inside him had snapped. The way she trembled in his arms, the way her breath hitched so delicately, he could see it all. And that dangerous part of him, the one he usually kept in check, was starting to stir. And no, don't do that. Man, she is your mother-in-law. Ether scolded himself internally, but his fingers betrayed him. They tightened around her, gripping her waist just a little firmer as if savoring the feeling of holding her. Melona flinched slightly, her breath hitching as she felt the sudden squeeze. Slowly lowering her hands, she peeked up at him, only to be met with that same devilish grin. Ether's grin was different now, it wasn't just amusement. It was dangerous. Possessive. Like a predator toying with its prey. She gulped, her throat suddenly dry. You should put your hands around my neck, Ether spoke, his voice deep, smooth, and strangely persuasive. Her lips quivered. Why? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her fingers curled slightly, her nails pressing against his chest as if seeking some sort of stability. She didn't see any reason to. Hi. A gasp tore from her lips when, without warning, Ether loosened his grip on her body for a split second. She felt the terrifying sensation of falling, her stomach flipping in panic. Her reaction was instant. Her arms flew up and wrapped around his neck, clutching onto him tightly before she even had time to think. Ether chuckled, effortlessly catching her again before she could slip further. Holding her firmly once more, he smirked down at her, his lips curling in amusement. This might happen, he said teasingly, as if it had all been planned. Melona's cheeks turned an impossible shade of red, her breath coming out in uneven puffs. She had never been this close to him before. Her face was practically against his, her nose barely an inch from his skin. His breath fanned against her lips, warm and teasing, sending an unfamiliar warmth down to the pit of her stomach. Her eyes wandered without meaning to, his skin, pale and flawless. His nose, sharp and defined like it was sculpted by the gods. His lips, soft, almost kissable. And his sharp, dangerous eyes. Her mind short-circuited. Damn, that's hot. She mumbled without thinking. Ether's smirk widened instantly. His deep voice rumbled, his gaze flicking to her in amusement. Melona's entire body stiffened. Her eyes flew open in pure horror as she realized what she had just said out loud. I mean, and nothing, she stammered frantically, her hands gripping his shoulders as if trying to push him away. I just said today is hot. Why you know. The weather. Ether, of course, heard exactly what she said. But instead of calling her out, he merely smiled. He could push her. He could tease her endlessly. But where was the fun in that? No, he would drag this moment out, make her stew in her own embarrassment, make her squirm. Ether adjusted his hold slightly, pressing her just a little closer, making her breath hitch again. Melona swallowed hard, her thoughts scrambling. Think of something. Say something. Anything but this. Ether suddenly leaned in closer, his lips dangerously near her ear. What are you thinking about? He whispered softly, his voice like silk. Melona jolted, her fingers clutching his clothes. Oh. See, come on now. Stop it, she practically screeched, her hands flying to his cheek to pinch it in frustration. What do you even want? Ether chuckled, his shoulders shaking slightly, thoroughly enjoying her flustered state. I just want to know. He trailed off, his tone teasing. What should we do with our child? Melona froze. Her cheeks erupted in heat, her eyes wide in absolute shock. How can you be sure it's our child? Ha. Ether shrugged nonchalantly. It did call us Mama, he murmured, rubbing his nose against hers playfully before adding, and Papa, right? Her breath caught. She was horrified. He was rubbing his nose against hers. In broad daylight. In front of everyone. Her mind spiraled, her heart pounding so violently that she thought it might explode. Why you should not do this, she cried, her voice high-pitched with panic as she glared at him furiously. Ether merely grinned, his expression smug. What exactly should I not do? He asked, feigning innocence as he leaned closer. Melona's heart reached its limit. She was going to die at this rate. Still, she forced herself to gather whatever shred of dignity she had left. Why you need to stop carrying women like this, she declared, her voice shaky. Especially older women. Ether raised an eyebrow. Oh. Why is that? Melona hesitated before mumbling, because women might feel something. Ether smirked. Butterflies? Melona's face burned. Damn him. Why was he like this? Why did he always have to tease her like this? She felt as if he was peeling away every layer of her composure, exposing her most vulnerable self. Melona huffed, trying to mask her flustered state, though the heat in her cheeks betrayed her. Women sometimes feel like that. She muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Then, quickly regaining her composure, pointed a trembling finger at him. Anyway. Next time, don't do this to any other women. You got that? This is an order from me, she declared, trying to sound authoritative, though her voice still carried hints of nervousness. For a moment, Ether didn't respond. His expression changed, his grin fading into something more unreadable. His face darkened, his eyes dropping slightly, and Melona felt an odd twist in her chest, as if she had just said something she shouldn't have. Then, he muttered, his voice quiet but firm, but I didn't carry any woman. Only my Woma. Huh? I mean, my family. Melona frowned, narrowing her eyes suspiciously before shaking her head. Anyway, even if they're your family, you shouldn't be carrying any woman like this, other than your wife, you got it? Her voice carried a stubborn authority, but the way her grip on his neck only tightened betrayed something else, reluctance. Ether studied her for a moment before nodding softly. I see, fine then. She should have felt relieved at his answer. But instead, something inside her twisted uncomfortably. And then. My other mother-in-law will be sad to hear that, but I'll tell her it's not good, Ether muttered with a defeated sigh. Melona's brow twitched. Other? Other? Her voice carried a sharp edge. What do you mean other? Ether blinked at her, as if she had just asked something completely obvious. Of course, I have another mother-in-law, he said matter-of-factly. She cares a lot about me. She always makes delicious food whenever I visit. Every dish she prepares is filled with love, and I can taste it in every bite. His tone softened, almost dreamlike, as if recalling some nostalgic memory. I used to love taking it all in, savoring it slowly. His voice trailed off into a blissful murmur. Melona narrowed her eyes, I can cook food too, you know, she thought as her jaw tightening as she definitely didn't like where this was going. And she's really cute when she... Enough, Melona suddenly cut in, her tone sharp, her lips pursed in an irritated pout. Ether grinned. Are you angry? He asked innocently, tilting his head slightly. Melona scoffed, crossing her arms, not that it helped, considering she was still wrapped around his neck. Of course not, she huffed, but the way her grip on him tightened completely contradicted her words. Ether nodded as if he believed her, completely ignoring the obvious anger in her tone. Do you want to know who it is? I mean, you guys are going to be family too, right? Melona clicked her tongue, irritation flickering in her eyes. Yeah, whatever, she muttered, her voice laced with forced indifference. She could already tell she wasn't going to like whatever he was about to say. Ether's smirk grew wider. She even said she loved to sleep with me. Melona's entire body stiffened. Her pupils shrank, her breath caught, and her fingers dug into his shoulders. What? She hissed, her voice dropping into a dangerous tone before almost shouting, who is that bitch? Her reaction was instant, pure, unfiltered rage. But she managed to hold herself back from screaming because, after all, she was a composed, reasonable woman who believed in discussing things calmly. Right? Ether blinked, tilting his head as if confused by her reaction. I mean, she sleeps beside her daughters who sleep with me. Melona's fiery expression froze. Oh. Her anger paused, her thoughts rearranging themselves as she processed his words properly this time. Oh. Her shoulders relaxed slightly as her expression calmed, but only slightly. That irritation? Still there. And why was she still feeling so damn irked? She was still in his arms, listening to him talk about another woman, when he should be paying attention to her. But damn it, why did she care? She wasn't jealous. No way. And yet, a sour taste remained on her tongue, the pain on her leg already forgotten. But before she could dwell on it. However. Ether's voice dropped, his tone turning slow, deliberate. Do you know who my favorite is? Melona clicked her tongue, feigning disinterest, but her curiosity betrayed her. TSK, who is it? She asked, shifting slightly, only to realize too late. Her breath hitched. Their faces. His face, his damn face, was mere centimeters away from hers. So close. Her lungs refused to work, her heartbeat thundering violently in her chest. Ether smiled, a soft, gentle curve of his lips. You already know who my favorite is, don't you? He whispered, his warm breath fanning against her cheek. Her nostrils quivered at the heat of it, her throat suddenly dry. Ether. She whispered shakily, her lips parting slightly when she saw Ether getting closer and closer. No, he wasn't getting closer, she was pulling him in. Her fingers, her arms, her entire body. They moved on their own, tightening around his neck, dragging him closer and closer. It was unconscious. Involuntary. Her hands around his neck, her body leaning in, as if craving something she couldn't quite name. Her lips trembled, her breathing uneven. Just a little more. Her heart pounded mercilessly as she inched closer, her parted lips slowly drawing toward his, her eyelids fluttering, her entire body melting into the moment. Just a little more. Just a little more and she would. Kaya. A piercing scream shattered the air. Both Ether and Melona jerked violently, snapping out of their haze, their heads whipping toward the sound. And there, standing in the middle of the courtyard, was a terrified maid, screaming at the top of her lungs. Because of a butterfly. Ether let out a long, exasperated sigh. Melona blinked, still dazed, still trying to process what almost just happened. And then it hit her. What the hell was she about to do? Ether groaned, rubbing his temple as he muttered under his breath. That's definitely their child. Because only children could perfectly ruin a parent's moment at the worst possible time, and Log 2 couldn't help but comment. Well then, stop seducing your mother-in-law who already gave birth to your child, you bastard. Focus on important matters. Chapter 879, Foo ##. What have you done, Ether, Part 1. I told you to stay inside the room, right? Ether's voice carried a hint of annoyance as he frowned at the butterfly fluttering around. His eyes followed its erratic movements as it hovered close to the poor maid, who was already trembling in fear. The woman looked as if he was about to collapse from sheer terror. Despite how frightened she was, Ether quickly noticed that the butterfly never actually touched her. That was a relief, considering the fact that the creature had the ability to suck something, energy, life force, or whatever it was, out of people's bodies. Melona, who was cradled securely in Ether's arms like a delicate princess, raised her hand and gave the maid a small wave, signaling her to leave. The maid, as if granted salvation, didn't waste another second. Taking full advantage of the opportunity, she bolted out of sight. The butterfly flapped its wings, lowering its body slightly as it uttered in a pitiful voice, "Mama." The soft, pleading tone made Melona's heart squeeze with an unexpected pang of guilt. She bit her lip slightly, her fingers twitching against Ether's chest as she hesitated. Why did she feel guilty? She wasn't sure. Ether caught the subtle change in her expression and let out a quiet sigh before speaking in a calm yet firm voice. "Come with me." Without waiting for a response, he turned and began walking. The butterfly perked up at his words, its wings fluttering in delight. "Papa," it chimed, its tone now filled with happiness as it eagerly followed him. Melona's breath hitched, and her cheeks instantly grew hotter. She could feel them burning as the word "Papa" echoed in her mind, just then. "Wait. Where are you taking me?" she suddenly demanded, blinking up at him. Ether didn't even hesitate as he responded in a serious tone, "Aria's room, of course." Melona's brows furrowed deeply. "But, isn't that just beside my room?" she asked. That was when she noticed something odd. He had been walking, and walking, and walking for quite some time now. The hallways were long, sure, but they weren't this long. There were plenty of empty rooms they could have entered, and yet he was still carrying her, wandering aimlessly as if they were on some long journey. Ether suddenly flinched, his grip on her tightening for the briefest moment before he quickly averted his gaze, avoiding her piercing stare. Melona narrowed her eyes, "My dear son-in-law, what exactly are you trying to do?" Her voice was skeptical, filled with suspicion, and she eyed him as if she were trying to read his mind. Ether, however, remained perfectly composed. He didn't flinch under her scrutinizing gaze. Instead, he kept his expression smooth and calm, exuding nothing but confidence. "I thought walking around in the broad daylight might help you," he said in an incredibly smooth tone, one that made his words sound logical and completely reasonable. "After all, you've been cooped up in that room for a long time." His voice was so convincing, so natural, that for a brief second, it almost sounded like a completely valid excuse. Almost. But Melona wasn't buying it. She kept frowning. In fact, her frown only deepened as she continued to glare at him. Ether, sensing that his charm wasn't working, coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject by stepping into the room. Without another word, he gently placed her down onto the soft bed, his movements careful and precise, as if handling something fragile. Once she was settled, he grabbed a nearby chair, positioned it beside her, and sat down. Ether nodded to himself before shifting his gaze toward the butterfly. The creature had once again moved to the corner of the room, its wings trembling slightly as it hesitated. It was staring at him, waiting for permission. Ether let out a small exhale before turning his focus back to Melona. He reached forward, gently grasping the hem of her skirt before slowly pulling it up. Unlike before, Melona didn't seem as shy or hesitant. She didn't tense up or shrink away. There was no nervousness in her expression. She simply lay there, trusting him completely. He carefully lifted the fabric higher until the dark, blackened area of her skin was fully visible. He retrieved a healing potion from his storage and began pouring it onto the afflicted area. Argh! Melona winced softly as the cool liquid made contact with her skin. A sharp, chilling sensation spread through her, making her shudder involuntarily. But something was off. Ether narrowed his eyes, watching closely. He had expected the potion to take effect immediately. Yet. "It's not healing," he muttered, his brows knitting together. He hesitated for only a second before deciding to try another method. He handed her the potion. "Drink this," he instructed softly. Melona nodded and took the bottle, sipping the liquid with a delicate motion. The moment it slid down her throat, she felt something inside her stir. A faint tingling spread through her body, and she trembled slightly as a sensation ran down her spine. She instinctively touched her neck where the monster had bitten her. The lingering pain faded. The dark mark on her leg, however, remained unchanged. Come to think of it, his own skin had darkened in the same way when the butterfly had touched him earlier. But in his case, it had reversed within moments. Was it because I didn't touch it for a longer period, he wondered. Why don't you try giving her your nectar? What? I mean, think about it. That thing is literally calling you Papa, and correct me if I'm wrong, but last I checked, you haven't even so much as kissed Melona, let alone done anything to earn that title. So, tell me. How do you explain that? Face with raised eyebrow. Ether's eye twitched harder. Why does that feel like sarcasm? His log was getting way too comfortable. Ahem, back to the main point, let's go over the facts, shall we? 1. That weird butterfly creature is calling you Papa. 2. The only thing linking you to said butterfly is the fact that Melona drank your nectar. So all that leads to your nectar. Ether fell silent. He thought about it for a moment before sighing, yeah, that does seem to be the only link. Papa? Ether stiffened. He wasn't sure if he should feel happy that he apparently had a child, or concerned that said child wasn't even human or elf. With a deep breath, Ether reached into his storage space and pulled out a large box filled with neatly arranged bottles of white lotion. He placed it down with a soft thud before grabbing one of the bottles. Melona blinked at the sheer quantity. Her face immediately turned red. Just how much do you have?" she stammered. Ether casually shrugged. "I got a lot of helping hands." Melona's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She pursed her lips, looking away. Ether's brows furrowed at her reaction. Then he paused. A thought struck him, and his eyes widened in realization. Wait. You knew. His expression turned horrified. Melona simply averted her gaze. She didn't say anything. Ether blinked, feeling an odd sense of awkwardness settle between them. "Since when did you, sigh?" "Well, you see, it's just. It's fine. I didn't ask, and you didn't need to say anything," Melona said with a soft smile, her gaze holding genuine warmth. She could see he had done all this for her. He had gone out of his way to help her, and even if it was unconventional, she couldn't possibly be mad at him. How could she shout at the man who was only trying to save her? Ether let out a slow breath of relief. He had been tense, unsure of how she would react when she found out she had been drinking a man's nectar. He had expected her to be disgusted, furious, or at the very least, unsettled. But instead, she was smiling. Ether smiled back, just to be safe. "Sorry," he said, his voice gentle. He had lied to her, after all. It was only right to apologize before opening the bottle and moving it towards her lips. Melona chuckled softly, her expression amused. He was apologizing now. After everything? "You know, Ether, you really are something else," she mused, shaking her head. She was fine, and yet he still insisted on acting like a gentleman. When everything about this situation was so far removed from anything gentlemanly. Her son-in-law was certainly one of a kind. She parted her lips as Ether poured the liquid in. To be honest, she could have just taken the bottle and drunk it herself. But for some reason, neither of them seemed to care about that small detail. "Just fuck already," Log commented suddenly. Ether's lips twitched. "You are getting way too comfortable, don't you think?" he muttered inwardly, his brows furrowing slightly. Melona suddenly shivered, an intense sensation washing over her body. It was like being dipped in ice while heat simultaneously burned through her veins, sending a rush of energy spiraling inside her. A strange, hot mist escaped from her skin, making the air around her feel charged. Ether blinked at the sight. "It's working," he muttered, watching as her body trembled slightly before glancing at her darkened leg. However, nothing visibly changed. "I can feel it," Melona murmured, her voice laced with wonder. She hadn't realized until this moment, but she could feel her toes again. She hadn't felt them in so long. Tentatively, she wiggled them, proving to herself that the sensation was real. Ether grinned, clearly satisfied. "Looks like just a few more doses and you'll be ready to run," he teased, winking playfully at her. Melona smirked, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "Era run? Should I run far away from you, mister?" she purred, her voice edged with teasing amusement. Ether blinked at her sudden shift in tone. It had been ages since he had seen her act like this. "Looks like she's slowly opening up to me," he mused, feeling something stir in his chest. He reached down to grab another bottle of lotion when. "Huh?" Ether frowned, his hand grasping at empty space. A quick glance downward, the box of lotions was missing. His eyes widened as he immediately turned to the only other living thing in the room, the butterfly. "What the fuck?" Ether's voice came out in a strangled yell. The butterfly, his damn child, was already busy consuming every single bottle of lotion. It used its elongated appendage, the proboscis, to suck out the contents at an terrifying speed. It devoured the liquid within seconds, like a ravenous beast that had been starving for centuries. As if that wasn't horrifying enough, it turned towards Ether and "Papa?" As if asking for more. Ether's entire body froze in sheer horror. His mind short-circuited. He could barely comprehend what he had just seen, but his soul felt like it was leaving his body. What the fuck? Before he could even process the nightmare unfolding before him. Arar! Melona's blood-curdling scream shattered the moment. Ether's head snapped towards her in alarm. Melona, his heart leaped into his throat as he watched her body suddenly rise into the air, as if possessed by an unseen force. Panic surged through him. He reached out instinctively, about to grab her hand, but before he could, her entire body began to glow, a blinding, almost holy radiance consuming her form. At the same time, the butterfly, the goddamn butterfly, began to shine as well. The two of them pulsed with an overwhelming light, illuminating the entire room with an intensity that burned Ether's skin on contact. The hell is going on? Ether hissed, squinting against the blinding glow. He tried to see through it, but it was impossible. And then... ding! Warning alert, a higher entity has emerged dangerously close to the user. Please exercise extreme caution. Higher entity. What the fuck is that, log? Ether shouted. Wait. This thing. How in the world? Fuck. What have you done, Ether? Fearful face. Even Log sounded horrified. Mother's promise, I didn't do anything. Ether screamed inwardly. He had literally done nothing. Wait. Another child coming? Ether's face turned horrified. No, 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 he was not prepared for this. OMG. What could possibly be worse than this? Skull warning, run now, before she tears you apart. What? Sruxia Uch. A bone-chilling screech tore through the room. Shit. Chapter 880, Foo ##. What have you done, Ether, Part 2. What do you mean he urgently called us to come? Talia asked, her voice carrying a slightly annoyed, it was Ether who told us to wait here, and now, all of a sudden, he's calling us. Ether had contacted them the moment he noticed something strange happening to Melona. That was why he had moved her to another room instead of staying in the broken one. He knew that if Arya saw the state of things, she would become even more worried. Arya's expression tensed with unease, her fingers slightly trembling. I'm not sure, but I have this strong feeling it has something to do with my mother. She couldn't explain why, but through her connection with Ether, even though he had sounded calm and collected over the link, she had sensed something beneath his voice, a flicker of fear and worry. That alone was enough to send panic coursing through her veins. The group was just about to reach her house when suddenly... boom! A blinding blue light exploded into the sky, shooting up right from the middle of Arya's home. Arya's eyes widened in shock, her breath catching in her throat. What's happening? MOM. She barely managed to lift her foot to take a step forward when... a bright blue light ascended to the sky right in the middle of Arya's house. Move out. Ether's voice roared through the air. Out of nowhere, he was hurled from the light as if he had been shot out of something. He crashed onto the ground with a heavy impact, his body sliding harshly across the street before he finally managed to stabilize himself. His foot skidded roughly before he came to a stop, his head snapping up with a sharp frown. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his lips stained red, as his eyes flickered down to his own body. For a moment, his skin had turned pitch black, as if burned by something, before it slowly began to return to its normal color. People started to run away as the chaos occurred. Ether. What's going on? Arya's voice wavered with panic as she took a hesitant step toward him. Get out of her. Ether barely had time to finish his warning before something streaked out of the brilliant blue light like a shooting star, hitting him with force and carrying him away in an instant. Ether. Raven's sharp cry tore through the air. Without hesitation, she shifted into her Draconix form, her massive body slithering forward at incredible speed. Talia wasted no time jumping onto her back. Leora, in one swift motion, transformed into her wolf form, and Arya immediately leaped onto her. Without a second thought, they all charged toward the light. But the light moved. It didn't just move, it shot forward at an impossible speed, leaving them behind like they weren't even trying. Leora gritted her teeth. No matter how fast she pushed herself, she couldn't even begin to match that speed. Even Raven, who was used to fast movement, looked momentarily stunned by how effortlessly the thing outpaced them. Before they could even get closer, the glowing streak that had been moving straight suddenly changed direction, plunging straight down toward the massive mountain ahead. Boom! The light didn't just crash, it penetrated through the mountain as if the solid rock was nothing but air, slicing through it without resistance. Then, finally, boom! The impact shook the entire land. It took Raven only a few seconds to reach the landing site, her wings slicing through the air. But when she arrived, her gaze darted around, searching, only to find nothing. No ether. No trace of the figure that had taken him. Just an expanse of forests and mountains stretching out endlessly before them. Talia jumped off Raven's back, landing swiftly on the ground. "Ether," she called out, her voice laced with urgency and worry. Raven narrowed her eyes before shifting back, her feet touching the ground softly as she scanned the area. They couldn't see anything clearly. The dust and glowing light were so thickly mixed together that it became difficult to even make out each other's figures. The entire place was drowning in a strange misty brightness, making it impossible to tell what was ahead. "Where is he?" Raven's voice held a rare edge of panic as she tried to reach out to Ether through their telepathic link, but there was nothing. No response. Talia clenched her jaw, her fists tightening at her sides. She squinted her eyes, trying to make sense of their surroundings, but the dust and glowing haze made everything seem surreal, almost like they were trapped in a dreamlike illusion. Then, "He's there," Leora's voice cut through the silence. She had appeared behind them, her wolf form shifting back into her human one as she landed beside them. Arya quickly jumped down, her gaze snapping to Leora, whose nose twitched as she inhaled deeply. "I can smell him," Leora muttered, her eyes narrowing as she moved deeper into the glowing mist, carefully stepping forward into the dusty, blue-lit atmosphere. Arya's heart pounded in her chest. "Did you guys see what that was?" she asked, her voice filled with worry. Raven exhaled sharply. "No, but it was fast. Way faster than anything I've ever seen before," Leora added, her tone dark with concern. She sniffed again, her senses sharpening despite the thick dust clouding the air. She could barely catch ether sent through the chaos, but then, her ears twitched violently. A sound. A faint noise amidst the heavy silence. Crack. Crack. Leora's ears twitched. The eerie sound of something cracking echoed through the suffocating dust. Her nostrils flared as she sniffed the air, searching, desperately trying to pick up a scent, anything that could tell her what was happening. "Come on, we don't have Tim," Talia started, but before she could finish, Leora shot her a sharp glare, her multicolor eyes practically glowing in the haze. Talia clenched her fists, suppressing a sigh. Leora took another slow, deliberate step forward. Then, chuck. A sickening, wet sound of flesh being sliced open cut through the silence. Leora's body reacted before her mind did, her ears perked, her muscles tensed, and in an instant, she snapped her head to the right. Her pupils dilated, and without hesitation, she bolted toward the source. Shit! Talia cursed under her breath as she and the others rushed after her, their hearts hammering wildly in their chests. Then they saw it. Drip. Drip. The slow, rhythmic sound of liquid hitting the ground. Blood. It was blood. But where? The blinding light swallowed everything around them, making it impossible to see beyond its suffocating brilliance. It was almost unnatural, like a wall of pure radiance blocking their sight. And within that radiance, a shadow. A dark figure stood trapped in the light, almost merging with it, as if the glow was swallowing it whole. The light clung to its form, distorting its outline, making it impossible to tell what, or who, it was. But something was dripping from the figure's right side. A thick, slow drip. Leora's chest tightened. Her hands curled into claws as she took another step forward, her vision sharpening as she forced herself to focus. And then, there was no right hand. The figure's arm ended in a jagged, bleeding stump. It was missing a hand. They stepped closer, squinting against the suffocating brightness. And then, ether. Aria's scream shattered the moment, raw with terror. Without thinking, she summoned her bow, her fingers moving with pure instinct as she drew back the string and fired, the glowing arrows slicing through the air toward the light. Raven's heart pounded against her ribs, her breath turned sharp as she raised her hands, releasing a surge of roaring purple flames. Talia's hands trembled for a split second before she clenched her fists, her jaw tightening. With a fierce cry, she slammed her palm onto the ground. 3 attacks. All launched with everything they had. They didn't know what they were hitting. They didn't care. They just had to get ether out of there. Boom. Terror. Thud. As the attack struck, the figure within the light was violently jerked out. Leora lunged without hesitation, her body moving purely on instinct. She caught the falling figure mid-air, and the moment her hands wrapped around the familiar body, her blood ran cold. She barely managed to land on her feet, stumbling slightly as she cradled the limp body in her arms. Husband. She could barely recognize him. Ether's body was ice-cold, his skin an unnatural shade of pale, almost like he had been drained of something vital. His features were lifeless, his head lolling slightly as if he were nothing more than a rag doll. The others caught up within seconds. Ether. Their voices were thick with fear. Then, his body twitched. Leora's breath caught. Warmth. It was faint but spreading, his body regaining color, his chest rising and falling. Then, Enrich. Ether suddenly gasped, his entire body jerking violently as if he had just been pulled out of drowning waters. He inhaled sharply, gulping down air, his eyes flying open in wild confusion. Ether. Are you okay? Talia's voice was softer now. Ether blinked rapidly, his breath still uneven as his mind scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. His eyes flickered toward the dimming blue light, his pupils adjusting to the sight before him. You guys need to get out of here, he muttered, his voice hoarse but laced with warning. Ignoring their protests, he reached into his storage and yanked out a high-level healing potion. He drank it down in one swift motion, his body trembling slightly as the powerful elixir worked through him and his missing right hand began to regenerate. The flesh reformed. Bone knitted itself back together. Skin stretched over it, dark tendrils of energy flickering like shadows as they sealed the wound shut. What you may, Leora's words caught in her throat when she turned back to the light. It was dimming. And as it faded, wings appeared, not just normal ones. They were massive. Unlike ordinary wings, they pulsed with a bioluminescent glow, shifting and shimmering between deep sapphire and ethereal silver, moving like liquid light embedded into the sleek, obsidian-black surface and holder of those extraordinary wings. A woman. Her body was breathtaking, tall, curvaceous, and dangerously alluring. She had the kind of figure that could drive any man insane, with wide, perfectly shaped hips that curved into a narrow waist, her stomach toned yet smooth like sculpted silk. Her breasts were full and round, pressing against the thin, almost translucent fabric that barely covered her, teasing the soft curves beneath. Her skin was a deep, mesmerizing shade of dark blue, gleaming under the dimming light with an unnatural radiance as if kissed by the night itself. It was flawless, smooth, almost ethereal, like a creature beyond mortal reach. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded over her shoulders, strands floating slightly as if gravity barely had a hold on her, framing a face both devastatingly beautiful and hauntingly fierce. Her crimson-red eyes glowed with a dangerous allure, sharp and piercing. Her lips, plump and temptingly parted, curled slightly as she held Ether's lifeless, blackened hand between her sharp, pristine teeth. The darkened flesh of his hand was completely drained of something as she spat the pitiful hand in an emotionless way. Injinct. Mom. Aria's voice wavered, her body freezing in place, paralyzed with shock. Chapter 881, Fu ##. What have you done, Ether, Part 3. Mom. Arya muttered in a horrified tone as the dim light slowly settled down. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the sight before her. She saw her mother, her once calm, composed, and loving mother, now standing still, staring at Ether with cold, indifferent eyes. It was as if all the warmth and sanity had been stripped away from her, leaving behind only emptiness and something far more terrifying. Arya instinctively took a hesitant step forward, her heart pounding. But before she could even get close, screech! A deafening, monstrous screech tore through the air as Melona's wings flared open, pulsing with an eerie blue energy. Then, without warning, she flipped her body and shot toward Ether at blinding speed, a streak of pure destruction. Yet again, nobody could react in time, her speed was beyond comprehension. In mere milliseconds, her fingers had latched onto Ether's head with an iron grip, seizing him as if he were nothing more than prey caught in a predator's grasp. Even Ether's spectral phantom steps, which had always given him the edge in speed, were utterly useless. Melona, calm down. Ether shouted, his voice edged with both shock and frustration. His hands flew up, grasping her arm, trying to push her away from his face. But she didn't even flinch. Her grip remained unshaken, her fingers pressing harder against his skull as she forcefully dragged him forward before flying off. Ether gritted his teeth, a wave of dizziness washing over him as he felt the pressure tightening. His vision wavered, his breath hitching. What the hell is happening? Log. Explain. Why did I lose consciousness after knocking her down earlier? He let out a strained scream, using every ounce of his strength to push her away, to break her grip, to even budge her fingers, but it was as if he was fighting against an unmovable force. She wasn't just stronger, she was something else entirely. She has surpassed the highest peak allowed by the laws. Huh? Ether's eyes widened in shock. What do you mean she? Before he could finish his thought, Melona lunged forward, her sharp teeth gleaming as she aimed directly for his neck. "Like hell I'm letting that happen," Ether roared. He clenched his fist, forcing his muscles to respond through the overwhelming pressure, and swung a powerful punch straight at her face. Bam! His fist connected, but the impact was barely more than a dull thud against her skin. It was like punching a mountain. No reaction. No recoil. It was as if all physical damage had become meaningless against her. Instead of faltering, Melona's eyes flashed with even more fury. Her grip on his face tightened, her nails digging into his skin. "Argh!" Ether let out a pained groan, his body trembling as an eerie sensation spread through him. Something was being drained. His energy. His very essence. Still not sure, but his consciousness began to fade again. WWH. YAGA. Meanwhile. "Are you ready?" Arya shouted. She held her compact bow, its wheels spinning wildly like high-speed F1 tires, thick smoke rising from the mechanisms as they strained under the sheer energy buildup. Her hands trembled slightly, not from fear but from the sheer force coiling inside the bowstring. She could feel it. If she waited any longer, the arrow might just explode in her hands. She took a breath before releasing the string as she shouted. "Go!" Talia inhaled sharply, steadying herself before slamming her palm onto the ground. The earth trembled as a chunk of stone jerked upward with raw force, launching into the air like a rising platform. Without hesitation, she spun on her heel as the crimson flames appeared on her foot like boost and delivered a brutal kick, sending the stone hurtling forward at blinding speed. Boom! Riding atop the massive rock, Leora had already transformed into her wolf form, her fur bristling with unleashed power. Raven clung to her, poised like a predator waiting for the perfect strike. As they rocketed toward Melona, Leora's legs trembled, coiling tight, gathering energy. Then. Boom! With a ground-shattering stomp, she propelled herself forward, accelerating beyond anything natural. The sheer force behind her leap shattered the air around her, creating a visible shockwave. She was fast, almost fast enough to match Melona's speed. Almost. But Melona sensed them. She didn't even need to look, she just knew. Without hesitation, she turned her head slightly and snorted, her wings fluttering at an even faster rate. Her movement was effortless, fluid, terrifyingly natural. Damn it! Leora cursed, her eyes narrowing as she realized she was still too slow. Gritting her teeth, she made a split-second decision. Leora! Raven shouted as she felt her Leora's muscles tense beneath her. Raven was sitting on her. Hold on tight. Leora growled before twisting her body midair, sending Raven flying forward. But it wasn't just a throw. Raven reacted instantly, kicking back against Leora's force with perfect synchronization. Their feet connected in midair, generating a powerful surge of energy between them. A massive purple spark exploded outward. Boom! Like a bullet, Raven was propelled forward, her body slicing through the air at an incredible speed. This time, she was faster. This time, Melona had no time to react. Raven's thin sword gleamed in the dim purple spark as she put everything on her sword. She twisted her body midair, adjusting her trajectory with pinpoint accuracy, before bringing the blade down. A single, clean slash. SLCCKK. Melona's hand, the one that had been crushing Ether's face, was severed in an instant. Ether fell down as Raven followed down. Screech-ch-ch. Melona let out another deafening screech, her furious wail shaking the very air around her. Her wings pulsed with raw energy, the veins within them glowing an eerie blue as she lunged toward Ether with terrifying speed, her movements almost a blur. But just as she was about to reach him, swish! Her head snapped to the side, her sharp, predatory gaze catching sight of something approaching at high velocity. An arrow whizzed through the air, its trajectory precise. The metallic tip gleamed for the briefest moment before. Boom! A sudden detonation erupted mid-air, sending out a thick, reinforced net that expanded in an instant. The net stretched wide, its strands shimmering with embedded enchantments before it wrapped around Melona's body in a seamless, constricting motion. She struggled violently, her limbs thrashing, but the net held firm, binding her completely as her wings stuck and then boom! Her body crashed onto the ground, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the faint sizzling of the net's magical reinforcements holding her captive. Thud! Raven landed a few feet away. In her arms, Ether lost consciousness, his face deep dark, but then he stirred, his face regaining its color as he gasped sharply, struggling to steady himself. His chest rose and fell rapidly as he fought the lingering dizziness, his mind still clouded from whatever had nearly pulled him into unconsciousness. Fuck! Ether muttered under his breath, his voice hoarse. He stumbled slightly as he pushed himself off Raven's hold, landing on his knees before taking deep, stabilizing breaths. His gaze lifted, locking onto Melona, who remained tangled within the net. SEDUCING! Melona shrieked, her voice filled with rage as she continued to fight against the net, as though refusing to accept being trapped. Ether exhaled sharply, rubbing his forehead. Are you kidding me? After all that chaos, all it took was a damn net. He inwardly thought. Just then, the others arrived. What happened to her, Ether? Aria's voice trembled, her face visibly pale. She hesitantly took a step forward, her expression contorted with worry, but don't. Stopping her. His eyes shifted toward the ground surrounding Melona. The once green, thriving plants had withered away into a lifeless black. The soil itself looked drained, dry cracks forming as if something had stripped it of all vitality. Even the air felt heavier, tainted with an unnatural aura. Arya and the others froze, horror creeping onto their faces. Just what happened to her? Arya's voice was barely above a whisper. Then, realization dawned upon her, and the color drained from her face entirely. Don't tell me, she got bitten by that monster. Arya's voice cracked, her eyes frantically searching Ether's for an answer. Ether gave her a slow, solemn nod. Her knees buckled. Her breath hitched as overwhelming fear settled deep in her chest. Just as she was about to collapse, Ether caught her, steadying her with a firm grip. Calm down. His voice, though gentle, carried authority. She hasn't fully turned into a monster. It's something else, he said, his gaze never leaving Melona. Her glowing eyes locked onto him with an unsettling hunger, her body twitching as though something inside her was trying to break free. Log. What do you mean by a higher entity? What the hell is happening to her? Give me answers, now. For a long moment, nothing came. Then. Sigh. This situation is far worse than I initially expected. I don't have all the data, but from what I can analyze, Melona has broken past the natural restrictions of these worlds. She has reached a level of existence that should not be possible here. Simply put, she has surpassed what these worlds allow. And now, she is on the brink of something even greater. How in the world is that possible? Wait. Are you saying she's? Yes. She has reached what could be considered the power of a god. But that should not be possible. This world is governed by laws, unbreakable, absolute laws. The highest a being can go in this world is the sovereign level. Anything beyond that is supposed to be forbidden. Ether's expression darkened. He knew this was bad. No, this was worse than bad. This was catastrophic. The mention of laws made his gut twist with unease. Whenever something defied the fundamental laws of existence, it only meant one thing: it pissed off and it would get its revenge. He turned to the others. They were watching him closely, waiting for him to make a decision. Waiting for him to act. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Ether asked inwardly. First, you need to cut her source. Huh? Ether's brows furrowed. You should know. The laws won't allow something like her to remain in these worlds. Before Log could finish its sentence. Crack. A sudden, sharp sound echoed through the air. Ether and the others froze, their bodies stiffening as a deep, primal dread crawled up their spines. Their instincts screamed at them to run, but they couldn't move. Crack. Again. The same sound. But this time, they saw it. Their eyes widened in sheer horror as they witnessed the impossible. The world around them was cracking. The air itself fractured like delicate glass, the jagged lines expanding, spreading, distorting reality itself. The very fabric of existence was breaking apart, slowly but surely. And from within those fractures. Clang. Clang. Chapter 882, Foo ##. What have you done, Ether, Part 4. What are those? Leora muttered, her brows furrowing deeply as her sharp eyes took in the bizarre sight before her. The surrounding reality itself seemed to be cracked like fragile glass, fractures spreading in every direction. From within those eerie cracks, metallic chains slowly emerged, slithering into existence. The metallic chains weren't like the chains of Eternal Slave. No, they had a completely different feel. They were gray with a subtle hint of silver, resembling the smooth sheen of stainless steel. Aether. Arya called out hesitantly, her voice laced with unease. She had a bad feeling about this. Ether's sharp gaze darted around, his senses on high alert. Log? What the hell are those? He questioned inwardly, his muscles tensing as he readied himself for whatever was about to unfold. Cut Melona's source before they take her away. The moment Log's words echoed in his mind. Clang. Clang. One of the metallic chains suddenly shot forward, streaking through the air like a hunting predator, its target. Melona, who was still trapped in the net. Step. Without a moment's hesitation, Ether flashed forward, appearing in front of Melona just in time to shove her out of harm's way. Thud. Everyone, do not let those damn chains catch her. Ether shouted. The group didn't understand what was going on, nor did they have the time to figure it out, but one thing was clear, Ether's tone carried a level of dread that sent chills down their spines. This was bad. Really fucking bad. Leora's body morphed in an instant, her form shifting into that of a massive wolf. Raven unsheathed her long, thin sword in a single fluid motion, while Talia cracked her knuckles, the sharp sound of bone on bone echoing through the tense air as they all formed a protective circle around Melona. The metallic chains lunged toward them like striking vipers. Leora growled and slashed out with her powerful claws, deflecting the chains with sheer force. Raven's blade moved so fast it became a blur, slicing through the chains over 100 times in mere seconds. Talia, on the other hand, didn't bother with finesse, her fists hammered against the approaching chains with raw power, treating them like mere punching bags. The chains shattered upon impact, breaking apart as if they were nothing more than fragile twigs. Even though they had felt solid like metal, they crumbled like brittle glass under their assault. However, cut the source, Ether. No one can stop them otherwise. Log's voice was practically screaming inside his head now. Ether's eyes widened in shock as he watched in horror. The chains that had just been destroyed, shattered into countless pieces, began to move again. It was as if time itself was reversing. The broken fragments reassembled, reforming into their original shape before launching toward them once more. Ether clenched his jaw. This wasn't going to stop. Cut the source. What the hell is it? He muttered inwardly. His gaze flickered to Arya, who was slowly approaching Melona with hesitant steps. Mom. It's me. Mom, it's me, your daughter, can you hear me? Arya whispered, her voice trembling as she cautiously reached out toward her mother, whose sanity seemed to be lost. Arya, don't touch her. Ether barked, his voice sharp and urgent as he took a step forward, trying to stop her. But it's my mother, she wouldn't hurt me, Arya said firmly, her voice shaking slightly but her resolve unwavering. She didn't know what had happened to her mother, but no matter what, she knew one thing for certain, her mother would never harm her. That was her mother. Arya's fingers twitched as she slowly reached toward Melona. Mom. It's okay. Mom, no one is going to hurt you. Look at me, she murmured softly, her voice laced with desperate hope. Her hand inched closer, almost touching the net that trapped Melona. A sharp, guttural screech escaped Melona's throat. SEDUCing. Her body flinched, recoiling slightly as Arya's hand neared her. But then. It's okay, Mom. I'm right here. I am your lovely daughter, Arya. You know it's me. Arya whispered, her voice quivering, her eyes stinging with unshed tears. Seeing her mother like this, it was unbearable. Ether kept his body tense, every muscle coiled, ready to act in an instant. His sharp eyes darted around, still searching for whatever source he needed to cut. Log had been screaming about it, but what the hell was it? His gaze finally landed on something that stood out amidst the chaos. The unruffled butterfly wings. His mind reeled. This had all started after that butterfly and Melona drank his nectar, and now, those very butterfly wings were attached to her, pulsing with soft blue energy. Ether's stomach twisted. How the hell did Melona become stronger than a sovereign just from drinking my nectar? His eye twitched in frustration. Just what the fuck is wrong with my PP? Ether mentally screamed, baffled beyond belief. His dick was apparently causing more miracles than even he could comprehend. Mom. It's okay. I love you no matter what. Just calm down, Arya murmured, her voice gentle, soothing, filled with nothing but raw emotion. SRH. Melona groaned again, her gaze locking onto Arya's. Her pupils flickered, shifting slightly, as if something deep inside her was struggling to return. She slowly leaned forward, her raised hand reaching toward Arya. Ether narrowed his eyes. Melona's wrist had been severed earlier, Raven had cut it off, but she didn't seem to be in pain at all. There was no hesitation, no reaction. It was as if she didn't even acknowledge the injury. Still, Melona just stared at Arya, her remaining hand moving closer and closer. Yes, that's right. Arya nodded encouragingly. But just as she felt a glimmer of hope, Melona suddenly screeched, her eyes darting toward the net she was trapped in. Her face twisted with fury. No need to be afraid. It's okay. See? Arya said gently. With a simple snap. The net vanished. Aether's entire body tensed. He had to stay on guard. But seeing that Melona wasn't making any sudden movements, he exhaled slowly. Arya was keeping her busy. This was his chance. He moved carefully, quietly, positioning himself behind Melona. He had to cut the source. That was the only way to end this. Nobody is going to hurt you. Arya whispered as she inched closer. Her hand gently touched Melona's bleeding wrist. Seeing that caused her even more pain. The moment their skin connected, something unnatural happened. Arya's hand darkened as if something was being drained from her. But she didn't flinch. She didn't even react. She simply held on, enduring the pain, forcing a soft smile onto her lips. I'm not going to hurt you, Mom. Melona stiffened. A brief flicker of emotion passed over her face. For a second, just a second, she calmed. She leaned into Arya's warmth, her trembling form finally finding stillness. Aether silently pulled a sword from his storage, his grip tightening as he carefully positioned himself, lining up the perfect angle to sever the butterfly wings. His sharp eyes locked onto the gap he needed to strike. The point where the wings and her back flesh connected. He raised his blade high. SSLLCCH. He slashed. Or so he thought. The moment his sword should have sliced through, a sudden resistance stopped it dead in its tracks. His brows furrowed in confusion. He tried to move, to push forward, but his weapon wouldn't budge. A chilling sound echoed through the air. Clink. Clank. The source of the resistance became painfully clear. Chains. Metallic chains had wrapped themselves around his sword, tightening like a vice, rendering it completely immobile. And it wasn't just his weapon. Leora, Raven, and Talia, who had been fiercely covering, were also caught. The chains coiled around them like living threads, weaving around their limbs, torsos, and throats with eerie precision. They were bound. Trapped. Before, these chains had been easy to break. They had shattered effortlessly under their attacks. But this time, they couldn't even move a finger. As if saying, once it bounded, it would not break or something. Crack. SHSFFTTTRR. The sound of shattering steel echoed through the air as Aether's sword splintered into countless fragments. Melona's elven ears twitched at the sharp noise, her instincts immediately alerting her to danger. She spun around. Ha! Hello. Aether muttered, his voice strained. SSSCCRRCCH. Melona's voice rang through the area as she flared her wings wide. Their radiance glowed even more as it fiercely flapped and shot towards the sky, her speed leaving behind a trail of shimmering dust. Mom! Arya screamed, her voice thick with fear as she saw the chains lunging toward her mother, twisting and writhing like hungry beasts seeking their prey. Fuck! Aether hissed, his body igniting with purple flames as he propelled himself forward with a powerful burst. Faster! Come on, faster! Aether's mind roared as he pushed himself to his limit, streaking through the air like a comet. Meanwhile, Arya seized Raven's thin sword lying on the ground. I need this, she muttered, securing it against her bow as she pulled back the string, aimed at the sky. Above them, Melona danced through the sky, twisting and rolling in a desperate attempt to escape. The chains pursued her relentlessly, striking at her from all angles, their movements almost sentient, anticipating her every maneuver. She banked sharply to the right, her wings curving elegantly as she barely avoided a lash of shadowed metal. SSSSSH. Her wings hummed as she soared higher, reaching toward the vast sky where no fractures of reality marred the sky. But just as she was about to break free, the atmosphere itself convulsed. The sky groaned as cracks splintered through its fabric, an unseen force tearing it apart and shooting directly down at her. From the ruptures, more chains erupted, piercing through space with unnatural precision. She had no time to react before one of the chains coiled around her throat, yanking her back with brutal force. SCCCRRCCCCCH. She shrieked in agony, her body thrashing as she clawed at the chain. The metallic grip burned against her skin, sending jolts of pain through her. She flailed, trying to free herself, but the more she struggled, the tighter it became. Chapter 883, What the F# hashtag just happened here. SCCCRRCCCCCH. She shrieked in agony, her body thrashing as she clawed at the chain. The metallic grip burned against her skin, sending jolts of pain through her. She flailed, trying to free herself, but the more she struggled, the tighter it became. Her wings faltered, their luminous glow flickering as if the life was being drained from them. Step. Ether's silhouette appeared above her, his form blurred by speed. His face was drenched in sweat, his jaw clenched as he raised his hand just as a glinting streak of silver shot toward him. The thin sword Arya had fired. With precise timing, he caught it midair. Tang! The impact rang through his bones, but he didn't falter. His grip tightened, his muscles coiling like springs as he swung the weapon down with unrelenting force. Crack! A resounding shatter split the sky as the blade met the chains, severing them with a burst of radiant energy. Melona's body was thrown downward, free from their grasp. For a fleeting moment, relief washed over her, until the sickening sound of steel slicing through flesh echoed in her ears. Sluck! Ether's blade had cut through one of her wings. Melona's eyes widened in horror as a sharp, searing pain bloomed across her back. Her balance shattered, and she plummeted like a wounded bird, spiraling downward with desperate, outstretched hands. Step! 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 Ether wasn't done yet. With rapid footwork, he surged forward, closing the distance between them. But, of course, those relentless chains weren't far behind, slithering through the air like serpents, hissing and snapping as they chased him. Tisk! Ether clicked his tongue in frustration as he twisted his body midair, dodging the deadly tendrils that sought to ensnare him. His movements were swift, fluid, like a storm cutting through the skies. He propelled himself downward, purple flames igniting beneath his feet, leaving a shimmering trail of energy as he dived toward Melona. She was falling, fast. The ground was drawing dangerously close. The ground was drawing closer, too close. His grip on the hilt tightened, and he raised his sword, his eyes locked on the last remaining wing. One clean strike, and she'd be free from whatever force was trying to drag her away. Just then. Cling! Clang! A crack split through space at his side, and in a matter of seconds, chains shot toward him. Ether gritted his teeth the moment the chain caught him. He knew he was fucked. Desperation surged through him as he tried to block it. However, the moment the chain struck his sword. Crack! The sword shattered into pieces. Before the chain slammed into his gut, knocking the wind out of him and sending him plummeting even faster. His body was hurled downward, faster than Melona. Boom! The impact sent dust and debris flying as he hit the ground with a force that rattled through his bones. Ether. MOM. Aria's scream cut through the chaos as she rushed forward. The dust settled, revealing Ether pushing himself up with a groan, his stomach aching from the fall. But his gaze wasn't on himself, it was locked onto Melona. She was caught again. Her limbs were bound, her wrists, her ankles, and her neck, each wrapped in those chains. SSRRCCH. Melona's scream ripped through the air, raw and furious, her voice trembling with agony and rage. CRCKKKKKKK. The reality behind her fractured even further, cracks forming like shattered glass as something darker emerged from beyond, something ancient, something forbidden, something that should never have been seen. A void. An empty, endless abyss where the chains seemed to sink deeper, vanishing into the nothingness, as if dragging her toward an unknown fate. Aria's breath caught in her throat, her eyes widening with sheer horror. That thing is trying to take her somewhere. Her voice quivered as she stepped forward, her trembling fingers gripping her bow. Her heart pounded violently against her ribs as she watched the chains jerk, pulling her mother closer to that devouring darkness. Until Aria cut the wing. Ether's voice roared as he clung to the chains with all his might. His fingers wrapped tightly around the cold metal, trying to pull Melona back. Don't just stand there. Shoot, now. His voice was raw, every muscle in his body straining against the force that tried to rip her away. Aria snapped back to reality, her hesitation melting into instinct. She gritted her teeth, immediately notching another arrow. Her pulse raced as she steadied her aim, locking onto the remaining wing. She was just about to release when. Cling, clang. Another chain shot out of the ground, slithering toward her like a serpent before she could react. It struck, wrapping around her limbs, tightening in an instant, binding her just like the rest of them. Ether's eyes went wide. Aria. His voice cracked with fear as he yanked against the chains, but they only grew stronger, pulling back with monstrous force. His foot skidded against the ground as he lost traction, his body slowly sliding toward the void. Damn it! His voice roared in frustration, but he refused to let go. His muscles burned, his veins bulging as he fought against the pull. His fingers dug into the chain links, gripping them so tightly his knuckles turned white. Come on! He bellowed, his entire body trembling as he pulled with everything he had. The chains groaned, resisting his strength, but he saw it, the faintest shift, the slightest retreat. He was winning. He could feel it. He was pulling them back. Ding! Level 95. Ether's lips curled into a determined grin. There was still a chance. If he just. Then it happened. Cling. The chains jerked violently, harder than before, as if something, or someone, from the depths of the abyss had seized them from the other side. Ether barely had time to react before. His eyes went blank. POV, the vision shifted, drawn deeper into the unknown, following the chains as they slithered into the abyss. The sound of metal clanking against the unseen echoed endlessly, a ghostly symphony in the suffocating darkness. The vision trailed the chains, moving deeper and deeper, consumed by the void, swallowed by an emptiness that stretched beyond comprehension. There was nothing, only an infinite expanse of darkness, vast and silent, devouring all sense of time and space. Then, suddenly, something changed. The vision slowed, hesitating as if sensing something ahead, something different. Deep inside the void, amidst the overwhelming blackness, a small flicker of white light appeared. It was faint, so faint it was almost imperceptible, a trembling speck against the endless dark. And yet, it was there. It flickered. It pulsed. It existed. And at its very edge, where the chains finally ended, something lingered, waiting. The vision drifted closer, drawn toward the light, mesmerized by its fragile presence. Step by step, it neared, the glow growing ever so slightly brighter. Until the time has come, come to me. A voice. Ancient. Ethereal. It did not merely speak, it resonated, reverberating through the void itself, a whisper that felt both distant and impossibly close. It was neither loud nor soft, the vision slowly moved as it was mesmerized by that voice. Then. SLCCCCKKKKK. A sharp flesh-slicing sound echoed. The vision snapped back as if it had returned back. Ether gasped, his mind reeling as his eyes blinked rapidly, trying to adjust. The suffocating darkness retreated, the endless void pulling back like mist at dawn. The chains, once he held, solid and unyielding, vanished into thin air, dissolving like smoke. His mind felt foggy, disoriented, struggling to grasp what had just transpired. He turned. And there, standing before him, was Dora, her arms wrapped securely around Melona. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of confusion, caution, and disbelief as she scanned the area. She exhaled sharply, then muttered. What the fuck just happened here? Chapter 884, Ether is Papa now. Isadora, while she had her own mess to deal with, repairing the academy, which was going to cost a ridiculous amount, suddenly felt something. A presence, an unfamiliar one. No, a strong one. Something completely foreign yet overwhelmingly powerful within the Empire. A presence unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Dora frowned, wondering if she was just being paranoid. Maybe it was Master's death weighing on her mind, making her overly cautious. But then, another eerie sensation washed over her, a second disturbance. It felt wrong, no, as if something was fundamentally broken in the Empire itself. Her instincts screamed at her, and without a second thought, she immediately set off to track down the source of the anomaly. When she finally arrived, her breath hitched. Reality itself was fractured, split open like shattered glass, and from within those cracks, massive metallic chains slithered out like living creatures. But what truly made her blood run cold wasn't just the chains, it was the fact that they weren't moving. No, they were frozen. As if time itself had halted them mid-motion. They writhed in midair like serpents locked in a twisted, still frame, all pointing toward a single focal point before being forcibly frozen. At the center of it all, standing amidst the chaos, were two figures. Melona? Dora whispered, her eyes widening in disbelief. The butterfly-like woman writhed, her delicate one wing fluttering frantically as she let out ear-piercing screeches, struggling to free herself from the chains constricting her. But Melona wasn't the only one caught. Ether. Dora's voice was laced with confusion as her gaze flickered to him. He, too, was unmoving. Completely still. His expression frozen mid-thought, as if caught in the middle of a reaction before everything had stopped. Her frown deepened. Something wasn't right. Just then. HMFFF. A muffled cry snapped her out of her thoughts. Dora whipped around, and her stomach twisted at what she saw next. Arya. And the others. All of them were bound in chains, completely immobilized. The metallic bindings coiled around their bodies like vines, wrapping them up so tightly they looked like human-sized gifts, their limbs locked in place. Only Arya's eyes, barely visible through a tiny gap in the chains, flickered with urgency. "What the hell happened here?" Dora demanded, stepping forward as she instinctively reached for the chains wrapping around Arya. With a grunt, she tried to rip them apart. Dora's brow furrowed as she tried again, this time applying more strength. But the chains didn't even budge. No matter how much force she used, they wouldn't break. It was as if they didn't exist within the same reality as her. Her frustration grew as she glared at them, then shifted her gaze to Arya, who was still watching her. That was when Dora noticed something. Arya's eyes moved, not wildly, not panicked, but with intent. She was signaling. Her gaze flicked towards Melona. FFFF. Dora narrowed her eyes. What? What are you trying to tell me? She followed Arya's gaze. Melona? What about her? HMFF. Dora blinked, feeling more confused. I don't get it. You want me to do something about Melona? HMFFFFFF. Dora sighed, rubbing her temple. What? Cut the chains. I already tried that. It's not working. HMFFF. Arya's eyes sharpened, urging her to look closer. Dora exhaled through her nose, folding her arms. Sigh, wah, just then, something drifted down from above, catching her eye. Thud. A delicate, feathered wing fell softly to the ground. Dora's head snapped up. Melona. She only had one wing left. Dora's gaze flickered back to Arya, her expression sharpening as if she understood something. Cut that? She asked, her tone shifting into one of realization. Arya's pupils moved up and down rapidly, her way of nodding. Dora exhaled sharply, flexing her fingers. All right, let's see if this works. In a mere second. SLCCCCKKKKK. A razor-sharp wave of pressurized air sliced through Melona's remaining wing. The reaction was instant. The chains that had bound everyone immediately unraveled, dissolving into black smoke as if they had never existed. Dora instinctively caught Melona as the woman's body went limp, completely unconscious. She barely had time to process what had just happened before turning around and seeing the others were to remove from the chains, gasping for air. Their bodies trembled as they sucked in deep breaths, as if they had been suffocating the entire time. Even Ether turned normal as he looked disoriented, his movements sluggish as he blinked at the now mended cracks in reality. Dora let out a heavy breath, her mind still reeling from the sheer absurdity of the situation. What the fuck just happened here, she muttered under her breath. Ether, still catching his breath, glanced over before stepping toward Melona, concern flashing across his face. She all right? He asked, kneeling beside her as he checked her pulse. Arya wasted no time rushing over, scooping Melona into her arms. Mom. Mom. Her voice was soft yet laced with urgency as she gently patted her mother's pale cheeks. But Melona remained unresponsive, her face devoid of color. Arya's breath hitched. Ether, she's not waking up, she murmured, a sliver of fear creeping into her voice. Ether ran a hand through his hair, his exhaustion settling in. Too much had happened in too short a time. His mind was struggling to catch up. Just wait, he finally muttered. She might have pushed herself too far. She just needs a little rest. With a sigh, he pulled out a towel from storage, spreading it on the ground before he, too, sank down, his body feeling unnaturally heavy. His chest rose and fell with deep breaths. He was tired, no, beyond tired. Even when he fought Master, he hadn't been this drained. But this was something else entirely. Arya swallowed hard, then nodded. She carefully laid Melona down, grabbing a healing potion and pouring a few drops onto her mother's bleeding wrist before shifting her attention back to Ether. Her expression darkened. Everything, Arya finally spoke, her voice firm. She locked eyes with him. I want to know everything that happened. The others remained silent, watching Ether closely. They, too, were just as lost. Ether exhaled through his nose, running his hand down his face before groaning. Well, he finally said, shaking his head, what else can I say? She got bitten by the monster and just like that, the story spilled out. Since these were his women, and most of them already had an idea of what was going on, he told them everything, well, almost everything. Some details, teasing, perverted moments, almost kissing, were meant to be kept secret. Some things, after all, were better left unsaid. Hearing those details, everyone looked at him with a weird, almost comically confused expression, as if trying to process something absolutely ridiculous. Are you all right? Dora asked, her voice filled with concern as she studied Ether carefully, unsure whether he was joking or had simply lost his mind. Ether's lips twitched. Of course, no one would believe something as absurd as someone getting pregnant just by drinking another person's nectar. That was beyond bizarre, even by fantasy world standards. Ether, you're kidding, right? Arya asked, her tone laced with hesitation, as if she feared hearing the actual answer. Her face twisted with an odd mix of dread and disbelief, like she was genuinely worried about what he might say next. Ether let out a deep sigh, clearly exhausted with the whole situation. His gaze fell on Arya's hand, which was still pitch black. If you don't believe me, then heal that, he said, nodding toward her darkened hand. Arya blinked in confusion before finally noticing the pain still lingering in her fingers. Without hesitation, she grabbed a healing potion and drank it, expecting the usual soothing relief. But nothing happened. The darkness remained. Ether smiled knowingly. Now try this one, he said, handing her a different potion, this one a pure white. Dora and Talia watched the exchange closely, their cheeks turning noticeably red. Talia, in particular, looked extremely flustered, her fingers twitching as she hesitated before speaking. I cannot believe you actually store those things. Her face scrunched up in embarrassment as she swallowed hard, barely able to get the words out. Yeek. She gagged slightly, as if she was about to vomit at the very thought. Leora, on the other hand, blinked in absolute shock. So all this time, she took more of him than I did. The realization hit her like a ton of bricks. Her mouth hung open slightly as she processed the betrayal. Unbelievable. My husband's precious nectar, taken by Melona. That was beyond disgraceful. Completely unacceptable. Her fingers clenched into fists as a fierce determination burned inside her. There was no way she would let this slide. If Melona had taken that much of Ether's essence, then Leora was going to take the same amount, directly. No hesitation. She absolutely would not lose in terms of quantity. Everyone should be treated equally. Meanwhile, Talia hesitated for only a moment before clearing her throat and turning to Ether. Anyway. can you give me one bottle? Need to check something, she asked, her tone surprisingly casual, as if she hadn't just requested something utterly shameless. Everyone in the group turned to stare at her in dead silence, their expressions completely blank. Talia felt the weight of their gazes, her face growing even redder as she coughed awkwardly into her hand. Arya, choosing to ignore the awkwardness, let out a deep sigh before drinking the white potion Ether had given her. Almost immediately, the darkness coating her hand faded away, her skin returning to normal before everyone's eyes. They were momentarily stunned and... Wait, it actually worked. Dora muttered, stunned. Now give it to her too, Ether instructed, handing Arya another bottle. Without hesitation, Arya nodded and carefully poured the liquid into her mother's mouth. Melona was still unconscious, her body unmoving, but as the potion slid down her throat, something changed. Her pale complexion started to regain color, her lifeless features softening into something far more peaceful. Then, everyone flinched when Melona's eyes snapped open, glowing a vivid red. Instantly, the group tensed, their bodies stiff with alertness. Is she still not fully conscious? Ether wondered, his muscles already preparing for another potential fight. His body felt heavy, exhausted, but he wasn't going to lower his guard just yet. Then, out of nowhere, Melona coughed. Cough, cough. Her entire body shuddered as she coughed again, violently this time. Cough, cough. Mom. Arya gasped, reaching out to help, but before she could, Melona's mouth opened wide, and from between her lips, a small, delicate creature emerged. A beautiful, tiny butterfly. The glowing little being flitted into the air, its wings shimmering softly as it hovered curiously around the group. Melona gasped deeply, as if something had been stuck in her throat this entire time. Arya immediately reached for her, steadying her weak form. Mom, are you Alric? Papa. The innocent, childlike voice rang through the silence. Every single person went rigid. Slowly, every pair of eyes turned toward Ether, their gazes filled with horror, disbelief, and, more than anything, accusation. Ether blinked, feeling an intense sense of foreboding. His face twitched slightly as he raised both hands defensively. I swear, I didn't do anything. Even though he had already explained everything before, why was everyone shocked? Well, that's a normal response, but why did it feel like every time something this thing, now tiny, appeared and called him Papa, his guilt only deepened? He didn't do anything. And yet, for some reason, everyone was looking at him like he had just committed an unforgivable crime. Why? He wasn't even sure why he felt that way, especially when he knew he hadn't done anything. Yet, everyone was blaming him, even though he truly hadn't done a single thing. He hated that. Maybe he didn't do it directly, so that's why he felt guilty. Maybe, or maybe not. Who knows? Chapter 885, Forbidden Love. Mama 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 papa papa mama papa mama. The cute little butterfly chirped in an innocent, childish tone, its tiny wings fluttering as it swirled joyfully around Melona. She stood there, stiff and awkward, her eyes shifting toward the others, unable to process what she had just heard. She almost killed Ether. What? Her mind struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. She couldn't believe what had just happened. The last thing she clearly remembered was drinking the potion, and then nothing. Her mind had gone completely blank, like a missing page in a book. No matter how hard she tried to recall, it was just an empty void. All she knew was that she had felt trapped, locked away somewhere, as if she had been forcibly restrained. Arya narrowed her eyes, her brows slightly furrowing, as if she was trying to make sense of what she was seeing, a little butterfly calling her husband Papa and her mother Mama. What the fuck? Raven and Leora, on the other hand, had their arms crossed, their lips pushed into adorable pouts, looking more and more like sulking children. It was clear that they were struggling with something deep, something personal. Their husband had gotten another woman pregnant before them. That felt like an enormous betrayal, one they hadn't even seen coming. Logically, they knew it wasn't Aether's fault. They were well aware of the circumstances, yet their womanly instincts refused to let go of the sting. Their emotions were roaring in protest, making it impossible to just accept it and move on. PFFF. Talia clamped a hand over her mouth, barely holding back her laughter, her shoulders trembling. The situation was so absurd that if she let go even for a second, she might burst out laughing uncontrollably. A butterfly? Calling Aether its father? What else was the world planning to throw at her? Even Dora, who was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but let a small smile tug at her lips. Her gaze flickered toward Aether, who was standing there, his expression twisted with pure disbelief, as if his soul was actively rejecting the reality in front of him. He was refusing to accept a butterfly as his child. Her eyes landed on the butterfly, which oddly seemed to normal to her eyes, for now. Nothing different, she thought. Aether coughed loudly, attempting to regain control of the situation. Come on now. You guys need to take this seriously. His voice was firm, but there was a slight edge to it, like he himself was struggling to keep a straight face. For some, this moment was hilarious. For others, it was dripping with jealousy. But no matter how people felt about it, the truth was, the situation was far more serious than it appeared. Dora inhaled deeply, pressing her lips together before nodding. So, she managed to reach God-level power with just, Her cheeks flushed as she hesitated, her words faltering at the last moment. She knew what she wanted to say, but actually saying it aloud was a completely different matter. Talia, however, had no such shame. She tilted her head with a teasing smirk. She drank his cum and became a god. Silence. Melona's entire face turned beet red. Just hearing those words made her want to dig a hole deep into the ground and bury herself alive. Aether exhaled deeply, rubbing the bridge of his nose before shaking his head. That's not possible. I mean. He suddenly smirked and glanced at Talia with a raised brow. You drank it too, right? Talia's body stiffened on the spot. Her breath hitched, and within a second, her cheeks burned bright red. She quickly averted her gaze, trying her best to act as if she hadn't heard anything. Dora's expression, however, went from shocked to downright horrified. Her head snapped toward Talia, her eyes wide with disbelief. And yet, when she saw her friend blushing furiously, averting her eyes but also sneaking in a playful wink before licking her lips, Dora felt her own face heating up even more. Her cheeks burned a deep shade of red. This bitch. Melona, hearing Aether's word, couldn't help but be taken aback. Yeah, now that I think about it, who exactly are these two women? She turned her gaze toward Arya, silently expecting some sort of answer. Arya, however, simply huffed, her arms crossed, not showing much of a reaction at all. Looks like they belong to him too, and my daughter seems to be fine with it, Melona mused, slightly surprised that Arya wasn't reacting with jealousy or rage. She had expected something a lot more violent. Still, this was a good thing. Ether was finally being more open with them after keeping so many things hidden. Anyway, it's literally not possible to become a god just like that. Ether muttered, his voice trailing off as his thoughts seemed to slowly drift elsewhere. Ether. Dora frowned, noticing the shift in his demeanor. Ether blinked, snapping out of it. Huh? What did I say? He asked, looking a little disoriented. You just said it's not possible to become a god. Arya repeated, her expression slightly tense. She could sense something was off. Ether was acting a little strange all of a sudden. Ah. Yes, right. Ether nodded, his thoughts still swirling as he turned to Melona. His expression turned serious. Call your log. Melona hesitated for a moment but then nodded. She raised her hand, summoning her log. The moment her eyes landed on the black, transparent screen in front of her, her entire body stiffened. Her pupils dilated in sheer horror. What's showing, Mom? Arya asked, her voice trembling with fear. Melona didn't react at first. Her expression remained frozen, her body unnaturally still. Meanwhile, Ether's legs felt weak, his muscles tensing involuntarily. He felt something unfamiliar, an exhaustion creeping over him, but he shook his head, forcing himself to focus. He swallowed hard before asking, "What is it?" Melona snapped out of her daze and glanced around, her face filled with hesitation. She bit her lip before she finally uttered the words. Demigod. What again? Demigod. This time, it took a little time to process everything and then. Demigod? What do you mean, demigod? Show us your log. Talia demanded, her curiosity and skepticism evident on her face. Melona flinched slightly, her expression turning troubled. Her lips parted as if she wanted to say something, but no words came out. Her grip tightened as uncertainty flickered in her eyes. You can trust us all. No. That wasn't Ether. It was Arya who said those words. Ether blinked, surprised. He turned to look at her, and the gentle smile that played on his lips was impossible to hide. Arya noticed it too, and despite the tension, she felt a warmth spreading in her chest. A small smile tugged at her lips before she shook her head and looked back at her mother. Show it to us, Mom, she said again, her voice more firm this time. However, Melona still hesitated. Her hands trembled slightly, her fingers twitching as if debating whether to comply or not. Ether frowned. He could sense something was off. He was just about to speak when. Ether, I cannot show it to others. Please, Ether's eyes widened slightly at the sudden telepathic contact from Melona. His brows furrowed as he responded, as Arya said. You can trust us all, It's not about trust. Please, Ether. Help me, Hearing her desperate plea that never happened before, Ether sighed internally. His eyes softened slightly before he finally said, if you don't mind. Can I see it? I mean, I am responsible for this happening, so. His voice was firm, serious, as he turned his gaze to the others. Let's not pressure her. The others hesitated before finally stepping back, giving Melona some space. She still looked unsure, but seeing that Ether wasn't willing to let this slide, even for himself, she sighed deeply. Finally, with great reluctance, she turned her log toward only him. The black, transparent screen flickered before him, revealing the information within. And then. Huh? Ether gasped, his voice laced with pure shock. What? Aria's face paled instantly, her heartbeat quickening. Is she alright? Is she sick, Ether? Is she going to die again? Ether? Her voice grew frantic as she bombarded him with panicked questions. However, Ether didn't respond immediately. His gaze was locked onto the log. Slowly, his head lifted, and his eyes met Melona's. Her cheeks were burning red, her head lowered in sheer shame and guilt. Ether's eyes flickered back to the log. Name, Melona Zephyr. Sex, female. Race, moon elf, error. Level, none. Title, demigod of spirits, the last moon elf, mother of Aria Zephyr, eternal bound with her love, forbidden love with son-in-law, decaying, halted. Attributes, none. Nah. Ether's gaze skimmed over the screen, barely registering the major, world-shattering details, like the fact that Melona's race was in an error state or that she had somehow become a demigod. None of that was what caught his attention. No. His focus was locked onto one particular title. Eternal bound with her love. Who? Of course, it was fucking him. But wait, wasn't it previously just stated as ether? When the hell did it change to love? And then, his eyes trailed down further. Forbidden love with son-in-law. Holy shit. Ether gulped. What else did he need as proof? She loved him. She loved him so much that even her log-generated titles had changed to reflect that overwhelming love. Ether finally understood why she was so damn hesitant to show it to others, especially to her daughter, who was standing right there, genuinely worried about her mother's life. Fuck, this is messed up. She loves me too much to the point that even the log acknowledged it. OMG, what the hell am I supposed to do now? I feel like I did something wrong. Oh God, please forgive. Ding. Face with rolling eyes. Oh, please shut up. You're barely holding back your smirk, you idiot. Smirking face. If you're happy, just be happy. Why are you acting like you did something wrong? This is exactly what you wanted, right? Ether flinched as his own log picked up on everything. Well. I mean, it just happened. I seriously didn't mean to. Face with raised eyebrow. Please stop this nonsense, you know neither of us is going to believe your words. Upside down face. Now focus on the important things. Ding. Exclamation mark. Notice, Melona Zephyr's situation has been identified, what's going on with her body, and what's happening with you as well. Ether blinked in surprise. What? He muttered aloud without thinking. Everyone immediately turned toward him with suspicious expressions. Ether quickly covered up, flashing a small, casual smile. I was just thinking deeply. Don't mind me, give me a few moments, and I'll have an answer for you all, he said smoothly. The others frowned, but they didn't press further. Melona, however, gulped nervously. Her eyes flickered toward her daughter with visible fear before glancing at Ether again. But this time, her gaze wasn't just fearful. There was also something else hidden beneath that nervousness. Relief. She blushed slightly, lowering her gaze, almost as if she was silently depending on him. And of course, Dora noticed everything. Her eyes darted between Melona and Ether, her mind processing the situation at a terrifying speed. And when she finally put two and two together, her entire face twisted in absolute horror. Her mind could only scream one single thought. Mother, fucker. And honestly, she wasn't even wrong. Chapter 886 Demigod of Spirits. Ding. Spirits are described as non-physical entities that exist beyond the material world. They are manifestations of essence, will, or energy, unbound by flesh yet still capable of influencing reality in ways that defy common understanding. They take on various forms, sometimes appearing as elemental beings or even adopting human-like shapes. However, most of them remain formless, existing as pure energy. Only a rare few are able to manifest physically, and that, too, is either through unwavering faith, or sheer, overwhelming power. As he listened to these details, Ether hummed thoughtfully, a slight frown forming on his face. He had never, in all his time within these worlds, come across such information. Nowhere did it mention anything even remotely similar to what was being described, spirits. Because these worlds didn't have such things. They were never supposed to exist here. And for something like this to happen, it's completely impossible. Miracles of this nature simply do not occur. Ether smirked, his expression tinged with amusement. And yet, despite all that, it happened, didn't it? His log was stating something so absurdly impossible, yet here he was, standing in the midst of that very impossibility. It was almost ironic, really. After all, wasn't he himself something akin to a miracle? His gaze drifted toward the butterfly hovering above them, its delicate wings fluttering gently in the air. So, this thing is a spirit? Affirmative. Ether blinked, his frown deepening. So that's why I wasn't able to see it before. It isn't bound by flesh, it isn't alive in the way we understand. He exhaled slowly, trying to wrap his head around it. Anyway, how is Melona able to do something like that? He asked, his curiosity piqued. It wasn't Melona who did this. It was you. Ether's brows furrowed slightly. He blinked in confusion. Wait. What? Me? Come on now, I didn't even do. Before he could even finish his thought, the log cut him off. Melona was supposed to be dead. Ether fell silent. You see, because of her bloodline ability, the ability to exchange, she made a trade, one so absolute that it left nothing behind. She sacrificed everything in order to heal you. And as a consequence of that decision, she should not still be here. Her existence in these worlds should have ended the moment that exchange was completed. And yet, due to your interference, something changed. Something that should never have been possible. Ether's frown deepened further, his mind racing to piece it all together. The log continued. Her fate in these worlds has already ended. Her entire existence is now tethered to you in ways beyond laws. And because of that, she is no longer subject to the rules that govern these worlds. In simple terms, she is an anomaly, just like you. Ether inhaled deeply. Everyone around him was watching him closely, waiting for his reaction, waiting to understand what he had just learned. His expression shifted, a mixture of emotions flickering across his face. Is everything all right? Arya asked with a fearful tone. Ether exhaled slowly before responding. Give me a moment. I'll explain everything soon, he assured her, his eyes still locked onto Melona's log. He needed to think, needed to make sense of all this before speaking. The log didn't stop. Not only that, she is also barely walking the thin, fragile thread between life and death. Her body is decaying, and her soul is tied to you. Due to this strange and unnatural phenomenon, the energies that were once passive, without form or emotion, have begun to react. And they are reacting to her emotions. Ether slowly nodded, his gaze shifting to Melona. It was clear as day, she was barely clinging to life. The only thing preventing her body from completely falling apart was his nectar. Without it, she would have already succumbed. Even though her soul remained bound to him, her physical form was constantly on the verge of collapsing. The log pressed on. At first, those energies showed little to no reaction. The laws that governed them were too rigid, keeping them from interacting with Melona. However, the moment her body began its monsterization due to the monster's bite, everything changed. The energy within her grew violent, unstable. And then, as even more clarion energy invaded her system, that instability worsened, turning into something far more dangerous. But then, when she consumed your nectar, that which contains hashtag. It contains hashtag. I suppose this is as much as I can reveal for now. His frown deepened further. What do you mean by that? He asked. Nothing. You will have to uncover it for yourself. Regardless, returning to Melona, when she drank your nectar, it must have triggered another cosmic imbalance, one that led to the birth of energy itself. The butterfly. So that thing is. Yes, that is Melona's emotional energy form. It responded to her call. Though it calls you Papa and all, it's just a part of Melona, nothing more. Ether stared at the butterfly fluttering joyfully in the air. His gaze softened, and a warm smile spread across his lips. This was exactly what Melona had always wanted, freedom. The ability to go anywhere, to fly without restraints, to live without worry. So it's her emotions, given form. I see, Ether thought, exhaling softly. Still, something didn't quite sit right. Then why is she had demigod title, he mused, his brows furrowing. Log. Well, the spirit Melona birthed is actually a completely new kind of spirit, one that holds an exceptionally high level of energy. A significant part of that is due to your nectar. I cannot fully explain that part. However, she was on the verge of ascending to godhood. To put it simply, she was as weak as an ant when she was just Melona. But once the spirit merged with her, just like before, no one could touch her. And most importantly, this spirit was born from Melona's decayed body, her soul's emotions, and your nectar. Because of that unnatural combination, the butterfly spirit possesses the ability to drain the life essence and energy of others, and even affect their souls. Ether's eyebrows lifted slightly. So that's why I felt weak, huh? Is that the reason I was feeling tired and dizzy? There was a brief pause before the log responded. Yeah. Make sure it never comes into contact with others. Otherwise, they won't be anything more than a pile of flesh. Also, please, under no circumstances, feed your nectar to the spirit. Unless Melona fully masters her control over it. If you do, next time, she will completely lose her mind. Ether frowned. Though this explanation answered a lot of his questions, something about the log's hesitance made him uneasy. Why the sudden silence? Are you hiding something from me? Ding. Negative. Cannot be answered. The log's tone suddenly shifted into a monotone, as if it had reverted to its default state after all that extended conversation. Ether sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, I guess I got enough information for now. He turned his attention toward the group, who were waiting eagerly, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ether smiled. Nothing much. She became a god of spirits. Spirits? Everyone blinked in shock. Even Melona looked stunned, tilting her head in curiosity. Ether chuckled before slowly explaining everything, the process, the transformation, how this all came to be, and most importantly, just how unbelievably powerful Melona had become. While everyone listened intently, fascinated by the story unfolding before them, deep inside Ether's being, within the very core of his existence. Umbra/ethereal domain. In the vast, endless expanse, two indistinct voices echoed. To think. He created a miracle like this. Something that took Arcane and the others years to even finish. How amusing. Indeed. He is far exceeding our expectations. A demigod. Ah. It seems we're finally reaching the next stage of the endgame. Indeed. I wonder. How does Clara plan to finish her game after his death? But it seems like she has already started making her move using this incident. How amusing, the way she seizes every opportunity. Ahaha. Yeah. Arcane has been busy with her own game. It's been ages since she last contacted Ether. I wonder. What are they planning to do next? Haha. Me too. I'm very curious. Haha. Chapter 887, Blood. That's all. After hearing those details, the group had an unbelievable expression, their faces frozen in sheer disbelief. Once again, it felt like they were witnessing something completely beyond their comprehension, something straight out of a fantasy. And yet, despite living in a world filled with magic and supernatural occurrences, even for Ether, this felt surreal. Slowly, everyone turned their heads toward the sky, their gazes locking onto the beautiful little butterfly hovering above them, its delicate wings fluttering with an almost mesmerizing grace. Then, they gulped. That adorable, seemingly harmless little creature, was actually stronger than a sovereign. Fuck. Noticing that all eyes were glued to it, the cute little butterfly let out a soft, melodic hum before gracefully floating toward Melona. With a sweet, childlike voice, it cooed, "Mama." HIKK. Melona let out a startled yelp, her body instinctively jerking backward just as the butterfly nearly brushed against her. The tiny creature pouted as if sulking, then once again attempted to reach her. However, Melona swiftly dodged, stepping away in a near panic. She was absolutely determined, there was no way she was going to allow herself to turn into a mindless monster again. She had suffered enough, and she refused to put her son-in-law in danger ever again. The entire scene looked like something straight out of a comedic skit, almost like a real-life game of Tom and Jerry, with Melona playing the desperate prey and the butterfly acting as the relentless pursuer. Watching the absurd chase unfold, Dora frowned and turned toward Ether, her expression laced with curiosity. So, are you saying that from now on, she's officially the strongest one? Ether shook his head before calmly replying, "No, she is not strong in the way you're thinking. As I already mentioned before, it's not her physical strength that's terrifying, it's her spirit that holds overwhelming power." Dora hummed thoughtfully, taking in his words. Her brows furrowed slightly before she asked, "And how exactly are you so sure about this? I mean, how do you know all of this with such certainty?" Ether simply smiled. It was a quiet, knowing smile, one that spoke volumes without uttering a single word. That was enough for Dora to understand, he had no intention of explaining any further. She sighed, rolling her eyes as she muttered under her breath, "Forget it." Her voice was barely audible, but Ether didn't bother to ask what she had just said. Then suddenly. "So. It is not my sister, right? Arya's voice broke the silence, her tone laced with both confusion and a hint of horror. Her brows knitted together as she stared at the butterfly, as if trying to make sense of the situation. Ether turned toward her and shook his head slightly. "I am not sure," he admitted. After all, the butterfly carried Melona's energy, there was no doubt about that. However, at the same time, it had been brought to life because of his nectar. That made things complicated. He couldn't provide a definitive answer, no matter how much he tried to rationalize it. Hearing that, Arya's expression faltered. Her gaze dropped slightly, uncertainty clouding her thoughts. How was she supposed to react to this revelation? Should she be angry at her mother for unintentionally creating this strange situation? No. That wouldn't be fair. After all, her mother had only taken the medicine. She hadn't done anything wrong. Then, should she be angry at Ether? No. That wouldn't make sense either. He had only been trying to save her mother. His intentions had been pure, and he had acted out of necessity. Nobody is wrong. Arya screamed in her mind, feeling an overwhelming frustration bubbling within her. She didn't want to blame anyone. She couldn't even bring herself to blame herself. It was all just a miracle. A bizarre, impossible miracle, just like that butterfly floating before them. Ether nodded. Now that Melona's situation had been more or less resolved, it was time to shift their attention toward his true goal. "Mother-in-law." Ether called out, his voice steady. Melona flinched at his call, but instead of answering, she immediately turned on her heels and darted behind him, using him as a human shield. "Help me," she cried, desperation evident in her voice. "Mama," the butterfly let out another affectionate call before shooting forward, determined to reach Melona once more. Ether's eyes darkened slightly, and in a firm tone, he commanded, "Stop it." The butterfly came to an abrupt halt, its tiny wings fluttering as it blinked at him in confusion. "Papa?" it chirped innocently. "Yes. It's your papa. You better listen to him, humph," Melona declared with utmost seriousness, while still strategically keeping Ether between herself and the butterfly. Then. Thud. Arya staggered backward, her knees giving out beneath her as she collapsed onto the ground. For a moment, she felt as if the entire universe had just betrayed her. Her chest tightened, and she nearly choked as blood threatened to rise to her throat. This couldn't be happening. Melona, finally realizing the sheer emotional devastation she had just inflicted upon her daughter, let out a nervous cough. Without wasting another second, she rushed forward and pulled Arya into a tight hug, wrapping her arms around her trembling form. I didn't mean it like that. My sweet child, I am truly sorry." "It's fine, Mom," Arya muttered, her eyes devoid of light. "It's just a butterfly, nothing more." "No." Melona wailed, tightening her embrace around her daughter as if she could physically squeeze the despair out of her. "My baby. Don't be like this. I swear I didn't mean it." Ether and the others exchanged glances, their expressions blank before they all let out a collective sigh. Yep. Arya was gone. Completely lost. It's not like Ether didn't give his support, rather Ether wanted Arya to accept the reality rather than comforting her with fake things, letting her sink a little bit so that she could be ready for any real reality. After what felt like an eternity of damage control and frantic explanations, Arya finally managed to pull herself together. Well, sort of. Even as they stepped into the Wood Elf village, Melona was still clinging onto her, while Arya continued to mutter under her breath like a broken record. My mother had my husband's baby before me. My mother had my husband's baby before me. Melona, now completely drowning in regret, gently patted her daughter's back, as if that would somehow erase the trauma she had just inflicted. She really shouldn't have acted so carelessly. It was like a trigger just waiting to explode, and the moment it did, well, the results were right in front of her. She meant. It's one thing that the butterfly called him father, and it's another thing Melona herself accepted it. Meanwhile, the little butterfly fluttered happily around them, completely oblivious to the fact that it was the root of Aria's existential crisis. For now, though, Ether and the others chose to put aside that particular disaster and focus on the matter at hand, the ebon stone. You guys are playing with that thing? And you didn't even think to call me? Dora frowned as she crossed her arms, her displeasure evident. She was adamant about staying by Ether's side, and honestly, at this point, she had an entirely different reason for it. If she left him alone for even a minute, would he end up creating another baby? Her worry was shifting in a much more concerning direction. Ether chuckled at her reaction, a teasing glint in his eyes. Well, you were busy gathering all those broken pieces, so I thought, why disturb you? Dora's lips twitched, but she refrained from saying anything. He wasn't wrong, she had been completely occupied with her duties. Still. Anyway. Ether turned to Melona, his expression turning serious. Do you remember any of the symbols written on the stone? Melona, still holding on to Arya, frowned slightly before glancing at Raven, who had taken it upon herself to support Arya's broken spirit. Poor child. Raven thought to herself, her expression turning sympathetic. Nobody wanted to deal with the reality of their mother having their husband's child. Even among the shameless dragons, this was beyond pitiful. Thank goodness, this is never going to happen to us, Raven inwardly reassured herself with a firm nod. But that was a concern for the future. Right now, they had bigger problems. I think I remember a few symbols, Melona muttered, deep in thought. She turned her gaze toward the markings that Leora and Arya had previously drawn, then crouched down, grabbing a wooden stick before carefully sketching something onto the ground. Ether's eyes widened as relief and excitement swelled within him. So all this time, the answer was within my reach of my hand, he mused, a small smirk tugging at his lips. So that's what the prophetess meant. Ah. However, as he studied the symbols more closely, his expression shifted into a deep frown. Unique? No. Union. Okay. Ether murmured, his brows furrowing as he slowly deciphered the words based on the knowledge he had accumulated through an broken piece of papers. Then, suddenly. Harmonious union blood, Ether muttered, his voice laced with surprise. His eyes immediately snapped toward Raven. Raven tilted her head, blinking in confusion. Ether's lips curved into a gentle smile. If it's just blood, then. His voice trailed off, his eyes softening as if a massive weight had just been lifted from his shoulders. For the first time in a long while, he didn't feel the need to worry anymore. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and pressed a tender kiss to Raven's forehead. Raven smiled instinctively, though she still didn't fully understand why her husband was suddenly acting like this. But if it made him happy, then she was happy too. Just blood. Talia blinked in surprise before suddenly wrapping her arms around her sister, hugging her tightly. She had been so afraid, so sure that Raven would have to sacrifice something much greater. But if all it required was blood, then everything would be okay. Chapter 888, Some answers are still missing. Drip. Drip. Blood dripped from Raven's palm, where she had made a small cut, landing on the ebon stone. The stony surface remained still, showing no reaction, no movement, nothing. Raven frowned. "Is it supposed to do something?" she muttered, glancing at the others. There was only silence. "Maybe it needs even more blood," Talia said, her voice calm yet serious. Her fingers shifted, sharpening into claw-like tips. Without hesitation, she reached for Raven's hand and, before Raven could react, dragged her claw across her sister's palm once more. Ouch! Raven winced, her body tensing as fresh blood trickled down her already wounded hand. She glared at Talia, her golden eyes burning with irritation. "I could have done it myself. You didn't have to slice me like that," she snapped, her voice sharp. Talia merely shrugged, unbothered. "You were hesitating," she said casually, pressing against Raven's hand to coax out even more blood. Drip. Drip. The thick red liquid flowed freely, cascading like a tiny crimson river until the ebon stone's surface was nearly covered. Ether shifted uneasily. "Is it required to?" Thud. A sudden, deep vibration rumbled beneath them. Something inside the stone shifted, a subtle but undeniable movement as if a hidden mechanism had been activated. Then, without warning, the blood soaking the stone was rapidly absorbed, disappearing as though the dry surface was greedily drinking it in. Ether and Talia both let out a breath, neither of them realizing they had been holding it for so long. Ether turned his attention to Dora, who was still staring at the stone, her face reflecting her shock. "You see it now?" Ether asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Dora slowly shifted her gaze to Raven, her sharp eyes flickering with something unreadable. And then, she saw it. That black fate, it disappeared. Dora muttered, her voice laced with disbelief. The thick black thread that had clung so tightly to Raven's existence had vanished, dissolving like mist. Ether nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. Ding! Survival rate, 84.3%. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, Save Raven Noir. Ding! Reward, 50,000 affection points. Ether's shoulders relaxed as relief washed over him. His smile widened, his mind echoing a single thought. Finally. After so long, it's done. But his work wasn't over yet. Sandra was still out there. Ether turned his attention to Melona's drawings, scanning them carefully. That's it, he muttered, frowning slightly. He had expected more. Melona met his gaze, her expression neutral. "Yeah, that's all there is, nothing else." "Are you sure?" Ether pressed, his brows furrowing deeper. "I mean, it doesn't feel like enough." Melona sighed, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. "I wrote down everything I saw," she said, her voice steady but thoughtful. Ether bit his lip. If this is really everything, then why isn't the stone rotating? If they had fulfilled all the necessary requirements, then the stone should have responded by now. It was supposed to rotate, signaling the completion of the process. But it remained still. Which meant, something was still missing. Ether groaned inwardly, pressing his fingers to his temples as a dull headache began to creep in. "I'm sorry, Ether, but these are the only symbols written on the stone," Melona said, her voice tinged with frustration, as if she hated feeling so helpless when Ether needed answers the most. Ether exhaled sharply, waving a hand dismissively. "I suppose it wouldn't be that easy," he murmured, shaking his head. He wasn't going to give up, not yet. For now, at least, Raven was safe. She could move freely again. There was no longer any need to keep her confined within the Empire. Anyway, Ether said, his voice firm, I'll take care of the rest. I'll figure it out somehow. He wasn't sure how, but his words carried unwavering conviction. Then, turning to Raven, he met her gaze. You're free now. Do whatever you want. Raven blinked, momentarily caught off guard. She had already been doing what she wanted, so what exactly was he trying to say? Before she could question him, Talia suddenly grabbed her hand. Come on, sister. Talia beamed, pulling Raven toward her. Let's celebrate. We deserve a feast, don't you think? So many delicious treats await us. Her voice was light, full of excitement, and for the first time in a long while, there was no lingering fear or weight of doom hanging over them. They could finally breathe. They could finally enjoy themselves after being trapped for so long. And Talia intended to make sure they did. Well, we could have a little party, Arya commented softly, her voice warm and inviting. Talia eagerly nodded. Super. I never ate elves. Silence. Everyone froze. Melona and Arya, in particular, stiffened like statues, their expressions turning blank with shock. Talia coughed awkwardly, realizing her mistake. I mean. I've never eaten food made by elves. That's what I was saying. Yeah, that's it. A heavy pause lingered before everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Arya, shaking off the awkwardness, turned to Dora. Would you like to join us? She asked, looking at the principal expectantly. Dora glanced at the group, then at Ether. Are you going? She asked, her tone unreadable. Ether shook his head. I can't. Oh. And why not? Talia frowned, instantly skeptical. She could already see Raven's interest fading. Ether smiled, I have work to do, you know. Talia pouted. If you keep working like this, one day, you might just break, you know. She sighed dramatically before nudging Raven. Then, in a whisper, she added, come on, ask him. Raven turned to Ether, her eyes shimmering with an innocent, pleading look. You really can't? She asked, her voice soft, her expression radiating pure, childlike hope. Ether immediately looked away, trying to resist. Nope. Nope. Don't fall for it. No, he screamed internally, but those damn puppy eyes. Fine, he caved, letting out a defeated sigh. Yay! Raven let out a small, triumphant pump of her fist. Talia smirked inwardly. This was exactly what she had been hoping for. Dora, too, gave a small nod. Then, I'll go as well. Ether raised an eyebrow, smirking, don't you have work? Dora averted her gaze slightly. I already arranged everything. My people will take care of it. Then, with a slight tilt of her head, she shot the question back at him. What about the children? Ether simply smiled, already knowing the answer. His clones were handling things perfectly, and soon, they would be taken to his empire. With everything settled, the group turned to leave for the party. As they walked, Ether suddenly realized something. Come to think of it, where's Kaelin? He seemed busy earlier, he asked, recalling how Kaelin had rushed off the moment the meeting was over. Leora scoffed, her face twisting into an annoyed expression. Don't even talk about that brat, she huffed, her tone filled with irritation. I will deal with him myself. Humph. Ether blinked, slightly taken aback by her reaction. What did Kaelin do this time, he wondered, watching as Leora fumed. Poor Kalen, whatever he did, he was definitely going to suffer. As the group continued walking out, the air remained light-hearted, until suddenly. SSSSSH. A gentle breeze stirred around them, flowing unnaturally through the air. And then. Crack. A small, almost imperceptible crack appeared on the ebon stone. It was nothing more than a minute scratch along its surface. But then. Drip. A single drop of crimson liquid seeped from the fracture, sliding down the dark stone like a tear of blood. Chapter 889, The Losers Have to Do Anything I Say. Inside Melona's house. The grand hall was vast, easily spacious enough to accommodate hundreds of people. Yet, at this moment, only 7 individuals were present, along with one butterfly that fluttered tirelessly, hovering around them as if it were part of the conversation. "It will take some time for the maids to prepare the food and arrange everything," Melona said softly, her voice carrying a gentle warmth as she sat down at the large rectangular table. The others were already seated, looking around, each of them clearly wondering what they should do in the meantime. "So, any ideas on how we should pass the time?" she added, glancing at the group with mild curiosity. A thoughtful silence filled the air as everyone frowned, deep in contemplation. The question lingered for a few moments before someone finally broke the silence. "How about playing cards?" Raven suggested, her voice carrying a subtle sharpness, as if she were already eager for a match. To her disappointment. "That's one of the most boring games ever," Talia commented with an exasperated sigh. Her expression twisted into pure annoyance, her lips pursed as if she had endured the torture of endless card games before. It was clear from her face alone that she had absolutely no interest in playing. Her very presence radiated an unmistakable "no," without her needing to say another word. She must have suffered a lot under Raven's relentless enthusiasm for the game. Raven, however, was undeterred. She pouted, crossing her arms. "You only hate it because you keep losing," she shot back, a playful smirk forming on her lips. "If you could actually use that bird brain of yours, maybe you'd stand a chance, idiot." Talia's eye twitched. "Oh. You think you're smarter than me, you little shithead," she snapped back. Watching their usual bickering unfold, Melona chuckled, the corners of her lips curling into a soft, amused smile. "You two honestly look like sisters," she mused, shaking her head in amusement. Talia lifted her chin with pride. "Well, duh, we are," she declared confidently, as if stating an absolute fact. Melona blinked, tilting her head slightly. "Sisters? Really, ah?" She cast a questioning glance at Ether, who, upon realizing her silent inquiry, let out a small cough before shifting the conversation. "Anyway," Ether said, his voice carrying a subtle smoothness as he redirected the topic, "why don't we just give the card game a try? It might actually be fun." Raven's eyes instantly lit up with satisfaction. She leaned in slightly, flashing a confident grin before winking at him. "That's my husband," she purred playfully, clearly pleased with his support. An invisible arrow seemed to strike every other woman present. Their collective reactions were almost synchronized, taking in a deep breath, eyes narrowing slightly as they fixated on Raven. It was clear from their intense gazes that they were determined to utterly crush her in the game. But this wasn't just any simple card game. The game they were about to play was a mix of strategy, wit, and pure cunning. It wasn't just about luck, it was about manipulating the board, outmaneuvering opponents, and securing victory through deception. Unlike ordinary card games, this one had unique rules that allowed players to deploy powerful action cards, create temporary alliances, and set up brutal counterattacks that could shift the tide of the game in an instant. Winning wasn't just about having good cards, it was about knowing how to use them, predicting moves, and being ruthless enough to take every opportunity. Raven took the deck in her hands, her fingers moving with effortless precision. She shuffled the cards swiftly, each flick of her wrist displaying years of practiced skill. The way the cards fanned out between her fingers, only to be stacked back together with seamless ease, made it evident, she wasn't just playing for fun. She was playing to win. Her smirk widened as she looked around at her so-called opponents. "You better not cry when I completely destroy you," she teased, her eyes gleaming with playful arrogance. Talia cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing slightly as she leaned forward. "You sure talk big for someone who's about to get wrecked. This game actually requires intelligence, you dumbass," Raven muttered under her breath. Talia's eyebrow twitched, and a visible vein popped on her forehead. "Let's see who actually loses their brain first," she thought to herself. Raven let out a small, dramatic sigh before spinning a card effortlessly between her fingers. "All right then," she declared, her tone dripping with excitement. "Let the massacre begin." Just then, a new voice chimed in. "What about the prize?" Leora asked, her tone laced with curiosity. Ether raised an eyebrow. "I mean, whoever wins should be rewarded with something, right?" Leora pointed out, tilting her head slightly as she spoke. The group exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. After all, a game without stakes wouldn't be nearly as entertaining. What about 7 golden arcane crystals?" Talia suggested. "Nah. How about an entire garden filled with rare, unique herbs?" Arya added. What about a running competition instead?" Raven suddenly chimed in. Everyone blinked. A running competition? Ignoring the strange suggestion, Melona finally spoke up, her voice carrying an air of authority. "How about ruling the empire for one day?" A heavy silence followed. That was, definitely too much for a card game. As they continued debating the prize, Ether sat back, watching the heated discussion with an amused expression. He couldn't help but wonder, was this what his life was going to be like from now on? Surrounded by chaos, laughter, and endless arguments? Not that he minded. After all, these people were his family. He already could imagine his family. Meanwhile, Dora quietly observed the scene. She could already tell none of them were actually going to claim whatever prize they decided on. But as she glanced at the women, then at Ether, a devious little smirk curled at the edges of her lips. "What about?" she began, her voice slow, deliberate, and filled with mischief. "The winner gets to ask anything from the losers." The atmosphere shifted instantly. Everyone flinched as the words sank in. "It's not that great until Mama Papa." The silent butterfly suddenly chirped, as if it had been waiting for this exact moment. Instantly, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Ether. Their gazes burned with unspoken desire. They were still jealous of Melona, who had already given birth to Ether's child. Even though they knew it wasn't that simple, deep down, they felt that they should also have a claim on him. A tense silence followed as the women looked at each other, exchanging subtle glances, silently communicating. Ether, who had been daydreaming about his future just moments ago, suddenly snapped out of his thoughts as he noticed the intense, almost predatory stares directed at him. What?" he stammered, looking around at the group, who were now fixated on him as if he were the prize itself. "Yeah, deal. Yep, I'm in. I'm already on board. I will get it first." Talia, Arya, Raven, and Leora nodded furiously, their eyes burning with a newfound determination, while Melona remained silent, her cheeks flushed with a soft blush. Meanwhile, Dora's grin widened, sly and mischievous. "If everything is fine, then, shall we begin?" Ether's brows furrowed as he took in the sudden intensity radiating from all of them. "Wait. What's going on here?" Dora let out a low chuckle, her smile turning almost predatory. "Nothing, just a game," she replied smoothly, but there was something in her tone that made Ether's stomach tighten. Ether gulped. Whatever was happening, he was absolutely certain that he wasn't going to like it. Without another word, he reached for his cards as Raven expertly dealt them out to everyone. The moment he looked at his hand, his face went completely blank. Not a single useful card. It was as if fate, or something far more sinister, had personally decided to screw him over. His eyes flickered to the others, scanning their faces. Sure enough, they were frowning too, their expressions filled with disbelief and frustration. It was clear they had been dealt a similarly miserable hand. And yet, Raven was giggling. That was when it clicked. They had been set up. "You want to play like that, ah?" Everyone frowned as their thoughts aligned in perfect unity against Raven. Silent glances were exchanged, a mutual understanding forming between them without a single word spoken. Raven, still giggling, rested her chin on her palm, looking at them with an infuriatingly smug expression. "Oh. What's with those faces? Did I do something wrong?" she asked, her voice dripping with feigned innocence, which was rare, to be honest. Ether, staring blankly at his worthless hand, let out a long, exhausted sigh. He already knew how this was going to end. This was no longer just a card game. This was war. And the victor would win the ultimate prize. Ether's child. That was the unspoken agreement shared between them, each woman locking eyes with the others, the same burning determination reflected in their gazes. Well, all except Melona. She wasn't exactly thinking along those lines. But if she did win, maybe she could ask for something later. The game unfolded with ruthless precision. Cards slammed onto the table with brutal finality. Alliances were formed and shattered within seconds. Every move was an ambush, a deception, a desperate scramble toward victory. Raven, for all her arrogance, was the first to face the storm. She fought back, countered where she could, but it wasn't enough. The others had already decided her fate. Her smirk flickered, faltering slightly as she placed a card on the table, only for Talia to counter it immediately. Intercept. The moment the card landed, Raven's eyes widened in shock. "You little..." Arya followed up without hesitation, tossing her own card down with a grin. "Reversal. Your remaining hand is cut in half." Raven paled as two of her precious cards were ripped away from her grasp. "Wait, wait." Leora grinned and slammed down another. "Penalty draw. You have to take 3 useless cards." Raven's hand, once carefully balanced, was now bloated with dead weight. Her jaw clenched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she desperately tried to think of a way out. But Melona delivered the final blow. Force drop. Raven's last valuable card was stolen away from her. She froze, staring at her empty hand in utter disbelief. Ether sighed. "Raven, you're out." Silence. Then. "No." Raven screamed, flailing backward in a dramatic display of agony. The others exchanged victorious nods. The first predator had fallen. But the war was far from over. Talia was next in the crosshairs. She fought bravely, making a bold play to shift the balance in her favor, but Arya struck her down with brutal efficiency. Chain lock. You can't make a move next turn. Hand drain. Discard 2 cards. Misfortune. Random penalty drawn. Talia's carefully built strategy crumbled before her eyes. She gritted her teeth, shaking her head in defiance. No. No. I refuse to. Leora smirked, placing the final piece of the puzzle. Elimination play. Just like that, Talia was out. She slammed her hands on the table, eyes burning with rage. I will have revenge. She shot a murderous glare at her sister. You worthless idiot. We lost. Raven's lips twitched. One by one, they fell. Arya lasted the longest but found herself caught in a relentless onslaught from both Leora and Melona. Every move she made was countered. Every attempt to recover was crushed before it could begin. Her resources dwindled, and eventually. Final strike. Arya sighed, leaning back in frustration. Damn it. I was so close. Leora, however, wasn't so lucky either. She had played aggressively, forcing the game forward with reckless abandon. But she had failed to notice Melona's silent maneuvering, her careful, calculated steps. By the time she realized it, it was already too late. Silent ruin. Leora's final hand was obliterated in an instant. She stared blankly at the table. No way. Melona smiled gently. Checkmate. Ether sat up slightly, though, truthfully, he had already lost long ago. He hadn't even lasted halfway through the game. To be fair, he was actually quite good at card games, but this? This was something entirely different. The rules were new, strange, and, more importantly, everyone had ganged up on him to make sure he lost. But that wasn't the point now. Now, only 2 remained. Melona. And Dora. Dora's sly smile hadn't faded for even a second. She had been playing in the shadows the entire time, quietly watching, carefully waiting. Melona's eyes darkened slightly as she stared at the board. I lost. Her voice was quiet, almost in disbelief, as if she genuinely couldn't understand how it had happened. But as she glanced at the cards, at the intricate web of strategy that had ensnared her, realization struck. A trap. Slowly, her gaze lifted toward Dora, who still wore that same small, knowing smile. It was then that Melona understood. Dora had planned this from the very beginning. While everyone focused on Ether and others, she focused on who was a potential threat. The game had been decided before it had even started. Dora let out a soft chuckle, her wicked grin growing as she turned toward Ether, who flinched. What? He asked warily. The others leaned forward, anticipation rising in the air. They could feel it. Something was about to happen. Something big. Dora's voice was smooth, almost too casual, but there was a quiet edge to it, a subtle threat lingering beneath her words. The losers have to do anything I say. So, let's. Chapter 890, Good Man. Good Husband. Good Father. First loser. Raven, you need to dance, Dora said with a slightly amused tone, watching Raven's lips twitch violently in response. I cannot, Raven huffed, crossing her arms as if the mere thought of dancing was beneath her. She had no intention of entertaining them with a performance. Dora raised an eyebrow, her amusement growing. "I thought we all agreed to the conditions before playing, didn't we?" she asked, her gaze fixed on Raven. Raven bit her lips, her expression stubborn, before letting out a small huff. "Humph," she scoffed, pushing herself up from the table. With a soft sigh, she smoothed her clothes, mentally preparing herself for whatever nonsense they expected. Everyone around her grinned, excitement buzzing in the air as they eagerly anticipated the dance, especially Ether, whose curiosity was piqued. He had never seen Raven dance before, and the thought of it fascinated him. "My sister is actually going to dance for the first time," Talia murmured, rubbing her hands together like she was witnessing something truly rare. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if this moment had been long overdue. Raven took a slow breath, raising her hand with the grace of a swan, and then "SSSSSSH." "Thank you." Raven bowed with a straight face, her forehead slightly damp with sweat. Silence filled the room. Everyone blinked, looking at each other in confusion. Did you see anything?" Melona asked in a baffled tone. She had expected some kind of dance, but all she had seen was Raven lifting her hand, a faint sparkling purple glow appearing for a brief moment before she bowed. Some of the others shared Melona's confusion, but a few wore deeper, knowing expressions. "You used your power, didn't you?" Dora narrowed her eyes, her slightly amused tone now mixed with mild annoyance. "That's cheating!" Talia exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. "You were supposed to dance, not use speed to escape." "Well, it's not like she technically broke the rules," Arya murmured thoughtfully, tilting her head. She could see through Raven's clever little trick. It wasn't cheating per se, but it was definitely playing the game on a technicality. Raven only smirked, her expression smug yet unreadable. She didn't need to explain herself. They had asked her to dance, and she did. It wasn't her problem if they couldn't see it. Her gaze flickered toward Ether, who looked mildly annoyed, as if he was frustrated that he had missed her dance. But then, "I will show you my dance later." Ether blinked, his expression shifting slightly before he let out a small smile. Raven gracefully returned to her seat at the table, her demeanor as calm and composed as ever. Dora snorted, shaking her head before turning her attention to the next target. Everyone tensed, their gazes darting around as they wondered who was going to be chosen next, and of course, it was Talia. Talia. Why yes. Talia stiffened, swallowing hard. Her mind raced, trying to predict what Dora was about to make her do. It's not like we've had any bad blood recently. Right? I mean, I'm her friend. She wouldn't go too far. It's hot here. Fan me, Dora said casually, picking up a long feather and twirling it between her fingers as she leaned back lazily. Talia's lips twitched violently. She clenched her fists for a brief second before exhaling sharply. Meanwhile, Ether barely managed to suppress a laugh, his shoulders shaking from amusement. "This fucking bitch!" Talia screamed internally, gritting her teeth. Without a word, she stood up, walked over to Dora, and snatched the feather from her hand before starting to fan her. "Yeah. Don't stop until I say so," Dora yawned, stretching her arms in exaggerated comfort. Talia's lips twitched even more violently. Her movements became sharper, more forceful, so much so that, in her imagination, she wasn't fanning Dora, she was slapping her across the face repeatedly with the feather. "Did you say something?" Dora asked in an entertained tone, tilting her head slightly. Talia sucked in a deep breath, her teeth grinding together. Fucking bitch, she thought again, but she bit her tongue, refusing to let the words escape. Ignoring Talia's growing frustration, Dora lazily turned her eyes toward her next target. Ether flinched. He had a bad feeling about this. What was she going to make him do? However, Arya, do a trick that impresses me, Dora announced instead, though her gaze lingered on Ether for a few seconds before shifting to Arya. Arya frowned. Wait. Shouldn't Ether be next? She questioned, giving Dora a pointed look. Dora only smirked. Losers have to do what the winner says. And there's no rule that I have to go in order, is there? She countered, raising an eyebrow. Arya let out a sigh, her lips twitching before she relented. She then considered what kind of trick she could use to impress Dora. Do not move, Arya instructed after a few moments. A quiet hush fell over the room. Arya summoned her bow, fingers tightening around it before she pulled back the string in one swift motion. Without hesitation, she fired an arrow, not just at Dora, but at everyone. Sheshayai. The arrows sliced through the air, passing so close to their ears that they could feel the wind of their movement. Tuck. That's not the trick, Arya muttered, seeing the unimpressed look on Dora's face. Just then, the arrows that had initially passed them suddenly changed trajectory, ricocheting off the walls at sharp angles. Within seconds, they shot back toward the group. But, just like before, not a single arrow hit them. Every single one narrowly missed, grazing past them by mere centimeters before ricocheting again and again. Sheshai. Tuck. Sheshayai. Tuck. The arrows moved in a precise, calculated pattern, touching every corner of the grand hall. Yet, despite their speed and unpredictability, not a single one ever struck anyone in the group. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Dora's eyes widened slightly when she realized that the arrows were accelerating, moving faster and faster with each ricochet, without losing control. Dora's gaze sharpened as she focused. She could see the slow-motion movement of the arrows, nearly crossing each other mid-air but never colliding. Not even once. It was like an intricate, high-level performance of absolute precision and mastery. Even a butterfly that was lazily hovering in the middle of the chaos remained untouched. It wasn't random. It wasn't reckless. Each arrow passed within a hair's breadth of their faces, close enough to stir their breath, to make their skin tingle from the sheer velocity, yet none of them ever so much as nicked a strand of hair. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, the arrows began to accelerate. Faster. Sharper. Deadlier. They wove around each other, splitting and reforming like shifting stars, the very space between them warping under their supernatural speed. And yet, despite their impossible velocity, not a single arrow touched another. They never collided, never veered off course. Then, all at once. Thud. The arrows converged into a single point, clashing against each other with a brilliant explosion of sparks before scattering in perfect synchronization, each one embedding itself into the table in front of the group. Silence. No one spoke. No one even breathed. Then. Clap. Clap. One by one, slow, astonished applause filled the hall, their eyes still locked onto the golden glow that lingered in the air. Dora leaned back, exhaling in amusement. Good. She murmured, her lips curling into a smirk. You've definitely grown stronger, Arya. That level of mastery, even I wouldn't have expected that. Even Ether couldn't hide the look of genuine admiration on his face. His lips parted slightly as if he wanted to say something, but he simply shook his head, conceding to the sheer brilliance of what he had just witnessed. Arya exhaled softly, lowering her bow as a proud smirk played on her lips. Next. Dora moved to her next target. Eth. Leora. Tisk. Everyone clicked their tongues in unison. Dora giggled, seeing their frustrated expressions. What do they want me to do? She wondered before shaking her head. Then, she turned to Leora, who seemed strangely unfazed. She wasn't even trying to resist or avoid it. It was as if she had already expected this to happen, as if she was prepared for anything. Trick, she had plenty of those. Fan, she could handle that easily. Dance, heck, she could dance with her husband without hesitation. She could be feared by anything. Leora. Tell the truth, what do you really think about your Ether? Dora asked, her tone carrying a teasing sharpness, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Leora blinked, caught off guard. What exactly are you asking? She stammered, her heart suddenly picking up speed. Ether smiled inwardly, noticing how Leora's cheeks began turning red. She was flustered, clearly caught off guard by the direct question. Dora smirked, leaning forward slightly. You know exactly what I mean, don't you? Leora hesitated, her gaze flickering toward Ether, who was looking at her with his usual warm smile. That gaze of his only made her more nervous. Her face grew even hotter, her hands clenching slightly at her sides. I think I have some work to do, so bye, she blurted out in panic before instantly shifting into her wolf form and making a run for it. But she forgot one thing, who the real winner was here. Dora didn't even bat an eye before vanishing from her seat. In the blink of an eye, she caught the fleeing wolf with ease, like a cat catching a mouse, and tossed her effortlessly onto the table. No one should escape, we all agreed to this, right? Dora grinned, a wicked glint in her eyes. Leora groaned, shifting back into her human form. She gritted her teeth, feeling utterly trapped. It wasn't like she didn't want to say it. That wasn't the problem. It was just. She was shy. It wasn't easy for her to say these things. It was complicated. She loved Ether. She showed it in her own way, when she slept with him, when she touched him, when she clung to him in quiet moments. But saying it out loud, that felt even worse than being stripped bare in front of everyone. Come on, we don't have all night. Just spit it out already, Dora pressed, her tone laced with amusement. Ether remained silent, simply watching her. He didn't rush her, didn't push her. He just waited, his gaze steady, patient. Leora could feel the heat burning through her skin. Her heart pounded in her chest, her tail curling slightly behind her as she hesitated. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I like how he is, she finally muttered, her tail giving a small, nervous wag. Dora raised an eyebrow. How he is? That's too vague. We need details, she prodded, clearly enjoying this. Ether let out a quiet chuckle, watching the scene unfold. Leora sucked in a breath, her fingers fidgeting slightly. She averted her gaze from Ether, struggling to find the right words. He is, kind of not a bad guy. He is, love. Say it while looking at us, Dora interrupted, her tone indifferent, but her smirk betrayed her amusement. Leora clenched her jaw, gathering every ounce of her courage before finally forcing herself to look at them. Arya, who had been watching silently, scoffed. You can easily talk about how you're going to fuck him, how you'll ride him senseless, but this is what you struggle with. I don't understand how he even likes you. Leora bit her lip hard. She was trying, damn it. Ether's smile softened. He was about to step in, noticing that Leora looked increasingly uncomfortable, but before he could say anything. I love him. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Dora's smirk widened, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Leora's fingers clenched into fists as she took a shaky breath. She knew she had to say more, and for once, she didn't want to hold back. He is the first man who ever looked into my eyes without fear, she said, her voice trembling slightly. The first man who treated me as his equal. He never judged me, never looked down on me, never had any hidden agenda when he approached me. He just saw me for who I was. And she paused, swallowing hard, I didn't know how much I needed that. Ether's eyes widened slightly, surprised by her words. Leora's breath hitched, but she kept going. He is kind, gentle, a good man, but also strong in ways that I can't even explain. He shows his love without hesitation, without fear. The way he takes care of me, the way he teaches me things, the way he learns from me in return. He always shares his thoughts, always asks for my opinion, even when I know I'm not the best person for strategy or planning, he still values what I have to say. Her voice quivered, and her eyes glistened slightly. And that makes me really happy. She exhaled shakily before continuing. He is a good husband. And most of all. Her voice cracked slightly, he is a good father. Everyone stilled. Leora's lips trembled as she spoke, Kaelin, he's not his blood son. He didn't have to do anything for him. He didn't have to accept him. But he did. He took care of Kaelin as if he were his own. He treats him with so much love, so much warmth, and not because he has to, but because that's the kind of man he is. A good man. A good father. She bit her lip, her eyes turning glossy as emotions swelled inside her. He loves me, he loves us, too much. And I don't think I have anything I can give in return that would ever be enough. But all I know is that I want to stay by his side, no matter what happens. Even after death. I just want to be with him. Silence. A stunned, heavy silence. Dora, who had been expecting just a flustered, half-hearted confession, was caught completely off guard by the raw, heartfelt words. Ether blinked, his mind processing every word she had just said. He hadn't expected that. He truly hadn't. He could only stare at her, his heart feeling strange. Warm. Good man, good husband, good father. He let out a slow breath. The atmosphere had shifted. Leora, feeling the weight of the silence pressing down on her, coughed awkwardly. Anyway, on to the next one, she muttered, waving her hand as if to brush off what just happened. But the feeling lingered. Everyone felt a little weird after hearing that. A strange mix of emotions settled in their chests. Happiness, and something else. Jealousy. They didn't understand why. After all, they all had the same husband. But maybe, it was the way Leora had expressed it. The way she had poured her heart out. Dora cleared her throat, breaking the lingering tension. All right then, on to the next one, she announced. Then, her lips curled into a grin. Melona, it's your turn. Everyone expected that. Do a love confession to Ether, from the bottom of your heart. No one expected that. Ether blinked. Dora winked. Chapter 891, A Light of Her Life. It took a second for Melona to react. What? Her cheeks turned bright red as she struggled to process what Dora had just said to her. She blinked in confusion, unsure if she had misheard or if Dora was truly suggesting something so outrageous. Arya frowned deeply, her expression twisting with disgust. That's disgusting. How can you ask my mother to do that? She shouted, her voice laced with disbelief. She couldn't wrap her head around it. The principal, the strongest, the most intelligent among them, was asking for something so utterly absurd. It was one thing to play around, but this crossed the line. It was far too wrong, beyond anything she could tolerate. Dora raised an eyebrow, her lips curving slightly. Disgusting? Even though your mother already had a child with him, she asked, her voice teasing yet challenging. Arya's cheeks burned with embarrassment, her words stumbling out. I mean, it's not like she wanted to, it just happened by some miracle. And let's be very clear, my husband would never do such a thing. Ether almost choked, nearly coughing up blood at Arya's declaration. Dora chuckled softly. Then why are you barking so much? She asked. Huh? I mean, it's just a game, isn't it? It's not like she's actually proposing to Ether for real, Dora said casually, as if the entire matter was insignificant. All she has to do is say the words. And why am I making her do it? Because of the butterfly. She pointed toward the butterfly hovering near them, its wings fluttering gently. I just want to see what happens if Melona proposes to Ether. The butterfly is supposed to be the embodiment of her emotions, right? This might trigger something within it. We might be able to learn more about its nature. What do you think? She finished, spinning her words as if they had a deeper meaning. Even though her reasoning sounded like complete nonsense, there was a twisted logic buried within it. Arya bit her lip, still reluctant. But still, forcing my mother to do that, she feels disgusted. Don't you, mother? She asked, turning toward Melona for support. Melona, who had been lost in thought, suddenly flinched at being directly addressed. Why yeah. I mean, saying something like that to my own son-in-law, it's completely inappropriate, she said, her voice steady, yet her eyes trembled furiously, betraying her unease. Dora's lips curled into an amused smirk as she observed the mother and daughter pair. Ether, feeling that this was going too far, finally spoke up. I don't think this is NEC. The losers have to do what the winners say, Dora interrupted firmly, her tone carrying finality as she silenced Ether. Then, she turned back to Melona. You agreed to the game too, didn't you? Now you're backing out. Is this how you were raised? Going back on your word? People will be so disappointed in you. Melona gritted her teeth, her fingers tightening into fists as Dora struck at her pride. Dora grinned and shifted her gaze to Arya. And it's not like I'm asking her to kiss him or anything, am I? She added, her voice dripping with innocence. Arya bit her lip harder, glancing at her mother with conflicted emotions. Mom, if you really feel uncomfortable, I will. Fine. Melona blurted out, nodding furiously, her face flustered with frustration. Mom. Arya stared at her in shock, unable to believe she had given in. Melona looked straight at Dora, her expression tense yet resolute. Melona never goes back on her words. I agreed to play the game, so I will play it, she declared, inhaling deeply to steady herself. Dora nodded in approval, giving a soft, satisfied nod as her hand lightly patted Ether's leg. Since she was sitting close to him, the motion felt oddly intimate. Ether still didn't understand what Dora was truly trying to accomplish. This felt like walking on a tightrope. One mistake, just one misstep, and everything could spiral into disaster. Melona lowered her head slightly, her cheeks burning red as she hesitated before speaking. I love you. Arya blinked, then let out a relieved sigh. That's it, but before she could finish, she was cut off. Huh? I love you. What? Dora frowned, her expression instantly shifting to one of irritation. That's it? Just, I love you, she repeated, her tone filled with clear dissatisfaction, as if she was disgusted by how Melona had said it. Melona blinked in confusion. She had said words that had never left her lips before, so what was the problem now? What do you mean? She asked hesitantly. Dora sighed, shaking her head. I can't believe I'm explaining this to someone who literally ruled over an entire tribe. Are you guys dumb or what? She muttered with open disdain. Both Melona and Arya felt a vein pop in irritation at Dora's blatant disrespect, their expressions darkening. Dora continued, unfazed. I told you to say it from the bottom of your heart, but even those few words didn't carry any emotion. It was empty. Because she doesn't have those emotions. Arya snapped, her voice filled with frustration. How could Dora expect her mother to say something she didn't even feel? Melona lowered her head slightly, a mixture of shyness and guilt flickering in her expression. Dora, however, inwardly grinned. As I said before, even if she doesn't have those emotions, she needs to say it like she means it. Until the butterfly reacts to her emotions, I'm not leaving this place. If high elves can't even keep their word, then maybe I should just rule over this empire myself instead of letting you guys continue ruling it. Arya gritted her teeth, her fists trembling. I cannot believe you. Arya, Melona called her daughter's name softly, interrupting her. Then, with a composed voice, she continued, this is a lesson for you. When you become a ruler, do not make these kinds of mistakes. That's how this world works. You should always keep your word, because many will try to exploit it. Be careful. Take this as a life lesson and never forget it, she said, her tone carrying the weight of wisdom and experience. Arya blinked, slowly processing her mother's words. After a moment, she gave a small nod, as if realizing that her mother wasn't simply obeying Dora, but upholding the principles she had always followed. Melona took a deep breath, her resolve hardening. Then, she met Dora's gaze and spoke with determination. You want it from the bottom of my heart, right? Dora simply nodded, her smirk never fading. Melona now took this challenge seriously. When her authority was questioned, she couldn't remain silent, especially not when the one challenging her was Dora. Melona turned her gaze to Ether, her expression softening slightly, yet her heart pounded with an aching rhythm. Her breath hitched, her fingers trembled, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if she had no control over the words spilling from her lips. I don't know how to put this into words, but I will say it anyway. I have to say it. A heavy exhale escaped her lips. My life has always been dictated by others. Whether it was my existence itself or the moment I was forced into marriage. Every choice, every path, was taken from me before I could even reach for it. Nothing ever went the way I wished, and yet, I never fought back. I never spoke against it. Because deep down, I believed, no, I convinced myself, it was just my fate. Her voice wavered, a distant look settling in her eyes as memories she had buried deep clawed their way to the surface. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as if mocking herself. I believed it was meant to be this way. That all of this, every pain, every loss, was unavoidable. That I had no say in my own life. That I was simply born to endure. Because that's what my parents told me. Fate decides everything, and nobody, not even the gods, can escape it. And so I stopped trying. Her throat tightened. But, even when I tried to break free, even if I dared to defy it, nobody would acknowledge it. Nobody would believe me. Because to them, I was nothing. Just a mere, insignificant bug, trapped in a life I never asked for, caged inside a world I could never escape. A blue butterfly fluttered closer, almost as if drawn to her sorrow. It hovered near her, its tiny wings shimmering in the dim light. An insignificant being, unable to save her own marriage, unable to protect the one thing that mattered the most, her own daughter. Her voice cracked as her gaze fell upon Arya, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. A faint, heartbroken smile appeared on Melona's lips. I was a failure. A failure in everything. She bit down on her lower lip, as if punishing herself for saying it aloud. Mom. Arya's voice was barely above a whisper, trembling with emotions. Leora, standing beside her, gently patted her shoulder in silent comfort. Meanwhile, Talia frowned deeply. Was this a proposal? What exactly is happening here, she wondered, her mind racing with confusion. However, Dora remained quiet, watching as if everything was unfolding as it should. Melona took a shaky breath, her voice quiet yet filled with something deeper, something raw. And then, when my daughter found her light, her happiness, I made a decision. A decision I had never been allowed to make before. I swore to protect her light, even if it wasn't me. Even if I could never be the one to bring her that happiness, I wanted her to have it. And for the first time in my life, I gave something of my own will, willingly, desperately, painfully. Her eyes met Ether's, and for a brief second, something indescribable flickered between them. She didn't end up like me, Melona continued, her voice barely above a breath. Her light protected her. And so, to protect that light, I gave everything. Every last piece of myself. Even if I was nothing but a failure, even if I had no worth. I could at least do this one thing. I could at least protect the light. And in doing so, I, someone who was supposed to be meaningless, useless, found a purpose. A reason. For the first time, I wasn't just existing. For the first time, I wasn't just waiting for my life to end. Her fingers curled into the fabric of her dress as she let out a quivering breath. When the darkness came for me, ready to take me away, ready to swallow me whole, I saw it. A light in the darkness. A soft, fragile smile graced her lips as she looked at Ether, her eyes shimmering with emotions too deep to be named. She slowly stood from her chair, her movements deliberate, as if each step carried the weight of everything she had ever held inside her heart. Step by step, she walked toward him, her voice pouring out like a confession too long suppressed. I was ready to disappear. Ready to let go. I thought I was prepared to vanish without a trace, because that's all I had ever been, a shadow, an afterthought, a mistake. But then, there it was. The light. The light didn't just offer me warmth. It showed me something I had never known. It refused to leave me, even when I had long given up on myself. It never abandoned me, even when I thought I was nothing. Even when I had resigned myself to being forgotten. Yes, I am insignificant. Yet, the light remained before me. Yes, I am a failure. Yet, the light embraced me. Yes, I am useless. Yet, the light shone upon me. Yes, I was lost, wandering with no way back. Yet, the light showed me the path. Yes, My life was never mine to decide. Yet, the light gave me wings to fly. Yes, my life could end at any moment. Yet, the light would do anything to keep me here. Her breathing grew uneven, her throat tightening with the overwhelming rush of emotions. No matter what I said, no matter how much I denied it, the light stayed. Brighter and brighter, it burned away the darkness inside me. It gave me something I had never felt before, something so warm, so gentle, so unbelievably real. Hope. A hope I never thought I would be worthy of, a hope I had abandoned long ago, yet, the light gave it to me anyway. She stopped before Ether, her entire body trembling. Slowly, hesitantly, she knelt beside him, her gaze locked onto his. The light of my life. She raised a trembling hand, reaching for his cheek, but just as she was about to touch him, she faltered. Her fingers hovered inches away, her breath shallow, her heart pounding painfully in her chest. She smiled, but it was so weak, so full of sorrow, longing, and acceptance. I cannot. The light I speak of. It does not belong to me. This light is meant for those I cherish most in this world. And I know that I can only watch from afar, that I can only feel its warmth from a distance. But that's okay. That's more than enough. Because, you know, I love my daughter more than anything in this world. Her voice wavered, her eyes brimming with tears that threatened to spill over. She swallowed hard, her throat aching, her heart barely able to contain the storm of emotions crashing inside her. This light. I am happy to have felt its warmth, to have been noticed by it, to have received even a fragment of its love and care, even if just from a distance. I am grateful. But before I let go completely, before I let this light shine where it truly belongs, I just want my light to know that. She took Ether's hand, her fingers wrapping around his as she held it close. Her entire being trembled as if she were bearing her very soul. I love you. I love you, Ether. She said with love yet broken. Ding. Plus 5,000 AP. Ding. You have completely seduced Melona Zephyr. A stunned silence filled the room. Nobody moved. Nobody even breathed. The only movement was the butterfly, fluttering gently, its blue particles shimmering like tiny stars, swirling around Ether and Melona as if encasing them in a world only they could see. Everyone watched, frozen, their hearts caught in their throats. Then, slowly, the butterfly descended, landing softly on their joined hands. But unlike before, nothing turned black. Nothing changed. It was just, normal. Ether and Melona stared at each other, the air between them thick with something unspoken, something indescribable, something that neither of them could put into words. Until. How was it? Was my acting enough? Was it good? Melona suddenly broke the moment, her voice flustered, her cheeks burning with color. Melona suddenly snapped out of it, her face flushing a deep red as she muttered hurriedly. Acting? What the fuck was acting here? If that's acting, then ear was nothing. Just then. Your Majesty, the food has been prepared, a maid's voice echoed through the hall. Chapter 892, Kai being hunted. Soon, the party started with only a few people, most of whom were still slightly confused by the earlier events. However, one person seemed completely unbothered. Oh. What's this? Talia's eyes widened as she spotted a large chunk of meat placed at the center of the table, surrounded by an array of delicious-looking dishes and drinks. She reached for it without hesitation, taking a big bite. This is really good, she said, nodding in satisfaction, her expression soft with pleasure. Then, her gaze shifted to her sister, who was hesitating, eyeing the food with uncertainty. Come on, just eat it already. Without giving Raven a chance to protest, she shoved the piece of meat into her mouth. MFFF. Raven let out a muffled sound of protest, her glare sharp as she shot daggers at Talia. But then, the rich, meaty flavor hit her tongue, and her eyes widened. She chewed, savoring it for a moment, before quickly taking another bite on her own. Talia grinned, leaning back smugly. See? Told you it was delicious. Raven, still chewing, gave a small nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Talia's attention drifted toward Melona, who was carefully picking up a small bowl. Her movements were a little awkward, as if she wasn't entirely comfortable with the situation. Still, she quietly partook in the meal, ignoring her daughter's occasional glances. Arya, on the other hand, ate her food calmly, though her eyes would occasionally flicker toward her mother. There was no direct suspicion or doubt in her expression, but something lingered in her gaze, a silent curiosity, a hesitation, as if she wanted to ask something but was unsure if she truly wanted to hear the answer. Leora, as usual, didn't say much. She simply continued eating while piling up meat on Ether's plate, making sure he had enough. Ether, however, barely reacted. His attention was fixated on Dora, who sat there completely unfazed, gracefully eating her meal as if she hadn't done anything unusual. Ether narrowed his eyes before leaning toward her and whispering, "You're really gonna sit there acting like you didn't do anything wrong?" Dora didn't even glance at him. Instead, she shrugged, the slight smirk on her lips showing just how little she cared. "I have no idea what you're talking about," she replied casually, continuing to eat without a hint of guilt. The atmosphere in the room shifted. Slowly, the tension from earlier started to fade as everyone got lost in the food and conversation. It was almost as if they had begun to forget what had transpired before, until... "You know, for a moment there, I almost thought you really loved him or something," Talia suddenly commented, her voice carrying a mix of seriousness and surprise as she chewed on her food. Ether flinched, a vein almost popping in his forehead. This girl. He exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple as if trying to ward off an oncoming headache. Melona, however, remained entirely unbothered. Unlike before, she didn't look flustered or embarrassed. Instead, she simply smiled, her expression cool and composed. "That just means my acting was flawless," she said smoothly. "You see, being the temporary ruler of the tribe requires me to conceal my emotions quite often. It comes naturally to me by now." Her words carried a certain pride as she glanced at Dora, almost as if expecting praise. Dora raised an eyebrow before giving a small nod. I see." Talia blinked. "Well, we're definitely impressed," she admitted, exchanging a look with Raven, who nodded furiously in agreement. Raven had also been nearly fooled by Melona's act. For a brief moment, Raven felt a twinge of unease. She didn't know why, but she had been worried. Worried that Melona might have actually been interested in Ether. Leora, who had been silently observing, frowned. Was that really just acting, she wondered to herself. While she didn't know Melona inside and out, she knew enough about her to understand what she was capable of. And knowing that, something about this didn't sit right. It was hard to believe that it was all just an act. Still, she kept her thoughts to herself. Some things were best left unspoken, especially when it came to Ether. Arya gave a small nod. "Yeah. I have to admit, Mother, I'm impressed too, she murmured, her gaze lingering on Melona a little longer than usual. Dora, noticing this, smirked slightly. Looks like my job here is done, she thought to herself. Just then, Ether suddenly flinched. Without a word, he stood up and took a few steps away from the group. Everyone paused, their gazes turning to him in question. Is something wrong? Leora asked curiously. Ether forced a small smile. It's nothing. Just some information I need to deal with. Don't worry about it, just continue without me. I'll be back soon, he reassured them before quickly making his way to the balcony. The others exchanged brief glances before ultimately shrugging it off. The momentary interruption passed, and soon enough, they continued enjoying the feast, the lively atmosphere returning once more. Meanwhile, Ether frowned. What do you mean? Kai and Leon are being hunted? He was taken aback as he received the information from his clone, who had been following Kai and Leon. Somewhere in the forests of the Zephyr Empire. I cannot believe they're trying to kill us, even after we told them who we are. Kai muttered as he sprinted through the dense woods, his breathing ragged from exertion. Kai, from the looks of it, they seem to be from the temple. Leon said hurriedly, his sharp gaze catching sight of the white robes of the men who were relentlessly pursuing them. You have defied the god. How dare you steal what was meant to be given to the chosen child? Blasphemy! The enraged group of pursuers shouted in unison, their voices carrying the fervor of religious zealots. Kai gritted his teeth in frustration. We can't just keep running. We came all this way to see our beloved Vesperine. There's no way in hell I'm turning back now, let's take them all down. Leon shot him a look, his brows furrowing. Are you insane? There are at least 50 of them. If we kill even one, we'll have the entire Aurora Empire on our backs. Those lunatic followers won't stop until we're dead. Then what the hell do you suggest we do? Kai shouted as he barely dodged a stream of holy flames shooting toward him, the scorching heat grazing past his skin. Just then. Thud. An arrow suddenly struck the ground just inches from Kai's side. He flinched, his movements halting for a brief moment. What the? His head snapped toward the direction it had come from, only to see another group of people emerging from the shadows of the forest. Kai's expression darkened. Who the hell are you? One of the men smirked, stepping forward with an air of confidence. Looks like we've found our target. Another man, his eyes gleaming with twisted delight, ran his tongue along the edge of his sword. Remind me, whose head were we supposed to take? Our target is Kai Frostblade. Kai stiffened. What? His eyes darted between them, quickly assessing the situation. From their demeanor, they weren't religious fanatics like the temple followers. No, these guys were different. Mercenaries, or just lowly hired thugs working for money. Leon tensed beside him. Kai. Why the hell would they be after you? One of the men let out a low chuckle. Sorry, lad, but that's just how it is. Don't take it personally, we'll make sure to end your suffering quickly. Without hesitation, he lunged straight for Kai, blade gleaming under the moonlight. With the situation escalating rapidly, Kai and Leon had no choice left. There was no more room for hesitation. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight. To make matters worse, the temple followers had caught up, and now, both groups, religious zealots and mercenaries, were launching attacks at Kai simultaneously. Meanwhile, hidden in the dense woods, Ether's clone observed everything, relaying the situation back to the real Ether. Back at the party. Ether pinched the bridge of his nose. This is definitely Stella's doing. He wasn't entirely sure about the mercenaries, but the temple followers. There was no doubt in his mind, this had Stella written all over it. Or rather, should I say the archpriestess? Ether groaned inwardly, debating his next move. He ordered his clone to intervene only if Kai and Leon were on the verge of death. As reckless as Kai was, Ether didn't expect him to die so easily, especially considering the strange weapons he carried. They would most likely survive, probably. With another sigh, Ether muttered to himself, looks like I need to have a little chat with Stella. He turned to head back to the party when... Darling. Raven stood before him, her face flushed as red as a blooming flower. Her eyes were hazy, sultry, carrying a seductive allure that made Ether instinctively gulp. For a brief second, his thoughts screeched to a halt. But then, he noticed the glass she was holding, wine. Ether blinked. Oh, hell no. Chapter 893, this night was about to become far more interesting. A few moments ago, while Ether was busy listening to the details of what was going on with Kai, meanwhile, back at the party. Talia's gaze lingered on Ether's back, her eyes glimmering with something unreadable. She swirled a drink in her hand, her thoughts running at a pace faster than anyone could notice. There was a reason she wanted him here tonight. Her fingers traced the rim of the glass absent-mindedly as she glanced at the bottles of alcohol arranged on the table. The selection was decent, but none of them felt special. She picked up a few different drinks, bringing them to her lips and tasting each one. The warmth of the liquor trickled down her throat, some sharper, some smoother, but none of them were what she was looking for. Meanwhile, Raven turned toward Melona, her voice casual yet carrying a trace of curiosity. Ether wanted to know whether you guys buy thrusters or not. Melona blinked, taken aback by the question. Buy? Why? That made no sense. Ether practically held this empire together. Why would they need to purchase something from him? Dora, noticing Melona's confusion, took the initiative to explain, detailing the situation and the reasons behind the need to buy from Ether. As the explanation sank in, Melona's expression shifted. She took a moment to process everything before speaking again, this time with a more calculated tone. "And, how much will it be?" she asked, her curiosity laced with wariness. Raven exhaled, her fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Well, I can't say for sure. But from what I understand, it might come around 10,000,000,000,000. Arya, Leora, and Melona nearly lost their mind, their breaths catching in sheer disbelief. Even Dora blinked in utter shock. What in the hell? That costs more than rebuilding my academy from scratch, she screamed inwardly. Heck, she could build 2 more academies, even more advanced, with that kind of money. Melona stammered, her voice trembling slightly as she tried to process the ridiculous amount. "Are you sure it costs that much? I mean..." Raven merely shrugged, her expression calm. "Like I said before, I'm not sure. Only Ether has the final say on the price. I'm just estimating, it could really be that high." Melona swallowed hard. "Well, if it's Ether, I'll talk to him." Her eyes flickered toward Ether's back before shifting to her daughter and Leora. Their expressions were serious, and a silent agreement passed between them, they needed to do something about this. Their empire was not in a position to pay such an absurd amount. Just then. "Okay." Talia muttered under her breath, as if coming to a decision. Her gaze sharpened as she suddenly called out, "Melona, tell me, is there no strong alcohol here?" Melona's brows furrowed at the unexpected request. "You want strong?" she asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. The alcohol on the table was already potent enough to make even a 1,000-year-old elf black out in mere seconds. Talia chuckled, her amusement evident. Well, we have a strong tolerance for alcohol, so that's why, she said smoothly, as if it were a simple fact. Melona hummed in thought, her eyes flicking over the table before shaking her head. These are the strongest ones we have here. However, Talia was not willing to let this moment slip away. Her expression softened into one of pure pleading, her violet eyes shimmering with sincerity. Pretty please, she coaxed. My sister is finally safe after so long. I just want to make sure this night is one to remember for the rest of my life. Please. Her voice wavered just the right amount, making her look both desperate and sentimental. Melona hesitated. The emotions in Talia's words struck a chord within her, stirring up her own feelings. She would anything too if her daughter's life was safe. After a brief pause, she exhaled. I see. A knowing smirk played on her lips as she nodded. Well. I do have one. Something special. I made it myself, she revealed, a hint of pride slipping into her voice. With a simple clap of her hands, a maid entered the room, awaiting orders. Melona gave a brief command, and the maid disappeared to retrieve the hidden liquor. Talia's lips curled slightly. Dora, however, had sharp eyes and immediately picked up on her friend's true intentions. Something was definitely up. Soon, the maid returned, carrying an old, beautifully aged bottle. The glass was dark, almost black, and the faintest golden shimmer ran through the liquid inside. The moment Melona laid eyes on it, a pang of sadness flickered across her face. This was a relic, a 1,000-year-old vintage she had preserved for centuries. Giving it up wasn't easy, but compared to a person's life, especially someone as important as Ether's, she was willing to part with it. With a quiet pop, she uncorked the bottle. The table was instantly filled with an intoxicating aroma, rich, deep, and layered. The scent carried hints of aged oak, dark cherries, and the softest touch of vanilla, woven together with the bite of something dangerously strong. It wasn't just alcohol, it was a masterpiece. Even those who hadn't taken a sip felt as if they had already drunk it, the mere fragrance enough to leave a tingling sensation on their tongues. Melona carefully poured the thick, deep red liquid into a crystal glass. The way it swirled, leaving delicate trails on the glass, hinted at its sheer potency. Since it's strong. I'm giving you only a little, she stated firmly, pouring only a few drops. Talia clicked her tongue in mild annoyance. You cannot be serious. Melona remained unfazed. Just drink it, and you'll understand. Talia sighed, then handed the glass to her sister with a smirk. Here. You're the party girl, enjoy it. Raven took the glass, raising a brow at the minuscule amount. This isn't even enough to get a baby tipsy, she thought before shrugging. Oh well. She lifted the glass to her lips and took a sip. The moment the liquid touched her tongue, her eyes widened slightly. Good. It's really good, you know, Raven murmured as she savored the taste. It was like liquid silk, smoother than any alcohol she had ever tasted. The initial sweetness of honeyed fruit melted into a deep warmth that spread through her chest like a slow, burning fire. It was addicting, each layer of flavor unraveling into something more complex. Talia sighed. It's still not strong enough, she thought with a defeated tone, her gaze settling on Melona with a disappointed look. Melona's lips twitched in mild amusement. These things take time, just be patient. Thud. A dull sound rang through the room, making everyone flinch. All eyes turned to Raven. Her face was flushed a deep red, her pupils slightly unfocused as a tiny hiccup escaped her lips. What? More. She slurred, reaching blindly for the bottle. Seeing this, Talia's grin stretched wider. Her eyes drifted toward another glass on the table, filled with nothing more than almost dark-colored juice, just juice. What juice? Well, in this kind of world, there are different kinds of fruits with different kinds of colors, so nothing wrong with it. Even the earth had those dark juices. Anwea. Talia's fingers twitched with anticipation as her gaze flickered between the innocent drink and ether, a devilish smirk creeping onto her lips. Yes. This night was about to become far more interesting. Chapter 894, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 1. Coming back to the current moment. Ether instantly rejected Raven's offer, shaking his head. See, come on, husband, drink. You will like it, it's really tasty, you know, Raven slurred, her voice dripping with drunken sweetness. She swayed unsteadily, her legs wobbling as she tried to keep her balance while holding a glass of red alcohol. Her hazy, half-lidded eyes slowly drifted downward, settling on the crotch. A mischievous, seductive smirk stretched across her flushed lips as she purred, but of course, that's the best one." Her sultry giggle melted into a needy moan as she leaned into him, her free hand trailing down to his crotch, teasingly pressing against it while her body trembled with drunken heat. "Raven, calm down," Ether said firmly, catching her just in time before she lost her footing. He took the glass from her unsteady hand, frowning as he examined the drink. It was a red color, cheap and potent, something that could knock out a lightweight in a single sip. "I am calm," Raven protested, pouting like a spoiled brat before breaking into a dopey smile. She inhaled deeply, her hot breath brushing against his neck as she buried her nose against his collarbone. You smell so good, sniff, sniff." "Oh," she moaned as if intoxicated by his scent, rubbing her thighs together as warmth spread through her lower belly. "So good, makes me all tingly." Her fingers lazily traced his chest, slipping lower with each stroke. Ether let out a weak chuckle, glancing at the others in the hall, who were too busy in conversation to notice Raven clinging to him like a desperate kitten in heat. He sighed and tried to call for help. "Come on, guys, help me." "Hey! I am talking to you." Raven suddenly grabbed his chin, forcefully turning his face toward her. She blinked slowly, her drunken gaze locked onto his. I said, Hick, I am talking to you." You got it," she whined, pressing her body closer until her soft, heavy breast squished against his chest. She wrapped her arms around his neck, trapping him in her intoxicating embrace. "My husband is so handsome and so cute," she playfully pinched his cheek, giggling at the way his lips pursed slightly. "I love you so much, you belong to me." She shook his head from side to side, her voice turning breathy and needy. Ether exhaled sharply, his face turning slightly red. The way she treated him was really embarrassing. Her body was hot against him. Raven smirked lazily, noticing his flustered reaction. "Oh. Is my shy husband blushing? How adorable," she purred, her lips pressing against his forehead in a teasing kiss. "Such a cute face. I just want to eat you up," she murmured before playfully nipping at his nose. But then, as her drunken body pressed harder against him, she felt something firm twitch beneath her thighs. Her half-lidded eyes widened before a wicked grin curled her lips. "Oh my, what's this?" she cooed, her fingers ghosting over his pants. "Not so innocent, are we?" This." She squeezed him gently, "is not cute at all." Her heated laughter was laced with mischief as she rolled her hips against him, her plump ass grinding deliciously against his thigh. So hard already," my husband is such a bad boy, getting all worked up from just a little touch," she purred, licking her lips. Ether clenched his jaw, deciding to put an end to this before it got too out of control. Dragons didn't care much for shame, but there were plenty of others here who would definitely find this embarrassing. Without warning, he gave Raven's soft, round ass a firm pinch. "Ouch! Bad boy," she moaned, shivering under his touch. Her bottom lip jutted out in a cute little pout, but there was clear arousal swimming in her hazy eyes. It was almost comical. Raven, usually composed and mysterious, was now a squirming, drunken mess of lust. Hearing her husband's call, Arya finally stepped in. All right, that's enough." "He is busy," she said, prying Raven away from him. "Humph, he wasn't drinking at all. Bad boy, I'll punish you. Let me go. I need to punish my husband." Raven whined, wiggling in Arya's grip, though there was no real strength behind her struggles. Arya only sighed, amused. If Raven got this bad after a little alcohol, she dreaded to think how she herself would behave if she drank too much. She better keep herself in check. She could not lose herself before Ether. Ether sighed, just about to focus on connecting with his clone to get details about Kai's escape when. "I cannot believe she got drunk just like that, anyway." Talia sauntered up, her hips swaying slightly as she held out a glass. "Here. Drink this." Ether blinked, eyeing the glass warily. "I said I am not drink." "This isn't alcohol, you pussy ass. It's just fruit juice." Talia rolled her eyes, clicking her tongue in disappointment. "Unbelievable, you really can't even handle a little alcohol, can you?" Ether's lips twitched. "What did you just say now?" "Nothing at all." Talia shrugged innocently, her expression completely unreadable as she extended the drink toward him once more. Ether took the glass, his gaze flickering toward the liquid. It was dark, almost black. She too holding the same one too. He was just about to bring it to his lips when a sharp thought slashed through his mind. She is not the one to do this kind of thing. Ether thought as if something alerted him. He knew the lie, and there was no way she would do this kind of thing. Sure, she would worry about him, but she would never show it directly like this, giving him a juice. Just like that. That's not her. She would rather use others than show her true emotions. Ether frowned slightly, keeping his movements smooth as he subtly glanced at Talia from the corner of his eye. She was watching him closely, her gaze too focused, her expression just a little too expectant. Yeah. She's up to no good. Letting out a quiet sigh, Ether lowered the glass slightly, pretending to hesitate. Talia's face changed in an instant, her confident smirk slipping ever so slightly into something more concerned. What? Don't you like it? Ether let a small, knowing smile curl his lips. Well, we haven't had a toast yet. Oh. Talia let out a relieved laugh before quickly nodding, eager to cover up the momentary slip. She raised her hand, ready to clink glasses when Raven fell down. Ether's voice suddenly sharpened, laced with just the right amount of shock. Talia blinked as she instinctively turned her head to check, only to see Raven lying on the table, motionless. She fell on the tab. Step. A chill ran down Talia's spine. She frowned slightly, feeling something was off. Immediately, she spun back around. Ether was still holding his drink, unmoved. Nothing had changed. And yet, something felt different. She's fine, Ether said smoothly, his voice carrying an easy amusement. Anyway, let's drink. He tilted his glass slightly toward her, his gaze sharp, his smirk teasing. Clang. Their glasses met, the crisp sound ringing through the air. But neither of them took the first sip. What's wrong? Ether's voice was light and curious. You're not drinking. Talia swallowed, suddenly aware of how dry her throat felt. Well, you see. She trailed off, struggling for a believable excuse. Something had shifted in the air, and she couldn't quite place what. But looking at the lazy smirk playing on Ether's lips, she knew, he had done something. I see. Ether murmured, tilting his head ever so slightly, his gaze narrowing in amusement. Talia clenched her jaw. She needed to turn this around. Quickly. Well. I think I've had enough for tonight, she said with a forced chuckle, lifting her hand as if to wave it off. So, you go ahead. Ether chuckled, his voice deep and full of amusement, if that's the case. He set his glass down with a soft clink, his smirk widening. Then I guess I don't feel like drinking either. Talia's heart skipped a beat. Wait. You cannot be serious, she blurted out, her tone betraying a hint of panic. I'm dead serious. Talia clenched her fists, her nails pressing against her palm. This wasn't going the way she had planned. Not at all. Talia's eyes darted between the two glasses, her mind racing. She had been so sure of her setup, so certain that she had led him into the perfect trap. But now she wasn't sure anymore. Which one was real? Her fingers twitched slightly as she tried to retrace her own steps. She had planned everything, she was supposed to be in control. And yet, something was wrong. Had he switched them back? Or had she miscalculated? Her throat felt tight as she stared at Ether's smirk, watching him swirl the liquid in his glass as if he already knew everything. Talia? Fine, Talia huffed, pretending to give in. But let's drink together, then. Ether raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. All right, he said with a slow smirk. Ladies first. Talia gritted her teeth. She hesitated for only a moment before lifting the glass to her lips and taking a small sip, letting the liquid roll over her tongue. Nothing. No burn, no strange taste. Just as expected. Now you. She said with a smirk. Ether nodded but didn't drink, just waited, until. Talia's vision blurred. A strange warmth spread through her body as a flush crawled up her neck to her cheeks. Her fingers trembled slightly as her head spun. Oh, shit, she slurred, her voice suddenly dripping with intoxication. Ether grinned. You're far too young to deceive me, naughty girl. His tone was full of victorious amusement as he took a sip himself, savoring the taste before gulping down more. Not bad, he mused, swirling the drink in his glass and gulping even more. He was just about to encourage her, come on drink yo. Heek. A sudden hiccup escaped him. His cheeks flushed red, and a haze settled over his sharp gaze. Talia, who had been wobbling just moments ago, suddenly straightened. A slow, devious grin spread across her lips. I forgot to mention. She purred, her voice thick with satisfaction. I have an extremely high tolerance for alcohol. Ether's hazy eyes widened slightly. Talia giggled, watching the realization dawn on his face. He had been too careful. Too suspicious. And because of that, he had walked right into the very trick he thought he was avoiding. She had counted on his paranoia, played into it. He had spent so much time making sure she was the one being tested, making sure he had the upper hand, that he never even considered. The real trap was meant for him all along. After all, the lie too was learning ether. Pitiful man fell into my trap, Talia thought smugly. Her hands slid through her thick, luscious hair, untangling it from its bindings, letting it cascade over her shoulders in wild waves. She shook her head slightly, releasing her scent into the air, a soft, intoxicating mix of wildflowers and something unmistakably feminine. It was the kind of scent that lingered, that made men lean in just a little closer, wanting more. Talia grinned as she stepped closer, her movements slow and deliberate, savoring the moment. Her fingers reached up, grasping the tie of her dress, loosening it with an almost lazy ease. Her deep cleavage was revealed. A slow, sultry smile curved her lips as she ran a teasing finger down her collarbone, her gaze locked onto his. "Ether," she purred. She bent slightly, revealing the gentle curve of her breasts. Her body radiated warmth, a soft flush covering her cheeks, making her look like a tempting, irresistible dream. Her breath was warm as she leaned in close, her lips just inches from his ear, "Aether." But then. He. A chilling, uncanny laugh shattered the intoxicating moment. Talia froze. A shiver crawled down her spine, her entire body tensed as something in the atmosphere shifted. The heat of seduction drained from her face, her sultry confidence vanishing in an instant. Her breath hitched. Her once smug, teasing smirk faltered, her lips parting slightly in shock. She had just realized. She had just unsealed a demon. Chapter 895, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 2. Talia. Talia was not doing anything wrong here. She wasn't planning to cross any extreme lines or do anything too explicit, like making him drink and then pushing him into something dangerously thrilling, naughty, sinful things. That wasn't her goal. Well, to be honest, maybe a tiny part of her wished for something a little wild, but the real goal was far simpler. She just wanted to get the tattoo. Yes. The tattoo, the one that marked Ether's loved ones, binding them to him in a way that let them communicate with him directly. That was her ultimate aim. To get him to mark her, and if seduction was the way to do it, then so be it. Everything was playing out exactly as she had imagined. She had gotten him drunk, lured him in with just the right amount of enticement, whispered a few well-placed words dripping with temptation, and she was about to get what she wanted. And to make it even sweeter, her sister was going to be absolutely livid about it later. But then. Slap. Hick. Raven flinched, her whole body trembling as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. Her hands clenched at her sides, and in that instant, the intoxication she had felt earlier completely vanished. She was wide as awake now. Slap. Hick. Arya shuddered violently, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as a lump of fear swelled in her throat. She gulped hard, her hands twitching at her sides, unable to look away from the scene before her. Slap. HKK. Leora felt her entire body stiffen as she swallowed her saliva in slow, fearful gulps. Her ears twitched, her tail stood up like a rigid rod, and her eyes, wide with sheer terror, flicked back and forth. Slap. Hick. Melona's eyes widened, blinking rapidly as if her mind refused to accept what was unfolding in front of her. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out, only breathless disbelief. All four of them stood frozen in a straight row, their gazes locked onto the horrifying display. "You dare, Hick, dare, to trick me?" Ether slurred, his voice carrying an eerie blend of drunken disorientation and simmering rage. His usually composed face was a flushed mess, his half-lidded eyes gleamed under the dim lighting, unfocused yet burning with a wild, untamed intensity. He lounged lazily in his chair, his posture relaxed yet commanding, his grip firm around the girl draped across his lap. Talia's skirt had ridden up scandalously high, her round, perfectly shaped ass now fully exposed. The once unblemished skin was now painted with deep red handprints, the sting of his palm permanently etched onto her soft flesh. Ether raised his hand once more. Slap. Hick. Talia's body jerked violently, her nails digging into his thighs as a fresh, searing wave of pain crashed through her nerves. Tears pricked at the corners of her eyes, not from pleasure, not from joy, but from the sheer, unforgiving agony radiating from her reddened backside. I am sorry. I. She stammered, her voice small, trembling, on the verge of breaking apart. Her ass throbbed so intensely that she was beginning to lose feeling, numbness creeping in like a warning that her body was reaching its limit. She made a fucking mistake here. Ether lifted his hand again. His gaze darkened, and his lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smirk but held the same sinister amusement. Sorry. You're sorry. His words were slow, almost mocking, as he leaned in closer, his warm breath fanning against Talia's tear-streaked cheek. Talia nodded rapidly, her teary eyes begging for mercy. Why yes. I didn't mean for this to happen. It just happened. I was, not real. Lies. Slap. Hick. Talia's teeth clenched, her whole body shivering from the excruciating sting. And she wasn't the only one suffering. The spectators, Raven, Arya, Leora, and Melona, all twitched, their own backsides clenching involuntarily as they watched. Each brutal slap echoed in their ears, making them feel as if they were the ones being punished. Arya, talk to him, Melona whispered in a hushed, urgent tone. She had never seen Ether like this before. He had always been soft, sweet, his smile capable of melting hearts and leaving butterflies in her stomach. But now, he was terrifying. He was a demon, a merciless executioner delivering punishment with ruthlessness. The sight of Talia's quivering, crimson-marked ass sent a shudder down Melona's spine. If she were in Talia's place, she wouldn't have lasted 5 minutes, she would have already been bawling by now. And yet, Talia was still holding on. For nearly half an hour, they had all stood there, too petrified to move, forced to witness the relentless spanking unfold before them. Arya gulped. She heard her mother's words, but talk to him, she thought in sheer disbelief. How the hell was she supposed to do that? Her gaze darted toward Ether, who remained fully focused on Talia, his drunken state doing nothing to hinder the steady rhythm of his ruthless slaps. He wasn't hesitating. He wasn't stopping. He was completely lost in punishing her. Arya's breath hitched. Eth, she started. Ether's head snapped toward her. His eyes, usually so warm, were now unreadable, filled with something dark and dangerous. Arya's heart stopped. And nothing at all, she yelped, immediately retreating a step back, her hands instinctively covering her own ass as if fearing she might be next. Ether's attention slid back to Talia. You have some nerve trying to trick me like this. His voice was softer this time, softer, but far more menacing. Did you really think you could get away with it? His hand moved again, but this time, instead of delivering another slap, he traced the heated, swollen skin of her ass with a slow, deliberate touch. The contrast between the rough punishment and the feather-like caress made Talia wince harder. I am really sorry, Ether. She whimpered, her voice breaking. She had been enduring this for what felt like an eternity. Every single nerve in her ass screamed in agony. If he kept going, she was certain, her skin would tear open, leaving nothing but a stinging, raw mess behind. She turned her head slightly, her bleary eyes seeking out her sister. Raven's breath hitched. Talia wasn't just acting. She wasn't putting on a show. For the first time in her life, Talia was truly, utterly sorry. And the worst part? She knew there was no escape. Still, it's her sister, so. Raven's eyes darted to Arya, who was peeking from behind Melona like a scared little kitten. Her throat felt dry as she gulped before finally gathering the courage to speak. Husband, she is really sorry. You want to take her place? Aether's voice cut through her words. Raven's lips twitched. She forced a nervous smile, raising her hands in immediate surrender. Oh, of course not. I was just saying, you're doing great. Keep it up. She nodded furiously, even throwing him a thumbs up before stepping further back. Take her place. Hell. No. One look at Talia's raw, reddened ass was enough to send a chill down Raven's spine. That wasn't just some playful spanking, that was pain. Talia's face turned horrified as betrayal sank in. I am your little sister, hick. Big sis. But Raven. Raven closed her eyes. She was transcending. Entering another dimension. Suddenly, nothing happening in this room concerned her anymore. The screams. The slaps. The suffering. Didn't hear a thing. Aether chuckled darkly. Looks like your big sister agrees with my methods. So, shall we resume? His voice turned silky, dripping with a dangerous blend of drunken amusement and seductive menace. Talia's blood ran cold. Aether raised his hand once more, aiming for her plump, sore ass. I did it so, you could mark me. Talia blurted out in a panicked rush, her voice trembling. This was not how she had planned to ask. He was supposed to do it on his own, supposed to mark her with his own volition, not like this. But at this point, she would rather beg than endure more of this merciless punishment. Aether blinked. A slow, lazy smile curled on his lips. Slap. Hik. The impact was softer this time. A gentle tap compared to the brutal slaps from before. Talia let out a shaky sigh of relief, thinking, finally, it's over. But then. Mark you. Aether hummed, his fingers absent-mindedly tracing the shape of her reddened cheeks. So what you're telling me is, you decided to trick me? Get me drunk, make me lose control, and then what, hope I'd fuck you. His words were blunt, cutting, his palm rubbing circles over her heated skin as if to soothe the pain he had inflicted, only to intensify the humiliation. Talia hissed, arching slightly as the sting flared up again. And not exactly. I just wanted the marking, that's all. SSSSH. She winced, her expression twisting as she struggled to explain herself. Aether nodded slowly, his fingers pressing into her bruised flesh. I see. So I suppose it's my fault for not marking you sooner. Why yes. Slap. Hik. My fault. Aether's voice darkened, an irritated frown crossing his face. Talia gulped, her throat dry as parchment. She hesitated, then rapidly shook her head. No, it's just. It's. He raised his hand again. Talia's eyes widened in sheer terror. It's me. It's definitely me. I was wrong. I should have asked instead of being a bitch about it. I should have just fucking asked. Tears spilled down her cheeks, her body shivering from both pain and shame. Her plan, her perfectly laid out plan. It had backfired completely. Who would have thought Ether would turn into a demon after drinking? Ether's expression softened. He let out a low chuckle, rubbing slow, warm circles into her aching flesh. Finally, someone is being honest, he murmured, half-lidded eyes watching her with amused satisfaction. You know, if you had just asked. I would have done it. No tricks necessary. Talia clenched her teeth, swallowing her pride. Why yes, I should have asked you directly. She admitted, cheeks burning from embarrassment. Ether tilted his head, his lips curling slightly. But if you had asked directly, I think I would have been disappointed. His tone was contemplative, as if the thought genuinely displeased him. Talia's lips twitched in frustration. What the fuck does he even want? She screamed internally, barely restraining herself from saying it out loud. But no, he was drunk. Saying anything reckless might backfire horribly, and considering she was already suffering from her previous mistake, she had no intention of making things worse. Just then. What's this? Ether's eyes gleamed as they landed on something intriguing. His hand reached forward, naughty panties, he mused. His fingertips traced over her red, lacy panties. His fingers danced along the curve of her hips before slipping lower, teasingly rubbing along her butt crack. A slow, predatory grin spread across his lips. Are you trying to entice me even more, little one? Plus 8,000 AP. Talia's body jerked at the sudden touch, her breath hitching as his fingers almost, brushed against her core. A violent shudder ran through her body, her cheeks burning with humiliation and something she refused to acknowledge. Ether. She gasped, her voice barely above a whisper. Ether, however, ignored her trembling voice entirely. His drunken mind fixated on one thing, her. His fingers, careless yet deliberate, continued their slow, torturous exploration, gliding along the sensitive skin just above her underwear. The group standing before them fell into a stunned silence. Their faces flushed, their eyes widening in disbelief. Maylone, in particular, looked utterly scandalized. Her hands flew up, covering her face, but she couldn't tear her eyes away from the sight unfolding before her. She never imagined Ether, usually composed, mindful and shy, would be this brazen, this shameless. And then it happened. Naughty girl, Ether murmured, before letting his fingers slide ever so slightly under the edge of her panties as it about to touch her core. Slap. Plus 8,000 AP. Ah. Her legs trembled, the sting of his palms still tingling against her skin. Ether let out a low chuckle. Next time, don't play with fire, he warned, his voice deep and sultry, as if daring her to disobey him again. Talia's breath was shaky as she struggled to regain control of herself. HNGH, she hummed softly, biting her lower lip. The moment Ether loosened his grip, she bolted, stumbling off his lap in a rush. She frantically yanked her skirt down, her hands trembling, before darting behind her sister for cover. Let's run, she whispered urgently, her voice filled with panic. She peeked at Ether, who was still grinning at her like a predator watching his prey struggle in vain. Talia flinched, her heart pounding. No, never again. She would never let him drink again. This night, this shame, this punishment would be forever etched in her mind. The sharp sting on her ass, the way he had shattered her dignity into nothing, the way she had been spanked before everyone and made to tremble, she would never forget. Just when they thought it was over. "Hey, you, come here." Ether's drunken yet commanding voice rang out again. His eyes, still heavy with intoxication, locked onto someone else. "Raven." Raven flinched, pointing at herself as if she couldn't believe it. "Me?" she stammered, her stomach twisting into knots. She hadn't done anything. She had been watching quietly, praying not to get involved, so why was he calling her out? Ether grinned, a wicked, drunken smirk. "Of course. Who the fuck else am I pointing at?" he said, tilting his head. Then, his expression darkened. "You dare to tell me I should be punished for not drinking? What the fuck?" Raven's face paled instantly. Her heart pounded in her chest as she took an instinctive step back. Talia, who had been cowering behind her, blinked. Then, slowly, a mischievous grin crept onto her face. Raven's body tensed as if preparing to run, but before she could. "Come on, sister, we should always have each other's backs, that's what sisters are for," Talia said sweetly, her expression filled with hope. For a split second, Raven almost believed she had a kind, supportive sister. But then... thud. Talia shoved her forward, straight into Ether's arms. "Hee hee, hope you enjoy the punishment, hee hee, ouch." Talia giggled wickedly, though she was still wincing from the lingering sting on her ass. Chapter 896, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 3. Husband, I was just drunk. I really didn't mean anything at all. Raven stammered, her voice laced with fear and desperation as she clung to the last thread of hope that Ether wouldn't be angry. But the way his ice blue eyes gleamed with a dark, unreadable expression sent shivers down her spine. Ether didn't reply immediately. Instead, he made her sit on his lap, forcing her to straddle him, their bodies pressed together. She gulped, feeling the way his hands gripped her waist, his fingers digging in just enough to make her feel trapped, helpless under his control. Talia smirked as she watched the scene unfold, her eyes dancing with amusement at Raven's trembling form. Ether remained silent, his gaze piercing through her, taking in every little expression on her face, the nervous flicker in her eyes, the way her lips trembled as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Then, without warning, he pulled her closer, their chests pressing together, his breath hot against her skin. "Ether." Raven's voice was barely above a whisper, her body shivering under his intense, drunken gaze. But then... "You look so fucking cute." Ether's voice was thick with amusement and something else, something darker, more sinful. His fingers lazily reached up, pinching her flushed cheek, his smirk widening as he watched her stunned reaction. His touch was deceptively gentle, but his grip was firm, possessive. Raven blinked rapidly, her breath hitching in her throat. Talia, on the other hand, frowned. "Wait. That's no," before she could finish. Ether's eyes snapped toward her, turning cold, almost predatory. Talia froze. "Nope. Nothing at all. You can do whatever you want to anyone," she hurriedly corrected herself, instinctively stepping back, her survival instincts kicking in. Ether let out a low chuckle before turning back to Raven. His fingers traced slow circles against her waist, his grip tightening just slightly before he murmured, "When you're drunk, you get so damn cute, my little dragon." His lips brushed dangerously close to her ear, his warm breath sending electric jolts through her spine. Raven's face turned crimson, her hands resting against his chest, but she didn't push him away. Talia clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. "This is discrimination. This is inequality. This is blatant favoritism." She wanted to scream those words, but she held back, mainly because Ether was still drunk, and secondly, her ass was still stinging from last time. Ether's smirk deepened as he watched Raven's reaction. Shy now? Where was this cute little shyness when you were grinding that tight ass against my cock, huh? He whispered, his voice dripping with sensual amusement. His breath was hot, tinged with the lingering scent of alcohol, his tone husky, teasing. Raven gasped, her fingers curling against his clothes, her cheeks burning under his shameless words. She wanted to say something, to deny it, but she couldn't. Ether chuckled, clearly enjoying her embarrassed state. His gaze then flickered to Melona, who had turned completely red, her wide eyes darting away as if she wished she hadn't heard any of that. Get the bottle, Ether commanded, his voice deep, authoritative. Melona hesitated for a moment, but the sharp glint in his eyes made her move instantly. She quickly grabbed the old bottle of alcohol, which was the cause of the problem, her hands trembling slightly as she hesitantly extended it toward him. Ether watched her reaction with amusement, then suddenly. He caught her wrist with swift ease, pulling her closer, his fingers wrapping around her hand in a firm but teasing grip. His lips curled into a sly smirk as he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping into a low, seductive whisper, relax. I'm not going to eat you, okay? Plus 5,000 AP. Melona's cheeks darkened even further as she pulled away quickly, slipping behind her daughter like a frightened cat. Ha! Ether chuckled, shaking his head at her reaction before turning his attention back to Raven. She was blinking at him, confusion swirling in her wide eyes. With an easy motion, Ether corked the bottle open with his teeth, the sound of the cork popping echoing through the room. He swirled the bottle slightly, his eyes locked onto Raven's as he spoke in a low, teasing drawl, "You wanted me to drink it, right?" Raven swallowed hard. A strange, unsettling anticipation curled in her stomach. "Well, it's not like I'm for." Terror. The sharp rip of fabric echoed through the air. Gasps filled the room as Ether suddenly tore open Raven's upper garment, the flimsy material shredding like paper under his hands, exposing the smooth expanse of her skin. Her white bra clung tightly to her, the deep cleavage on full display, the rise and fall of her breath making the curves more pronounced. Ether's heated gaze raked over her form, drinking in the sight with a satisfied smirk. Good, he muttered as if calculating something in his drunken haze. Then, his expression darkened with a mixture of amusement and hunger. "Clench your boobs," he ordered, his voice thick, commanding. Raven's breath hitched, her insides twisting with nervous anticipation. Her fingers hesitated before moving to press against her own chest, squeezing her soft flesh together, deepening the cleavage further. Then. Drip. Drip. Ether tilted the bottle, slowly pouring the dark liquid onto her shoulder. The dark liquid cascaded down her bare shoulder in glistening trails, flowing like molten sin over her flushed skin. A few stray drops splashed onto her collarbone before the rest slithered downward, tracing the delicate dip of her clavicle before sliding along the slope of her breast. Raven shivered, her breath hitching at the cool sensation, contrasting against the warmth of her flushed body. The liquor followed the natural curves of her chest, seeping between the mounds of her breasts, forming a small pool within the deep valley of her cleavage. Her damp skin shimmered under the dim lighting, every bead of liquid glistening, catching the eyes of everyone watching. Ether's smirk widened as he took in the sight before him, Raven, flushed and panting, her ample curves glistening with dark liquor, her skin damp and slightly sticky, her breath shallow. His thumb trailed up, spreading the alcohol, smearing it over the upper swell of her breast in slow, lazy circles. "Messy, aren't you, my little dragon?" he chuckled, his deep, drunken voice thick with amusement and something darker, something raw and hungry. Raven whimpered softly, her fingers gripping the fabric of her torn garment. Ether exhaled deeply, his warm breath fanning against her damp skin as he finally lowered himself. His lips hovered just above her shoulder. Then. Lick. His tongue flicked out, catching a droplet before it could roll down any further. A sharp, wet sound filled the air as he licked, slow and deliberate, tracing the path the liquor had taken. His mouth was hot against her skin, his tongue sliding along her shoulder, savoring the bitter burn of alcohol mixed with the natural sweetness of her flesh. He exhaled softly, his breath warm and damp, sending a shudder through Raven's entire body. Then, he moved lower. His lips pressed against her collarbone, open-mouthed and wet, trailing kisses along the delicate dip before his tongue flicked over the pooled liquor, collecting every last drop. He sucked lightly, his lips lingering as if to imprint his presence there. Raven whimpered again, her fingers tightening against his chest. Ether's grip on her waist tightened in response, his smirk returning as he felt her body tremble against him. His mouth descended further. Ether licked his lips, then dipped his head, his hot mouth pressing against the soft flesh, tracing over the damp skin. He kissed. He licked. His tongue moved in slow, languid strokes, savoring every drop of alcohol that had dared to stain her skin. His lips traveled lower, teasing along the edges of her cleavage, his mouth sinking into the warm valley between her breasts. The wet sounds of his slow sipping filled the heavy silence, each sensual flick of his tongue making Raven tremble. Ether groaned lowly, the taste intoxicating, not just the liquor, but her scent, her heat, the way her body reacted under his touch. Sweet, he murmured against her skin, his voice husky, filled with heat. You taste better than any damn drink I've ever had. His teeth scraped lightly over her damp skin before his lips sealed around the center of her cleavage, sucking gently, teasingly. Raven bit her lip, her body betraying her as heat pooled in her core, her thighs twitching slightly at the way his touch sent jolts of arousal straight to her most sensitive places. His lips brushed against the upper swell of her breast, just above the edge of her bra, his tongue flicking out to lap up the lingering droplets of alcohol. The sharp, wet sound filled the silence, his tongue moving in slow, languid strokes, savoring every drop that clung to her trembling skin. Raven gasped, her fingers digging into his shoulders. Then, he pressed a kiss directly onto the curve of her breast, his lips parting slightly, sucking gently, teasingly, before letting his tongue slip out to trace over the damp fabric of her bra. Raven gasped again, her thighs pressing together, a whimper escaping her lips as heat coiled in her stomach, burning hotter with every sinful lick, every teasing kiss. Ether's smirk widened. Look at you, he murmured against her skin, his voice thick, husky, laced with drunken amusement. So fucking sensitive, aren't you? His fingers slid higher, reaching the lace of her bra. He brushed against the damp fabric, feeling the hardened peaks beneath, her nipples already stiff, straining against the thin material. Raven shuddered, her breath shaky. Ether grinned wickedly. Then. He pinched. Ngggggg. A sharp jolt of pleasure shot through her as his fingers found her nipple, rolling the sensitive bud between his fingertips, teasing, squeezing, sending electric pulses straight to her core. Raven gasped loudly, her back arching slightly as her entire body trembled under his touch. Her hands fisted into his clothes, clinging onto him for support as waves of heat crashed over her. Ether. But he didn't stop. His fingers continued their slow, torturous teasing, pinching and rolling her nipple through the soaked lace, while his mouth remained latched onto her skin, sucking harder, licking deeper, tasting the mixture of liquor and her body's natural sweetness. Raven's thighs clenched, her body quivering, her breath coming in desperate, shaky gasps. The pleasure was overwhelming, intoxicating, the way his fingers toyed with her, the way his mouth devoured her. She felt it. That tight coil in her stomach, winding, twisting, burning hotter, hotter. Her hips jerked slightly, her body trembling uncontrollably as the pleasure built to an unbearable peak. Ether felt it too. He could feel the way her body tensed, the way her breath hitched, the way her thighs pressed together as if trying to contain the overwhelming sensation flooding through her. His smirk deepened. He pinched harder. NFFFF. Then, he sucked. Mm. A sharp, wet pull as his lips sealed around her cleavage, his tongue flicking over the sensitive flesh, his fingers rolling her nipple at the same time, pushing her right to the edge. Ah! Raven's body tensed violently, her thighs trembling, her breath catching as the pleasure crashed over her in a dizzying wave. She almost came, no. She came a little. Her body convulsed, her chest heaving, her nails digging into Ether's shoulders as she struggled to keep herself from completely unraveling right there in his lap. Ether grinned against her skin, pressing one last lingering, wet kiss to her cleavage before pulling back slightly, his eyes filled with dark satisfaction. "That close already, my little dragon," he murmured, his thumb flicking lazily over her stiff nipple one last time before pulling away completely. Raven shuddered, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her body still trembling from the near-orgasmic high. Ether chuckled, clearly pleased with himself. With a smug smirk, he effortlessly lifted her, his hands gripping her waist firmly before setting her down on another chair. Her legs felt weak, her body still pulsing with lingering pleasure, and she had to grip the armrests just to steady herself. Ether straightened up. "Now." His voice was low, husky, laced with wicked amusement and something far more dangerous. "The next one." The group stiffened, frozen in place. For a moment, they had been so captivated, so hypnotized by the sinful display unfolding before them, that they had completely forgotten to breathe. Then, everyone flinched in fucking fear. Even Talia, who was still wincing from the lingering pain on her ass, found herself momentarily frozen, completely taken aback by how Ether had just cradled Raven with such teasing tenderness. Her lips parted in disbelief, an irritated twitch forming at the corner of her mouth. "The hell," she thought, gritting her teeth. "Why does she get all the sweet treatment? He fucking wrecked me, but her. She's practically being worshipped. Just because I messed up, does that mean I don't deserve even a little softness?" Ether's eyes hazy and filled with wild hunger, lazily scanned the room, searching for his next prey. Instantly, Melona, without hesitation, ducked behind her daughter like a frightened kitten. Ether's lips curled. His gaze flicked toward Arya. She stiffened. A slow, nervous gulp traveled down her throat when she realized he was looking at her. No, staring at her. His gaze lingered just a second too long. Then, "Leora." Ether's voice was thick, low, and dangerously smooth as he finally called a name. Leora blinked. Then, she fucking jumped onto him. Chapter 897, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 4. Leora didn't even hesitate as she dropped herself onto his lap, her luscious thighs pressing firmly against him. Her soft tail swayed quickly with anticipation, almost wagging like an excited pup. The last one, Raven, had left a wonderful, addictive sensation in the atmosphere, and now, her previous fears had completely vanished, replaced with a ravenous hunger sparkling in her eyes. It's not like Leora did something wrong like the lie, right? So, there was no reason for her to worry anymore. Not now. Not when her mate was this close and horny like her. Ether chuckled as his hand slid around her waist. His grip was tight, firm, and shamelessly possessive. Someone's burning with impatience, huh? He mused, his voice thick with amusement and laced with a heavy, intoxicating desire. He adjusted her against his lap with a teasing roll of his hips, his drunken gaze zeroed in on her face. He tilted his head again and again, his eyes lazily roaming across her features like he was admiring a masterpiece. Leora blinked slowly, her heart fluttering. Why was he staring at her like that? Her husband's eyes were locked onto her, intense, heavy, and filled with something so carnal that even those watching nearby began to feel the weight of it. Ether leaned in closer, his breath warm and slow as it brushed against her skin. His nose rubbed against hers in a soft, sensual nuzzle. He ruffled her hair with a gentleness that contrasted with the sly, lustful smirk on his lips. You really think about me that much, huh? Good man. Good husband, and good father, he whispered lowly, his tone husky and full of heat, as if her innocent words from earlier had been echoing in his mind ever since. He remembered every syllable, every whisper from the bottom of her heart. Leora's cheeks flamed bright red, her skin tingling with embarrassment. Her face itched and burned as she remembered what she had said before. "WL." She mumbled shyly, her voice trembling. She had already said such embarrassing things, and now having to face them again, right before her beloved, made her squirm even more. Her lips trembled, eyes flickering to his in flustered defiance. "Come on now." She tried to deflect, but her voice turned into a husky whisper, her wolf ears fluttering down timidly, her shyness making her all the more alluring. Ether chuckled again, before he lifted her chin with 2 fingers. He stared into her multicolored eyes, those dazzling, hypnotic gems. Damn, those eyes. He muttered with a growl of possession, his pupils dilated, drunk not just from alcohol, but from her scent, her heat, her curves. Then he leaned in and pressed a soft kiss on her eyelids. Chew. Chew. He didn't stop. He began a slow, sensual descent, kissing down her face with maddening care. He kissed the tip of her nose, then the apples of her flushed cheeks. He pressed his lips to the center of her nose, then to her upper lip, just barely grazing it. Then, a soft kiss under her chin. And then, he paused. He licked his lips slowly, savoring the moment, before finally leaning in and crashing his lips against hers with heated intensity. He kissed her sweet, hungry lips, like he was starving and she was his only salvation. A soft, needy hum echoed through the tense and silent room. Their lips molded into each other, and Ether's kiss deepened, his tongue parting her lips as if demanding entry. Everyone in the room instantly averted their eyes. Even Melona, who had seen far worse, couldn't handle the sheer erotic tension of this moment. Her cheeks burned scarlet as she turned away in embarrassment. Slurp. The sound of kissing became wet, lewd, and hungry, each smack of their lips, each flick of tongue echoed louder. Ether's hands roamed over her back, his palms sliding under her shirt, his fingers kneading her soft, warm skin. Then his hand dipped lower, firmly gripping her ass with both hands, squeezing her plump curves tightly, possessively. He pulled her even closer, grinding her against his growing hardness. Their kiss turned into a frenzy, tongues dancing, teeth biting softly, lips sucking. Wet sounds of saliva clung between them, dripping from their lips like honey, stringing in thin lines as if they couldn't get enough of each other. Everyone else in the room seemed to freeze, unable to look yet unable to move. The sheer passion rolling off the couple made the air thick with heat and tension. Ether finally pulled away, just barely. A long, sticky string of saliva connected their lips, glistening between them. Ha! Ha! Leora panted, her chest rising and falling. Her breaths were shaky and shallow, as if that kiss had knocked the wind out of her. Ether was drunk, completely drunk, and Leora, when she kissed him like that, she felt it too. That dizzy, intoxicating warmth that made her knees weak and her thoughts clouded. Her cheeks were glowing red, her eyes foggy with lust. Ether grinned lazily, "My cute little wolf, you're mine." He whispered, his fingers running through her hair and stroking her wolf ears softly, affectionately, almost as if petting a treasure he never wanted to give up. Leora trembled at his touch. Her body shuddered, her core heated up in a flash. "Husband." She gasped, her voice trembling as her hand slid down and pressed against his crotch, feeling his thick cock twitch beneath the fabric. She was starving for it, desperate and needy, as her eyes stared into his with a hunger that made Ether throb harder under her touch. Ether chuckled darkly, that low sexy laugh, and leaned in to whisper against her furry ear, "You want it, don't you?" Leora didn't even hesitate. She nodded rapidly, like a woodpecker. It had been too long since she had tasted Ether's thick, addictive nectar. And knowing that Melona had indulged more than her only made her more desperate, more possessive. "But everyone is here, darling," Ether teased, a sly grin playing on his lips as he glanced at the others in the room, each of them blushing and lowering their gaze, pretending not to hear or see. It was obvious. Ether didn't feel shame. Not at all. Maybe he was becoming shameless. Because he wasn't even asking for himself, that's for sure. He was being polite, for their sake. His aura, like other dragons, was slowly shifting toward utter shamelessness. Something primal, dominant, and undeniably sexy was growing in him. Leora pouted, crossing her arms under her chest and pushing her soft breasts up. "So what? Everyone here has already drunk yours," she said bluntly, throwing a sultry glance at the group. "Aren't you guys?" Everyone shifted uncomfortably, unable to meet her gaze. "See?" Leora smirked, her lips curving with triumphant confidence. Ether looked around, slowly surveying the room. Aside from his precious girls, the room was empty. No outsiders. No one else. Just his beloveds. Except. His gaze lingered a bit longer, and then locked onto Melona. Melona suddenly flinched when she noticed his eyes on her. Her body stiffened, her face flushed deep red as she quickly looked down, like a frightened kitten caught in a stare too intense to bear. Just then. "Pretty please," Leora whispered, her voice soft and pleading like a little pup about to be abandoned. Her tail drooped low in fear, curling inward with a sense of loss, and her fluffy ears folded down helplessly. Seeing her like that, Ether couldn't help but chuckle darkly. A sly smirk curled on his lips as his hand moved down and pinched her soft ass without mercy. "Ouch," she squeaked. "Don't think that little act is going to work on me," Ether replied with an amused growl. But even as he teased her, there was affection behind his voice, and "Everyone turn around." His tone dropped into a commanding growl, no nonsense, no playfulness. Everyone in the room blinked in surprise but didn't immediately follow his order. Ether shrugged with a cold grin, tilting his head just slightly as his eyes darkened. "If you want to watch, be my guest. But I promise, I'll make sure you suffer for it," just like that, he said with a wicked grin that sent chills down their spines as his eyes scanned over each one of them slowly, deliberately. Every one of them flinched. And they turned away. Melona was the first to obey, her shoulders stiffening as she faced the wall with a flushed face. Then suddenly, "Slash, I'll let you off the hook, for now, Slash." Melona flinched as Ether's deep voice echoed through her mind, her throat tightened. She understood immediately. The only reason Ether was having the others turn around, was because she was there. If not, he wouldn't have cared, he would have taken Leora right there and shown them all how it was done. But that, for now. For now. What does he mean by that? Melona thought, fear beginning to rise inside her chest. Her face paled as her heart beat faster, her mind spiraling with uncertainty. She glanced at her daughter, who stood nearby, cheeks burning crimson, unable to believe her Ether would be so bold, so brazen. "My lovely Ether, turn to master." All because that damn bitch, she gritted and glowered at Talia, who instantly averted as if she knew what Arya was thinking. Arya snorted before focusing on her mother, who was trembling in fear. Arya leaned closer to her mother, whispering quickly and quietly, "I'll help you leave, okay?" Her voice trembled with worry, clearly concerned that her mother had been pulled unwillingly into something far too intense. Everyone else here was Ether's beloved, so it was fine, but Melona. Ether, maybe mother show," Arya started, her voice soft, uncertain. "If she wants to go, she can leave," Ether cut her off, his tone blunt, almost detached. Both Arya and Melona let out a small sigh of relief, but then. "Once she walks out, there's no turning back." His voice dropped to a low, final tone, one that vibrated with absolute authority and quiet menace. His words echoed in the air like judgment, like a door slowly closing with no promise of ever opening again. Melona flinched. Her heart trembled at those words, words that shook her to her core. They clung to her like chains. Arya turned her eyes to her mother, a worried frown forming between her brows. Something felt off, terribly off. Her mother's shoulders were trembling slightly. In fear? Mom?" Arya asked quietly, her voice hesitant. Melona wanted to move. Her mind screamed to turn around and walk away. She needed to protect her daughter, to make sure her mess didn't drag Arya's life. And yet, her legs refused to move. Her lips trembled, but no sound came. Those words. No turning back, they echoed again and again inside her soul. They say when a man is drunk, he often speaks from the heart. And judging by the look in Ether's eyes, Melona realized something terrifying. He wasn't just playing. He was hiding his emotions. He was locking something away inside. If she left now, she may truly have no place in his heart ever again. This was a door. And he was offering her a choice. A final one. Even though she had told herself she would be content just feeling the warmth of his light, this burned. This hurt. If he shut her out completely. Melona bit her lip, her teeth trembling against the soft flesh, the sting grounding her as tears threatened the corners of her eyes. Arya saw it. And her frown deepened. "I see." Arya thought as something clicked inside her. A realization. A quiet heartbreak that mirrored her mother's expression. Ether gave a satisfied nod as if everything was proceeding just as he intended. His glowing eyes turned to Leora and softened with warmth and heat. "Go on, my dear, take as much as you want," he purred, his voice heavy with lust as he leaned in and kissed her lips, then smacked her ass. Leora giggled with glee, her eyes sparkling like a child handed her favorite treat. Her tail began to sway eagerly behind her, her excitement uncontainable. Without hesitation, she slid off his lap and knelt in front of him, her gaze lowering to his groin with hungry anticipation. She leaned in slowly, her nose brushing against the bulge in his pants before taking a long, deep sniff. Sninairif. Her tail froze. Her ears stiffened. His raw, manly scent hit her senses like a wave. Musky, heavy, soaked into the fabric and radiating pure heat, it made her head spin. Leora's eyes sparkled brighter, drunk on the overwhelming aroma. Her breathing quickened as she licked her lips seductively, her fingers moving eagerly to undo his belt. Each movement deliberate, sensual, like she was unwrapping a precious gift. She pulled his belt free and slid his pants down slowly, revealing the outline of his bulging cock through his tight, stained underwear. The dark spot in the center told her just how eager he was already. The scent grew even stronger. It was like an aphrodisiac. Leora trembled, her breath catching in her throat as she reached for the waistband and slowly tugged his underwear down. Her mouth parted slightly, and her eyes widened the moment his cock sprang free, thick, flushed, veined and hard as stone. Leora moaned softly, eyes glittering like a child who had just found the biggest, sweetest lollipop. So hard, she whispered, her voice husky and trembling with desire. Her fingers curled gently around the base, and she exhaled slowly, preparing to savor every inch of what was hers. Chapter 898, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 5. Slurp. A wet, slow-sucking sound echoed around the room, obscene and unrelenting, bouncing off the walls and stirring up the heated air. Melona, Arya, Talia, and Raven's cheeks burned a deeper shade of red, their gazes firmly fixed on the wall in front of them. Not a single one dared to glance back, though their ears were tingling, and their imaginations ran wild with every sound behind them. And just behind them, was Leora, kneeling with flushed cheeks, her tongue swirling eagerly around her favorite lollipop, Ether's thick cock, eyes greedy, hungry, as if it was the sweetest treat in the world. Her delicate fingers wrapped gently around the thick shaft. Her tongue slipped out to give a slow, teasing lick along the underside of his shaft, from base to tip. Ether let out a sharp, shallow breath, his head tilting back with a low, drunken groan of pleasure. His muscles tightened, his fingers digging into the edge of his seat as her hot, wet tongue traced every ridge of his length with slow, sensual reverence. Leora giggled softly, feeling a naughty pride stir in her chest as her tongue lapped over the sensitive head. She kissed the tip softly with delicate pecks, her lips plush and teasing. Slurp. Such a big, hard, cock, she murmured between kisses, her breath warm against his flushed skin. She looked up at him through her lashes, her multicolored eyes wide and shimmering with lust, watching every flicker of his expression. Ether grinned, the drunken haze in his eyes mixing with a deep, raw hunger. His voice came out hoarse and low, "Look at you, fuck, such a naughty wolf, playing with my cock like it's your favorite toy." Leora giggled again, her ears twitching as her hand began stroking him slowly, her soft fingers pumping up and down in smooth, warm motions. Her palm glided easily over the slick skin as her thumb circled around the tip, smearing the pre-cum that had already begun to leak. "Because it is my favorite," she whispered, leaning forward to drag her tongue around the swollen head, slowly tracing circles with her tongue before sucking the tip into her warm, wet mouth. HNNN. Ether groaned, his hips twitching forward involuntarily. Her mouth sealed around the head as she sank down inch by inch, slowly, savoring every thick ridge as her lips stretched to take him deeper. The soft wetness of her mouth wrapped around him like velvet, her tongue swirling against the underside as she moaned around his cock. MMNNN. The vibrations of her moan sent tingles up his spine, and Ether growled deeply, his hand instinctively threading into her soft hair, gripping lightly, not to control, but to feel her. Since he was drunk, he was feeling this too much. She began bobbing her head, slow at first. Teasing. Her cheeks hollowed with every motion, eyes locked on his as she sucked and slurped with hunger and devotion. SMSSLLL. Her other hand stroked the bass that she couldn't take in, her fingers slick with spit as her saliva coated everything, messy and hot. The sounds were obscene, wet, sucking, greedy, echoing in the quiet, tense air of the room. Ether's fingers softly rubbed her sensitive wolf ears with affection and pleasure. She moaned again in response, her pace quickening slightly as she began to take him deeper. Her throat clenched and relaxed with each motion as she tried to swallow more of him with each pass. His cock throbbed in her mouth, and she felt it twitch powerfully against her tongue. Pop. She pulled back with a wet pop, panting slightly, strings of saliva clinging from her lips to the head of his cock as she grinned up at him. "You're so tasty, so hot, so thick," she whispered, her voice dripping with lust. She licked her lips slowly, seductively, before stroking his cock with both hands, twisting and pumping with skillful, practiced hunger. "I missed this." Ether's eyes burned as he looked down at her, his drunken grin widening as his fingers reached down to caress her cheek. "Then don't stop, little wolf, worship it. Show me how much you missed me." MMNN. Leora growled playfully, nuzzling her cheek against the shaft before dragging her tongue up the side again, then sliding him back into her mouth all the way until he hit the back of her throat. MMFF. She gagged softly but didn't pull away, holding him there, letting her throat massage the tip. She pushed herself to hold him inside longer. Her hand squeezed his thighs for support, and her mouth sucked hungrily as she moved again, now fully lost in the taste and the smell and the heat of him. Her own core was soaked, dripping between her thighs. She moaned harder, louder, like she was being pleasured through every inch of his cock in her mouth. Ether's breathing quickened, his muscles twitching beneath her, his hand gripping her hair tighter, his cock swelling harder with each second. Slurp. Ah. Her rhythm grew wilder, sloppier, more desperate, wet slurping sounds echoing as drool dripped down her chin and coated his shaft. Ether's breath hitched as Leora's throat squeezed tightly around his cock. He let out a deep, guttural moan that rumbled in his chest, a sound of pure carnal pleasure. His fingers tightened in her hair as his hips jerked forward instinctively. "Fuck. Leora," he growled, his voice cracking under the pressure of overwhelming pleasure. "I'm gonna." Before he could finish, he groaned loudly as he erupted into her throat. His cock pulsed wildly, thick streams of hot, sticky cum pouring deep into her mouth. Leora's eyes fluttered shut in bliss, her throat working eagerly, swallowing it all without hesitation. She moaned softly, drunk on the taste, like it was a drug she had been craving for far too long. MMHH, she purred around his cock, her lips still wrapped tight around the base, making sure not a single drop escaped. Her tongue licked along the underside, teasing him even as he twitched in her mouth from oversensitivity. The wet, lewd sounds of her gulping and sucking echoed across the room. Everyone who heard those naughty, dripping sounds gulped audibly, their throats tight, their bodies tingling with second-hand arousal, like they were the ones drinking him down. Talia, especially, couldn't stop herself from glancing over her shoulder. Her thighs pressed together instinctively, eyes hazy and dark with need. She bit her lip hard, trying not to moan at the thought. Gods! I want to be punished like that too, she thought. But even as his cock twitched from the release, Ether didn't stop. He was too worked up, too drunk on her scent, her touch, her lips wrapped around him. And Leora wasn't done either. She pulled back slightly, licking her lips, her tongue swirling around the sensitive head, collecting the excess as if it were nectar from heaven, still so hard. She whispered, biting her lip, I want more, please, give me more. Ether grinned, his cock twitching at her words, already slick and shining from her spit and his cum. Greedy little wolf, he murmured with a lazy, sexy smirk, voice thick and hoarse from lust. Then take it. I'm not done yet. Leora giggled breathlessly and dived back in, her mouth wrapping around him again with even more eagerness. This time, she didn't tease, she went straight for it, sucking him hard, wet, messy, her head bobbing faster, her saliva mixing with his cum in a sticky, obscene blend. Her hand stroked the base while her tongue danced wildly along the shaft, licking, swirling, teasing his tip, sucking with wet slurps that echoed shamelessly in the room. Slurp. Leora's mouth worked hungrily, her cheeks hollowing with every deep pull, eyes fluttering in pleasure at the taste and heat flooding her senses. Her lips moved faster, wetter, sucking with pure desperation, like she was trying to milk every drop from him, refusing to stop until he broke again. Her hands didn't stay idle, one hand wrapped tightly around the base of his thick shaft, twisting and stroking in time with her mouth, while the other slipped lower, cupping his balls gently. Her fingers caressed the heavy weight of them, massaging, squeezing softly, then firmly, feeling how full he still was. On still so full, she moaned around him, her voice a soft hum that made his cock jump. She played with his balls more deliberately now, rolling them in her palm, fingertips tracing every curve, her touch alternating between teasing and needy. Ether groaned again, low and ragged, his hips twitching as the pleasure spiked up his spine. Darling, he growled, his voice strained, every nerve on fire. Leora pulled back just enough to let the head pop from her lips with a wet plop, strings of spit and leftover cum clinging between her mouth and his tip. She looked up at him, pupils dilated, lips swollen, cheeks flushed. You're still leaking for me, so hot. She whispered as she ran her tongue slowly around the sensitive crown, circling it with a swirl that made his knees weaken. Then she opened wide and swallowed him whole again, deeper this time, moaning as her nose pressed into his base. Slurp slop glkkk. Her throat clenched around him deliciously, working him over as she began bobbing faster, her pace relentless and wild. Her saliva dripped down his shaft, coating her hands and pooling at the base in a sticky mess. Her fingers rubbed his balls rhythmically, giving gentle squeezes that matched the pressure in her throat. She knew exactly how to push him over again. Ether could barely hold himself back. He gritted his teeth, eyes dark, his hands gripping her hair tightly as he guided her movements. You're going to make me come again, he growled, thrusting lightly into her mouth, letting her feel the weight and urgency of his need. Leora looked up, eyes glassy with lust, moaning around him as if begging him to do just that, come again, fill her throat, make her drink until she choked on it. MMFFFFF. They didn't stop just there. Leora, greedy and utterly insatiable, went for another few rounds. She sucked and swallowed with wild hunger until his cock twitched from overuse, until her jaw ached, until her throat burned, and yet she smiled like a satisfied wolf after feasting. By the time she finally let go, Ether's cock was still glistening, wet from her spit, twitching occasionally like it still wasn't done. After what felt like an eternity of obscene bliss and indulgent pleasure, Ether exhaled slowly, chest heaving, eyes still clouded with that drunken heat. Turn back, he ordered, low and calm. Everyone flinched at the command, Melona, Arya, Talia, Raven, and slowly turned their heads back, almost hesitantly, as if they were scared of what they might see. And there he stood, Ether, coolly buckling his pants as if nothing just happened, like he hadn't just fucked Leora's throat until she was moaning with cum dripping down her chin. Leora stood beside him, a little unsteady on her feet, her face glowing with satisfaction. Her tail swayed like a happy puppy, her eyes sparkled with pride and bliss as if she'd just claimed something precious. Then she turned to glance at Melona, and gave a slow, knowing, amused grin. Melona's lips twitched, trying to suppress something, shock, maybe something deeper, but she couldn't stop the heat that spread across her cheeks when her gaze locked on the faint white stain glistening at the corner of Leora's mouth. She looked away quickly. Anyway. Arya, Ether called, his tone casual yet teasing, like a predator calling to his prey. Arya flinched, her ears twitching sharply, her entire body stiffening in fear. Her heart thundered in her chest. "And no," she whimpered, eyes wide, her voice barely above a whisper. Then she turned, ready to run. But step. Before she could even take one full stride, she gasped, already caught in strong arms. Ether stood there, effortlessly holding her, his body warm and hard against her. One of his arms wrapped securely around her back, the other gripping under her thigh. Arya's legs instinctively wrapped around his hips, her breath catching as her skirt lifted slightly, and her bare thighs pressed against his warmth. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she blinked up at him in shock. Ether grinned down at her. "You're not running away from me, kitten," he whispered, voice low and sensual, his breath warm against her cheek. Arya swallowed hard. Chapter 899, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 6. Unlike the others, Arya wasn't someone who enjoyed showing affection or doing anything naughty in front of others. That just wasn't who she was. She cherished intimacy, private, soft, personal. The idea of doing something like that in front of everyone? Absolutely mortifying. She'd rather do anything her darling asked of her behind closed doors, alone with him, not with all their future sisters watching, excluding her mother of course. And after seeing Leora's completely satisfied face, her cheeks flushed, her lips curled into a smug smile as she rubbed her belly like she'd just finished a grand feast, Arya grew even more nervous. Would she be expected to do that too? Not that she minded doing such things for Ether, of course not. But doing it in front of others? Even if these women were going to be her companions, her future sisters in this strange shared love, it was just too much for her right now. Ether. Why don't we go to our room? Arya asked quickly, her voice trembling as her legs instinctively clung tighter around his hips. His strong hand still held her thighs firmly, easily keeping her in place like she weighed nothing. Ether tilted his head, smirking slightly. Our room? But wouldn't it be more fun to do it here, he teased with a low, sultry voice. Let everyone see how much you love me. Then he rested his head against her chest, eyes closed with a soft, needy sigh, almost like a child seeking warmth. Arya gulped. His words lit something inside her, everyone will know how much you love me, it stirred a strange and unfamiliar pride. Yes, she wanted them to know. She wanted every single woman in this room to know she loved him the most. More than anyone. More than any of these bitches ever could. But showing it so bluntly. In front of everyone. No, that wasn't right. Right? Arya forced a soft smile, her fingers gently caressing his cheek as she whispered, I don't mind, but, my love is only for you, darling." Her voice was sweet, laced with innocent affection, but her eyes sparkled with a quietly fierce possessiveness, a silent "he's mine." Ether blinked, clearly amused by her attempt to sway him. But after a brief pause, he nodded with a small, dramatic sigh. "Well, if you say so," he said with exaggerated defeat. Arya exhaled in relief, her body visibly relaxing. She hadn't expected him to agree so easily. She gently shifted in his arms, preparing to slide down. "Anyway, let me go." But before she could wriggle free. "Ah!" she gasped when his hand came up and fondled her as firmly, fingers sinking into the soft flesh. Ether," she squeaked, her face going bright red in a flash. Ether smiled up at her innocently, like a puppy that just got caught with its nose in the cookie jar. "I'm hungry," he said in a soft, pitiful tone before burying his face between her breasts, nuzzling like an abandoned child seeking comfort. Arya blinked, heat spreading through her as she realized, he really was hungry. He hadn't eaten properly tonight with everything that had been going on. Her fingers slid into his hair gently, brushing his locks. "Don't worry. I'll feed you," she whispered with a warm smile. "Now let me down, okay?" "But..." Ether shook his head stubbornly, arms tightening around her. "Don't wanna," he whined playfully, clinging to her like a spoiled boy refusing to let go of his favorite toy. Arya blushed even deeper as she noticed the others looking on, some amused, some curious. Their gazes made her skin tingle with self-consciousness. "See, come on, Ether. How else am I supposed to feed you?" she asked gently, using her softest mommy voice as she reached up and gave his cheek a playful pinch. Talia, meanwhile, blinked in disbelief, again. Watching this man shift from raw, dominating beast to this clingy, needy, spoiled boy in mere seconds made her question reality. Just what's wrong with this man, she wondered, bewildered, and maybe a little flustered. Ether tilted his head at Arya's question. "Like this," he replied with a cheeky smirk, giving her thighs a slight bounce in his grip, making it very clear he thought her perched on him like this was the perfect way to do everything. Arya blushed deeper, her fingers twitching against his shoulders. "See, come on, Ether. I can't believe this. You're way too spoiled, you know that," she murmured in an amused tone, shaking her head lightly. Just as she was about to tell him to pick up some food. "Here." Ether suddenly handed her that bottle. The same dark, dangerous alcohol, the one responsible for all the chaos earlier. Arya stared at it like it was a ticking time bomb. "You want this?" she asked, blinking. Her soul practically floated out of her body as she looked at the bottle in her hand. Ether nodded eagerly, eyes twinkling with an innocent, "It tastes really good, you know. I've never had anything like it before." His lips curved in a smile that was far too innocent to trust. "Come on, feed me." Arya's hands trembled slightly. "Ether, you've already drunk enough, probably more than enough," she said quickly, her voice dropping as she thought about the earlier madness. She couldn't even bring herself to say what she feared might happen next. Her body shuddered. Just a mere thought. But Ether was persistent, unreasonably so. He looked at her with those pleading eyes, and she simply couldn't say no. Not when he clung to her like that, not when his warmth had already seeped into her skin. "Fine," she sighed, reluctantly taking the bottle and tilting it toward his lips. Only, he didn't drink it. "What? Why aren't you drinking?" she frowned, confused. Ether tilted his head, then slowly smiled, no, smirked, and the grin that followed was pure wickedness. "I told you to feed me, darling." I am feeding you, aren't I?" she replied, flustered, her voice cracking just slightly, feeling something wrong. Ether shook his head, his eyes narrowing with teasing intensity. That's not how you feed a man. I'm not a damn child, my darling. And with that, his hand came down and pinched her ass, hard. Ouch! Arya squeaked, jerking slightly in his grip. Then she saw it. That devilish grin that sent a shiver slicing down her spine. It wasn't just a grin, it was a promise of what was to come. Yep, that bastard is way too good at this, Talia thought from the side, her eyes narrowing. For a moment, she'd wondered what was wrong with him, but now, it all made sense. That's how womanizers operated. Seduction, mischief, a little pain, and a lot of sweet madness. Raven in the corner pouted, seeing this, she wanted that spoiled child, too. Aether. Arya's voice dropped into something small and nervous, like a soft whisper trying not to be heard. Ether leaned in closer as he whispered darkly, "Feed me with your lips." His gaze dropped, hungry, locking onto her plump, trembling lips. Arya swallowed hard. Her face was already burning, but now it felt like her entire body was made of fire. And no way. I can't. But before she could even finish, Ether's eyes flicked lower. Or. He purred, "I could just drink it from here too, you know." His hand slid downward, fingers ghosting over the soft curve of her inner thigh, inching toward her core. W8. Arya's whole body stiffened, her eyes going wide in panic and heat. That damn grin of his was back, gleaming like a devil's. She'd walked right into it. Again. She grit her teeth, cheeks on fire, before reluctantly nodding, "Fine." Her voice was soft and trembling as she brought the dark bottle to her lips, taking a small sip. She hesitated. Then, eyes wide with embarrassment, she leaned closer and softly murmured, motioning him forward. Ether grinned like a predator offered a feast. He leaned in, mouth parting, and caught her lips in a slow, sultry kiss. Their lips pressed together, soft and heated, as the alcohol began to trickle from her mouth into his, hot and bitter and intoxicating. Ether groaned softly, savoring it, not just the taste of the drink, but the taste of her. His arms tightened around her possessively as his tongue slipped past her lips, deepening the kiss, drinking her down, both the liquor and her breath. His lips sucked greedily, savoring every drop she offered him like it was a divine nectar made just for him. And Arya? She clung to him, shivering, her heart thudding wildly against his chest. Her face was flushed, breath coming in shallow gasps, the taste of him still lingering on her lips. The shame, the warmth, the way he kissed her, it was all too much. She slowly parted her lips again, cheeks still stained red, silently hoping, pleading, that maybe that was enough. Maybe he'd be satisfied with just that one stolen moment. But of course, he wasn't. Ether tilted his head, his eyes gleaming slyly. "What? That was just a single drop," he said, his voice thick and teasing. "We've got a whole bottle, don't we?" Arya's breath caught. What do you mean?" she whispered, though she already knew exactly what he meant. Ether leaned in, brushing his lips just under her jawline, letting them hover, hot, tantalizing, against her skin. "I want all of it," he murmured, the hunger in his voice sending another tremble through her body. "Every drop, from your lips. Slowly. Wet. Sweet." Arya's thighs squeezed around his hips tighter without her meaning to. Her body betrayed her as a soft whimper escaped her lips. "That's ridiculous, there's no way I." Before she could protest more, he brought the bottle to her mouth again, tilting it, just a bit. The strong scent hit her nose, dark, rich, burning. His fingers stroked along her thigh lazily. "Come on, darling, open that pretty little mouth," he coaxed, voice now dripping with authority, "and give it to me. Let me drink from you like a chalice, let everyone see who you belong to." Arya's face burned. Her fingers trembled around the bottle. Everyone was watching. Talia bit her lip, trying to pretend she wasn't aroused. Melona turned her face, but her flushed ears gave her away. Leora, still rubbing her belly with a lazy grin, looked far too smug about this whole thing. Raven, she was pouting. Arya swallowed hard. Her pride warred with her desire, but in the end, his grip, his warmth, his words, they always won. He made sure she was doing this to show them she was more important, he was just tricking her. And she fell for that. She slowly brought the bottle to her lips again, took a sip, and without waiting, leaned in. Their mouths met again. Hot. Wet. Shameless. Chapter 900, They Finally Know. Drunken Ether. Part 7. The room echoed with the sound of gulping and those so fucking wet noises. Gulp. Slurp. Ether was holding Arya tightly by the hips while she wrapped her legs snugly around him, feeding him the alcohol mouth to mouth. Drip. Drip. The dark liquor dripped from their lips, trailing down their clothes, staining the fabric as the heat between them grew wilder. He sucked on her lips instantly, hungry, desperate. The alcohol spilled slowly into his mouth as his tongue danced with hers, deep and messy. His hands roamed down, grabbing her ass again, squeezing, groping, encouraging her to keep going. To feed him more. To kiss him harder. Arya whimpered into the kiss, her body trembling as her free hand clutched his shoulder tightly. The kiss turned fierce. Drunken. Passionate. Every drop of liquor that passed between them made her feel lighter, hotter, bolder, and every low groan he let out as he swallowed made her feel like she was the one getting drunk on him. When they finally pulled apart for breath, a thin string of spit and alcohol clung between their parted lips. Ha! Ha! Ether's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed the last of the liquor from her sweet lips. Arya slowly parted hers, her cheeks beet red, her elven ears drooping slightly. Her whole face was flushed, eyes turned hazy. Even though she had been the one feeding him, with how close their lips had stayed, and how much alcohol passed through, there was no way she wasn't getting drunk too. Ha! Arya swayed slightly in his arms, her breath trembling as her forehead rested against Ether's. Her lips tingled, her chest heaving as the heat pooled low in her belly. Her clothes were sticking to her, soaked with traces of alcohol and sweat, and the feel of his cock rubbing lightly against her core through the thin layers made her body tremble. Ether licked the corner of his mouth, tasting the last drops of the alcohol and her sweetness lingering on his tongue. His gaze dropped to her swollen lips, then lower, to the way her chest heaved with every breath. "You're getting drunk, my sweet elf," he whispered, his voice low, teasing, thick with want. His fingers brushed the side of her thigh, traveling higher, slipping beneath her dress. Arya bit her lip hard, trying to control the soft whimper rising in her throat. "And no. I was just feeding you." Her lips were still quivering, stained with a mix of alcohol and spit, glistening under the dim light. Her breath came in short, uneven gasps. Her thighs clenched tightly around his hips, feeling the hard press of his crotch, resisting the tremble in her core that only grew fiercer. She knew this wasn't right. She knew everyone was watching. But, that wicked, devilish grin curling on his flushed face, those deep, hungry, lust-drenched eyes that shimmered with mischief and dark possession, that filthy, sinful mouth that had already tasted too many lips tonight, she couldn't take it anymore. He looked so smug, so unbearably hot in his drunken, flushed state. His skin glowed with heat, and that cocky little smirk just set her off even more. She was drunk and he was drunk, and yet, she was the one being played, teased, tormented by his innocent act, even after he'd had his cock sucked by another bitch, kissed another's boobs, sucked them greedily, even smacked another bitch's ass without shame. Her emotions were all over the place, jumbled up in a storm of jealousy and heat. Her hands curled tighter around Ether's neck, her grip tightening as if something primal was waking up, inside her. Her expression turned dark, obsession. Something inside her snapped, finally. SNA. Or so she thought, when. I am very grateful for you to believe them all. Ether suddenly muttered, his voice low but soft, coated with an unexpected tenderness. Huh. Arya blinked, caught off guard, her rage stuttering mid-breath. I mean. I know it wasn't easy for you to accept others, but when you said you trust them. I have no words. He continued, his drunken eyes glassy, glittering with emotion. Arya. I'm so happy to have you in my life. His words were slow and slurred, but not careless, each syllable laced with raw honesty. There was something vulnerable in the way he swayed just slightly, his body warm against hers, his breath reeking of alcohol but his heart suddenly bare. Arya's dark expression flickered, the storm in her eyes softening. She blinked, unsure, before her face flushed a deep pink. Her hand around his neck loosened, slowly, her fingers tracing the nape of his neck. WL. I accepted you even after knowing everything, and how your life is going to be. I chose you, so I'll trust them too. After all, I believe in my husband, the man who won't let his cock speak louder than his soul, she whispered, as her ass grinded slowly against his crotch. Ether softly chuckled, swaying slightly, his cheeks flushed. I am happy, so happy, he whispered as he leaned in and kissed her, not with lust this time, but with raw, aching emotion. Hmm. He kissed her again, and again, soft, tender pecks that ghosted across her lips like small promises. Each kiss felt like a silent vow, like he was sealing her mouth shut with 1,000 little deals. His lips were warm, slightly trembling, yet deeply loving. The sensation of their mouths meeting over and over again made her chest tighten and her belly twist in heat. Arya's heart pounded faster, the mix of emotional tenderness and his drunk vulnerability turning her on more than she'd expected. Her hubby, so cocky and insatiable, was now pressing gentle, emotional kisses onto her lips like he was scared to let her go. That made her hot, aching, wet, hungry. Arya chuckled softly, a teasing glint in her eyes as she leaned in close, her breath brushing against his cheek. I want more, she whispered, before she slowly sipped the alcohol into her mouth again, deliberate, sensual, naughty. Ether grinned lazily, his eyes half-lidded, that familiar sly smirk curling back onto his lips. My Arya is so damn cute, he slurred softly, before he grabbed her face and sealed her lips with his own, this time deeper, hotter, his tongue pushing past her lips and drinking the alcohol from her mouth like it was ambrosia. Their lips stayed locked, tongues sliding in a sensual tangle as Ether sucked the alcohol from her mouth, savoring it like it was the finest elven wine. His lips moved hungrily, nipping and pulling gently, swallowing her breath as if he wanted to drink not just the alcohol, but her entire soul. MMFF. Arya moaned into his mouth, her hands weakly grabbing at his shirt, pulling him closer. Her thighs twitched around his hips, squeezing instinctively as the heat spread between her legs. Every swirl of his tongue, every deep suck from her mouth made her feel lightheaded, dizzy, like she was being devoured from the inside out. Ether pulled back just slightly, only to exhale with a lazy, amused smirk. His lips were wet, his eyes half-lidded, pupils dilated, cheeks flushed crimson. That tasted better coming from you," he murmured, voice dripping with drunken lust. His fingers slid slowly from under her dress, dragging along the inside of her thigh with torturous care. Arya gasped, her body jolting slightly as he grazed her soaked panties. Her hips twitched, her ass grinding deeper onto his crotch, feeling how hard he'd gotten beneath her. Her breathing hitched, every movement from him, every teasing brush of his fingers sent electric shivers through her veins. "You're so wet, drunk on me, aren't you?" he whispered into her ear, his breath hot against her skin. His fingers pressed more firmly now, rubbing her through the fabric, slow and circular, forcing her thighs to twitch. "Your little sister throbbing just from a kiss, Arya, naughty little elf." "Enough. No. Ma." Her head fell forward onto his shoulder, a small moan escaping as she trembled violently, overwhelmed. The world was spinning. Her skin burned everywhere he touched, and her body was betraying her, melting, writhing against him without shame. She forgot everything, even her mother. She tried to swallow, choking slightly from the sheer intensity, but he didn't stop. He kissed her through it, sucking and licking her lips, his tongue forcing the taste deeper inside her. Her head swam as the alcohol hit harder, blending with the drunken haze already clouding her mind. Her body shivered again, legs growing weaker. She felt like her bones were melting, her muscles too soft to hold her up. Her hands clung desperately to his shoulders as her hips rolled against him in slow, involuntary motions. Her breathing was shallow, lips swollen, eyes glassy. "Ether," she whispered, voice barely audible. "Shoo," he purred, dragging his fingers back to her inner thigh, slipping them just beneath her soaked panties. "You're shaking, you feel so good, so soft, Arya." And she did. "Ah." A low cry escaped her lips, trembling as his fingers toyed with her, slow and rhythmic, just enough to make her body arch. Her moans turned into weak gasps, her body slumping into him. The kiss, the alcohol, the heat, it was too much. Her body jolted once more, a final twitch of resistance, and then everything gave in. "NNNFFFFFFFFF," she moaned in his mouth as her panties got drenched. Her head fell forward again, this time not in pleasure, but in surrender. Her breathing slowed, her grip loosened, her thighs relaxed. Her eyelids fluttered like a dying flame before they closed completely. The alcohol and pleasure hit her directly. Ether's hand still warm against her soft thighs, his cock still aching beneath her weight. He chuckled softly, brushing her hair from her flushed face, lips brushing her cheek. "Poor thing, got drunk on me instead of the drink." He kissed her temple one last time, his lips lingering, soft, slow, full of twisted affection. Then, with gentle care that contrasted the heat they just shared, he lowered her onto the chair. Her head lolled slightly to the side, lips still parted, cheeks flushed from both pleasure and intoxication, her thighs glistening faintly in the low light. F. She mumbled after being knocked out by the drunken pleasure. His fingers brushed away a stray lock of hair from her face, and for a moment, he gazed at her with a strange softness, possessive and loving, dark and dangerous. Then, his eyes slowly lifted. His gaze shifted. And it turned, burned, straight onto Melona. His final target. Melona froze. Her breath hitched, her blood ran cold. She had been trying to shut everything out, her ears closed, eyes squeezed shut, pretending she hadn't seen, hadn't heard anything that happened between Ether and Arya. But the moment his gaze snapped to her, sharp and unrelenting like a predator who had smelled fear, her heart skipped a beat. Melona flinched in fear. Her entire body jolted as if lightning struck down her spine. She dared to open one eye, only to meet that familiar, sly smirk tugging at the corners of his still wet lips. Lips that had just swallowed another woman whole. Lips that still tasted of Arya's moans and alcohol. He took one slow, deliberate step toward her. Fuck.